Loud cries were heard in the majestic traditional palace that someone was leaving the place. The mentor strictly warned that under any circumstances one must remain silent after receiving a calm answer. The young man with unusual snow-white hair introduced himself as Fang Hong. Proud of his achievements in Taoism, the master asked in bewilderment why his student was still in this place. The guy realized that the envious glances of his comrades had seriously damaged his already shaky reputation. Leaving the sacred place, the white-haired youth promised his mentor that he would definitely return tomorrow. The other students noted with relief that peace and quiet had finally returned to their monastery. The teacher reflected on the fact that diligence does not always lead to success in learning a complex art. Fang Hong had an important mission for which he left the mountain to find his destined bride. The guy noticed the envious glances of his fellow students caused by his incredible talents in Taoist practices. Leaving the sacred mountain, the young man thought with enthusiasm that he would soon meet his betrothed. The modern city airport greeted the young Taoist with the noise and bustle of a large metropolis. Fang Hong immediately noticed the huge number of attractive girls around him. The guy admired the beauty of the local women, thinking that it was worth going down for them. Suddenly, the white-haired young man's mood changed dramatically, becoming much more serious and collected. The Taoist sensed a strange smell of blood in the air, which he found extremely suspicious and alarming. Suddenly, he heard the desperate cries of a man begging for help for his wife. The man was crying next to a pregnant woman, begging the people around him to save her as quickly as possible. The crowd of onlookers was afraid to take any action, fearing to take on unnecessary responsibility. Suddenly, one girl with luxurious black hair resolutely volunteered to help the victim. She didn't hesitate to rip her shirt with her teeth to make a makeshift bandage. The dying woman's husband was extremely surprised by the stranger's decisive and unusual approach. The black-haired girl did her best to help a pregnant woman with a wound on her leg. She was concentrating on how to safely remove the shard of glass from the deep wound. Fang Hong asked the stranger if she really wanted to kill the victim. The guy explained that the glass had hit an artery, and removing it would cause fatal bleeding. The white-haired youth warned of the danger of such an approach and offered his help in her place. The girl looked at the guy in bewilderment, wondering where this self-confident upstart came from. Fang Hong calmly explained to those present that he was a doctor and the only one capable of providing qualified assistance. The stranger objected that if life is in danger, it is better to call a professional ambulance team. The guy ignored her words and immediately sat down next to the victim, assessing the severity of her condition. Using his knowledge of traditional medicine, he pressed on certain points to stop the bleeding. The young man confidently declared that the danger had passed and that the woman could now be safely transported. The bleeding actually stopped, which caused general surprise and bewilderment among the witnesses of what was happening. Fang Hong proudly explained that his teacher was a master of traditional medicine, so such a task was easy. The black-haired girl still doubted the boy's abilities, considering him too young to be a doctor. The crowd began to disperse, but one man seemed rather suspicious and strange to the Taoist. From his inside pocket, the suspicious man pulled out a strange syringe with unknown contents inside. The stranger tried to inject an unsuspecting girl with black hair with this syringe. Fang Hong reacted with lightning speed and made a sharp leap forward to prevent her from being attacked. The guy grabbed the girl in his arms, although she looked quite angry at this behavior. The stranger with a scar on his face did not immediately understand what exactly had prevented the execution of his insidious plan. The rescued girl indignantly asked the guy what he was doing and how dare he behave like that. A girl with purple hair watched what was happening at the airport, thinking about an interesting development. The black-haired beauty loudly demanded that the strange guy immediately let go and not touch her. The young man explained that there were too many people here, and now he would like to ask one important question. The stranger immediately asked again with bewilderment, what question could possibly interest him in this situation? Fang Hong asked seriously if she was interested in him, emphasizing that he was not joking at all now. The girl absolutely did not expect such a turn of events and asked in surprise what this strange question was all about. She turned to leave, but the guy tried to stop her, offering to exchange contacts. The white-haired youth assured that he was in fact a very capable and decent young man. The black-haired beauty responded sharply that he was tactless and demanded that he stay away from her. Hearing this answer, the upset guy realized that his attempt at dating had been a complete failure. Suddenly, Fang Hong began to lose his balance and fell straight towards the girl standing next to him. A dart containing some substance hit him in the back, causing him to lose consciousness and fall. The black-haired girl screamed angrily, calling the guy who fell on her a real pervert and a scoundrel. The guy continued to lie on top of the girl as he was completely unconscious. The beautiful stranger was in real shock from what was happening and did not understand what to do at all. She tried her best to throw him off her body, not wanting to tolerate such impudence. Fang Hong woke up from the intense pain that the angry black-haired beauty had inflicted on him with a blow. A few seconds later, he started screaming, calling her a witch and asking who gave her the right to beat him. The guards approached them, asking the young lady with concern what exactly was going on here. The girl explained to the security that nothing serious had happened. It was just an ordinary pervert who had harassed her. Fang Hong realized that she was the target of an assassin, and from the guards, he could tell that she had a wealthy background. Reflecting on what had happened, the guy realized that without his intervention, the girl would already be dead. The young man realized that he had received a small dose of poison that would not harm him. So it was time to come to his senses. The white-haired Taoist looked at his hands carefully, thinking about his next steps and plans. He thought that he didn't have a photo of the bride, but her father was handsome, which meant that his daughter was also good-looking. With a determined expression on his face, the guy thought that he was already on his way to his destined betrothed wife. The high-tech Hong 2 Corporation building towered over the other skyscrapers of the city's business center. Fang Hong walked inside and walked down the luxurious corridor straight to the company administration. The female employees, seeing the unusual guy with white hair, looked at him with obvious surprise. As he approached them, the young man began to giggle sweetly and smile charmingly at the girls. In his head, he thought about the need to calm down and not react so violently to beautiful women. The guy immediately politely asked the employees if they were free to ask one important question. He asked one of the workers if his wife, Shuchi, worked there with them. Hearing this, the employee asked again with surprise if he was really the husband of the vice president of their corporation. Fang Hong didn't know about the girl's high position, so he asked about this fact in surprise. The receptionist explained that Shuchi was the vice president, but if the guy was her husband, he should know. The white-haired young man quickly lied that of course he knew, because they were childhood friends and even went to the toilet. Suddenly, a black-haired girl from the airport appeared, sarcastically asking who the guy went to the toilet with. Shuchi coldly asked who exactly played with the white-headed man 20 years ago when they were children. Hearing a familiar voice, Fang Hong was shocked and called the girl shameless and asked about her affairs. The guy explained that he helped a stranger out of the kindness of his heart, but in return, he received a vile attitude. The vice president did not tolerate such impudence and grabbed the white-haired man by the clothes with a strong grip. The angry beauty demanded that the impudent man repeat his insolent words out loud once more. The girl made an icy expression, thinking that this guy might be going to play childish games. Thoughts were running through her head that no one would tell her how to behave. Shuchi ordered the guards to throw out the troublemaker and fire everyone if they saw him here again. When the guy heard the girl being addressed as vice president, he was in complete shock. Fang Hong remembered the childhood moments when he used to tease the little girl next door many years ago. The guy addressed the vice president, affectionately calling the beauty little Shu from his distant childhood. Shuchi was indignant. Who gave her the right to treat him like that? And ordered the guards to throw out the impudent fellow. The white-haired youth noticed how aggressively the entire security of this building was disposed towards him. The guards actually grabbed the guy and unceremoniously threw him out the doors of a huge skyscraper. Fang Hong said that he would wait here and demanded that he report to the president that he did not want to wait long. The security guards became even more angry at the white-haired guy, calling him an impudent and shameless brazen fellow. One guard rushed towards the young man and grabbed him, intending to drag him away from the entrance to the building. The man had serious problems with the fact that it was completely impossible to lift the guy. Fang Hong stood motionless, like a real stone cliff that had grown deep into the ground. The guy didn't move at all and didn't even move a single finger on his hand. The guards were in complete shock, wondering how something like this could even be possible. The first guard's partner suggested hitting the stubborn man with an electric shocker to curb his pride. The man had already raised his electric baton, preparing to deliver a painful blow to the body. The guard wanted to get closer and closer to hit the white-haired guy with a taser. Suddenly, a black car appeared, and loud cries were heard for an immediate stop to the action. A distinguished man in a business suit, the president of the corporation, Jangping, stepped out of the car. The president explained that the old Taoist had sent him to the airport to meet the guest, but he was not found. The guards who heard this were in complete shock, their mouths open at the unexpected turn of events. Fang Hong turned around with a mischievous smile to look at the confused guards with his gaze. The guy noted that if the president had arrived a second later, he would have already left here. Jangping ordered the guards to go to the accounting department to get paid and not to come back tomorrow. The guards were shocked, because they were simply carrying out the will of the corporation president's daughter to expel the impudent fellow. Fang Hong noted that the guards were simply following orders, so the president should value such employees. The president objected, asking why he had not heard gratitude to this young man for his intercession. The guards immediately burst into tears, praying and thanking the guy for saving them from imminent dismissal. Janmuji gave a tour of the premises, inviting the white-haired guest to enter the office. The men walked into the luxurious, modern office of the corporation's president, with its rich furnishings inside. Suddenly, someone called Janmoji, interrupting their business conversation with an unexpected phone call. Picking up the phone, the president simply said hello and assured the caller that he fully understood the situation. After the conversation ended, the man explained to the guy that this place was not so comfortable for a guest. Fang Hong guessed that it was the president's wife who called after seeing him lead the guy into the office. The girl on the phone called the white-haired young man a pervert and a real vile scoundrel. The guy said that regarding the relationship with the teacher, there is no need to be so polite to the guest. The president agreed not to speak to the young man in such an overly polite and ceremonious manner. The white-haired young man introduced himself by giving his name and allowing himself to be addressed as such. Janmuji greeted the boy and said how long he had been waiting for his arrival in the city. Fang Hong noticed that the president was smarter than his wife, but dumber than the young man imagined. The director immediately tensed up and asked the guest what he was even talking about. The guy explained that as a former special agent, the man should understand the fact that the conversation was being wiretapped. The director objected that this was completely impossible, since he had checked everything a million times in a row. The young man took hold of the suit button of this wealthy man with his hand and simply unfastened it. The button flew up, and it became clear that there were chips there for listening to conversations. The guy said he never lets his guard down and knows about the president's intelligence, but so do others. The man admitted that this bug is the most advanced wiretapping tool on the world market. Fang Hong replied that if he couldn't do such a small thing, he wouldn't be a disciple. Suddenly, the president asked if the boy could then read his future destiny and purpose. The young man replied that everything has a price, and revealing the secrets of heaven would entail retribution for descendants. To solve the problem, you don't have to rely on predictions. There is a much better way to act. The director immediately showed keen interest, wanting to know what this mysterious way of solving the problem was. The guy simply offered to shift responsibility for the treasure onto him. Then, the hunt for his daughter would stop. I remembered the teacher's words about the Zhan group owning a treasure that needed to be protected after descending the mountain. Therefore, Fang Hong asked that they not waste time and quickly hand over this treasure to him. The director replied that he was afraid that such a transfer would be impossible, since the treasure could not simply be taken and carried away. The white-haired youth immediately tensed up, angrily asking if this meant there was a lack of trust in him. Zhan Maoji explained that it was not that, it was simply impossible to just pick up and move this treasure. The real treasure turned out to be the daughter of the corporation's president, which was an unexpected revelation for the guy. Hearing this, Fang Hong asked in surprise, was his wife really a joke, and asked for an explanation of the situation. The old Taoist created a recipe for the medicine, but passed it on to the brothers from the monasteries to find practical applications. As a result, many of the monks sent either died or disappeared without a trace in their dangerous searches. The puzzled guy asked what connection there was between this story and his supposed wife. The president spoke about the child's congenital illness, for which doctors gave him only 6 years to live. In 6 months, the girl will turn 21, but she feels great, which doctors consider a miracle. Fang Hong realized that John Shuchi was the best research subject, even more valuable than the teacher's medicine itself. The boy realized the true reason for the old man's request to come down from the mountain and become this girl's bodyguard. The president recalled that the girl is also the young man's fiancée, since he himself called her his wife. To this, the white-haired man replied that he did not want to give up the whole forest for the sake of one tree. Janmuji relayed the teacher's words that if he refused, there would be other worthy candidates. Hearing this, the boy thought about the cunning old man, but decided that bodyguarding was better than returning to the mountains. So the guy noticed that his services were very expensive, a whole million for security work. The president offered to sign a contract with an annual payment of 10 million for the constant protection of his daughter. Suddenly, the door of the room where 2 men were discussing important business matters of the corporation opened. The president's daughter walked in, hoping her father was joking about the pervert security detail next to her. Janmoji explained to the girl that the decision was final and could no longer be discussed. An angry John Shuchi ran out of the room, shouting that the guy would only approach her over a dead body. Fang Hong realized that for 10 million he would become a scapegoat, while the president remained a loving father. Suddenly, another girl entered and informed the director that he had called her in for a talk. The president of the corporation turned to the guest, offering to introduce him to another employee of his company. Fang Hong decided to introduce himself, greeting the beauty and expressing his joy at meeting her. The girl was perplexed by what was happening, noticing that her heartbeat had increased greatly from excitement. In the elevator, a girl named Xiaoying told the white-haired guy that he looked good. Fang Hong replied that they were talking purely about business matters, surprised by her thoughts. A black business car has already arrived at the corporation building to transport important passengers. The driver apologized to the passengers for having to wait a little while for his arrival. The man introduced himself as Chen Bishi, a butler, and asked to predict his future destiny. Fang Hong modestly replied that he had been overpraised, since it was very difficult to read other people's auras. The butler was delighted to hear the information and invited all passengers to get into the car for the trip. Xiaoying curiously asked the boy if he could really predict people's futures. Suddenly, Fang Hong's expression changed dramatically, becoming extremely tense and serious in danger. The glass was broken by a bullet. The guy covered the girl with his body and ordered her to jump immediately. The shocked butler reported that these were military-grade armor-piercing bullets, extremely dangerous for everyone. Such weapons are used by the military, Chen Bishi explained, and pose a serious threat to life. The man addressed the boy with a warning about approaching enemies, pointing out the danger of the motorcade. There was a sniper shooting from the left, Fang Hong determined, moving at a decent speed, so he had to follow the instructions. The butler immediately confirmed his readiness to carry out all the orders of the young martial arts master. The guy ordered the cars in the motorcade to temporarily block the shooter on the left and right just in case. Urgent transmission of instructions to the motorcade drivers was required to complete this complex combat mission. An opportunity to distract the sniper from aiming had to be found by any available means. The butler immediately asked what exactly could be done to resolve this dangerous situation. Fang Hong approached a girl standing nearby with a proposal to move to another car in the motorcade. The guy has a good plan, Chen Bishi thought, but he just wants to run away, abandoning the others. Curious about possible actions, Xiaoying asked what exactly they could do in a critical situation. The white-haired man suggested that one of the cars lower the window so that they could jump over there safely. The guy warned the girl to hold on tighter because, if she failed, a second fatal bullet would fly in. The embarrassed beauty realized that she had no other choice and agreed to the young man's risky plan. They flew out of the car through the broken glass and tried to reach the second vehicle in the motorcade. The guy praised the girl for correctly following all the instructions, calling her a real smart girl. Watching what was happening, the butler thought that the guy was not bad and could hardly have managed it himself. Fang Hong gave the driver the order to reorganize the cars into formation number 3 through his uncle. The first 2 cars at the intersection must separate, with at least 2 maintaining direct communication. The guy addressed the worried girl with soothing words that everything would be fine. Shuchi thought indignantly that her father was a freak for allowing the guy to flirt now. The girl warned her father of her anger if he reminded her of their childhood friendship. The father expressed confidence in the boy's strength and ability to protect his daughter by agreeing to the proposed plan. The daughter answered her father seriously that she could never trust this white-haired youth. The driver approached Uncle Chen, reporting that there were no signs of enemy movement after the first shot. The man stressed the need to return, since the other participants in the motorcade could be in danger. Fang Hong predicted a long life from the lifeline, and the career line showed a long path. The close proximity of the betrothed is indicated by the love line on the girl's palm, the attentive guy noticed. A young man reminded people to wear seatbelts when faced with sudden danger. A huge Kamaz suddenly appeared on the road, flying straight towards their business car. The real collision occurred when a huge machine hit the side of their car. The black business car was thrown in a completely different direction by the powerful impact. A real shakeup was happening inside. Xiaoying was shocked to think about the guy's prediction of events. Fang Hong ordered the 2 passengers to stay in the car and defend themselves, taking the job upon himself. Finally, he warned not to go out under any circumstances, coming out to a huge crowd of bandits. The corporation's director and his worried daughter watched everything that was happening through video cameras. The girl asked about further actions, worrying about possible casualties in this situation. The man, who had already reported to the police and trusted the bodyguard's experience, advised keeping calm. The possibility of trusting him in a serious situation made Shuchi doubt his immortality. The huge Kamaz truck continued its movement, heading straight towards a group of armed bandits. One of the bandits took a step forward, admitting that the boy had really thought of everything very well for the rescue. A scorpion tattoo stood out on the arm of the man who noted the mortal risk of life when jumping into another car. The guy immediately realized that this armed bandit was most likely that very dangerous sniper. The blonde confirmed the correctness of his guess, offering to give the girl in exchange for saving the life of the white-haired youth. Fang Hong asked this dangerous armed sniper a direct question about the surveillance of Shuchi at the airport. The armed adversary confessed that it was the guy who thwarted the entire plan at the airport. The advice not to talk nonsense before killing someone was given by a young student, criticizing the behavior of an enemy. The guy called his dangerous opponent with a weapon the most common filth, unworthy of his precious time. The young man made a lightning-fast leap forward, so that no one had time to follow his incredible speed. A white-haired guy approached his opponent and hit him with all the physical strength he had. The experienced sniper did not expect such an unexpected and rapid development of events from the young guy. Fang Hong grabbed his enemy's leg tightly and slammed him into the hard ground with great force. The sharp weapon that fell from the hands of the defeated sniper was very quickly caught by the white-haired youth. He thrust this sharp dagger deep into his opponent's shoulder with great force. All the girls were in real shock from what they saw, watching the incredible strength of this guy. Fang Hong still asked his defeated sniper a sarcastic question about his intention to kill him. The remaining bandits decided not to stand aside any longer, preparing for a collective attack. The guy made a warning to them, warning them about the accidental piercing of their boss's heart with a knife. The young man gave the sniper a long and serious warning about the consequences of any movement by his subordinates. The sniper was in complete shock and sweating profusely, finding himself in such a situation for the first time in his life. The loud sounds of a wailing police siren could be heard in the background, causing the bandits to shout that the authorities were approaching. An experienced butler named this sniper number 12 on the list of the world's most dangerous assassins. The guy has every right to say so if he is really that strong, the man rightly noted. Fang Hong politely asked his uncle to help him deal with the rest, without looking for unnecessary trouble. Thoughts about the impossibility of reading this guy visited the uncle, who could predict the path of many young people. Late evening had already arrived in John Shuchi's luxurious apartment, filling the room with soft light. Thoughts about his own coolness and the most correct actions occupied the head of the pleased with himself Fang Hong. Entering the room, Xiaoying informed the guy that this room would now belong entirely to him. An unexpected phone call interrupted the guy's thoughts, inviting him to urgently come to the company. The group's completion of a major project was the reason for an evening of celebration, the caller said. Reflecting on the evening, the president advised dressing appropriately for the occasion and then heading off to the celebration. The president, sitting inside, noticed that it was already late, and waiting for the guy to change his clothes would result in being late. It was Fang Hong who suggested going straight away if things were really that critical. The girl approached Xiaoying's friend, offering to sit next to her so that the guy wouldn't pester her. Strange thoughts of frustration came to Xiaoying, wondering if it was really better to be with him than with her friend. Fang Hong offered consolation not to be upset, promising a quick meeting and mutual thoughts about each other. The president reacted angrily to what she heard, promising the scoundrel something he couldn't even imagine. Finally, the arrival of their car to the long-awaited event took place after a long drive around the city. A joyful greeting was given at the entrance by a girl who noted that they were finally here. An expression of joy at meeting people we hadn't seen for a long time came from the lips of a friendly girl. Fang Hong began the acquaintance with the worker, introducing himself and expressing his sincere pleasure at the meeting. The director gave an urgent explanation and apology for his friend's directness, while introducing the guy to the assembled guests. It turned out that the girl was not an employee, but was the party organizer responsible for the event. The organizer suggested that it was high time for everyone to go inside, inviting guests to the celebration. The opinion about the need to teach the overly impudent guy a lesson was expressed by the bodyguards who were observing what was happening. The organizer asked about the boring life, recalling how the guy was called a friend of an influential family. They finally entered the noisy party, finding themselves in the center of a bright and crowded event. There were so many beautiful girls around that they immediately paid close attention to the new guests. Xiaoying saw the guy's reaction to the girls and was surprised that he immediately paid attention. The appearance of the new men was accompanied by apologies for making the guests wait so long for their arrival. The corporation director gave an explanation to young Master Xiao Yikai about the matters that needed to be completed first. Everyone else present was shocked to realize that it was the CEO of the influential John Group. Xiao Yikai approached the director's daughter and told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. Fang Hong, who was watching, showed dissatisfaction with how this guy immediately started hitting on the girl. The young gentleman expressed regret about their rare meetings and an offer to hold a glass to the charming girl. Xiao Yikai raised a glass of expensive alcohol and made a toast to the further cooperation of our companies. Thoughts about the unusualness of drinking alcohol came to John Shuchi, but the young master's toast had to be supported. Little by little, the girl, who was not accustomed to drinking strong alcoholic drinks, began to drink from this glass. Fang Hong immediately intervened to explain the girl's ill health, offering to drink a glass for her. The addition about the groom's rights to such actions came from the lips of the white-haired guy in front of the astonished guests. The young man drank the entire contents of the glass, shocking the girl with his impudence and self-confidence. Everyone present, upon hearing this statement, began to talk about how this was real hot gossip. The surprised young gentleman asked those gathered about the truthfulness of the guy's words in the girl's marriage. The girl herself refuted this nonsense, calling the guy simply a bodyguard hired by her father. Xiao Yikai confirmed his thoughts about the bodyguard's status by doubting his pairing with the charming lady. Cries for help could be heard again from behind, as a man was dying in critical condition. The fall of some girl into real agony was accompanied by loud cries of pain and despair. The organizer of this large-scale party, the girl, immediately began to make her way through the crowd. Someone from the people present started calling an ambulance while there was still precious time to save. Thoughts about the deputy secretary's niece and the strange circumstances of what happened visited the event organizer. A real agony gripped this niece, who rolled her eyes and screamed loudly from unbearable pain. The purple-haired guy said there was no point in trying to find out, since he had already called an ambulance. The thought of a real scandal in the event of the girl's death made the organizer understand that such an outcome was unacceptable. Fang Hong warned of a fatal outcome without immediate action, criticizing the inaction of the people around him. The man made terrible cries about the guy's guilt in the event of a tragedy, calling the white-haired man stinking. Fang Hong decided to immediately begin rescuing the girl while there was still precious time left. The guy placed a magic needle, which emanated some kind of healing power, on the victim's chest. The immediate spitting out of green muck from the mouth occurred in the niece after the impact of the Taoist needle. Cries of unwillingness to interfere and responsibility for the consequences continued to be heard directed at the guy. The only thing the young man said to the angry crowd was to shut up, since only he could help the girl. The thought of whether the bodyguard would have saved her in a similar situation crossed the mind of the watching John Shuchi. The demand to call the police in connection with the poisoning of the girl was made by Fang Hong, who is experienced in such matters. A police squad with bright flashing lights and sounding alarms has already arrived at the luxurious building. The order to seal the site and assist the forensic scientist in taking samples was given by the arriving police commander. Everyone understood the involvement of Director Gong, who had always disliked local influential businessmen. The organizer expressed her apologies and surprise at the arrival, approaching this strict director of the police department. The director demonstrated his disregard for the girl's greeting by simply walking past without any pleasantries. The director approached the guy and said that he didn't immediately recognize the young master. Fang Hong asked a puzzled question about the identity of the interlocutor, not immediately remembering this person. Director Gong gave the explanation for saving a life 9 years ago after the murder of a drug lord. The guy expressed his understanding of the coincidence and unexpectedness of the meeting by asking to be called his younger brother. Everyone present was in complete shock, wondering if the director had really called him a young master. Who was this guy? The director told the boy about the arrested criminal with a cut, similar to the wound of a killed wolf. Understanding of the situation seemed to immediately dawn on Fang Hong. His eyes lit up with interest and a smile appeared. The director did not expect such an interested reaction from the guy at all, and was surprised by the degree of his involvement in the matter. The subordinate's approach to the director was accompanied by a quiet message of some important secret information in his ear. The director expressed his busyness this time and the promise to treat him next time to his younger brother. Everyone present continued to be shocked by the young bodyguard's acquaintance with a high-ranking official. The director politely apologized for the trouble and looked forward to the next visit before leaving. Understanding the damaged reputation of the hotel due to the incident became the most serious problem for the organizer. Fang Hong approached the organizer with a compliment to the beauty, remembering the need to visit the toilet. The guy expressed his reluctance to talk and his willingness to be with a beautiful girl when addressing the organizer. The young man expressed his intention not to disturb her out of hostility, but the girl suddenly stopped him. The girl asked the white-haired guy a sharp question about whether he had drunk the poisoned wine. The guy acknowledged the girl's intelligence and popularity in half the city. Answering her insightful question, the young man gave an explanation for the correctness of his guess about the poisoned wine, which had no effect on him. The guy expressed gratitude to his high skills for resistance to poison, explaining his immunity to the poison. The realization that he needed to find that poisoned glass made the organizer turn around and run to look for evidence. At the exit, Fang Hong approached his cool black car, preparing to get inside. Sitting inside the car, the guy held in his hands a small earpiece for secret communication. Carefully placing the earphone in his ear allowed him to contact Uncle Chen via communication. The question about following the instructions received an answer about being ready next to the car for further actions. A smile appeared on Fang Hong's face as he announced the start of their long-awaited and dangerous hunt. A huge black car sped down the road, heading towards the site of an upcoming dangerous clash with enemies. The driver warned his passenger about the poor condition of the bridge ahead and the fear of not being able to cope. The order to not listen to anything and just go forward was given by Fang Hong, preparing for the upcoming battle. The guy addressed the demand to be on the alert and do everything necessary according to the situation to the experienced Uncle Chen. Suddenly, the driver felt something strange that he did not like at all in the current situation. On the other side of the bridge, he saw a large gathering of armed bandits ready to attack. The order to open fire was given by an old man standing among these dangerous bandits with heavy weapons. The immediate appearance of bursts of gunfire and machine guns followed the command of the leader of the criminal group. The black armored vehicles were immediately fired upon with all types of available firearms. The bandits expressed surprise at the armored capabilities of the car, but this will not hinder them in the least in their attack. Fang Hong gave his driver the order to drive forward and a promise to deal with the enemies himself. The driver demonstrated immediate execution of the order and maximum acceleration by pressing the gas pedal. An experienced driver overtook the car that was driving in front of him in order to complete a combat mission. One of the criminals began aiming a huge rocket for firing, preparing for the decisive attack. An RPG capable of breaking everything in a second was in the hands of a dangerous terrorist bandit. The release of this deadly projectile, flying very fast straight at the car, was carried out by an armed criminal. The deadly projectile was getting closer and closer to the car the boy was riding in. A huge explosion and a real roar were accompanied by the sounds of the damaged vehicles in the motorcade braking sharply. The horror of the explosion he heard overwhelmed the uncle, who did not understand how such a thing could happen. The order to arrest 2 women and kill the rest was given by the leader of the bandits, who warned them to be careful. The entire company of armed criminals immediately began to move forward to carry out the order. One of the men expressed confidence in the guy's death and a demand to finish with the remaining ones as quickly as possible. The only sounds were the gurgling of water as Fang Hong and the driver found themselves in the river water. Fang Hong, who had fallen into the water, wondered about the ferocity of these people like wild animals. The drivers, in the face of danger, called on Uncle Chen to leave and promised cover. The lack of firepower and the order to open the door to jump into the river were voiced by an experienced man. The alternative to the death of all involved was swift action, he stressed, calling for immediate action. The drivers immediately obeyed the man's order by running out of the damaged car. The huge guns in the hands of the criminals were accompanied by questions about where the victims were trying to run. One guy was shot through the temple by bandits. The bullets went straight through his head. The uncle, who witnessed this terrible crime, was completely shocked by what he saw. A shocked man watched the simple shooting of 2 guys right next to the car. The realization of complete loneliness against these terrible people came to the surviving Uncle Chen. Serious actions by the criminals included taking up a grenade to completely destroy their opponents. Using the last loophole, the uncle began to escape from the car to the saving water. A man jumped from a bridge straight into the water, trying to somehow save his life. A huge loud sound of water was heard after he landed in the river depths. The bandits, who could not stand being bullied, expressed their indignation at the insolence and demanded murder. The head of the criminal group angrily asked his subordinates how the escape was allowed. The enraged bandits shouted to their comrades a demand to check for girls inside the car. An inspection of the interior showed the criminals that the car was completely empty of passengers. The leader's anger and recognition of his opponent's skill came after the empty car was discovered. The old man called his boss to report the situation, mentioning the Zhan Hotel. Information about the approaching cops and the need for a quick escape was conveyed to the leader by telephone. The order to retreat was given by the head of the group. Understanding the criticality of the current situation for everyone, a loud whistle through the bandits and bullets passing straight through their heads were suddenly heard. The criminals immediately fell with foam at the mouth after being hit by strange bullets. The leader, in bewilderment at what was happening, looked at the enormous scale of what had happened to his people. The other bandits looked up and cried out in surprise at the impossibility of what was happening from afar. Seeing the guy, Fang Hong's appearance right on the bridge was as if he had actually risen from the dead. Approaching with a serious expression on his face, showed that the guy would not forgive the criminals for their crimes. The shock of realizing that the young man did not die from the explosion overwhelmed the old leader of the group. The enraged leader gave the order to his remaining subordinates to seize the boy and torture him to death. Without any fear on his face, the white-haired Fang Hong made a statement about retribution for the evil done. A decisive step forward was accompanied by the appearance of dust under the feet of the young man ready for battle. The young master began to demonstrate a very fast run, during which it was difficult to see the guy. The watching bandits were overcome with disbelief in the boy's abilities, thinking about his incredible abilities. The only thing the criminals saw in front of them were the threads that began to kill their bodies. The deadly threads of the young master literally cut bodies into several pieces. The angry guy chose a decisive direction towards the last remaining leader. Thoughts about his own death visited the old man as he watched the young enemy approach. The whistle and the realization that the guy had disappeared from the radar were heard and realized by the frightened leader of the group. Fang Hong appeared and made a loud cry about his location and demanded to look. The leader was completely shocked. He had never thought that his life would end this way. The guy professionally cut the body with threads, having dealt with the last enemy in the same way. The rest of the guys crawled out of the saving water and miraculously managed to survive. One of them, an uncle who had escaped execution, expressed gratitude to the driver for his help. The unexpected appearance of some piece of paper in the form of a man in front of him happened on the riverbank. A glance at the bridge allowed him to see this young guy standing at the height. The uncle immediately and very quickly began to climb up, wanting to get to the young man. The sharp needle in his hands was held by Fang Hong, a young martial arts professional. Thoughts about what had happened visited the uncle, who saw this whole incredible picture. The question of how one guy dealt with the crowd and thoughts about his past occupied the man's thoughts. The boy's uncle expressed his appreciation for the broadening of his horizons, from turning a paper doll into a living person. The confident Fang Hong gave assurances of foresight and no cause for concern. The guy gave an explanation about the specially created performance for the audience and the guarantee of safety next to it. Chen Bishi expressed bewilderment at such words, declaring his trust and unwillingness to be a spectator. At that moment, somewhere else, someone very angrily slammed their fist on the table. The young gentleman asked his angry father about what had happened and the unsuccessful outcome of the operation. The explanation that they were killed by the young man who spoke this evening was given by the director to his son. The remark that no one except the director was taking the threat seriously was heard among those present. The understanding of the inevitability of retribution sooner or later came to Fang Hong, who was thinking about revenge. Late evening came to the beautiful new building where the white-haired guy's house was located. A refreshed Fang Hong emerged from the bathroom as if he had been born again. An unexpected phone call interrupted the guy's peace in his cozy home environment. The story of how everything went like clockwork with a bunch of good-for-nothings was told by a young man. The guy expressed his thoughts about intentions and the possibility of directly expressing his desire to be close to his daughter. Lying on the bed, thoughts of the director's daughter's visit to the university visited the satisfied young man. The impatient anticipation of meeting beautiful girls with long legs seemed like paradise to him. The arrival at the university with a large number of young, beautiful students took place the next day. Among them was the director's daughter, who was happily spending time in the company of her fellow students. After inspecting the area, Fang Hong realized that the place had fully met his expectations. The unexpected address of someone made the guy turn his head to understand who it could be. The young girl turned to the guy with surprise, immediately calling him a pervert for his look. The guy immediately recognized this girl. It was Dun Yue. The red-haired beauty made a remark about the long separation and changes since the last childhood meeting. Thinking about the stupid girl from his childhood who had become so pretty, Fang Hong was surprised. The girl asked the white-haired guy about the reason for the strange look and her own fearfulness. The red-haired beauty suggested that she was angry because she was interrupted watching other girls. The hint of showing something else in the absence of strangers was made by the impudent Dun Yue. The indignant guy let out loud cries about order in his head and bewilderment at her words. The irritated white-haired youth threatened to stop talking if this behavior continued. An immediate apology and explanation for the joke followed from the girl, trying to smooth things over. The story of her brother's part-time work and his busy schedule at the cafeteria was told by Dun Yue. The red-haired student enthusiastically suggested giving a tour of the canteen. Fan Hong gave the girl an explanation about the registration of new students and their intention to study. Thoughts about the personality of the new guy visited the other guys who were watching what was happening. The guys expressed outrage at the impudence of flirting with someone else's girlfriend in public, considering it dangerous. One of the students approached his brother with a proposal to come up with a lesson for the impudent boy. The young gentleman made a statement about his ownership of the girl and the inadmissibility of such treatment. Once inside, they immediately started talking, and Fang Hong asked about what was happening in the dining room. The realization of how Han Dongfang attracted many girls wherever he went came to the boy. Female fans dreamed of looking at him and hoped for a future child from the handsome man. Han Dongfang was indeed a handsome man with slightly red and brown hair. Holding a Coca-Cola in his hands, the guy declared his desire to drink it for all the girls present. Arguments between girls about who the guy is looking at began among his fans. Watching her brother, Dun Yue wondered about the reasons for his incredible popularity among the female students. The sister watched her brother drinking Coca-Cola like a king, admiring his majestic manners. An unexpected cheek-pulling incident occurred between two guys in the university cafeteria. Fan Hong made a remark about the snowman's white, delicate skin and future nickname to his friend. The indignation of female fans regarding the treatment of their idol and questions about the right to pinch his cheek sounded loudly. The demand to remove the hand from the face and the threat of problems followed from the irritated handsome man. The mockery of the boy's ability to cause trouble came from the mouth of the self-confident Fang Hong. The sister's intervention with a reproach about childish rivalry and importunity occurred between the brothers. An unexpected phone call made the girl promise to definitely come to the caller in a minute. The girl who was leaving made an appeal to the two boys with a ban on creating problems and a threat of punishment. Fang Hong made a statement about not wanting to talk to such a beast and asking to stay away. Han Dongfang showed an indifferent statement about his intention to go to bed and indifference to the other person's actions. Thoughts about the immutability of character and the need to pay for training visited the young master. The sudden appearance of a crowd of angry female fans accusing them of insulting their idol was noticed by a white-haired guy. The sight of these crazy girls filled the guy who turned around in the university cafeteria with horror. The realization that he had to run away from them to avoid trouble came to the frightened Fang Hong. Out of breath, thoughts about fanatics worse than bandits and the guy's popularity occupied the fugitive's head. In the corridor, a classroom attracted the attention of the guy, who realized that this was where he needed to go. Entering the room, the shock of what he saw made the guy's eyes widen in surprise. Fan Hong, amazed by the beauty of what was happening, saw two pretty girls standing there. The request to show the registration notices and identification was made by one of the female employees. The guy gave a short and clear answer about medical college when asked about his specialty of study. The amount of tuition fees of 11,000 and the payment methods were announced by a girl with short hair. The shock of hearing the amount and the question about the possibility of a discount followed from the guy, surprised by the high price. The offer of a student loan with repayment upon employment was made by employees in response to complaints. A smile on the guy's face accompanied his statement about refusing the loan and paying everything by card. The girl gave advice not to pretend to be rich when you have financial problems, considering it natural. The guy made a repeated statement about refusing the loan and asking to pay by card. A female employee of an educational institution was struck by thoughts about the contradictory nature of words and the desire of young people to show superiority. The girl obeyed and inserted her bank card into the terminal despite her doubts. The worker was met with a startling sight when she looked at the payment terminal screen. The current balance of 5 million caused her complete amazement and confusion about what was happening. A female employee, who did not believe what she saw, asked the question about whether the card belonged to him. The answer that the card was of course his, the guy gave with bewilderment as to whose it was. The shouts and accusations of an attempt to make fun of them came from an outraged university employee. The employee was filled with indignant thoughts about the strange intentions of a rich boy pretending to be poor. In the yard, a guy addressed the mulatto as a brother. Recognizing him as that same guy, Fan Hong asked a student who approached him about the location of the freshman dormitory. At that moment, the guys called out to him, demanding that he stop and come closer to them. The white-haired guy showed obvious displeasure that someone was pestering him without asking. One of the students who approached asked whether his name was really Fan Hong. The mulatto made a statement to the guy about the uselessness of knowing their identities and a reminder to stay away. Thoughts about who these people were and when he managed to provoke them visited the young master. The arrogant disciple demanded that the smirk stop and that he stay away from his woman, Dun Yue. The unusualness of the situation with threats that had not existed since childhood, Fang Hong noted to himself. The impudent student was even more irritated by the guy's laughter, which he considered to be bragging to himself. The threats to wipe the smile off his face continued from an angry university student. Dunyue's sudden appearance on the street was accompanied by a question about what Nifeng was doing. The explanation about chatting like a senior and telling the campus rules was given by the guy to the girl. The mention of not knowing that the guy was breaking trees and fighting wild animals was heard. Knowing her friends and being willing to protect them from trouble was what Nifeng expressed to those around her. The threat to regret not wanting to follow the example was made by the girl to the stubborn student. The red-haired beauty took Fang Hong away and called him to follow her without listening to the fool. The unexpectedness of this turn of events and the girl's behavior clearly surprised the mulatto, who was not expecting it. An angry university student planned to find an opportunity to deal with the guy in the absence of witnesses. The question of whether the mulatto was her boyfriend and the lack of intention to cause harm was asked by Fang Hong. The self-confident guy pointed out the bad taste and the existence of a better option by pointing to himself. Strong embarrassment and a call not to talk nonsense followed from the blushing girl. The question of why he didn't meet at the freshman dormitory after the bell rang was asked by Dunyue. The white-haired guy gave the girl an explanation of many new functions that were completely unfamiliar to him. A closer look at the phone did indeed reveal missed calls from the red-haired beauty. The guy asked about the reason for such frequent calls and the assumption that he was bored. A white-haired guy honestly confessed to a girl that he didn't know where he would be living in the university. Fang Hong's first impression of the dormitory's squalor was expressed when he entered the student building. The truly scary doors and lots of dust created the impression of an abandoned warehouse instead of a living space. Dunyue asked the guy standing next to her about the source of the foul smell. The explanation about the sour, disgusting smell like a poison room was given to the girl by Fang Hong, who knew the reason. The puzzled beauty suggested problems with the pipes or other reasons for the unpleasant smell. The guy expressed bewilderment about the strange thoughts in the girl's head, criticizing her assumptions. The familiar smell that had been accompanying the guy's consciousness for 20 years now reminded him of a past experience. The real male smell of sweat and stinky feet became the explanation for the source of the unpleasant odor in the dorm. The white-haired guy immediately began knocking on the door of room number 502. Loud cries of the arrival of the last neighbor and a request to open the door were heard from the room. A handsome guy with a good torso opened the door for the unexpected guests of the hostel. Danya felt very embarrassed as she expected to see a completely different person behind the door. The guy who opened the door didn't expect to see a beautiful girl next to his new neighbor. The door was quickly closed right in front of the guests' noses by an embarrassed, half-dressed student. There were cries of a ruined image and despair over the wrong moment to meet. The student who introduced himself as Limu opened the door again and apologized for his disheveled appearance. Fang Hong introduced himself to his new neighbor as a dormitory resident and a respected friend. The appearance of another guy named Chen Fan and the expression of joy at meeting him followed immediately. The beautiful girl was overcome with great embarrassment from the unexpected interest of so many guys in her person. An immediate friend request and request to be added on social media came from an interested student. The unexpectedness of this attitude towards a friend's girlfriend was noted by another guy in glasses who approached the group. Jangping turned out to be that same bore with glasses who knows nothing and likes to say unnecessary things. The guy in glasses expressed his indignation at such words about himself, addressing his comrades. Fang Hong reminded his girlfriend of the many things he had to do and suggested that she go without seeing him off. The girl expressed her consent and reminded him about the meeting at 7 in the morning before leaving the hostel. One of the young men gallantly assured the beauty that the entire company would definitely come. Entering the dorm room, the request to tell the secrets of winning the hearts of girls came from the neighbors. The guy gave a warning that such behavior would make him an idiot and clarified the relationship. A friend's recognition of his mastery of his relationship with a second-year student and a request to reveal his secret followed. Limu asked his roommates to stop talking and suggested that they discuss something. The birthday boy suggested finding a place to have fun and celebrate his birthday after the freshman reunion. The question about the reason for the silence and the agreement to the party with clarification about the presence of girls were heard. The event organizer confirmed the presence of beautiful girls with the caveat of being able to win them over. The suggestion to read more books instead of thinking about women was made by a frail guy with glasses. The demand to stop talking nonsense and the question about participation received an affirmative answer from the boar. The realization of his job as a bodyguard and the need to be close to the girl came to Fang Hong. The new comrades asked the white-haired guy a question about indecision and forgetfulness of the main goal of life. Fang Hong was directly asked by his dorm mates about his intention to attend their cool party. Of course, it was Fang Hong who made the statement about not being able to miss such a wonderful opportunity to have a good time. The laughter of his comrades and the suggestion not to return until completely drunk at the freshmen's meeting sounded cheerful. The thought of the easy satisfaction these boys felt from such simple entertainments came to the white-haired youth. The freshman reunion brought together a huge variety of students in a wildly noisy atmosphere in the university hall. Limu reported that the meeting would be held in person by the dean, and that all the college bigwigs would be present. The characteristic of the first-year student who will be chosen by the dean as the most outstanding was emphasized by the clever Jangping to his comrades. An academic with 10 years of experience as a chief physician and a world-renowned expert in acupuncture, this is their dean. Hearing about the authoritative expert, Fang Hong asked about knowing the full name of Dean de Zhou Yukai. Everyone immediately noticed the appearance of the Great Master, who had arrived for an important meeting of freshmen. An elderly man, accompanied by security guards, walked with the help of a cane, demonstrating his venerable age. The man's formal attire and majestic demeanor clearly indicated his status as a true master. Eyes that could instantly pierce the heart like a sharp knife, the observant Fang Hong noted about the dean. The joy of new faces was replaced by a harsh assessment from the old man of the lack of talent in the incoming students. The demand to treat college as a starting point and to put aside pride was stern. Loud applause in the hall followed immediately after these wise words of the experienced dean. The master asked the numerous first-year students who had gathered at the meeting about their knowledge of the university motto. A huge number of students raised their hands, wanting to answer. But the main character remained indifferent. The next question about the college motto stumped all the students in the audience. A sudden shock of surprise came over the audience, as everyone knew only the university motto but not the college motto. The master's disappointment in ignorance and the accusation of entering for the sake of fame sounded reproachful. The dissatisfied dean expressed his intention to leave the deputy to deal with the ignorant students. An unexpected request to wait a minute interrupted the angry master's departure from the auditorium with the first-year students. Fang Hong's voluntary appearance caused everyone to be surprised and questioned about his possible knowledge. The audience was filled with confusion as to how a rich boy could know such specific things. The correct answer about the college motto from ancient prose was given by the white-haired guy to the astonished listeners. The explanation of the basic idea about the moral level of friendship, and not interests, came from an erudite young man. The strict dean asked the question about the reason for not raising his hand, and the desire to flaunt his superiority. An experienced academician explained the principles of the college, which advocates courage and prudence, to the assembled students. The request to go out to the dean made Fang Hong wary and prepare for possible trouble. Thoughts about possible expulsion and the need to find out more information about the old man visited the guy. Chen Fang protested against the unfair expulsion and reminded him of his successful passing of the exams. Full agreement with his comrade and defense of his new friend came from a sympathetic Jangping. The reproach for the collective action against the dean and the warning to think about the consequences came from the master. The question about the dormitory number and the threat of expulsion of all its residents came from an angry dean. With a serious face, Fang Hong demanded that his comrade sit down quickly, taking control of the situation. The noble white-haired guy demonstrated taking full responsibility and his readiness to leave immediately. The first day at university was already quite problematic for the young medical student. The attentive dean analyzed the lack of excitement and complete confidence in the guy's eyes. The question of preference for traditional Chinese or Western medicine was asked by the master, intrigued by the answers. Interest in traditional Chinese medicine and a counter-question about the purpose was expressed by the brave Fang Hong. The unexpectedness of such arrogant behavior in front of the great master was noted by all the observing college students. The fair old man made a promise to punish for mistakes and an offer of apprenticeship for the correct answer. The general shock of choosing this particular guy as a potential student swept through the audience. The unexpectedly modest Fang Hong made a polite apology and refused to accept such an offer. The dean asked again whether what he had heard was correct and expressed bewilderment about the unwillingness to study. The girls' thoughts about the strangeness of refusing their grandfather's rare offer visited the spectators in the hall. The perplexed old master asked the young man a direct question about the reasons for his reluctance to become a student. The assumption about the inability to teach something, but this is not the main thing, was expressed by the impudent Fang Hong. Thoughts about the stupidity of a comrade, for whom they stood up, and he does something incomprehensible, visited the neighbors. The dean expressed recognition of youth, but also arrogance and a demand to name the main reason. The explanation for the presence of a master and the impossibility of recognizing someone else was given by the traditional Fang Hong. The thoughts of who could be more powerful than grandfather visited the surprised listeners in the audience. The offer of a temporary rather than permanent apprenticeship was made by the college dean, who did not wish to force the issue. Thoughts about the dean's determination to take him on as a student despite his refusal visited the observing students. The short-haired granddaughter, unable to bear it any longer, stood up and indignantly turned to her grandfather with a question. The outgoing master made a statement about the affairs being settled and instructed his deputy to tell the rest. Fang Hong was surprised that the girl called this man grandfather, and he called her granddaughter. Zhou Yukai was already walking after the meeting, thinking about all the events that happened at the freshman meeting. The indignant call asking about the guy's recommendation and complaining about his poor appearance came from the dean. Mr. Zhang gave me reassurance about the good guy and advice not to pay attention to him over the phone. At the party, Fang Hong expressed his gratitude to his comrades for their intercession as a manifestation of true friendship. A comrade expressed regret about the missed opportunity to become a dean's student, which was not available to everyone. Jangping reminded his comrade that he had a teacher and acknowledged his envy of him. The self-confident Fang Hong gave his friends a humorous explanation of the dean's desire to marry his granddaughter to a handsome man. The boarding into the cool car, which was already moving along the busy streets of the night city, took place. Admiration for Li Mu's super expensive car was replaced by a statement that today, the most important thing is not the car. Thoughts about Guy's passion for girls and cars came to Fang Hong, who didn't have a driver's license. The approach to the cool club, where a super cool party awaited them, finally took place. Entering the establishment, loud music and colorful lights greeted a group of young people. A large number of expressive girls ready to have fun attracted the attention of the guys. One of the girls who noticed his appearance in the club showed joy at meeting Li Mu. The first time in such a place made Fang Hong look around and examine everything around him carefully. The warning not to drop your jaw when you see girls was given by Li Mu, who was experienced in such matters. The girl who approached the guys suggested that a penalty for being late in the form of a glass and the threat of leaving. Thoughts about the coolness of their friend visited all the comrades watching what was happening in the nightclub. The gallant Li Mu proposed to his comrades that they not stand like a pillar, but have a drink with the girls. The embarrassed Fang Hong made a very nervous introduction to the girls and introduced his name. An unexpected remark of something surprising caught the attention of an attentive white-haired guy in the club. Seeing his familiar girlfriends, the surprised young man noted to himself the strangeness of their presence here. The guy was puzzled by his uncle's permission for girls to visit a place with dubious characters. The offer of a drink from strangers approaching Xiaoying came in a noisy nightclub. The girl's friend refused because she had drunk too much and needed to go home. The objection about the early hour and lack of acquaintance came from a persistent unknown guy. The vice president was harassed and accused of being rude by pushy strangers at the club. With a smile on her face, Xiaoying explained to the annoying guys that everything had already been paid for, so it would be polite to leave now. The stylish, impudent man allowed one to leave, but categorically demanded that she leave her friend to continue the fun in the club. Faithful Xiaoying stood up for her mistress, resolutely refusing to leave her friend alone with dubious individuals. The goats confidently declared that they had money and the right to manage it, since they were paying for everything in the establishment today. The girl won't go anywhere. The harassers made such a categorical statement, intending to keep her all night. The attentive Fang Hong, watching the unfolding scene, instantly realized that the girls he knew were in serious trouble. How dare this guy bother her? The white-haired youth wondered, as if the impudent fellow was tired of his own life. Having extended his hand to the girl to touch her, the pester did not even suspect the upcoming consequences of his impudence. As if from nowhere, a bald bodyguard appeared, grabbed the impudent fellow with lightning speed and pinned him to the cold floor. The cornered boy became indignant, asking about the identity of his opponent and threatening to use his own force against the guard. The professional bodyguard ignored the threats, demonstrating his skill by breaking the harasser's bones with a simple push. Horrific screams of unbearable pain in his arm echoed through the nightclub as the victim realized the seriousness of the situation. The bodyguard warned in an icy tone, "One more sound and the legs of this would-be suitor would be next." Fear and pain forced the impudent guy to remain silent, while beads of cold sweat from horror ran down his face. Turning to the girls, the security guard informed them about the uncle waiting in the car, promising to deal with the problem himself. Sincere gratitude for saving her from a terrible fate came from the lips of Xiaoying, who breathed a sigh of relief. The active Fang Hong decided not to stand aside, explaining to his comrades the need to go to the toilet for a minute. The friends noticed the presence of Ni Feng's classmate, looking at each other in surprise at the unexpected meeting in the nightclub. Taking a deep breath, Nie Feng confirmed with confidence that yes, it was definitely that impudent guy from the university. The world turned out to be incredibly small. The mulatto grinned maliciously, promising to thoroughly break all the bones of this enemy. On the street in front of the club, Fang Hong suddenly ran into the same girls he had just saved. Surprise at the sudden meeting was reflected on Xiaoying's face, and she asked the reason for the guy's appearance here. The white-haired young man noted somewhat sarcastically that he did not consider her a fan of such dubious establishments and entertainment. The girl explained that she would accompany Shuchi as needed, and then made a delicate request for a favor. Urgent business at the company required Xiaoying to return, so she asked to take Shuchi to the university dormitory. Fang Hong's curiosity about the exact address was answered, of course, the female dormitory where there was a free room. Having confidently assured of his own reliability, the white-haired guy took the obligation to deliver the girl to her destination. After gently reassuring Xiaoying by reminding her of her good qualities, Fang Hong advised her to hurry to the company. The car moved off with 2 passengers, although the guy secretly regretted leaving a promising party for this. Shuchi, fast asleep in the car, looked completely defenseless, her face flushed with alcohol and fatigue. Looking closely at the girl, the guy thought about her beauty, marred by her disgusting character and behavior. It was scary to imagine how her resentment would manifest itself in a real relationship. Fang Hong thought about the capricious vice president. While in a sleepy, alcoholic state, the girl unexpectedly hugged the guy, pressing her whole body against him. The intoxicated beauty began to whisper softly in his ear about how good the guy really was. The strangeness of what was happening and the potential discomfort from the situation was realized by Fang Hong, who was standing next to her. The plaintive request for water came from the lips of the vice president, tormented by thirst after drinking alcohol. The only need now was a drop of life-giving water. The half-drunk girl begged the guy. Having received water from the young man, she began to drink greedily, as if she was seeing this drink for the first time in her life. The thirsty girl emptied the entire bottle to the last drop, without taking her eyes off the neck. The uncomfortable feeling of watching something that wasn't meant for his eyes filled the embarrassed Fang Hong. The sight of the girl drinking water suddenly reminded the guy of his own need to visit the toilet. Quite unexpectedly, the girl gently kissed him on the cheek, causing the young man to literally become blinded by surprise. The realization that something wrong and unacceptable had been done instantly dawned on the confused white-haired guy. Calling the guy by a completely different name, Iner, the girl thanked him for his concern. Thoughts about the accident of falling on her and her unexpected obsession were spinning in the young man's head. A sudden call from his comrades asking about his disappearance interrupted the guy's thoughts in the car. Li Mu asked if he looked like someone who was running away from the situation, explaining the need to figure it out. Having some business to do and a promise of a quick return became Fang Hong's answer to his friend's questions. Thoughts about the small number of acquaintances in this place and possible witnesses visited the cautious guy. The approach to the university's women's dormitory took place when the girl was still in a semi-conscious state. The request to be allowed into the room to accompany his drunken friend came from a gallant young man. A categorical refusal and a reminder that men were not allowed to enter followed from the strict hostel worker. Fang Hong, outraged by such an attitude, asked a puzzled question about his own resemblance to a moron. 10 years of experience in meetings with a variety of guys became the argument of the cautious female guard. The worker's own suggestion to take the girl to the room sounded like a compromise solution from the young man. The recognition of Shuchi from room 201 and the offer to call the neighbors down was made by an accommodating woman. The neighbors who came down assured the aunt that they would take care of her friend and that she would be safely delivered to the room. The girl who saw the guy was perplexed and wondered who he was and what relation he had to their friend. Fang Hong thought to himself that if he took her home, girls loved gossip and would definitely tell about the kiss. The guy's way back to the nightclub took him a little time. He was already looking forward to continuing the fun party with his friends. A sudden shout from behind made him turn around quickly, as someone demanded that he stop and not move any further. Ni Feng casually stated that there was a small matter between them, nothing special or out of the ordinary. Upon learning of the intention to break his legs, Fang Hong sarcastically asked if his opponent had the strength to do such a thing. The one who called on his subordinate friends to go on the attack and quickly win was the self-confident Ni Feng. Hating stupid hooligans more than anything in the world, the guy understood that there was only one way to fight them. The entry into a real fight was accompanied by a very fast run of the white-haired youth towards multiple opponents in the alley. Precise strikes to vital points allowed him to deal with this unequal fight in literally seconds. Like a real lightning, he rushed through the group of attackers, dealing crushing blows to their bodies. The understanding that his opponents had no second chance to get back on their feet came to the guy immediately after the end of the fight. Nifeng was in complete shock as he thought about what was so incredible and scary. A very quick escape from the nightmare he had seen was the frightened mulatto's only reaction to what was happening. Unable to ignore him, Fang Hong chased after him, caught up with him, and asked about his intentions. Grabbing his head with his hand and pressing him straight to the ground were the next actions of the angry white-haired guy. The warning to bother anyone but not to touch him reminded him of the intention to break the young man's legs. Nai Feng lay battered and bruised on the cold ground. Unable to rise after the brutal massacre, the merciless Fang Hong performed a simple kick and broke the opponent's bone over the fallen enemy on the ground. The real horror and blood splattering everywhere on the face were the result of a brutal reprisal against an impudent enemy. The threat to call his men and see the result came from the wounded but still bold mulatto. A confident Fang Hong expressed his agreement to play by his rules and wait at the club with the hope of not being disappointed. It was Nifeng who immediately recruited friends and asked them to return the favor by coming to the club to deal with the freak. A longtime friend on the phone, ready to help in this matter, promised to deal with the enemy without any problems. His return to the club was accompanied by reproaches from his friends that he had slipped away while they were waiting for him there. The white-haired guy who had just returned gave his comrades an explanation about urgent matters and his readiness to party. Complete shock from what they saw in front of them overwhelmed all the roommates who were watching their changed friend. Consuming large quantities of beer became a way for the guy to relax after the tense events of the evening. The statement of complete readiness to have fun came from Fang Hong, who decided to forget about his problems. Admiration for his restraint and recognition of the complete unexpectedness from his comrade were addressed to Fang Hong, who had surprised everyone. Possession of a unique secret technique, thanks to which alcohol has no effect at all, the white-haired guy noted to himself. The appearance of a guy with a microphone, loudly looking for Fang Hong and asking him to come over, attracted attention. Confusion over why someone was hunting their friend again came to the worried dorm mates. The stranger was recognized as Yang Feng, known as the beast and wolf of the gang, by Li Mu, who knew the local realities. The warning not to approach the disgusting and overly cruel guy with the promise of cover was given by loyal friends. The self-confident Fang Hong reassured his comrades and assured them that there was no danger and suggested that they have fun. As he approached the enemy, the guy was surprised to note his unexpected popularity in these circles. A menacing threat to become a corpse today came from the mouth of the dangerous Yang Feng towards the approaching white-haired youth. A special microphone drop became an invitation to a fight to the death between two opponents in a nightclub. Instead of a microphone, the opponent had a sharp knife in his hand, which he was ready to swing to strike. The cold blade had almost touched the body. Just a little more, and it would have stuck into the victim's flesh. The ease with which Fang Hong grabbed his opponent's arm caused the weapon to fly out of the attacking bandit's fingers. The realization of this guy's true strength instantly dawned on his opponent, who realized the seriousness of his position in the fight. Fang Hong easily delivered a simple kick to the knee, accompanied by a loud crunch of breaking bones. Screams of hellish pain immediately filled the nightclub as the enemy felt the effects of the attack on himself. The screams of unbearable pain in his leg were replaced by a threat of complete murder at the next meeting from the ruthless guy. The advice to next time confirm the identity of the enemy before attacking was given by the wise and experienced Fang Hong. Nifeng, who was watching nearby, mentally recognized this guy as a true god of war and destruction. The ability to beat him and his friend in literally a second amazed the astonished witness of the brutal massacre. The bodyguard's thoughts about the audacity of raising a hand to this guy in the club seemed to him the height of recklessness. The question about the identity and understanding of the specifics of the place was asked by an experienced security guard who approached the guy. A full understanding of the connections between everything that was happening and the local gangs was confirmed to the man by the knowledgeable Fang Hong. The warning of 2 severe consequences for the impudent youth came from a threatening man. Li Mu, trying to settle the matter, apologized for his friend and asked for forgiveness if he had done something wrong. The accusation of impudence in breaking his son's legs came from an angry father demanding fair retribution for what he had done. Upon hearing this revelation, the roommate was puzzled as to why his friend was constantly getting into such trouble. Hearing the threats, Ni Feng hatredly declared that it was necessary to teach the impudent man a lesson so that he would understand his place as an ordinary insect in this world. When these words reached his ears, Fang Hong slowly began to approach this mulatto, whom he had just recently thoroughly beaten. A bold challenge to try to touch him, at least in front of everyone present, came from a confident white-haired guy. Of course, without any hesitation or thought, the guy does just that, giving him a resounding slap in the face right in front of a crowd of spectators. The slap was so strong that everyone present was shocked and began to think about what a real beast and sadist this guy was. The philosophical remark that people are too kind to themselves, it is okay to offend others, but when they treat you that way, it is not okay, was made by Fang Hong. After such a strong blow, Ni Feng lay pressed against the wall, unable to rise from the pain shock and humiliation he had received. Seeing how the guy continued to move inexorably towards him, the mulatto became even more scared from the anticipation of new torment and pain. Ni Feng, scared to death, began to scream and beg for forgiveness, admitting his wrongdoing and asking to be let go. The pathetic and exhausted appearance of the enemy makes one feel like a scumbag, Fang Hong admitted sarcastically, disappointed by his easy victory. The hope that the lesson would be learned and the call to think carefully before taking an interest in him sounded like a final warning from the guy. The threat to tear off his hands if he committed any actions towards his girlfriend Dun Yue sounded like a final warning to the mulatto. The frightened boy promised never to touch him again and wished his brother a good journey, wanting to end this meeting as soon as possible. The statement that no matter what kind of relationship he has with his son, he will still have to pay for what he did in the club was made by an angry father. The white-haired guy, making excuses, voiced an objection to the crowd that he had not actually beaten his son, but that he had simply turned around awkwardly. The suggestion to be a good person and simply treat the victim like a real doctor came from the unexpectedly merciful Fang Hong. An experienced white-haired youth approached the poor boy with an open fracture to provide medical assistance. Panicked cries about what the guy was doing and requests not to come near at all were emitted by Yang Feng, frightened by pain and fear. Ignoring the protests, the young man placed his hand on the knee of the injured boy, who immediately began to feel something unusual in the injured limb. Further work on the knee created the feeling as if he wanted to break it completely and cause even more suffering. But no, in fact, this guy soon realizes that all the pain is gone, and suddenly there is a huge feeling of comfort and relief. After the treatment was completed, the patient, surprised by his rapid recovery, asked whether he could walk. The puzzled questions about what this mysterious guy had just done to him did not give the cured Yang Feng any peace. The father himself was shocked to think that he had some knowledge of the technique of controlling bones. But he did it so simply and naturally. The unexpected appearance of a girl who curiously asked about what had happened here attracted the attention of everyone present in the club. The surprise that the hotel owner Shu Xin would appear here at such a time overwhelmed the patrons of the establishment who knew her identity. "Glad to see the guy," Shu Xin told him with a charming smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and the meeting was very opportune. Surprised by his sudden appearance, Fang Hong asked the girl how she knew about his presence here and whether she had come to this place specifically to look for him. Having called him an idiot, the girl noted with a grin that he still remained as straightforward as he had been recently during their meetings. The head of the club, thinking about the guy's acquaintance with this influential girl, understood the reason for his courage to create all this noise in the establishment. The offer to go to a private room and sit there together came from the owner of the hotel to the white-haired guy who interested her. Fang Hong, somewhat confused by the proposal, honestly admitted that he didn't know what they would do with her there. With a mysterious smile on her face, the girl replied that if he didn't go with her, then he would never know the answer. Seeing this scene, the friends thought with admiration that their comrade was a real master of seduction and temptation of women. While sitting in the VIP lounge, a guy inside asked a girl if she was different from the one he saw in a dream some time ago. The compliment that she was even more beautiful than he had ever dreamed of in his wildest fantasies came from the lips of the enchanted young man. The guy, who was carefully examining her attractive face in the semi-darkness of the room, expressed admiration for the girl's big, beautiful eyes. A playful white-haired guy made a joking remark about how they were now completely alone in this cozy room. The insightful Fang Hong made a logical assumption to the girl that the decision to come at such a late hour was probably not accidental. Shu Xin, intrigued by the guy's behavior, expressed curiosity about how he found out about everything. The self-confident statement that such trifles could not be hidden from his watchful eyes was accompanied by an offer to tell all desires At that moment, the awakened vice president of the corporation heard a question from her neighbor about the handsome man who had come to them the previous evening. A sleepy Shuchi expressed a complete lack of memories of any guy and bewilderment about who they were talking about. The neighbor's reminder of who brought her to the dorm at night and her surprise at the lack of memory of it sounded insistent. Gradually, some memories began to emerge in the girl's head, and she especially vividly remembered that kiss on the guy's cheek. The horror of realizing her mistake and the thought of inappropriate behavior with this scoundrel overwhelmed the awakened and sobered beauty. Her mind was filled with thoughts about what she had done when suddenly the phone rang, interrupting her painful thoughts. After picking up the phone, she immediately angrily asked Xiaoyang what she was doing and why she gave her into the hands of that fool yesterday. Shuchi, outraged by her friend's behavior, expressed the reproach of excessive trust and ignorance of what he could do on the phone. Xiaoyang responded with confusion about what bad the bodyguard could have done and whether something terrible had really happened. Anger and the realization that it was unacceptable for anyone to know what had happened last night overwhelmed the embarrassed vice president. In her mind, the girl was already imagining herself chasing the guy all over the university and screaming about her readiness to kill him for what happened. A calm request to say what she wanted and an assurance that he had not touched her yesterday came from the awakened Fang Hong. The huge sakura in the girl's hands was accompanied by decisive words about stopping chatter and the need to get down to business immediately. The complete horror on the guy's face and the sweat that appeared were a reaction to the terrible sight with a weapon that he saw in front of him. A sharp jump from the bed occurred when it turned out that everything that was happening was just a real nightmare of the white-haired youth. Thoughts about the reasons for sleeping with the vice president and the connection with thoughts about her visited the guy who woke up and caught his breath. The realization that it was already noon and that he had not slept for so long came to Fang Hong, who had finally woken up. The sound of a knock on the door of the room made him wonder who could have come to him at such a time. Opening the door and seeing an unfamiliar guy, Fang Hong asked in bewilderment about the identity of the unexpected visitor to their dorm. Liu Qian introduced himself as the group leader who had come to visit the people living here, listing their names. Confirmation that it was indeed them, and a question about what happened came from a curious white-haired guy. The serious-minded group leader expressed his reluctance to frighten the students, but the message about big trouble was conveyed to them by the group leader. Fang Hong, surprised by this statement, asked a puzzled question about what other troubles might await them. An explanation for the dean's evening visit to check the presence and absence of students in their rooms was given by an informed head of the house. Therefore, the demand to show up for the meeting today and not cause any more trouble sounded like an ultimatum from a representative of the group. One of the students apologized to the class monitor for wasting his time and for informing him that he would not be able to attend today. Simply slamming the door right in the headman's face ended the unpleasant conversation with the university administration representative. The threat that expulsion from the university would be their problem came from the group leader, who was offended by such treatment. Chen Fang, who was concerned about the situation, made a remark about the incorrect behavior and reminded his comrades of the status of a village chief. One of the neighbors raised an objection that he was just a representative of the group and the reasons for his appearance. The philosophical remark that the headman may be okay, but teachers must be respected, was made by the wise Fang Hong. The development of events became completely unexpected when something interesting happened at the meeting for all the students present. The result of the vote was the election of a new group leader, which seemed simply impossible for the former ideal candidate. Thoughts about the leader's amazing attitude to the situation and the desire to see him as the headman came to Fang Hong. A good reputation, perhaps due to the distinction at the student meeting. The white-haired guy thought about the reasons for his election. Direct anger and a threat to see what would happen next were heard from the former headman towards the new chosen one. An embarrassed Fang Hong asked the leader about his not very good behavior at the new students' meeting. The mentor expressed confidence in the new headman that he could easily cope with his duties and even take the position of a leader. With a surprised voice, Fang Hong asked the leader about the meaning of everything that was happening, not understanding the hidden meaning of the conversation. Half a month ago, an event happened at the international airport, the mentor reminded, asking whether the guy remembered that incident. Pale with surprise, Fang Hong anxiously asked if the leader had seen absolutely everything that had happened back then. He observed in every detail the provision of emergency care to a pregnant woman. The leader confirmed his presence to the young man. A long-lost method of traditional medicine, a mentor who knew the old techniques suggested, was used by the boy then. The white-haired guy modestly acknowledged the correctness of his guess. Noting the small number of people who knew about this technique, The ancient master created this technique in his early years after 10 years of hard work, the leader told the student. Soul pricking was the name of this unique technique in historical sources, explained a mentor who knew ancient traditions. Why then didn't they help the pregnant woman while they were there? The perplexed Fang Hong logically asked. It's embarrassing to admit, but he was at a loss when he saw the critical situation. The head of the medical college honestly admitted to the student. The leader sincerely expressed his admiration for the boy and his lack of doubt in his ability to become an excellent class leader to the young man. Having understood everything perfectly and ready to go, Fang Hong, who had received the answers, politely said goodbye to the mentor after the conversation. As the boy walked away, his friends approached him with questions about secrets and hiding important information from his comrades. There are many secrets, the mysterious young man admitted, turning to his comrades, asking what was of greatest interest to them. A beautiful woman came into view, one of the guys suddenly noticed, interrupting the conversation and attracting attention. The vice president of the Shuchi Corporation arrived on campus, which came as a surprise to all the students present. Immediately recognizing the girl, Fang Hong ironically remarked on their long separation, asking if she missed him. The enraged vice president demanded that he stop pretending to be white and fluffy, defining the guy as a common hooligan and scoundrel. You don't throw words around for no reason, the white-haired guy objected, demanding an explanation from the girl. Yesterday evening he did this, and now he is talking about slander. The beauty, who did not want to listen to excuses, angrily accused. Yesterday's harassment and today's stalking became a counter-accusation from the brazenly defending Fang Hong to the angry girl. Even greater anger seized the vice president after these words. The threat to kill the freak came from the beauty who had lost her composure. Fang Hong began to flee, remarking on the difficulty of killing, since he had legs to escape. The dramatic scene was witnessed by friends, who were curious about what had happened between these two people. The determined Shuchi, not wanting to leave the guy alone, demonstrated pursuit with threats not to sleep until he was caught. Everything that is happening today is beyond the scope of an ordinary day. The running guy thought about the strange events. A scream suddenly came from behind him, causing him to stop and turn around to find out the source of the strange sound. The girl's fall and twisted ankle left her unable to move further, which became obvious to the observer. Fang Hong's sudden stop came immediately when he saw what had happened to the girl who was chasing him. The stupidity of her behavior became the only thought in the guy's head when he assessed the consequences of his careless pursuit. Did she really expect to catch up with him in this way? The young man asked the beauty lying on the ground. Extending a helping hand, the unexpectedly caring white-haired guy offered the girl to get up and examine the damage. The perfect chance presented itself to the girl. She grabbed his hand with a triumphant announcement that she had caught him. A mischievous smile appeared on Fang Hong's face after this, as if this was exactly the development he had expected. In the girl's hand there was only the most ordinary dry stick instead of the wrist of the escaped guy. The warning about the difficulty of catching her came from the guy, who clearly foresaw such an attempt at deception on the part of the girl. Shuchi was overcome with anger and confusion about what had happened when she tried to grab his wrist. A logical explanation for the impossibility of becoming a bodyguard without the ability to do such simple things was given by the confident Fang Hong. The apologies and regrets about not being able to stay came from the guy, who addressed the girl as darling. An indignant question about the reasons for such behavior of the scoundrel came from the beauty who did not want to let him go. Screams of severe pain in his leg and questions about what he had done with it filled the area. Bending down to examine her, the realization that she was actually hurt and not pretending came to the guy. The wound looked more like a bite from some creature than a normal injury from a fall, the attentive young man realized. Indifference to everything and a request to just leave her sounded from the lips of Shuchi, who was suffering from pain. Listening to the surrounding sounds, the guy heard some terrible and threatening sound near them. The realization that the sound came from a dangerous creature, a terrifying snake, instantly dawned on the wary Fang Hong. The real danger from this creature and the bewilderment about its appearance here made the guy wary. The needle of traditional medicine was immediately taken into hand to protect themselves from the deadly threat near them. Throwing the sharp tip forward to hit the target was the next move of the martial arts savvy youth. A direct hit to the lethal zone behind the snake's head ensured instant victory over the dangerous enemy. Taking the girl in his arms, the guy carried her to a safe place away from the scene of the incident with the poisonous snake. The caring Fang Hong gave the assurance that no one would disturb him here, and the promise to remove the poison from his body. The uncertainty of the girl's luck or bad luck worried the guy, because after a snake bite, people live no longer than 10 minutes. The girl's full willingness to help and warning of the difficulties ahead came as she screamed in heat and pain. The guy felt awkward at the sight of the girl's suffering, but the understanding of the need to act outweighed the embarrassment. Thoughts about the need to pull himself together and focus on the main thing, saving her life, occupied the young man's head. Taking off his t-shirt to use as a makeshift material was a practical solution for a resourceful guy. The leg was bandaged with a tourniquet to prevent further spread of the poison by Fang Hong, an experienced medical practitioner. Today, she will find out how cool her husband really is, the confident white-haired guy promised. Suddenly, a stone hit the guy's head, disrupting the process of providing medical assistance to the injured girl. Thoughts about the possible presence of an enemy in this place came to Fang Hong, who was wary of the unexpected attack. The neighbors ran up and exclaimed in horror what the pervert had done to their dear friend in such a state. The demand to shut up and the explanation about saving their friend came from the white-haired guy, outraged by the accusations. The girls, suspicious of the situation and not understanding the situation, expressed distrust of the words about being rescued naked. The demonstration of the corpse of a poisonous snake as evidence of real danger became an argument for convincing the witnesses of what was happening. Frightened screams at the sight of the snake and the thought of its liveliness overwhelmed the girls, who did not expect such a sight. The explanation about the bite of a poisonous snake and the need to save his friend was given by Fang Hong, who was patient with misunderstandings. The suggestion to take the victim to the medical center as soon as possible came from the girls concerned about their friend's condition. The first aid station couldn't handle something like that, the guy objected, emphasizing his ability to save a beauty poisoned by snake venom. The victim's confused friends continued to demonstrate a lack of understanding of what was happening and a lack of trust in the guy. The removal of the strange belt from the torso attracted the attention of the observers, who did not understand the purpose of this object on the young man. A huge number of needles for traditional Chinese medicine were kept in this special belt of an experienced healer. The white-haired guy demonstrated his mastery of tools by extracting one of them as a real strong weapon. A needle was placed near the lady's leg, causing concern among her friends who were watching the treatment process. Instead of one needle, there were a large number of them, piercing the girl's body to extract the deadly snake venom. The victim began to scream in pain as the pain did not go away despite the treatment procedures. The materialization of a real little ball in the boy's hand was the next stage in the complex healing process of the victim. The tossing of the ball was accompanied by the appearance of a yellow glow, which surprised the girls observing the treatment. Placing a piece of the ball directly onto the wound site was the culmination of the healer's unusual healing procedure. The evaporation and release of poison from the girl's body through the wound began under the influence of the healer's magic ball. The blood coming out straight as if in zero gravity demonstrated the effectiveness of the ancient method used to treat poisoning. Meditating over the blood in his hand and thoughts about the remaining script occupied the head of the guy focused on the treatment. The bewilderment over the actions of this guy continued to grip the girls who witnessed the unusual treatment. The recognition of the girl's beauty came to the guy's mind, despite the seriousness of the situation with snake poisoning. An experienced healer guy who decided to take extreme measures opened his mouth to continue the treatment procedure. Thoughts of calling the police because of the perverted behavior came to the witnesses of the ongoing treatment, who did not understand the situation. The explanation for the lack of medicinal herbs and the need to do exactly this was given by Fang Hong, who was forced to use extreme methods. Having tried a huge number of medicinal herbs since childhood, the boy explained the ability of his saliva to dissolve snake venom effectively. A warning about poison residue on the lips and advice not to suck out the poison when bitten by a snake was given by a safety-conscious person. Leaving his friend in the care of the girls and mentioning other matters, Fang Hong, who had completed the mission, said goodbye. Shuchi woke up to see her friend standing next to her, happy that she was completely okay after the incident. The girl who woke up was overcome with disbelief at her own eyes when she saw her friends in a complete lack of memories of what had happened. Raising herself up a little, Shuchi asked her friends in bewilderment what they were doing here in this strange place. The victim's friends gave a simple explanation about two lonely girls who decided to sit on the roof in a chance meeting with her. The question of the bodyguard's whereabouts and the reasons for her own loneliness here occupied the thoughts of the awakened vice president of the corporation. She asked her friends about the guy who was there and what he did to her during her unconsciousness. The story of how the boy escaped after being saved from the bite of a poisonous snake and taken to a safe place was given by witnesses to the incident. The vice president could not believe her ears, wondering why she remembered absolutely nothing about such important events. One of the victim's friends expressed admiration for the cool, caring, and handsome guy with an expression of envy. Shuchi, embarrassed by such a statement, corrected the mistaken opinion that he was her boyfriend in front of her friends. Still, he took a risk and saved a life, so he's not so bad after all, an observant friend rightly noted. It was at that moment of treatment that his face became incredibly more beautiful, recalled one of the witnesses to the boy's heroic act. Hearing this, Shuchi thought that the guy had certainly made a mess of things with his actions and behavior. The escaped Fang Hong was now in the forest near the scene of the snake incident. Thinking about what happened, while examining the reptile's carcass, he noticed something strange about it that attracted his close attention and curiosity. The snake had some kind of snake stone, which is also called a poison-sucking stone in traditional medicine. It is said that this stone is very poisonous, but at the same time it is capable of absorbing the most dangerous poisons from the victim's body. Let's see how miraculous it is. As the ancient sources say, thought the skeptical guy, literally in the blink of an eye, the stone absorbed the poison, which turned out to be even better than the technique that the experienced guy possessed. Hungry after a long day, the young master decided that the best solution would be to cook this dead snake for dinner. It had been a long time since he had eaten game, but the taste and smell of it were very attractive. The hungry young man noted to himself. Having wished himself a bon appetit, the young man immediately began to chew the prepared snake with obvious pleasure from the food. After the first bite, he suddenly felt something strange in his mouth, which made him wary and stop. In his hand was some small object, very similar to a bug or a microscopic device of unknown purpose. Could this really be a surveillance device? The white-haired guy wondered, puzzled by the discovery inside the snake. As he looked at the find more closely, the guy realized that his suspicions were most likely justified and well-founded. A stranger approached the guy from behind and said that you can't eat anything and everything in such places. The appearance of some people next to him was completely unexpected for the young man, who was focused on food and the find. Turning quickly, he looked back to see what was going on behind him. The stranger warned that you could die if you chew everything indiscriminately in the wild. It's very tasty. Would you like to try it together? It just lacks some spices, the hospitable Fang Hong suggested to the stranger. The accusation of eating a snake and threats to kill her alive came from an angry stranger who called himself the girl's keeper. The confident white-haired guy gave his opponent a counter-offer to try a piece and a warning about the absence of a second chance. The strange stranger scornfully declared that the boy had absolutely no chance of standing up to his might. A huge number of deadly snakes rushed to the boy's feet at the command of their mysterious master from the forest. The loud hissing and being surrounded on all sides created a threatening atmosphere for the trapped Fang Hong. "It's a shame that I'll have to eat such a large amount," joked the unperturbed guy, looking at the approaching reptiles. The Lord of the Snakes mockingly stated that the guy was already on the threshold of death, so there was no point in showing off before the end. It was a great honor to be killed by his snakes, the enemy declared, after which he let out a shrill whistle to attack. After the signal, all the snakes became even more angry and began to approach their victim faster for a fatal bite. The seriousness of the situation forced Fang Hong to adopt the necessary fighting stance to defend against multiple opponents. The snakes did not lag behind, opening their mouths and beginning to hiss, trying to bite the young man standing ready for battle. The guy turned out to be much faster than the reptiles, cutting them with his bare hands with incredible speed and accuracy. A true master of martial arts, for whom dealing with these opponents clearly did not present any particular difficulty. The mockery of the pathetic bunch of snakes and the ease of dealing with the rest by chopping them up demonstrated the superiority of the white-headed warrior. Watching the guy, the enemy realized that he had seriously underestimated the abilities of this fast and dangerous young man. The snakes couldn't even get close, which was a real shame for their master, the victorious Fang Hong noted. The puzzled opponent asked the white-haired master a question about the unknown technique that the guy had just used. "Every doctor must have a scalpel with him, and my hands are my scalpel," the young master explained the profession. The admission of underestimation and the threat of retribution next time came from an opponent trying to save face. The escape attempt was stopped by the guy, who did not want to give the stranger the opportunity to escape from the scene of the defeat. With a smile on his face, Fang Hong appeared right in front of the enemy and asked for permission to leave. The Lord of the Snakes watched with very strong sweating. Being in a state of real horror from what was happening, the enemy, frightened by the defeat of his pets, turned in the other direction with the hope of a successful escape. The thread that he had tied earlier was used by the prudent Fang Hong to catch the enemy trying to escape. The instant fall with bandaged legs deprived the enemy of the opportunity to do anything to save himself. More and more, he was drawn by a barely noticeable but strong thread to the worthy winner. The trapped Lord of Snakes, not understanding the situation, was screaming and expressing bewilderment about what was happening. Horrified by what was happening, he asked the guy what he was going to do with him in this situation. "The plan is just to have a little fun," the white-haired guy answered his opponent's frightened question with a grin. Tying the rope directly to a tree branch left the man upside down, hanging helplessly in the air. Doing his job as an explanation for his actions came from the guy who left his opponent in such a humiliating position. The angry Fang Hong asked the hanging man a vicious question about who dared to hire this person to carry out the assassination. The sworn assurance of ignorance of the customer and the request to release gas from the stomach sounded from the frightened mercenary. The question of whether he really looked like some kind of idiot who would believe such stupid excuses was asked by the distrustful guy to the prisoner. The ruthless white-haired youth offered his opponent a choice of methods of death from a huge number of different options. The sudden call of the boy's name from afar was a real surprise to Fang Hong, who was focused on interrogating him in the forest. Uncle Chen showed up to ask what had happened, explaining that Shuchi had called and reported something was wrong in that place. The white-haired guy, who had arrived in time to report on the situation, made a statement about the slight delay, since everything had already been settled. Fang Hong emphasized the need to strengthen security, reproaching them for allowing such a dangerous type to get in here. The enemy's qualification as number 14 on the list of the world's most dangerous assassins was determined by the experienced Uncle Chen. The disparaging comment about the enemy as a real weakling and the request to tell the people to take the snakes was made by a guy. The assurance that people had nothing to worry about and a polite farewell to his uncle was given by Fang Hong, who had completed the task. A chuckle and acknowledgement that the guy was no slouch in forcing him to surrender came from the hanging assassin. The enemy addressed Uncle Chen, who had approached, with an unexpected acquaintance and words about a long-standing separation. The hired killer made a statement that he owed his life from today on, and a promise to return with a request for leniency. The answer that the enemy had completely misunderstood the situation was given by Mr. Chen to the enemy hanging in the air. The hired killer, the Lord of Snakes, asked the man standing below what they were talking about again. In 1 second, the man cut off his opponent's head with one movement, demonstrating deadly strength and speed. The head bouncing back several meters from the body ended the life of a dangerous hired killer with one precise blow. The explanation for his unwillingness to let go and his intention to kill with his own hands was given by the ruthless Uncle Chen. In the men's dormitory, the comrades wondered why their friend had not yet returned. Fang Hong's unexpected appearance was accompanied by an explanation about his absence for a minute and a question about missing him. The returning guy made a smug remark about how such a handsome guy was very popular with the girls. The demand for an honest story about the relationship with that girl was made by curious friends of a comrade who had returned to the hostel. The embarrassed guy began to make excuses to his curious comrades that there really was nothing between them. The frank admission about being hired for one specific job sounded like an explanation for the relationship with the mystery girl. A friend in glasses accused his comrade of talking nonsense and simultaneously hugging one girl while seducing another. The sudden loud sound of the lights going out made us think about an early power outage. But it turned out that the university had problems with the power supply. The next morning, all the students stood in line in military uniform, preparing for a new stage of training. The curious Li Mu asked his comrades whether their group's instructor could be some kind of beauty. Intuition tells me that the instructor will most likely not be a woman, Fang Hong assumed based on experience. The instructor's appearance with a question about underestimating girls refuted the white-haired guy's assumptions about the commander's gender. All the students were shocked by the gorgeous lady and started talking about wanting to marry her when they saw the beautiful instructor. The strict instructor demanded attention and prohibited whispering with the threat of punishment for repeated violation of discipline. The understanding that she was not just a lady but a real leader who needed to be obeyed came to all the students. The demanding female instructor repeated her hope of being heard and demanded an answer upon understanding what was said. Immediate confirmation of the instructor's understanding came from all the students standing in strict military formation. Shouts that she couldn't hear them and demands to speak louder filled the air from the disgruntled instructor. The only one who didn't respond to the girl's mannerisms was Fang Hong, which she immediately noticed among the ranks. A cautious guy expressed doubts about the necessity of speaking loudly and concerns about the instructor's ability to withstand it. The perplexed instructor asked the white-haired youth a question about the clarity of what was said. and the lack of understanding of the student's behavior. The demand for an immediate response instead of wasting time on nonsense while understanding what was said came from the strict commander of the group. The guy who warned about the consequences made a very loud statement that the instructor would receive a whirlwind of air. All the papers in the instructor's hands began to fall from a real hurricane created by the student's powerful voice. The instructor, who could not withstand the sound impact, was overcome by a fainting state from such a strong voice of the guy. The one who was responsible for the incident, Fang Hong, expressed his regret for forcing him to scream and reminded him of the warning. The other students affected by the powerful voice began to cover their ears and ask questions about what had happened. Jangping, who was almost deaf, expressed admiration for the power of his voice and compared his throat to a loudspeaker to his comrade. Concerned students noted that the instructor had lost consciousness and needed to be urgently taken to the medical center. The assurance that the incident was not serious and the guarantee to immediately return the instructor to consciousness came from the self-confident Fang Hong. A white-haired guy demonstrated to the students how to apply 2 fingers, from which yellow energy emanated, to the head of an unconscious girl. The students were still in shock from what they had just heard and seen, not understanding the events happening around them. Fortunately for everyone present, the girl did open her eyes and woke up from her fainting spell thanks to help. The guy, satisfied with the result of his actions, expressed a reminder of the warning and an assurance that there was no reason to worry. The instructor, shocked by what had happened, asked the white-haired student what he had done to her. The explanation about simply following an order and fainting from the inability to withstand the sound with a request not to blame came from the guy. An unexpected ring on his phone made the boy pick it up, finding that it was Uncle Chen calling with an important message. The immediate cries of prohibition of using the telephone during military training were announced by the instructor, outraged by the breach of discipline. Receiving an order from his uncle made the boy apologize and start running, as he urgently needed to leave on important business. The statement of honor to remain in the heart of such a beautiful girl and the promise to see each other later came from the gallant Fang Hong. The instructor didn't even know what to say to the impudent but charming guy after hearing these unexpected words. Uncle Chen's call to the boy to look at where exactly he was standing came when they met at the entrance to the university. The white-haired guy, concerned about the call, showed immediate interest in what had happened and why there was such an urgent call. The serious-minded Uncle Chen suggested to the young man that he go to the car to explain all the details of the situation. The question of whether something had happened to the vice president and the affirmative answer worried the caring bodyguard. The uncle gave an explanation for the city authorities' desire to sell the land at auction, with high-ranking employees of the corporation present. The presence of Xiao's father, son, and other family members at this important event was also announced by the man. The insightful Fang Hong suggested that these people were connected to this event and that it was necessary to deal with the delegation. The explanation that this was precisely why the director ordered him to be taken there just in case to ensure safety was given by his uncle. The assurance that one could fully rely on his help and protection was given by the white-haired guy, ready for action. Arrival at the luxury hotel where the land auction will take place took place after a short drive around the city. A girl stood at the entrance, telling the guards to let her in and asking why her confession couldn't be accepted. The girl with loose hair told the director that any self-respecting man had long understood the need to back off and not pester. The big-lipped director guy begged the girl by Bing not to make things worse by humiliating himself in front of her for the chance to meet. A witness to the incident, Fang Hong, noted that this is not how a girl is asked to meet. One cannot cover up embarrassment with persistence and coercion. The director's answer that the smart guy was going somewhere and it was none of his business sounded irritated towards the guy who intervened. The statement that in this world everyone goes their own way and the warning to be careful was made by the unwavering Fang Hong to the annoying director. The threat that despite the suit, one carelessness would lead to the coffin sounded like a serious warning from the white-haired guy. Hearing this, the guy said threateningly that he should not be forced to take active action against someone who interferes in other people's affairs. Uncle Chen's address to the girl from the department and her response that it was a simple misunderstanding eased the tense atmosphere at the entrance. The girl apologized to her uncle for causing him trouble, changing the tone of the conversation to a more polite and courteous one. The observant Fang Hong was perplexed by his uncle's strange gaze, noticing his senior comrade's unusual behavior. The girl herself also noticed this and wondered if she had something on her face that was causing such attention. The curious white-haired guy asked his uncle whether there was any unresolved matter between the two of them. An unexpected appeal to the guy with a question about why his brother doesn't go inside came from someone present. The answer about helping a girl who was being harassed by a bully was given by Fang Hong, explaining his behavior to his interlocutor. The director's indignation at being called a bully came after hearing an explanation of the ongoing conflict. The impudent man's bewilderment about the boy's age and the reasons for calling him brother occupied the thoughts of the surprised director. Janmoji's question about what actually happened between these two people was asked to clarify the situation. The apologetic impudent fellow gave an explanation to the corporation president about the misunderstanding and the invitation of the respected department head for a cup of coffee. The refusal due to the need to discuss work issues and the lack of time for such conversations came from a busy girl. Thoughts that there was no girl he couldn't get and confidence in future success were spinning around in the impudent guy's head. The introduction of the head of the corporation's financial department as an important employee was made by the director of the corporation to those present. The director acknowledged the importance of her work with personnel and finances, without which the company would be helpless. The introduction of a cute girl who looked like an angel and the declaration of honor of relieving the beauty of her troubles was made by the gallant Fang Hong. All the guys present were surprised to hear this, as they were wondering what kind of new guy had appeared among them. The white-haired youth, who had attracted attention with his behavior, felt the sensation of sidelong glances around him. Seeing the vice president of the corporation, he noted that the girl looked especially attractive and elegant today. The girl herself immediately recognized him, but was clearly not happy to see the guy at this important event. The thought that she had arrived very quickly, even exceeding her usual speed, came to the observant Fang Hong. The thoughts of what this guy was doing here and who invited him here occupied the surprised Shuchi's head. Surprised that she was here and recognizing the good treatment technique, but bewildered by such a quick recovery, Fang Hong expressed to the vice president, a truly strong help and gratitude to the guy for the treatment provided was expressed by the surprisingly grateful vice president of the corporation. Xiao Ying, who was present there, was very surprised that the guy also showed up at this important event at the hotel. An immediate compliment about how well the military uniform suited him came from a girl who was delighted with the guy's appearance. A satisfied Fang Hong agreed with the girl's opinion and noted that the most important thing in this matter is self-presentation. The decision not to interfere with the strengthening of the couple's strong relationship was announced by the corporation's vice president, who diplomatically distanced herself. The young couple standing nearby were surprised by the vice president's reaction and puzzled by her behavior. Thoughts about the reasons for the discomfort at the sight of him together with another woman and the question of her own feelings for the guy visited Shuchi. The request from the corporation director to come and meet the assistant secretary of the city committee, Huang, was addressed to the white-haired guy. The tension at the mention of the city committee gripped Fang Hong, who was on guard at the event due to this information. The secretary admitted that the boy was a real young genius and expressed no surprise at the talk about him. Thoughts about the strangeness of why this man knew anything about him at all occupied the head of the bewildered white-haired youth. The assistant gave a reminder about the girl who had been poisoned in the hotel as the secretary's niece and an explanation of the plans for personal gratitude. Memories of the footage of the girl, who was literally lying on the ground in agony, surfaced in the guy's memory. The answer that when saving the girl, it didn't matter whose niece she was, but he simply followed the call of his heart, was given by the modest Fang Hong. The confession of saving a man from danger and defining him as a truly honest man came from the assistant secretary. An unexpected appeal to the assistant with a question about what had everyone here laughing interrupted their conversation about a noble deed. The head of the Xiao family inquired about joining in the fun and laughing with the people gathered. The thought that these two had come here after all came to the director of the corporation when he saw the family appear. The assistant secretary suggested that Director Xiao must have witnessed this young man's actions. Memories of the day when a young man saved his niece began to return to the pondering Xiao. Thoughts about being involved in the chase after the meeting at the hotel and the current jokes occupied the cautious Fang Hong's head. The assistant pointed out that it was this guy who saved the secretary's niece when introducing the hero to the assembled crowd. Director Xiu told the story of a recent visit to the hospital to see his niece, and the doctor's words about the genius of the savior. The statement of simply performing medical duties, unlike some unfortunate people, was made by the humble Fang Hong to those gathered. The immediate understanding of the hints towards them made Xiao Sun shout at the boy not to dare to accuse anyone without reason. The innocently smiling white-haired young man expressed surprise at the sharp reaction and the statement that he had not even said anything specific. The sudden realization that he had really been caught at this important moment came to the son of the influential Shu family. A diplomatically retreating Fang Hong made a joking statement about the need to leave, since jokes were not to the liking of those gathered. The thought that the boy was getting closer and closer to the brink of death with his behavior occupied the head of the angry son of the family. Uncle Chen stood to the side near the large window, carefully observing what was happening outside through the glass. His gaze was directed at the girl from the finance department, who was standing alone on the street near the hotel building. At that moment, she was talking to someone on the phone, ending the conversation with a statement that she understood everything. Suddenly, a cool car began to approach the hotel, attracting attention with its aggressive driving style. The real Gelik was driving without any regard for traffic rules and creating dangerous situations on the road. Some bandits quickly jumped out of the car, clearly demonstrating criminal intentions towards passers-by. Screams of what they were doing to the innocent girl could be heard as they put a bag on her and dragged her into the car. The unknown criminals immediately got into the car and very quickly disappeared from the scene of the kidnapping. The uncle, who was watching everything that was happening, witnessed how the head of the department was simply kidnapped in broad daylight. Fang Hong also saw what was happening and quickly ran out into the street to chase the criminals. The chase for the car began while there was still time to save the kidnapped girl from an unknown fate. Watching through the window, the uncle immediately saw the running guy and was surprised by his quick reaction to the incident. Quickly picking up the phone, he decided to dial the number to report the important news about the kidnapping that had taken place. The call to the guy with the message that the head of the department had just been kidnapped was made immediately. The statement that he was already in pursuit and the question about possible suspects came from Fang Hong. The decision not to lag behind and the assumption about the involvement of Jangping, who had previously pestered the girl, was made by the man. The promise to definitely catch the criminals and the request to take care of the vice president came from a determined guy. The resourceful Fang Hong called his brother Gong and asked him to check the Mercedes car without license plates. The main demand to be careful and call if necessary came from a brother concerned about safety. After finishing the conversation, the guy got on someone's bike to continue chasing the escaped criminals. The thought that no matter who it was, he would not dare to offend this sweet girl occupied the head of the determined uncle. Another cool white BMW car appeared on the road, attracting attention with its luxurious appearance. The girl sitting in the car spoke admiringly about the coolness of the car, which truly has no equal on the road. Suddenly, Fang Hong appeared from the side, riding a bicycle and somehow catching up with this fast car. Not only did he catch up with the cool car, the guy also overtook it in speed on a regular bike, which seemed impossible. All the people in the two vehicles were in complete shock, wondering if they had imagined it to be a bicycle. Guns call with information that the car was found at the intersection of the highway, and a request to drive faster sounded to the guy. Fang Hong understood the location perfectly, and this white cool car is really racing along the road towards the destination very quickly. Inside the salon sit some scoundrels who brag to the boss about how much money they got for the kidnapping of the girl. The bald bandit warns his comrades that kidnapping a person so openly could lead to unpredictable consequences for everyone. The answer about the need to be calm and know your business better, so the suggestion to relax, came from confident criminals. Suddenly, a very strange sound was heard outside the car, which attracted the attention of the bandits inside. The criminals, hearing the noise, began to think about what it was. It seemed that someone crashed into their car with great force. One of the bandits decided to go out and check what it really was, in order to assess the scale of the possible damage. To their surprise, they saw how an ordinary bicycle somehow crashed into their expensive car with great force. The shocked bandits scream about what kind of bastard did this, not understanding how a bicycle could have caused damage to their car. The assumption that someone wants to scam them into paying compensation for damages was apparently made by the perplexed criminals. Standing in front of them with a serious expression, Fang Hong directly calls them freaks, who kidnapped an innocent girl for their own selfish purposes. The boys taunts about him coming to play hero, and the question of what real scum could do to them. The bald guy's advice to get out of here or he'll die without even noticing sounded like a threat from an experienced bandit. Fang Hong did not tolerate threats and simply, with one masterful movement, smashed all his opponents right into the asphalt under his feet. The statement that 10 seconds was even too much spent on these weak opponents was made by a guy satisfied with the result. The white-haired youth was overcome with great surprise at what he saw in front of him in the car when he examined the interior of the car. The bandit from the car asks the guy if he is a coward for daring to disturb Mr. Sun. The question about the whereabouts of the girl by Bing came from Fang Hong, demanding an immediate answer from the criminal, a statement that he doesn't have time to chat with the guy, and a question about whether he even heard what was said. The impatient Fang Hong responded that he also had absolutely no time for long conversations with criminals. A white-haired guy, experienced in martial arts, demonstrated his masterful ability to get hold of barbed needles to deal with these bastards. With one precise movement, he throws sharp needles towards the enemy to neutralize the threat and obtain information. The needles fly straight towards the bandit so fast that the enemy doesn't even have time to understand what exactly is happening to him. At the moment when the needles enter the body, the criminal realizes that he is completely immobilized and cannot move. The complete numbness of his forearm leaves the bandit wondering what this mysterious and dangerous guy did to him. Taking the enemy's weapon in his hands, Fang Hong says that he is asking for the last time about the whereabouts of the kidnapped girl. The demand to provide information about the hostage's location was accompanied by a demonstration that the gun was not at all for decoration in the guy's hands. The gunshot demonstrated the seriousness of the white-haired youth's intentions, as the bullet whistled through the air with a terrifying sound. The bullet flew at great speed straight towards the enemy, creating the impression that it was about to hit the target and cause serious damage. The precise hit severed part of the criminal's ear, demonstrating the shooting skill and the seriousness of the threats from the angry savior. The demand to provide information about the place where the girl was kidnapped under the threat of being torn to pieces came from the merciless Fang Hong. At that moment, the tied-up girl was lying on a bed in another room and could not even utter a single word because of the gag. The scoundrel who pestered her and organized the kidnapping called her a real animal with admiration in his voice. The statement that an ordinary guy would not dare to pursue such an unattainable girl like her came from a self-confident kidnapper. The admiration for the combination of a great drink and a beautiful girl as the perfect combination, and the compliment to the aroma, came from a pervert. Jangping, that scoundrel, declared that if he set his sights on something, he would definitely get it, even if the object of his desire was rejected. The girl barely, literally through clenched teeth, called him a vile freak, expressing all her disgust at what was happening. For this insult, she received a resounding slap from the angry scoundrel, who was outraged by the impudence of the tied-up victim. Harsh apologies and explanations about not wanting to cause pain were replaced by threats to obey and not resist his will. The comment that a scared face looks very attractive and the suggestion to enjoy this time came from a pervert. Suddenly, a voice was heard declaring nausea from such a pervert and his disgusting behavior with a defenseless girl. The statement of hatred towards such freaks and the question of why he touched the girl came from the angry Fang Hong. The general shock of the boy's arrival and bewilderment as to how he knew their location overwhelmed the criminals present. Jangping's indignant question about where the guards were and how they managed to get in revealed his confusion at the unexpected appearance of the savior. The demand to immediately seize this guy and the question of order in the guards' heads came from the panicking leader of the criminals. The sudden removal of the weapon from the enemy's hands happened so quickly that he did not even expect such a development of events. The advice not to scream, since absolutely no one here would hear cries for help, was given by a calm young martial artist. The information that the kidnappers' people were now slightly dead was presented as a statement of fact from a ruthless savior. Mistrust of what he heard and a demand to repeat what was said came from Jangping, who did not want to believe what had happened. The question about the audacity of coming and making noise, as well as about knowing the identity of the enemy, was asked by the criminal trying to intimidate. The warning that defeating a few useless guards did not give you the right to behave as you wanted sounded threatening. The answer that, despite the coolness, it would be interesting to see how it would manifest itself in a real fight, was challenged by the confident Fang Hong. Suddenly, nunchakus appeared in the air, which Jangping skillfully threw up to demonstrate his fighting skills and abilities. The statement about the audacity of showing off and the need to understand that such behavior can sometimes lead to a slap on the head sounded threatening. The young master, ready for the fight, expressed recognition of the interestingness of the weapon in the hands of the enemy, and the proposal to try to show his strength in battle. The angry opponent began waving nunchucks and warning not to blame for cruelty, preparing for a serious fight. Suddenly, during all these threats and waving, he just got a loud slap right in the face from the guy. The remark about moving too slowly and the request to shut up, since he had already had enough of his threats, came from an irritated Fang Hong. An indignant question about the audacity of hitting someone in the face and a threat of immediate murder for such an insult came from the humiliated scoundrel. An enraged Jangping, thirsting for revenge for the slap, began waving his weapon even more actively and running straight towards the master. The experienced white-haired guy demonstrated easy dodging of blows and a statement of complete disappointment in the opponent's fight. The positioning of two fingers The index and ring fingers, like a true martial arts master, showed his readiness for a serious attack. Fang Hong, who was a master of ancient techniques, struck his opponent in a vital point with energy applied through his fingers. Jangping, who had received a powerful blow to his pain point, began to let out very loud screams of unbearable pain from the impact. From such a powerful blow, the enemy was simply smeared across the wall of the room where the unequal fight between the master and the amateur was taking place. Thoughts about the guy's incredible strength and the severe pain in his stomach occupied the head of the victim of the criminal's pinpoint strike. Turning around and assessing the situation, he realized that he urgently needed to come up with something to save his own life. The memory of the stash that was hidden behind the pillow on the bed came to the desperate scoundrel's mind at a critical moment. Quickly taking the hidden weapon, he held it to the innocent tied-up girl's throat, threatening her life for his own salvation. The demand to kneel under threat of killing the hostage and the 2-second ultimatum were heard from a cornered criminal. The throwing of the nunchucks, which again flew very quickly through the air, was an attempt to distract the enemy's attention from the hostage. This time, it was not Jangping who was in control of the weapon, but Fang Hong, who masterfully took control of the situation. Having received an incredibly painful blow from his own weapon, Jangping began to scream from what had hit his hand. The statement that the fight had not even begun yet, but the enemy had already lost his nerve, and that only he should kneel, was made by a confident master. The question of who the boy thought he was and the death threat from his father came from Jangping, trying to intimidate him. Without listening to the threat to the end, the guy kicked the shameless man in the head, demonstrating complete contempt for the words of his opponent. The threat to kill him before he could complain to his father about what was happening came from the determined white-haired master. The desperate Jangping made an offer to fulfill any conditions in exchange for release, money, girls, whatever he wanted. Fang Hong seemed interested and acknowledged the temptation of the offer and possible agreement to the deal. A promise never to cause trouble again and complete submission to the will of the winner was made by the broken criminal. A sharp change in his facial expression towards one of much greater fear occurred when he realized the true intentions of his opponent. In front of him, he saw the girl who, literally a second ago, had been helplessly tied up on the bed in this gloomy room. Her gaze was insanely determined. She was filled with anger and hatred towards this scoundrel who had caused her so much suffering. The statement about not knowing the girl's consent to the proposals and the transfer of the freak to her disposal was made by the fair Fang Hong. The villain's appeal to the girl with an admission of excessive persistence and an explanation of his uncontrolled behavior due to his strong sympathy for her. A promise never to bother again, and a request for forgiveness came from the scoundrel trying to beg for mercy. The girl simply kicked him in the genitals, a vital point, putting all her pent-up rage into the blow. The understanding that because of this blow he would never be able to have children again came to the criminal writhing in pain. A huge lump of foam began to form in his mouth, from the unbearable pain in the most sensitive place of the male body. Fang Hong, who observed the blow, expressed his impression of it and stated that there was no chance of having grandchildren after such an impact. Out of helplessness and stress, the girl simply fell to the floor, unable to withstand the emotional and physical tension. Complaints of very severe pain in her hands came from a beauty exhausted by the trials she had endured and her long stay in bonds. The hands were indeed a dark purple color, indicating severe circulatory problems from the tight ropes. The explanation for the swelling due to disruption of normal blood circulation was given by the guy, demonstrating the knowledge of a real doctor and healer. The warning to be patient as it was going to hurt a little came from Fang Hong, who was preparing for the treatment. The piercing of her arm with her own needle and the girl's alarmed look at this unusual method of treatment became the beginning of the therapy. The cries of unpreparedness for such radical treatment methods and requests to stop came from the frightened patient. A persistent, well-intentioned guy demonstrated ignoring requests and continuing treatment out of a desire to help the girl. The sensation of real electricity piercing her hands initially caused very strong pain to the freed hostage. A sharp change in sensations to very pleasant ones occurred after the initial pain from the effects of the master's therapeutic needles. The understanding of the feeling of the embrace of nature with a sense of wind and coolness overwhelmed the girl from the influence of the ancient healing technique. Never in her life had she felt so light and comfortable in her own body as after this amazing treatment. The master's question about whether she was in any pain now was asked out of concern for the patient's condition after the procedure. The delighted girl expressed her gratitude for the unexpectedness of such treatment skills and for saving her life. The refusal of gratitude and the offer to thank in another way sounded from the modest Fang Hong to the saved beauty. Frightened thoughts about what exactly the guy wanted to get from her in return occupied the head of the wary Bai Bing. Fang Hong asked what she was thinking and was puzzled by the similarity with those who pestered everyone. The offer to go, since they would soon come here for a cleanup, and the request to treat him to food as gratitude came from a practical guy, admitting that he hadn't eaten all day, so a large amount of varied food would be a welcome treat from a grateful girl. Gratitude for the generous spending came from the guy, who admitted that no one had ever spent so much on him in his life. The admiration of the delicious dishes by sight and smell accompanied the active absorption of various foods by the hungry Fang Hong. The girl was embarrassed by the guy's words and wondered what he found so special about it. Uncle Chen rushed into the hall at full speed, asking to be let to the table with a request for an urgent meeting. The two people at the table continued their quiet conversation and eating, while the man hurried towards them with important news. An agitated man ran up to the table and asked about the condition of the head of the financial department. Bai Bing calmly responded that she was in a normal state thanks to the help of a wonderful guy. The complaint that he almost burned his face on hot food in the restaurant came from Fang Hong at this moment. Uncle Chen, worried about the girl's condition, apologized to those present for the fright and the explanation of the great hurry. The polite organizer of the dinner approached the waiters with a request to bring additional cutlery for the man who had joined them. One important circumstance requiring attention was stated by the uncle after he had established that everything was in order. The impossibility of not noticing the guy's excellent work in saving the girl from danger became the essence of his words. The master inquired with curiosity about the strong anxiety and special relationship between his uncle and mistress. The cautious man explained that he was simply concerned about the employee's safety, denying any special relationship with her. The surprised lady expressed her bewilderment at the sudden conversation between the two of them by asking about the topic of the conversation. The boy's intelligence and the clarity of the situation became the subject of Uncle Chen's reflections on what was happening. The man admitted to himself the truth of his family relationship with the girl, explaining the need to hide this circumstance. The man's denial did not hide the truth from the observant gaze. Fang Hong reflected on the feelings he had betrayed. An important message from a friend in the dorm interrupted the guy's thoughts with an unexpected phone call. The guy quickly picked up the phone and asked about what had happened and the reasons for the concern. Information about the widespread search and the dean's personal participation in the search was heard from the telephone receiver in shouts. The reasons for the sudden need for his presence among the strict dean's superiors occupied the guy's thoughts. The need for urgent departure was explained by Fang Hong, who apologized to those present and was rushing to the university. The assurance of not wanting to interfere with the couple was given by the guy, who was thinking about the man falling in love with an attractive girl. A young man turning around with a smile addressed wise advice about courage and feelings to his uncle. The young master's misunderstanding of the situation became obvious to the man who realized it. The guy was followed by Bai Bing's embarrassed apology about having to leave the restaurant as well. The girl quickly got up and made a hasty exit from the establishment, avoiding awkward conversations about relationships. Thoughts about the undesirability of strangers knowing family secrets occupied the remaining man alone. The university dean called the guy too small for his potential and reproached him for his incomprehensible activities. Fang Hong made a modest statement to the strict dean of the university that he was not claiming a high rank and that this was simply a misunderstanding. The mockery and the message about a personal call from the rector regarding the instructor's disobedience came from an angry head of the medical college. The dean's reevaluation of the ordinary rich son and regret about taking him as a student expressed his disappointment in his student charge. The lack of trust in words and the waste of time became the reason for the proposal to simply expel him. The guy responded to the reproaches of his superiors. The recognition of the greatest potential among all the students came from a man, explaining his interest in the boy's fate. The dean promised to put in a good word for the last time, warning that this was indeed the final opportunity for correction. The stern mentor promised to establish strict control over every action and the absence of additional chances if the incident were to repeat itself. Thoughts about the usefulness of staying here and the true purpose of studying occupied Fang Hong's mind as he left the office. Returning to classes with a new male instructor who demanded honesty and relationships with him from all students in the group, the boy's friends immediately noticed his appearance and joyfully greeted their friend's arrival to their classes today. A stern demand to stop whispering and quickly get out of line came from a new male instructor who was dissatisfied with the discipline, the need to ask permission before making any statements, and the dislike of rule breakers was emphasized by the demanding group leader. The young master's immediate remark and thoughts of the commander's reprimand because of this guy occupied the new instructor's head. Fan Hong, addressing his friends, expressed gratitude to his true brothers for receiving punishment along with him. The threat of 200 push-ups and additional punishment for those who shirk came from a ruthless new instructor of a group of students. The unexpectedness and excessiveness of such a number of push-ups became obvious to all the students present at the military training. The noble Fang Hong expressed his intercession for his friends and his willingness to take punishment for his own guilt, a mockery of the desire to play the hero, and a question about the method of carrying out punishment instead of others came from a skeptical man. The confident guy told the instructor that he was ready to do 800 push-ups in 5 minutes, promising to do more if he failed. Doubts about the adequacy of their friend and the realization of the excessiveness of the task overwhelmed the comrades who heard such a reckless promise from Fang Hong. The instructor's consent and hope for regret about the decision taken sounded from a man pleased with the opportunity to teach a lesson to the impudent student. The assurance of the seriousness of the words and the counter-hope for the opponent's regret were given by the young master, who does not throw words to the wind. Thoughts about special equipment that would help cope with the task occupied the head of the guy who was confident in success. The conviction that this guy was bluffing and that it was impossible to do so many push-ups in the allotted time overwhelmed the watching students. Fan Hong confessed that in his current state, doing 800 push-ups was indeed unrealistic. But with this ancient technique, he would definitely cope with the task. The guy inserted a barbed needle directly into his chest, activating a secret technique for enhancing the body's physical capabilities. Knowing that a prick in the right spot will release all his hidden power, while his physical strength will increase significantly several times, all the students began covering their eyes from the bright light, thinking that the guy had fallen into some kind of mystical trance. The instructor, looking at this incredible sight, wondered what this mysterious student had just done to himself. A young man's statement that he is starting a demonstration and will show everyone present what a real miracle on earth is. The release of all his hidden potential allowed him to gain strength that is many times greater than that of an ordinary person on the planet. Push-ups so powerful that deep cracks remained in the hard ground beneath his hands from the incredible pressure of his body. The girls who witnessed what was happening thought that this guy was moving at a truly fantastic speed. The impossibility of following his movements with the eye due to the speed, literally 100 push-ups in 1 second, amazed all observers. An unexpected sound behind him made him alert and interrupt his demonstration, wondering what had happened at that moment. The fall of a female student to the ground in an apparently critical state of health attracted the attention of all the students in the group. The guy's thoughts about how this incident happens at such an inopportune moment and interferes with his performance. The instructor's demand to quickly call a doctor for a student who had become ill sounded with notes of panic in the man's voice. Over the years of military training, there have been many students who have fainted, but they have all successfully regained consciousness. Observation of the girl showed that for some reason she was getting worse and worse. Something strange was flowing out of the victim's mouth. The foul smell, which was completely unlike anything natural, was noticed by the other students who were watching the events with alarm. The girl, lying in agony, secreted something black flowing from her mouth, which caused horror in all the surrounding witnesses. The girl's inability to breathe normally was noticed by an attentive instructor who assessed the criticality of her current state of health. The need for emergency assistance and the lack of time to wait for a doctor forced them to think about artificial respiration to immediately save the student's life. Fang Hong's observation of everything that was happening and his immediate reaction to the developing dangerous situation with the poisoning of the girl. The guy quickly pushed the instructor away with his foot to prevent a potentially fatal danger for the man. The action was taken to protect the man, as the instructor could have simply seriously harmed himself without knowing the nature of the poisoning. Shocked questions from the other students about what he was doing came from those observing their friend's strange behavior. The guy's question to the instructor about whether he was tired of living sounded like a warning about the danger to the man's life. The instructor's shock and indignation at the student's brazen behavior resulted in angry questions about the right to such actions. The fact of the student's poisoning, based on all the visible clinical symptoms, was confirmed by Fan Hong, who knows medicine. A guy experienced in poisons gave a warning that artificial respiration in this situation would lead to poisoning of the rescuer. Fang Hong's demand is to prepare as much pure water as possible to treat the poisoned girl, since the more, the better the result. The girl's lifting and request to endure the painful procedure for a little while came from the white-haired healer preparing for the complex treatment. The appearance of a purple glow on his fingertips demonstrated the activation of the medically experienced boy's powerful healing abilities. Fang Hong placed 2 fingers on the girl's back to begin the procedure of extracting the poison from the victim's poisoned body. With the help of this ancient technique, he helps her get rid of the deadly poison with which she was poisoned by unknown assailants. Students watching the process commented with disgust that the girl spat out something disgusting, which looked extremely disgusting to look at. The demand to bring water to the scene of the incident as quickly as possible came from the guy continuing rescue efforts for the student. Suddenly, someone's hand fell on the guy's shoulder, interrupting his concentrated work on saving the life of the poisoned girl. The doctor who arrived at the scene asked the boy to let him go ahead to provide professional medical assistance to the victim. Fang Hong thought that it was good to have the snake stone with you, and if you used it, everything would be fine. The doctor's insistent demand to sort out the situation and a repeated request to let him see the girl to provide qualified assistance. The guy ignored the doctor's words and took out the stone, not wanting to listen to the instructions of the so-called specialist. Someone grabbed his hand sharply, forcing him to release the healing stone from his fingers, interrupting the treatment of the poisoned student. The doctor's question about what medicine the guy was going to give the girl and the explanation about the stone's ability to dispel poisons sounded tense. The impudent doctor simply took the stone for himself and kept it, not wanting to return the valuable remedy for treating poisoning. Fang Hong was truly angry when he saw such a rude behavior from a supposedly professional medic. The doctor's contemptuous words about the annoying guy and the question of where he came up with all this sounded with a mocking intonation. A self-confident doctor gave advice to an ignorant, in his opinion, student to study harder, since it is already the 21st century. The young master, hearing this, asked whether this man was really a real professional doctor in this field. A doctor who was supposedly competent in treating poisoning began to demonstrate taking some medical instruments out of his bag. The doctor removed the syringe and transferred some liquid of unknown composition into it to give an injection to the injured student. The injection into the girl's arm caused her to scream loudly in pain, which alerted the students observing the procedure. The doctor's statement about the possibility of now taking the student to the medical center was made after a questionable injection of an unknown drug. As he left the scene, he told everyone to disperse, as there was absolutely nothing left to see or worry about. The young master's decision to intervene and the question of neutralizing the poison came from Fang Hong, who was distrustful of the doctor's actions. The doctor's assurance not to worry since the poison has been neutralized and the girl is now completely safe and well. Fang Hong noted the strangeness of the situation, since the doctor did not properly examine the patient and does not know what poison she was poisoned with. The question of what kind of injections the girl had been given was asked by a persistent guy who wanted to know the details of the treatment. The refusal to explain and the statement about the lack of time for chatter came from the rushing doctor, which made the guy smile. The insightful Fang Hong hinted at the desire to simply hide all the evidence of the crime to the suspiciously acting medic. The demand to watch his language and the reminder of his status came from a doctor offended by the suspicions of the impudent student. The doctor demanded that his patient go to the medical center, insisting that he go there immediately to continue treatment of the injured student. The angry medic threatened to not stand on ceremony at the next meeting. Turning to the annoying white-haired guy with fury in his eyes, Fang Hong directly accused the doctor of being responsible for the poison in the girl's body, and even suggested that he was the one who poisoned the student. The university medical worker was shocked by such serious statements from the young student, who did not expect such accusations against him. The observant young master noticed that the trembling and blush on the man's face were clear signs of increased anxiety. The man expressed hope that the guy had real evidence, and not just slander without any basis for accusations. The guy honestly admitted the lack of evidence, asking what if he didn't have it at the moment. The other students expressed the opinion that the guy was deliberately changing the topic and throwing dust in the eyes of everyone present. The doctor threatened to expel him from here for such behavior, trying to intimidate the impudent university student with his authority. Confident in the rightness of his position, Fang Hong smiled and suggested opening the first aid kit and finding the solution to the mystery there, which the medic clearly did not like. The doctor reiterated that there was no time for chatter and that he urgently needed to help the student, avoiding the examination. The instructor suddenly appeared with a demand to quickly open the first aid kit, interrupting the doctor's attempts to avoid checking his medications. The doctor expressed dissatisfaction with the current situation, as if turning away from the persistent demands of those checking his activities. The instructor continued to insist on following the order despite the university medical officer's resistance to the request. The doctor, having obeyed the demands, began to open the first aid kit with irritation, not wanting to further resist the pressure from the administration. The contents of the first aid kit revealed the presence of various vials with some unknown substances in the suspicious doctor's medical bag. Fang Hong immediately inquired about the need for so many medicines from the medical worker working at the university. The doctor explained his work at the university and the normal availability of drugs to provide attention to every student in need. The young master sarcastically suggested the intention to poison someone else, not believing in the innocence of the suspiciously behaving doctor. The doctor was surprised in his thoughts by the mysteriousness of the boy's ability to cast a shadow on good deeds and turn them into evil intentions. The doctor responded to the serious accusations from the persistent guy with laughter and a statement about rewatching detective films. Some pill suddenly appeared in the doctor's mouth from nowhere, taking him completely by surprise at this tense moment. The doctor immediately noticed the strange pill and asked what kind of drug had flown into his mouth from an unknown source. The young master calmly explained that it was a poison pill, demonstrating his knowledge of medical drugs. Fang Hong voiced the non-lethal but painful effects of the poison and demanded to tell the truth about the actions with the poisoned girl. The angry doctor quickly pulled out 3 evil syringes and declared that he was being forced to take such radical actions against the guy. The medic threw the syringes towards Fang Hong, accompanied by a death threat from the enraged specialist, who decided to take active action. With one leg, someone simply blocked this attack with one powerful movement, demonstrating excellent reaction and fighting skills. The instructor asked the student why he was yawning when deadly syringes with poison were flying at him. Smiling, Fang Hong praised his instructor for his good reaction in the critical situation of the doctor attacking the students. A confident serviceman assured the students in the group not to worry and to deal with the problem on their own. The soldier took a fighting stance, challenging the doctor to show his strength in a fair one-on-one fight. The doctor immediately raised his hands up, surrendering and admitting that he was no match for the experienced military instructor in combat. The admission of defeat and the statement that he was simply a gopher and knew nothing came from the frightened medic. The military instructor noted the real danger to the students if everything the doctor said was true. The assurance not to worry since he was here and everyone would be fine was given by Fang Hong, who took responsibility. The dean of the university, having heard all the information, was outraged at how this bastard managed to do such a thing, inquiring about her whereabouts. The message that the idiot doctor was already under arrest and the poisoned student was okay was conveyed by the calming Fang Hong. Apparently, there are other poisoned students with similar symptoms that require immediate intervention and treatment. The antidote is a proven substance that can neutralize the effects of the poison used by the doctor, the knowledgeable guy said. At the same time, the dean's help will be needed in one difficult matter to completely solve the problem of student poisoning. The young master thought that since everyone was tired after class, they would simply pour everyone a bottle of water with the antidote. The old man replied that he saw that the plan had been carefully thought out, calling the guy a real fine fellow for such foresight. The dean expressed gratitude to the young man and acknowledged that without him the university would have faced greater consequences. The military instructor ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on the doctor so that he would not do anything to escape or cause harm. The man was simply taken and tied to a chair inside the premises to prevent escape and further atrocities. Although completely tied up, the doctor had a smile on his face, as if he was plotting something sinister against everyone present. The doctor announced that the show was about to begin, hinting at some surprises he had prepared in advance. A loud laugh came over him from what was happening, as he found it very funny to watch the fuss around him. The demand to shut up under threat of physical force came from a security guard irritated by the doctor's behavior. The impudent doctor promised to keep quiet but warned not to throw words to the wind, hinting at imminent trouble. He thought to himself about the desire to personally listen to how everyone would desperately scream in horror and pain. The dean of the university suddenly noticed something that greatly frightened him in the behavior or condition of the people around him. Fang Hong suddenly felt ill, fell to the ground and began to breathe heavily, frightening everyone with his condition. Laughter and an explanation that he had simply overdone the push-ups a bit came from the guy trying to calm everyone down. The offer to leave this matter to him and the advice to take a rest came from a person who cared about the guy's condition. The young master noted how rare it was to have the opportunity to rest so peacefully after the stressful events of the day. Now he was sitting in the corridor all alone. Since the day had really been busy and tiring for everyone, water suddenly started flowing from the tap at a very high speed, creating an unusual situation in the building. It immediately began to spill out into the corridor, literally flowing at a furious pace out of the university's water supply system. The guy sitting in the hallway immediately noticed the water that appeared literally out of nowhere in the room. although I sat with my eyes closed and simply meditated to restore my strength after a hard day of classes. He repeated mantras on his head, and while he was sitting in meditation, he heard his name being called in a familiar voice. Confusion overcame him when he heard the voice of his teacher from the mountain monastery. His teacher materialized from the water, and the boy asked if this was really what he saw in front of him. The old man asked what had happened to the student, why he looked so lethargic and tired. The guy replied that he had just returned from military training and asked for a little rest from the stress. He thought to himself that if the teacher found out about the use of a secret technique, it would definitely be the end for him. A curious student asked the question of why the teacher suddenly remembered him and whether he was bored. The teacher said that he felt that he might get into trouble today and decided to check. But it seems that it was just his imagination. Fang Hong was surprised at the possibility of getting into trouble, asking how such a thing could even theoretically happen. The teacher reminded me that I was constantly getting into trouble, so being careful would definitely not hurt in the future. Literally a second later, the old man simply up and disappeared, leaving the student alone in the university corridor. A pearl has materialized that will help restore strength after using forbidden martial arts techniques. Finally, the teacher reminded us to remember his words. The most important thing is to return alive from any trouble. The boy thought that the teacher was not mistaken in his premonitions. Could something terrible really happen today? At this point, the instructor approached the dean with a statement about the need to deal with one more matter. The dean declared his excellent knowledge of the subject of conversation and entered the room of the tied-up criminal doctor. The doctor greeted the newcomer sarcastically, asking the reasons for his sudden appearance in his cell. The impudent doctor immediately received a very strong blow to the cheek from the angry dean of the university. The doctor asked if it was the dean who taught this bastard such effective fighting techniques and methods. The warning that the danger was not over, since without his proportions everyone would be dead, sounded ominous. Dean Zhou expressed shock that this bastard was always by his side, committing atrocities. The correct understanding of the desire to kill him and the threat that then everyone would die along with him sounded from the tied-up doctor as a last trump card. The manager stepped aside a little as he realized the need to calm down and not give in to the provocations of a dangerous criminal. The scoundrel asked if the dean was scared, since he knew very well about his ability to harm the university students. The man's response was that the doctor had started this whole bloody adventure of poisoning innocent people for the sake of one useless former student. The doctor's statement about the possibility of becoming the best in the profession and the demand to kneel were made by a self-confident criminal. The dean realized that he most likely had no other choice to save the lives of the poisoned university students. Indeed, the desperate head of the educational institution fell on his knees and pleaded for help for the innocent students. The doctor noted with contempt the pitiful behavior of the dean, who was humiliating himself before him in order to save the lives of his students. The old man responded with a simple request for help and a willingness to fulfill absolutely any condition to save the innocent lives of the students. Fang Hong suddenly appeared behind the tied-up doctor with a poisonous grin on his face, ready to take decisive action against the criminal. The doctor's confusion about what was happening made him turn around and try to understand who was behind him at this critical moment. In just a second, the villain's face was pressed to the ground with such force that he could not resist the pressure from above. The young master stated that the doctor did not even know what it meant to honor life, calling him a piece of shit for what he had done. The doctor shouted, demanding that he try to hit him if the guy really showed up here to deal with him. The threat to the students and the question of what would happen to them in such a case came from a criminal, trying to intimidate them. The guy didn't listen to this bluff at all and actually hit the scoundrel, not believing his threats regarding the students. The blow was so powerful that the doctor's body was thrown very far, demonstrating the incredible strength of the angry young master. The collision with the wall left a real crater there from the force of the impact, striking everyone present with the power of the white-haired guy. The doctor who landed could not believe that he had just experienced such an impact at the hands of a university student. Fang Hong expressed his confusion as to why so many people would ask to be hit, and then be genuinely surprised by the results. The knowledge of how to neutralize any poison, since the addition or lack of a drop of the substance will spoil everything, was demonstrated by an experienced guy. The answer that the doctor had no intention of helping the students, but only harming them more, came from the insightful Fang Hong. Since the proportions of the poison are unknown, they will use a completely different method to save the poisoned students, declared the resourceful young master. A subordinate suddenly ran up and reported the disaster, and the students began to feel truly nauseous from the effects of the poisonous substance. The dean turned around, realizing that they most likely wouldn't have time to help the university students who had been poisoned. The hopeless doctor laughed and reported that they had less than half an hour left, wondering how they would get rid of the poison. Fang Hong stepped on the doctor's face and rudely demanded that he shut up, since he was not given the opportunity to make excuses here. The reminder that there will always be someone better at anything was a harsh lesson for the self-confident criminal. So the guy approached the dean with a proposal to go to one place, since he needed something to save the students. An explanation about the need to go to a room with Chinese medicine preparations to neutralize the poison was given by a master who knew antidotes. Entering the room, he realized that there were many medicines. Even the air was filled with a strong smell of various medical preparations. Thoughts about starting work came to the guy, and the dean immediately asked what exactly he was going to do to save. The guy told him that he didn't need to ask to become an apprentice later, hinting at the complexity of the upcoming process of making the antidote. The dean demanded that they stop talking nonsense and expressed a desire to see the process of making the antidote with his own eyes. The instructor appeared with a large canister, announcing the delivery of what had been ordered to perform a complex medical procedure. The first thing the boy asked for was to light a fire, which became the initial stage of the complex process of preparing a life-saving antidote. The immediate fulfillment of the request and the installation of the canister on the fire followed from people ready to help in a critical situation. The dean noted that the guy was simply translating medicines, adding that it was the first time he had seen such an unusual way of making medical preparations. Fang Hong, not listening to the comments, declared that the fire was insufficient and demanded that it be lit even more to make the process effective. It is clear that such an idea seemed crazy, but they simply took him and obeyed, trusting the experience of the young master. The guy, looking at his hand, said that now there was only one last touch left to complete the preparation of the antidote. His hand began to emit powerful energy, and he waved it, performing some kind of ritual to activate the healing properties of the drug. A cut on the arm caused a large amount of blood to flow out of it to be added to the medicine. The blood fell straight into a vat of medicine, marking the culmination of a complex process of preparing an antidote. Shocked, those present asked if the guy was sure that this would really be an effective antidote for the poisoned students. The young master replied that the trouble the old man spoke of was that he had to use his blood today. Joe admitted that in all his years of studying medicine, he had never seen medicines made this way. Even the instructor inquired about the reasons for adding his own blood to this antidote to treat poisoned students. An explanation of the complexity of a detailed story and recognition of the preciousness of his blood was given by a modest guy in relation to his abilities. The canister with the antidote began to sparkle very brightly, demonstrating the activation of the healing properties of the prepared drug. The guy, observing the process, declared that the antidote was completely ready for immediate use in treating the victims. The contents of the canister brewed and boiled, indicating the completion of the complex alchemical process of preparing the life-saving remedy. Those present noted a strange smell and doubted that it was really an effective antidote for students. The guy responded with a quote about how a good medicine should taste bitter, explaining the unpleasant smell of the drug. The announcement of the specialty of his medicine and the transfer of the rest of the work to the instructor and the dean came from Fang Hong, who had completed the preparation. The dean, looking at this strange substance, wondered what he should do with it to treat the students. The cautious leader decided to try the medicine himself first before giving it to the rest of the students. After the test, his body began to be filled with a pleasant feeling, as if an invisible force was filling the body with healing energy. A feeling of true youthful strength engulfed his body, making him feel decades younger than he had been before. Only drops of this miracle were able to cure his ailments, because now he can walk without a cane, which is truly a miracle. The university was in chaos, with doctors shouting for permission to get through to the victims to provide assistance. Another doctor appeared in front of them, looking like a woman, but very masculine, demanding that they not stand there like a pillar and move. The two subordinates thought that it felt like the chimera was about to explode, so it was better not to anger it unnecessarily. The woman clearly heard their thoughts and was unhappy with the way the medical staff treated her. A concerned female doctor asked about what was happening and the reasons for bringing more and more students to the medical center. Indeed, a huge number of students have settled into the university hospital, creating a critical situation for the medical staff. The subordinates tried to somehow help the poisoned students with water, but the effectiveness of such measures was questionable. The arrival of the antidote and the call to quickly give it to the students came from the assistants who arrived with the medicine. The antidote that they were holding in their hands did not inspire any confidence in the medical staff with its appearance and smell. The woman asked about the strange smell. But after hearing that the dean himself had prepared the antidote, she agreed to give it to the students. Immediate consent came from the woman when she heard of the dean's involvement in the preparation of this medicine. When the first student was given the antidote, he immediately began to shout with joy and speak words of delight. Standing up abruptly, he declared how much more powerful he was than he had ever been in his life. The woman who was watching the process was shocked that the effect of the antidote manifested itself so quickly and clearly. The dean's expectation of a miracle cure was justified, as the result exceeded all expectations of the medical staff. The woman also decided to try a little of this amazing medicine on her finger to make sure of its effectiveness. When she tried the drug, she was immediately overcome with an incredible feeling that cannot be compared to anything. A feeling of real warmth and someone's hands reaching for her head overwhelmed the woman after taking the medicine. Fang Hong, hugging her from behind and giving her this warmth, materialized in her visions due to the effect of the drug. It's like strong, powerful arms are pressing you to your chest, and it's impossible to just get out of these magical embraces. The subordinates noted that for the first time, they saw such a blissful and contented expression of happiness on the face of their chimera. The woman was truly incredibly pleased with the effect she received from taking the miraculous antidote. A woman became acutely aware of her location and the need to come to her senses after hallucinations from the medication. On the street, the instructor expressed his admiration for the guy, admitting that he had not expected such a result from the young student. A modest answer about trivialities and regret about not finishing push-ups came from Fang Hong, who did not want to brag. The instructor objected to the push-ups, emphasizing the guy's main achievement in saving so many students. Fang Hong philosophically remarked that anything can happen in life, so there was no need to praise him so much for his ordinary actions. The instructor's question about studying martial arts and the complaint about his face still hurting from the blow sounded curious. The instructor, interested in the boy's fighting skills, suggested that they fight each other sometime. The guy's refusal to fight and train with ordinary people was motivated by his special training in martial arts. The grateful instructor acknowledged his debt to the guy and offered to contact him if necessary. Fang Hong, who was leaving after the conversation, gave the instructor his consent to remember the sentence and a promise not to forget it. In the office, the dean was showing off his appearance in front of the mirror, carefully examining the changes that had occurred to his body. The old man noted the appearance of many abs and other improvements due to the action of the miracle drug. Noticing the steam coming from his body, he wondered about the nature of this strange phenomenon in the body. The fall to the floor and filling the entire room with this steam happened suddenly, frightening the dean who was in the office. Thoughts about the end of the drug's effect and the end of the obedience of his legs occupied the head of the old man lying on the floor. The question of the consequences of a larger dose of the drug with such a smooth effect from a small amount interested the dean. Screams about a real problem with grandfather were heard from the corridor, approaching the office of the head of the university. The dean's granddaughter ran into the room and looked in horror at her grandfather lying on the floor in a strange state. The girl, concerned about her grandfather's condition, immediately asked about what had happened and the reasons for lying on the floor. The old man, trying to calm her down, gave assurances that everything was all right and a counter question about what had happened to his granddaughter. The offer to relax and the message that everything would be fine with the students came from the dean who had solved the problem. The dean's distrustful granddaughter asked an alarming question about the speed of recovery of the students who had just been poisoned. The grandfather was pleased with the praise he gave his granddaughter for the actions he expected from her, and acknowledged the quick solution to the problem. The angry girl began shouting and accusing him of being the idiot guy who was only adding to the problems. The defense of the young master and the assertion of the need for gratitude to him came from the fair dean. The granddaughter's repeated question about gratitude expressed her bewilderment at the grandfather's positive assessment of the boy's actions. The dean noted with a satisfied smile that fortunately his granddaughter didn't have a boyfriend yet, so they could be introduced. The girl was incredibly embarrassed, asking why her grandfather suddenly started talking about this, since she didn't have time for such conversations. That's why the old man says that Fang Hong is a good guy, and perhaps his granddaughter would like to get to know him better. The granddaughter asked her grandfather in bewilderment what he was talking about, whether everything was okay with him, and got ready to leave. She thought to herself that it was really surprising that her grandfather had suddenly brought this up at such an inopportune moment. Fang Hong was lying and resting on the roof when suddenly his phone rang, interrupting the young man's peaceful pastime. The guy, who was on the roof, picked up the phone and asked Uncle Chen what happened and why he was calling. His uncle told him the terrible news that Shuchi had been kidnapped by unknown assailants quite recently. The kidnappers acted without thinking about the consequences, and the organization lost a lot of people during the operation. An abandoned, terrifying building with a barbed fence has become the place where the girl is being held hostage. The man with the scorpion scar on his face said that he had to bring the money before 2 o'clock in the morning, or say goodbye to the girl. The opponent added that the young master should appear here in person, since he knew about the report to the police. The criminal warned the police that it would be better not to show off. Otherwise, he would kill the hostage without any hesitation or regret. Fang Hong asked in surprise. Could it be that Scorpion, the dangerous criminal nicknamed Ban, had escaped from prison? Uncle Chen replied that he must have been helped by some organization since they knew about his new tattoo. The guy noticed that it seemed that this time the enemy had really prepared much more seriously than before. The criminal wants the young man to come to him personally and bring the required amount of money for the release of the hostage. Fang Hong realized that the enemy was deliberately baiting him, but he decided to act in the way that the enemy wanted to see events develop. The guy philosophically noted that some people just like to look for trouble instead of learning a lesson. Shuchi lay bound and gagged, at the mercy of her captors in an abandoned building. A man with a gun suddenly appeared behind Scorpio and threatened to kill him for damaging the bait. Scorpio responded to the threat by saying that the sniper was too nervous, but promised not to touch the girl until a certain moment. Number 10. On the list of the most dangerous assassins for hire really never misses when carrying out missions. The sniper seriously stated the need to keep the girl alive, since they needed her in this exact condition. Scorpio replied with a grin that in that case it would be better to leave the hostage, especially for that mysterious guy. The sniper reproached him for being too bold, since he had given away their location when the bullets had just been whistling. While the criminals were talking to each other, the girl thought that the young master definitely shouldn't come here. But it is clear that there is no other way out of the current situation, so the car moves exactly there. Uncle Chen worriedly thought that the criminals had demanded a ransom of 100 million, but the director could only raise 60. Fang Hong firmly replied that people should not give ransom to such cruel murderers who, after escaping, would think about how to kill the guy. The man warned the young man to be extremely careful, since judging by the coordinates, the criminals were very far from the city. The guy carefully studied the information and noticed that the opponents were surprisingly well prepared for this dangerous operation. The man hoped that this time the enemies would disappoint, and all the careful preparation of the criminals would go awry. The uncle handed the guy a bulletproof vest and insistently said that the young man should definitely wear protection just in case. As the car was approaching the meeting place, the sniper immediately took aim at the car with his deadly sight. The professional sniper killer thought with satisfaction that the hare had arrived and only one car was visible. He could act. Scorpio noted with an evil laugh that the guy was not a coward, and the criminal even admired the incredible courage of this young man. Shuchi understood with horror that the guy shouldn't take risks, because the young master was such a fool. Why would he need to do that? Fang Hong, who had arrived at the dangerous place, began to carefully examine all the details, cautiously looking around. The young man clearly ordered his men not to emerge from cover and to wait for the command for further action. When Fang Hong entered the building with the money, a huge group of armed bandits were already waiting for him, looking at him angrily. Scorpio, with a mocking smile on his disfigured face, remarked, "That look who came. He really is a brave bastard." The guy immediately demanded to see where the kidnapped girl was before they began to discuss the terms of the deal. The bandit grinned and pointed to the screen and said that for now, the girl was relatively safe elsewhere. The criminal showed a video on his phone where the girl was lying tied up, threatening that if she didn't bring the money, things would go badly. The opponent asked irritably about honesty because Scorpio demanded 100 million. Was the demand really inaudible? Fang Hong calmly said that until he saw the girl alive, the guy could not give the entire required amount of money at once. Scorpio didn't want to tolerate this and immediately, with rage, punched the guy right in the stomach with all his might. The criminal continued to inflict painful blows, saying that this was not all for the fact that the young man had torn off his arm, after which the bandit demonstratively fired from his new iron hand, showing the full power of the modern prosthesis. The opponent made a very fast and powerful lunge forward with his leg, aiming straight at the young master's body. Swinging his iron hand, Scorpio declared with hatred that he would definitely kill the guy today, and there was no point in counting on anything else. The criminal literally slammed the guy into the ground with such force that the entire surface shook from the powerful blow. Scorpio was proud of himself and his new iron hand that was installed, thinking about what an incredible thrill it was. The blonde opponent scornfully said that this freak would take a long time to come to his senses, so the bandits should tie the guy up tighter. The criminals were talking among themselves in bewilderment. wondering if this guy could really have survived such crushing blows. Suddenly, the bandits were amazed to discover that the young master was not only alive, but was also sitting calmly with his phone in his hands. Everyone was amazed at how incredibly it was possible, after experiencing such blows, to still move as if nothing had happened. Fang Hong calmly spoke on the phone, saying that he was inside the building, everything was under control, and don't forget to prepare a delicious dinner at home. Scorpio's head was spinning with thoughts about whether the guy was really made of iron, because there wasn't a scratch on the young man's face. The criminal's rage grew with each passing second, and ominous purple smoke began to emerge from his iron hand, frightening those around him. The enraged bandit growled menacingly that the guy had managed to really anger him. Now the young man would experience the full power of the fire mode. The scorpion really did look scary. It seemed like an angry criminal was ready to explode and destroy everything around him. The criminal boastfully declared that he had specially created this hand to pay back the guy, while becoming 1,000 times stronger than before. Hearing such words, Fang Hong was slightly shocked and shrewdly noticed that from the pale face, it was clear that Scorpio was filled with hatred. The observant young man added that the enemy clearly had problems with digestion and probably a bunch of other ailments from anger. These words enraged the criminal even more, who hissed angrily that the smart guy was pretending to be a doctor before his death. The scorpion rushed to attack the guy, all shrouded in ominous smoke, demonstrating complete readiness for a mortal fight. An iron hand whistled through the air, aiming at the imperturbable youth, whose face did not move a single muscle. Fang Hong gracefully dodged the deadly blow. For the experienced young master, such attacks were not difficult at all. The relentless enemy brought down his iron limb again, trying at any cost to get the elusive and annoying enemy. The young man ducked easily and gracefully dodged the clumsy attack, as if he were dancing with a slow and clumsy partner. Then, Fang Hong casually jumped back a few meters, demonstrating amazing agility and speed of movement. The stunned opponent could not understand where this damned guy got such incredible speed and reaction. The young master, with a mocking smile, asked whether Scorpio had played enough or wanted to continue this pathetic performance. The enraged criminal growled that this was just a warm-up, and the guy had not yet seen the bandit's true abilities. Boastfully, Scorpio announced that only now would he show all his true power and strength of his upgraded body. However, with these loud words, Fang Hong's iron fist instantly crashed straight into the chatterbox's disfigured face. The young man calmly explained that the young master had no time for such entertainment, so it was time to end this comedy. A comrade who was watching the fight desperately shouted to the other bandits that it was time to act and attack the dangerous enemy as a group. Fang Hong philosophically remarked to the criminals that the bandits had clearly chosen the wrong victim for their dark deeds. The young master rushed through the crowd of bandits with lightning speed, easily touching each one with just 2 fingers with astonishing accuracy. Fang Hong calmly addressed the criminals, suggesting that they first deal with the person standing in front of them before starting a fight. The young man skillfully pulled out his master needles, made in the best traditions of the ancient Taoist art of healing and influence. With a quick movement, the guy launched silver needles at Scorpio to completely immobilize the dangerous and aggressive opponent. Vague thoughts flashed through the criminal's mind that this unfamiliar feeling that had taken hold of his body was extremely strange and frightening. Completely disconcerted, Scorpio realized with horror that he was absolutely unable to move any part of his upgraded body. Fang Hong calmly explained that he was a doctor by vocation, and for a doctor, the patient always comes before personal ambitions and desires. Suddenly, gases began to come out of the defeated enemy, and Scorpio himself, in a panic, asked what the guy had done to him. The young man replied indifferently that he had simply cleaned the bandit's intestines and would no longer distract him from important matters. The helpless opponent collapsed to the floor and could do absolutely nothing about this humiliating and painful state. Fang Hong headed to the back room and entered, saying that he hadn't seen the beautiful lady for a long time. Shuchi was extremely surprised by the boy's sudden appearance in this dangerous and gloomy place of confinement. The young master first asked the girl if she was happy to see her savior at such a critical moment. The girl admitted that she does not hide the joy on her face. Why be embarrassed in front of her future husband and protector? Shuchi began to feel very embarrassed by these unexpected words and indignantly asked what the guy was saying. Scorpion desperately ordered the sniper to finish off the damn guy immediately before he could cause any more trouble. At this tense moment, the professional killer began to take aim and said contentedly that he had finally been assigned an interesting task. The sniper methodically aimed his optical sight at the unsuspecting guy, choosing the most opportune moment to shoot. There was a deafening shot, and the deadly bullet flew across the room at incredible speed straight towards its target. Fang Hong spoke with a slight resentment about how he risked his life to save the girl, and she didn't even praise the hero. At that moment, a treacherous bullet unexpectedly hit the guy's body, mercilessly piercing the young master's flesh right through. The young man was in complete horror, not expecting at all that something like this was even possible in principle with his abilities. The girl herself was also in great shock and did not even immediately understand what had happened to her unexpected savior. The young master fell heavily onto the cold ground, and bright red blood began to flow profusely from the serious wound. The sniper coldly apologized with a sarcastic smile, saying that he had accidentally hit the enemy right in the vital heart. The girl cried bitterly and begged the guy, saying that it was she who had dragged the young master into all these terrible troubles. Shuchi cried and desperately asked Fang Hong to get up, as he was considered the strongest warrior among all the famous masters. The sniper who entered the room confidently declared that the one who was shot by a professional could definitely no longer remain a resident. The killer turned to the fallen boy, saying that even though he was dead, he should remember that he should never turn his back on his enemies. The angry girl furiously called the criminals freaks and defiantly suggested that they try to kill her since they were so brave. The sniper arrogantly replied to the girl that she could relax, since for now she would live and breathe calmly. Fang Hong suddenly materialized behind this self-confident shooter and coldly declared that the girl would live and the killer would die. The shocked man turned around sharply and wondered in bewilderment how this was even possible, why the guy was still alive. However, during these confused thoughts, the young man instantly clenched his fist and brought down a powerful blow on the villain, without warning. The sniper instantly collapsed from such a crushing blow, since it simply could not have been any other way after such an impact. The girl herself looked at what was happening in amazement, not understanding how the guy had risen from the dead before her eyes. The desperate shooter grabbed his spare pistol and screamed furiously that this was impossible, and that a professional could not lose like that. At this critical moment, a mysterious blue beam suddenly struck the enemy, appearing as if out of nowhere. The weapon melted mercilessly into two pieces, and the killer realized with horror that this was indeed the end for him. Fang Hong mockingly reminded the defeated enemy of his own words about never turning your back on the enemy. The sniper began to sweat profusely from fear and screamed in panic that he had seen a bullet go straight through his heart. The killer asked in horror what the guy was like if he had survived such a fatal wound. Fang Hong got straight to the point and demanded to know who exactly hired these professional criminals to kidnap them. The sniper admitted that the guy was clearly not simple and strong, but against that man, strength alone would not be enough. The young master resolutely replied that he would fight to the very end in any case, since nothing frightened him. The shooter philosophically noted that the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger, so he will not tell anything more. The guy called on the phone and said that the killers were professionally neutralized, everything is finished, send people to clean up. With a deft movement of his hand, the young man cut the strong ropes with which the girl was tied in this gloomy room. Fang Hong sternly told Shuchi that she would not have a moment's peace with him, and that he would never run away without her knowledge again. Surprisingly, the girl, after all her previous hatred towards the guy, suddenly jumped into his arms. With tears in her eyes, Shuchi admitted that the guy scared her to death because she thought she had already lost him. Fang Hong himself did not expect such a violent reaction from the girl and complained that she had touched a painful wound. The girl immediately apologized to the young man and emotionally said that she hoped he was completely okay. At that moment, a large number of black Sirius vehicles with reinforcements appeared at the abandoned building. Uncle Chen and many armed subordinates quickly ran out from there to assist in the operation. As the rescue team got closer and closer to the building, they were suddenly stopped by something extremely surprising and unexpected. The rescue team was horrified to discover that all the bandits guarding the perimeter outside were simply lying lifeless on the frozen ground. A sharp and disgusting smell, which clearly none of the arrivals liked, filled the air around the abandoned building. The helpless Scorpio, still lying paralyzed, hopefully wondered if someone had finally come to relieve him of his suffering. When the whole group went down to the basement, John Shuchi also smelled that terrible and foul smell. The girl reassuringly told Uncle Chen that there was no need to worry, since everything was definitely fine with his reliable bodyguard. The uncle professionally assured that there was no need to worry, because the trace removal specialist would do everything perfectly and unnoticeably. Fang Hong turned to the lady and said that he needed to recover at home, so the girl should stay with her uncle. Shuchi timidly asked if she could go with the guy since she wanted to spend time with the young master. The young man warned that the apartment was a complete mess and disorder, so he asked if the girl was sure of her decision. The guy also slyly asked if Shuchi was afraid that the young master would do something to her alone. When they finally arrived at the apartment, Fang Hong first took off his bloody shirt and heavy protective vest. The young man realized with relief how good it was that he had managed to block the vessels in time and did not lose a critical amount of blood. The guy warned the girl that heavy bleeding could start now, so he doesn't advise Shuchi to look at it. The embarrassed girl replied that in that case, it would be better to go to the shower, since all her clothes were soaked through with sweat. The embarrassed young master admitted that he didn't even know if this was right, but he agreed to the guest's proposal. The serious wound actually began to bleed profusely, and the young man began to feel feverish before the treatment procedure. Fang Hong thought that if it weren't for that mysterious pearl from the teacher, he was afraid that he would have been dead a long time ago. Descending from the sacred mountain, the prudent guy grabbed some healing elixirs, not thinking that they would be needed so soon. Taking out several vials from his travel bag, the young master immediately swallowed the contents to speed up the healing. Shuchi was enjoying a hot shower at this moment, trying to relax and recover from such a terrible and dangerous day. The girl understood that she had really given in to a sudden impulse, and the icy mask on her face simply instantly evaporated. When the boy was shot, Shuchi felt like the air was cut off and it was no longer possible to breathe normally due to fear. A frightening feeling arose that I had lost the most precious and close thing in my life. Could such experiences really be true love? Fang Hong suddenly felt some extremely strange and unfamiliar feelings, wondering what was happening to him. The healing pills had the expected effect, but the young man did not expect that the medicine would cause such a strong and painful fever. It seemed as if a real enraged elephant was trying to break out of the young master's burning body from within. Fang Hong knew that he needed to pull himself together, as completely wrong and inappropriate thoughts began to enter his mind. The young man decided that in this case it would be best to just go to bed. Then all these strange sensations would go away. However, it was absolutely impossible to fall asleep, since the healing pill filled the body with an incredible amount of seething energy and strength. When Shuchi came out of the shower, the girl wondered if the guy was already fast asleep. It looked pretty strange. The girl quietly said that the young master should have a good rest today, but she wanted to tell him something important. Shuchi began to carefully approach the guy's face, but Fang Hong was not asleep and could clearly see what was happening. The girl tenderly kissed the young man on the cheek with words of gratitude to her true hero and protector from danger. The guy's eyes immediately lit up with love, revealing the young master's true feelings for the beautiful rescued girl. Shuchi suddenly became very embarrassed, because she was completely sure that the guy was sleeping peacefully and resting. Suddenly, the towel that was wrapped around the girl's body began to treacherously unfold and slide down her figure. Part of the terry towel simply fell off the body, and areas of skin became visible. The guy saw Shuchi's seductive body and was completely shocked by how perfect and beautifully built the girl was. The embarrassed Shuchi could not stand this, so she immediately hit the impudent spectator on the head with a stool for his shamelessness. Fang Hong knew that it could have been a wonderful romantic evening, but something was clearly bothering the proud girl. To prevent the guy from going too far, Shuchi tied up the young master in a special way right on the bed. It seemed like the girl wanted to say something important, but instead of talking, she just sat and stared the whole time. I didn't think that such a beautiful girl could have such terrible handwriting. It's completely impossible to understand the meaning. Shuchi left some mysterious note, and how hard it is to actually understand these mysterious girls. The guy understood that such a simple knot that the girl tied would definitely not hold the young master back. Therefore, Fang Hong easily removed all the ropes, realizing that the effect of the healing pill had almost worn off. The young man also noticed that it was already getting light outside, and dawn had almost fully come into its own. Suddenly, the guy's phone rang, and the young master wondered who was calling at such an early hour of the day. Bai being called. And Fang Hong wondered with interest what this girl suddenly needed so early. Picking up the phone, the guy immediately asked why the beauty was calling him so early in the morning and what happened. Bai Bing said that she was near the young man's house, so the young master should come down as quickly as possible. The girl stood on the street, all beautiful and elegant, looking like a real angel who had descended from heaven to earth. Fang Hong immediately noticed that there was something special about the girl. Since Bai Bing looked especially beautiful today, the beauty just smiled mysteriously and told the guy that there was no point in wasting time on compliments, it was better to just go. The guy immediately asked with curiosity where they were heading, and whether the beautiful boss really missed him that much. Fang Hong added that if Bai Bing wanted to invite the young master on a romantic date, she could have just said so. The strict female boss replied that she simply wanted to thank the guy for his help, since she didn't like to remain in debt. Therefore, If a young man has any suggestions or wishes, he can say absolutely anything he wants. Fang Hong pointed his finger at a certain place and playfully suggested that maybe they should go to the hotel in that case. The indignant girl hit the impudent man and told the guy to be more serious and ask for adequate things. Bai Bing noticed that the young master was clearly not from around here, so it was better to follow her so as not to get lost. The boss took the young man to the most luxurious shopping center, offering to take whatever he wanted at her expense. People passing by immediately recognized the influential department head and wondered if it was really Bai Bing. The blonde beauty, hearing the whispers of passers-by, turned around and wondered in bewilderment what these people were talking about. A couple of employees were discussing how the boss was unpredictable and didn't hang out with guys. And then suddenly she showed up with a young man. The irritated girl sharply declared to the curious that this was exclusively her personal business and did not concern outsiders. The impudent employee replied that of course it was none of her business. But romances with young men were rare for Bai Bing. Fang Hong intervened and told Auntie not to misunderstand, but the woman was clearly from a different generation. The guy added that no one is being forced. The young master is with the lady solely by mutual consent. Bai Bing began to shout indignantly that the young man was even talking nonsense. After all, they were just colleagues at work. The insulted woman repeated in horror that she had been called an auntie, and that her rival suitor was a terrible guy. Therefore, the envious woman suggested that people have different views. Let him say how much he paid, she will give more. Fang Hong thought with his eyes shining that he must really be incredibly popular with the women here. However, the guy told his aunt that she didn't know her own worth at all, since the young master was very picky. The young man added in a terrible tone that he was not attracted to dummies at all, so the woman was not suitable. The guy turned to his companion and suggested that they simply move on, ignoring the envious people. All the spectators watching what was happening thought that two girls were fighting for one guy. Suddenly, some unfamiliar people placed their hands heavily on the young master's shoulders, stopping the young man. The enraged aunt and the director threateningly asked where the impudent fellow was going, after allowing himself such insults. Fang Hong quickly took out his special Taoist needles, holding them between his fingers for immediate use. The young man accurately threw silver needles at his opponents. Not wanting to waste time on lengthy proceedings, sharp needles hit very delicate and intimate points on the bodies of aggressively minded women. After the hit, this couple simply did not understand what was happening to them, and what strange sensations were taking over their bodies. The attackers couldn't hold their bladders, and a real embarrassment occurred right in the middle of the shopping center. A real commotion began in the crowded place, as the women were terribly embarrassed by the incident that had occurred. Passers-by who observed this scene could not believe the reality of what was happening, and their eyes widened in surprise. Fang Hong indignantly asked, "How could they not be ashamed? Look what they did in front of everyone. Who taught them such a thing?" The angry rich woman called the young man a freak, who plays black, and demanded that he stop right there. However, the women were so embarrassed by the confusion that had occurred that their only way out was to flee hastily. Bai Bing began to smile and noticed that the young master had acted too harshly. He should have been more gentle. The guy replied that if the aggressors were harassing a beauty, they could have received a harsher punishment. The young man added that his boss looks even more charming when she is angry and shows her character in this way. So the young people decided that they could finally return to their planned shopping at the mall. When they entered one of the expensive stores, the consultants warmly greeted the visitors with the words, "Welcome." The first question from the sellers was to find out what exactly the esteemed customers needed from the assortment. Bai Bing told the young master that the clothes from this prestigious store would definitely suit the guy perfectly. The consultant girl was overly pushy and insistently said that this suit would definitely suit the gentleman. The saleswoman literally pushed the guy into the fitting room by force, insisting on trying on the clothes immediately. Even the boss herself noticed that this consultant girl was somehow too friendly and intrusive. It's also strange that the saleswoman for some reason went into the cramped fitting room with the guy. Fang Hong turned to the pseudo-consultant, saying that there was no one here, so there was no need to disguise himself. The surprised girl asked how the young master knew all this and saw through the deception. It turned out that the consultant was actually Uncle Chen in disguise, following the young master. The guy asked in bewilderment whether he really looked blind and why his relative had suddenly started following him. The man was indignant. Did he look like a pervert? There was simply a much more important matter to discuss. Uncle Chen revealed the alarming news that the young master was wanted, and the bounty on his head was 30 million. The guy, looking at the ad, couldn't believe it and thought how it happened. but only 30 million. They could have given a larger amount. The man explained that there are killers from all over the world in a special application, so you can imagine who will be hunting now. Even the uncle himself accidentally took a contract for murder. Without understanding the interface of a dangerous application for mercenaries, Chen tries to cancel the task and curses that he accidentally pressed the accept order button. When the man canceled the ill-fated order, he received a fine of $100,000 for violating the terms. The guy, hearing this, was shocked and asked if it was really necessary to pay even the fines. They spent a lot of money. Fang Hong wondered which method was best, since professional killers were not cheap and could not be fooled. Uncle continued to explain that if the assignments were not completed on time, the fines would be much greater. Suddenly, the man informed the young master that someone had just taken on the task of eliminating him. The guy immediately began to persistently inquire who exactly had decided to accept this dangerous order. It turns out he's number 2 on the list of the world's most dangerous hitmen. And now the guy's in big trouble. Fang Hong, upon hearing the news, was delighted that finally someone worthy would be willing to fight him to the death. The young man asked his uncle if they had been able to find out the identity of the mysterious customer of this deadly mission. The man replied that no, because in the community of dangerous killers, the customer is never revealed to outsiders. The guy thoughtfully said that he remembered someone who might know all the details of this case. Fang Hong guessed that for such a small matter, Uncle was dragged here to disguise himself. The original purpose was surveillance. Uncle began to make excuses, saying that the young master did not understand the situation correctly, and that some things were better left undisclosed. The young man asked directly if the man was afraid that something romantic would happen between the guy and the boss. Fang Hong added that since they don't want to tell the truth, of course he won't force them. But the girl is with him. Therefore, if the young master understood everything correctly, then this beautiful girl is Uncle Chen's daughter. The uncle asked the boy in surprise how he had managed to guess about this family secret. The young man replied that it was because of his keen observation and insight that he was called a young master for a reason. The guy assured that the man need not worry about anything, since he would definitely keep the family secret. Although Fang Hong doesn't know what happened to his relatives, they can ask for any help. The man sincerely replied that if the young people were together with his daughter, then the father would only be happy about it. Fang Hong seriously pointed out that the one behind the kidnapping of the vice president had not yet been caught. So love was in the background. When they left the fitting room, the boss asked why it took them so long to choose and whether the clothes suited the guy. The young man suddenly told the girl that he had urgent business and would the beauty be able to give him a ride to the right place. By being cautiously asked where the young master suddenly had so many urgent matters and concerns, when they got into the car, the girl asked about their destination, receiving the answer that they were heading to the investigation bureau. The boss's car sped along the city streets at an incredible speed, surprising the passenger with its driving style. The car was going so fast that the guy's face wrinkled up, as if he was racing in Formula 1. Although from the outside it looked like a small lady's car, it accelerated amazingly quickly and powerfully. The young man asked the girl why they were rushing at such speed, since the matter was not so urgent. Getting out of the car, the guy told his boss that he would see her soon and thanked her for the ride. Fang Hong added that there was no need to be angry. There would definitely be new reasons to walk around the city together. The young man called the bureau chief, Gun, and said that he needed to ask for something, to personally interrogate Scorpio. The manager replied that it was fine, everything would be organized so the young master could go to office 212 or. The guy was already inside the Bureau of Investigation building and was heading to the designated office for interrogation. Suddenly, right in front of the young man, the door broke into 2 parts with a very loud crash and bang. Fang Hong looked into the destroyed room and wondered in surprise what was going on there that was so scary. Suddenly, an angry girl appeared in front of the guy's face, and the young master almost collided with the stranger. The worker started shouting that the guy was tired of living. How dare he touch her without permission? The bureau employee raised her hand to slap him, menacingly asking if the impudent fellow understood where he was. Fang Hong, thanks to his abilities, managed to dodge the painful slap that flew towards his face from the enraged girl. The young man responded by simply grabbing the aggressive stranger by the arm to stop further attacks. When the guy took the girl by the hand, the only thought in his head was surprise. Where did he get such strength from? The young master noticed that the worker's pulse was jumping. There was not enough energy in her kidneys, and she also had a fever. The guy offered to prescribe medicine for treatment, but the girl didn't even want to listen and rudely sent him away. When the employee swung her hand again, she suddenly felt very strange and incomprehensible sensations in her body. The guy himself also noticed this unusual reaction of the girl and wondered what strange thing had happened. The employee swung her leg with the grace of a true gymnast, threateningly telling the guy that now he would definitely be finished and punished. The girl wanted to hit the young master, but the young man calmly noted that the worker had a lot of strength, but clearly lacked speed. Fang Hong easily dodged the attack again with such ease that it left the attacking bureau employee shocked and surprised. The stubborn girl was not going to give up and swung her fist again, trying to reach the elusive and annoying young master. However, the guy literally stopped the powerful blow with just one finger, demonstrating incredible strength and control over the situation. The shocked worker's jaw dropped, as she wondered how this could possibly happen to an ordinary person. In the midst of the conflict, another employee appeared and turned to her colleague, saying that this was a misunderstanding and that Xiaoxiao needed to cool down. The angry Xiaoxiao was indignant. What other misunderstanding? This impudent boy just wanted to rob her. She knows exactly his intentions. The colleague asked if the guy was a scumbag and he should be arrested, but then she realized that Xiaoxiao was just joking. The employee apologized and explained that her colleague had serious problems catching a dangerous criminal today, so she was in a bad mood. The guy calmly replied that it was nothing to worry about, but the young master was the same person that the employees had probably already heard about. Xiaoxiao thought to herself, could this really be that legendary guy for whom absolutely nothing in the world is impossible? Therefore, the girls suggested moving on, since Chief Gong had been waiting for an important guest in his office for a long time. The young master entered the manager's spacious office, where he had indeed been patiently awaiting the arrival of his assistant. The boss was genuinely glad to see the guy and said with relief that the long-awaited consultant had finally come to help. The director handed over a temporary ID card for interrogations, stating that the young man was now an official criminal investigation advisor at the bureau. The manager advised to hurry, since they said from above that the case would soon be handed over to others. People from Interpol had already arrived. Therefore, if this important matter is transferred to higher authorities, the boss will have a very difficult time. The guy hopes he understands this. The young master confidently declared that there was no need to worry. In less than 3 days, luck would smile upon the investigation. During interrogation, Scorpio stubbornly told investigators that he had already said everything, that he knew absolutely nothing. And why interrogate him at all? The criminal added that he was now disabled, so you could keep him in the cell until he died. He still wouldn't say anything. Fang Hong forcefully rushed into the interrogation room and was surprised to see that yes, it was indeed the same one. The criminal immediately recognized the guy who literally turned the dangerous bandit into a helpless invalid with one move. The young master turned to the scoundrel and asked with a grin why he looked so frightened, whether he was afraid of the meeting. Scorpio stated with hatred that he really thought the guy was afraid of him. Don't make me laugh. I hate myself for not killing him. However, the criminal's rage only made the young master laugh, who philosophically remarked that it was good to be a real villain in life. Not only can a criminal easily shirk responsibility, but he will also calmly pretend to be an innocent victim of circumstances. Scorpio boldly replied that there was no need to be so distracted, since he knew very well the real reasons why the guy had come here for interrogation. If the bandit understood the situation correctly, then the young master came because a new dangerous killer was looking for him. Because that is true. The young master was genuinely surprised by the fact that this hardened criminal actually knew about this case. Scorpio sarcastically noted that since the guy was so worried and angry, he definitely wanted to know the details, thinking that someone especially dangerous was looking for him. The criminal asked to guess whether it was the legendary Scorpion Girl or the no less famous in criminal circles Zhu Shi who was hunting. The bandit added that perhaps even the mysterious Green Dragon himself took the order to eliminate the annoying young master. The young master admitted that his opponent was right, saying that someone was indeed looking, offering a reward of $30 million for his head. At this tense moment, the head of the bureau was carefully watching the course of the interrogation through a special one-way mirror. Scorpio just burst out laughing and gleefully declared that 30 million meant a Scorpio girl. Now the guy was definitely a corpse. When the young man heard this important information, he thought that the girl was a Scorpio, 2 scorpions, which meant that they were somehow connected. Fang Hong realized that it meant that the second position on the list of the most dangerous assassins in the world belonged to the mysterious girl. Then the criminal gave out additional information about Zhu Shi, and the guy thanked him for his frankness, but Scorpio declared his indifference. When the young master heard the confession, he said thank you for your honesty, but he is not afraid of threats, because the enemy does not know the true goal. The defendant boldly replied that he didn't want to tell anything, so he shouldn't waste his time and energy completely in vain. The guy calmly stated that he would not beg the criminal. Soon, he himself would ask the young master to listen to his confession. When Fang Hong took out his special Taoist needles, the opponent asked in horror and panic what he was going to do with him. Scorpio screamed throughout the entire office and desperately begged them not to come closer, swearing that he knew absolutely nothing about the customers. Fang Hong, with a cold expression on his face, philosophically remarked that then you only have yourself to blame for everything that happened. The young master accurately launched his sharp silver needle, which flew at incredible speed straight to the target. The needle hit the third eye area on the forehead exactly, causing the enemy to immediately feel strange and frightening changes. Scorpio immediately began to feel very strange and painful sensations, sweating wildly from the growing horror and incomprehensible influence. Suddenly, it seemed as if a huge number of giant ants were slowly climbing up the arm towards the criminal's body. There were so many insects that they climbed up the entire body to the head, creating an unbearable sensation of crawling creatures. The vile creatures took over the body completely, so that the scorpion, paralyzed with horror, screamed in panic from disgust and fear. In reality, these were just hallucinations from the effects of the needle, but the visions were so realistic that they drove the criminal crazy. Suddenly, when Scorpio opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a completely different, dark and frightening place of confinement. The criminal heard a voice mockingly asking what it would be like to be bitten by these disgusting and hungry creatures. It was a guy who greeted the guest warmly, saying welcome to a special place for the most real and cruel punishments. Scorpio understood that all this was just a hallucination from the effect of the needles. But for such devilry, he was ready to tell absolutely everything. The young master calmly replied that not at all, since these were just flowers. Soon the enemy would experience real hell in full. Fang Hong put his hand forward and offered the criminal a taste of even more sophisticated torture in that case. The young man began to perform magic, as if a truly destructive earthquake had begun in space, shaking the foundations of the universe. Terrible and unbearable feelings overwhelmed the helpless enemy. The criminal went even more mad from the growing nightmare. Scorpio seemed to be in a real hell right now, completely unaware of what was happening around him. The bandit seemed to be falling through the crumbling ground that was collapsing under his feet. But the young master only laughed maliciously. Although the criminal was terribly scared, he still stubbornly declared that he was not at all afraid of death and was ready to endure. The guy mockingly replied that it was too early to talk about fearlessness, since he and his opponent had only just begun this exciting journey. The young master explained that this was an unusual illusion. The criminal experienced all the painful sensations in harsh reality without deception. Therefore, the hellish pain that Scorpio experiences in visions is actually reflected in the physical body of the tormented person. Fang Hong asked what it was like to be pierced through. Since the young master still had many ways to force, therefore soon the enemy will lose all hope of feeling even a moment of long-awaited relaxation. Scorpio desperately screamed at the boy to let him go, but the young man said that this was only the very beginning of the program. The broken enemy called the young master crazy and promised to tell everything. The main thing was to stop this excruciating torture. Fang Hong was glad to hear this and philosophically remarked that for such villains to speak, they would have to become more terrifying than the demon itself. Scorpio again begged him to stop and swore that he would tell the young master absolutely everything he wanted to know from the criminal. Fang Hong stated with satisfaction that he should have behaved like that right away. Otherwise, the arrogant one was too showy. The enemy was amazed to think that the strange feeling had returned to reality. Was it really not just simple hypnosis? After 10 minutes of intense exposure, the guy left the interrogation room and approached his patiently waiting boss. The young master informed the director that now his experienced people were needed, since he had loosened his tongue. Everything else depended on professionalism. The chief, hearing this, was shocked and asked what was happening there, since the criminal was screaming loudly and suffering. The young master assured that there was no need to worry, that he had not caused any physical harm, but he could not reveal the method of influence. As he walked out of the investigation bureau building, Fang Hong was surprised to see his beautiful boss's familiar yellow car parked at the entrance. The young man was surprised and asked why the beauty was still here and hadn't gone anywhere on her important business. The guy warmly noticed that the girl had been patiently waiting for him for a long time. Bai Bing was so caring and attentive, the young foreman asked his boss to give him a ride to the corporation, since there were some urgent matters there that required attention. Bai Bing readily agreed to the request, so her little yellow car set off on its journey through the city streets again. Fan Hong admitted that since the girl had waited for him for so long, the guy should definitely treat the beauty to something delicious. The young man noticed that the boss had become somehow cold and distant. Had the young master really offended her in some way before? Suddenly, in the side mirror, the guy saw a suspicious rider on a motorcycle who was approaching their car at a dangerous speed. As it turned out, this was no ordinary racer, as the stranger pulled out his weapon and was preparing to attack the passengers. Fang Hong immediately noticed the threat and became very tense, realizing that a real dangerous shootout on the road was about to begin. There was a deafening shot, and the deadly bullet began to fly at incredible speed straight towards their moving car. The boss desperately screamed at the guy to lie down immediately, since it was extremely dangerous for the lives of both passengers. The ill-fated bullet hit the glass exactly, which instantly cracked and shattered into many small pieces. Since the girl lay down on the seat, the crouched guy tried to take control of the car into his inexperienced hands. The young master wanted to turn the car around in order to go in a completely different direction and escape the pursuit of dangerous opponents. Unfortunately, the out-of-control car is heading straight for a huge tree growing on the side of the city road. Unfortunately, the beautiful yellow car crashes into a massive tree with its fragile bumper, causing serious damage to the body. The guy worriedly asked the girl if everything was okay with her. Bai Bing replied that yes, it was quite okay. Fang Hong insistently told the boss that she should hide somewhere safe and not come out until she gave her permission. When the young man got out of the damaged car, he angrily declared that he hated people most of all who attacked unexpectedly and vilely. In front of him, the young master saw not just one such racer, but 4 opponents, thinking that he could not trust them. Fang Hong smiled and remarked that it was good that there were so many enemies. Now everyone would be able to see the guy's true abilities. All the armed opponents lined up in a single row, and one of them, in a commanding voice, commanded to open deadly fire. The mercenaries took out their modern weapons and started shooting literally like real combat robots without emotions. Fang Hong tried to hide from the hail of bullets, so he began to run very quickly between the trees, dodging the shots, after which the young master quickly took out his professional silver needles, preparing for a counterattack on the aggressive opponents. The young man assumed the necessary stance for combat, after which he accurately directed these fast and sharp needles straight at his enemies. When the needles hit their target, the guy realized that they did not pass through the strong helmets, but simply bounced off the protection. Fang Hong thought that this was the first time he encountered such a defense. What should he do in such a critical situation? The unknown opponents mockingly declared that ordinary needles were completely useless and ineffective against their modern equipment. Hiding behind a thick tree, the guy thought that he did not expect such a quick appearance of enemies. He had already used basic techniques. These 4 mysterious strangers slowly made their way towards the guy's hiding place, confidently declaring that he had no chance against the professionals. The difficult opponents began to give commands that 2 should go there and be sure to surround him at the big tree. However, when the armed mercenaries went behind the massive trunk, they were extremely surprised because there was absolutely no one there. The professionals heard a suspicious noise from above in the tree crown, wondering if the cunning guy had really escaped in such an original way. Indeed, raising their heads upward, the opponents saw that the young master was right at the top among the thick branches. The mercenaries quickly began shooting randomly without even thinking, just to hit the elusive young master at any cost. But then the aggressors realized that it was just the sound of frightened birds, and the movement in the foliage seemed to them. Fang Hong suddenly appeared behind the opponents and philosophically remarked that bullying the weak was not at all in his noble style. The young master grabbed the 2 criminals by their protected heads, demonstrating the incredible strength and speed of his honed movements. The young man forcefully slammed the enemies' heads together and promised to show who the real martial arts professional was. Thus, with amazing ease, the guy dealt with these 2 opponents. But there were still 2 dangerous enemies left. Fang Hong pushed off from the tree and defiantly declared to the remaining mercenaries that he was right here in front of them. The young master swung his leg and dealt with another armed and dangerous opponent with incredible ease. When only one last enemy remained, he did not even have time to understand what had happened to his comrades. The young master suddenly appeared behind him again and playfully greeted him. "Cuckoo! Actually, he's here." As the man in the protective helmet tried to turn his head, the critical situation dawned on him. The guy turned to the last opponent and suggested that he try sitting down on the ground for a heart-to-heart talk. Fang Hong used a special technique to press on the enemy's shoulder in such a way that the enemy would fall down under the impact. The mercenary literally fell to his knees, since he simply had no other choice in the current situation. The opponent's knees and bones simply could not withstand such powerful and targeted pressure from the young master. The fallen enemy began to scream desperately. although his voice sounded as if he was screaming in a closed space from behind a helmet. Fang Hong demanded that the prisoner immediately tell who these professional mercenaries were working for and who the customer was. Suddenly, a mysterious girl appeared unexpectedly, who admitted that she had no idea that the guy would be so incredibly strong. However, the stranger added that she did not know whether it was true that the young master's head was really worth $30 million. Surprised, Fang Hong asked where this mysterious girl came from and who she really was. The young man guessed that this was the same Zhu Shi that the guy had previously heard about from other sources of information. The mysterious girl noted with a grin that the guy underestimates the female sex. Does he always evaluate the fair sex this way? The young master philosophically replied that appearances can be deceiving, but his girlfriend was not as outstanding as he thought. The guy added that his girlfriend was nothing special and that he would now make her run around because her friend had failed to complete the task. Seeing the self-confident smile on his opponent's face, the young man mockingly remarked that the girl was very self-confident. Zhao Shi assumed a fighting stance in such a way that her dark cloak rose dramatically and fluttered in the wind. After which, the dangerous girl began to run very quickly straight towards the guy with clearly aggressive intentions. Fang Hong realized that this was quite a dangerous situation, as just a little more, and the young master could have been seriously injured. The opponent suddenly appeared right above the young man's head and reached out with her hand to his body to deliver a fatal blow. The girl used her hand in such a special way that the movements resembled the swift and poisonous strikes of a killer snake. The young master manages to dodge such a powerful and potentially fatal blow from his opponent with amazing dexterity. In return, Fang Hong puts his palm straight out in front of him and prepares to deliver a crushing counterattack as well. The young man wants to deliver a precise blow straight to the girl's head with his trained palm with maximum force. Zhao Shi also tries to dodge the attack in an acrobatic manner, relying on his strong arms to maneuver. The guy looks closely and understands that the enemy is indeed not as simple as it seemed at first. In front of him, the young master sees a girl wearing high-heeled shoes, about to swing for a blow. However, the guy simply grabs his opponent by her leg in return and prepares to deliver his own crushing blow. But at that moment, the young man sees something in front of him that greatly surprises and amazes the young master. The killer girl, just like real liquid water, begins to bend incredibly, demonstrating inhuman flexibility. The opponent begins to gradually cover the guy's body in such a way that he cannot move a single limb. Zhu Shi, like a true snake, triumphantly declares that she has finally managed to catch the elusive and dangerous enemy. Such strange sensations are now taking over the guy's body, as if huge boa constrictors were really coiled around him. Fan Hong noted with understanding that this was jujitsu, which meant the young master most likely knew who the girl's teacher was. The hired killer replied that the guy was smart and lucky because he would die at the hands of a professional. Fang Hong noted with a smirk that his opponent was too talkative to be a real professional assassin. The blonde was surprised by such courage, noticing that the guy had enough courage in his head, not just some ordinary flunky. The girl promised that now the young man would hear the beautiful sound of bones breaking. It would be real music. The young master philosophically noted that as a killer, the girl had made too big a mistake by showing her strength too early. The guy added that his opponent had probably heard that there are always those who are better, and began to twist his fingers. Zhu Shi heard strange sounds from the enemy's body and couldn't understand what exactly was happening to the guy. The girl saw how the young master's body instantly became insanely flexible, as if made of liquid metal. Fang Hong places two of his fingers and gently places them on the opponent's wrist to affect the points. Oh my god, what is this mysterious and dangerous guy going to do with a professional killer now? The girl sees how again two of his fingers, saturated with yellow chi energy, are directed towards her body for influence. At the critical moment, the opponent still managed to jump back, and because of this, the grip released the young master. Zhou Shi took the necessary defensive stance and tried to calculate what this young master would want to do next. The surprised girl asked if the guy also knew jujitsu and was very surprised by his professional skills. The young master answered with dignity that of course he knew it, but his opponent had dishonored the sacred art of his ancient ancestors. Fang Hong said that there were always some losers who couldn't do anything good, like her. The angry girl said that, okay. Then she takes back her words about underestimating the enemy that she said earlier. The opponent powerfully pushed off the solid ground to make a high leap into the air for an overhead attack. Zhao Shi starts flying very quickly straight towards the guy, demonstrating incredible speed and aggressiveness of attack. Fan Hong calmly explained to his opponent that the main drawback of using jujitsu was the need to switch to close combat. If this cannot be done for some reason, then it will simply not be possible to harm the enemy and cause serious damage. The angry opponent picked up 3 black balls and accurately threw them straight towards the young master. The guy watched carefully as something strange and suspicious approached him, but for now he preferred to do nothing. After the black balls dissolved into the air, a thick black, incomprehensible smoke appeared, enveloping everything around. The hitwoman explained that her weapon contained a powerful poison that would paralyze the body if it came into contact with the victim's skin. The girl added that in 5 seconds the guy would be completely paralyzed, and in that case they would be able to play. When the poisonous smoke cleared a little, the motionless body of the young master became visible through it in the poisoned air. The boy's pupils were not visible, and his body was indeed covered in red spots from the effects of the toxin. The triumphant snake opponent mockingly asked, "Well, did you get caught? How does the effect of the strongest poison on the body feel?" Zhao came closer and said that even though the boy was paralyzed, he could still feel, so he would now suffer. The girl thought out loud whether to slowly cut the enemy into pieces or cut out his still-beating living heart. After some thought, the killer said, "Okay, in that case everything is completely decided and the choice is finally made." The professional promised to cut out the guy's heart, pointing the knife at his chest, saying that now the young master would die. However, the guy suddenly simply grabbed the sharp blade of the knife with his strong teeth, stopping the deadly attack of his opponent. The shocked girl looked at what was happening in surprise and thought how this could even be possible in principle. With a grin on his face, the young master apologized for disappointing expectations, and suddenly the knife cracked in his mouth. The shocked opponent exclaimed that it was completely impossible. How could the guy come to his senses after the poison? Fang Hong began to move his legs freely, and philosophically noted that if someone else couldn't do it, it didn't mean that he couldn't do it either. The young man put his palm forward and promised that now it was his turn to show his opponent a truly high level of combat. A huge amount of powerful energy, which had never been seen before, burst out from the young master's hand. It was as if the very spirit of the ancient dragon had emerged from his palm, presenting a truly amazing and mesmerizing sight. This majestic blue dragon of pure energy approached closer and closer to the frightened opponent. Shuchi was completely shocked to think that this was the first time in her life that she had encountered such an incredible technique. When the energy strike was fully carried out, the girl began to experience terrible pain throughout her entire body. The young master continued to stand and continued to crush his opponent with his powerful and inexorable spiritual ki energy. The defeated opponent was simply terrified, as it was the first time in her life that she had experienced such excruciating sensations. The girl desperately asked what the guy was honestly doing with her body and internal organs. The young master answered his opponent with a mysterious smile. Why should he reveal his secret cards at all? Let her try to guess the true nature herself. Zhao noted with respect and some fear that, well, Dragon Guy, she would definitely remember him and would not underestimate his abilities anymore. The killer girl turned to her hidden comrades with a demand. Why are they standing around doing nothing? Let's get out of here as quickly as possible. Fang Hong turned around in surprise to see who she was even talking to, since there was no one visible around to begin with. The truly mysterious opponent simply ran away. I didn't think that a hired killer in second place would show such childish qualities. The young man turned to the boss and said that the beauty could already get out of the car, since he had completely dealt with the opponents. However, for some reason the girl did not respond to his calls, and the guy began to think that something bad was happening. The young master realized that things might be seriously wrong, as Bai Bing might have been stolen during the battle with the mercenaries. The guy continued to desperately call out to the missing girl in the hope that something would work out, and the boss would respond to his voice. Suddenly, Fang Hong heard a faint voice, like a girl asking for help somewhere nearby. The guy immediately stopped and began to carefully try to understand where exactly this barely audible sound of calling was coming from. Bai Bing, the head of the corporation's finance department, was simply sitting next to a large tree and was completely unable to move her arms or legs. The first thing the guy did when he found the girl was to ask her with concern what had happened to her that was so serious during this time. The boss complained that there were a bunch of really disgusting bugs here, so she asked to help her get up from the ground. Fang Hong philosophically noted that he just wanted to keep his identity secret in case some enemy ambushed the beauty. The curious girl asked. The guy had already completely dealt with the opponents. That's true. Bai Bing admitted that she had seen everything carefully from behind cover, and that the young master was simply the most truly amazing fighter in the world. The young man modestly replied that of course, this pathetic bunch of henchmen were certainly no match for a serious opponent. The boss curiously asked who these mysterious people were and what kind of dangerous individuals they were. The guy calmly explained to the girl that the mercenaries had come specifically to kill him. That was all. With a frightened look and a trembling voice, the girl asked again, "Kill? What kind of horror and nightmares happening in life?" Fang Hong suggested that the boss move on, since now they must definitely go to the corporation director on important matters. After some time, the young people arrived at the impressive building of this influential corporation to meet with the management. At this very moment, the angry Zhu Shi, in a fit of rage, simply took off all of her damaged clothes. The surprised killer number 2 on the list thought with indignation, "How dare this guy so cruelly beat up a professional mercenary?" To this, the mysterious man from the shadows answered the girl that the enemy was simply very well trained in martial arts. Zhu Shi quickly grabbed her torn clothes, trying to somehow cover her body from prying eyes. Covering her figure with the remains of the fabric, the girl cautiously asked who was here at this moment in time. This mysterious stranger reassured her that she had absolutely nothing to worry about, since he was not an enemy to the professional. The man revealed important information about a cultivator technique called muscle and tendon modification, an ancient art of cultivation. When the girl heard this revelation, she asked in amazement, "Is this the same legendary technique for changing muscles and tendons?" The stranger explained that there were only 9 stages of spiritual purification of blood, and in this way, one could achieve immortality later. This ancient technique awakens the hidden inner powers of a person and generates a completely new third type of energy in the body. Most likely, the poisonous weapon did not work on the enemy precisely because the young master had trained this complex technique to perfection. The mysterious stranger continued the conversation, noting that he knew a lot about martial arts, so maybe it was worth talking more about this guy. At this very time, in the corporation, Director John Muji has a serious question about the powerful and influential Xiao family. The manager asked the young man again if he was really sure that this dangerous family was involved in the kidnapping of his daughter. Fang Hong answered with complete confidence that yes, he was 100% convinced that his conclusions were correct. The director noted with alarm that even Scorpio did not know that the world of hired killers had become much more complex and confusing. Uncle Chen cautiously inquired whether it was possible that the captured criminal had simply lied to the investigators for his own benefit. The young master categorically replied that of course not. He fully vouched for all the words that were spoken by Scorpio. The uncle noted with concern that the position of this family among all the large companies was quite clear, and their capital was simply enormous. The guy explained to his relative that he did not fully understand what a vice president means for large pharmaceutical companies in the world. Fang Hong philosophically noted that selfish interests are fertile ground for the germination of criminal intentions. In the modern world of medicine, cancer has long been a serious concern for leading specialists. The existence of this girl is tantamount to saving millions. Even ordinary people would want to acquire unique abilities at any cost, let alone huge international corporations. Although the young master is confident that Scorpio did not lie to the investigators, there is no complete guarantee that he was simply not used. The director of the corporation asked what the guy was going to do to solve the problem in such a difficult case. Fang Hong asked back with a mysterious expression, wondering if the men really wanted to know what he was going to do. A crazy and rather sarcastic smile appeared on the young man's face, which slightly frightened those present in the office. The young master said with cold determination that in that case it was time to finally get rid of all the family's enemies. The man worriedly asked what the guy would do with that dangerous killer girl who wanted to kill him. Fang Hong calmly replied that she shouldn't be underestimated, but there was no need to worry too much either. The situation was under control. These two influential men, when they heard such a confident answer from the guy, were incredibly amazed by such self-confidence. After all, this girl is on the list of the most dangerous hired killers in the world, and the guy doesn't even have a scratch. The young master modestly replied that he had simply not been careful enough, which was why his opponent had managed to avoid serious punishment. So since everything is finished and the matter is decided, the young man is simply going to leave to do his business. Uncle Chen was amazed to think that the guy easily dealt with the dangerous girl and came out unharmed. Who was he? Looking at this mysterious young master, the man wondered where he had managed to learn such incredible strength and skill. Bai Bing admitted that she had not yet thanked the savior. If he was not busy, then maybe he could go to her house. The guy playfully noted that the girl was playing with fire, a lonely guy, and a beauty in the apartment, not afraid of something happening. The boss confidently replied that the young man definitely had some bad thoughts, but he didn't have the courage to put them into practice. Fan Hong, when he heard such words from the girl, asked again in surprise, "Wait, that was a hint. That is, she meant something specific. The young people quickly called a taxi and got into the car, heading to the boss's house to continue the evening. Suddenly, they felt very awkward, because they had absolutely no idea what to talk about to each other on the road. The car they were riding in suddenly began to brake due to an unexpected obstacle on the road or a traffic light. Due to the sudden braking, Bai Bing began to fall on the guy, falling straight onto the young master in the cramped salon. The girl leaned so strongly towards the young man with literally her entire graceful body, finding herself in his arms. Unexpectedly, the beauty's lips were very close to the face of the embarrassed man in this intimate situation. The guy was very embarrassed by the situation that had happened and became even more confused, opening his mouth wide in surprise. The boss quickly distanced herself from the young master, hoping that nothing serious or compromising had happened between them. Bai Bing closed her eyes and apologized to the guy, assuring him that it was completely unintentional and accidental. However, the girl did not understand why her heart was beating so hard and fast after this innocent touch. The boss wondered if she was really in love with this mysterious and attractive guy for real. At this inopportune moment, her mother unexpectedly called on the phone, interrupting her daughter's romantic thoughts. The girl picked up the phone, and her mother excitedly reported that a serious problem had occurred that required immediate intervention. Horrified, Bai Bing asked what exactly had happened at home and asked for all the details of the incident. The beauty apologized to the guy and explained that something serious had happened at home and it needed to be sorted out urgently. The young master worriedly asked if he could somehow help solve his family problems. The girl thanked the young man for his offer of help and assured him that it was absolutely not necessary. She could handle it completely on her own. Sitting in the taxi, the boss promised to meet the guy at another, more suitable time for communication. Soon, Bai Bing arrived at an unpleasant place that looked like an abandoned and depressing area of the city. Everywhere there was some strange, stagnant water, dampness, and a general feeling of desolation and hopelessness. The girl sadly realized that she had not been to this hateful place, full of painful memories, for a long time. 15 years ago, a mother with nowhere to go brought her daughter to the slums, where a small apartment became a home. Even though it was terrible, the girl saw such an encouraging and inspiring smile on her mother's face. The mother really tried her best to provide her daughter with a better life in difficult conditions. Then the woman said that this was now their real home, and they would no longer have to constantly move. For as long as little Bai Bing could remember, her family was constantly moving, and the girl did not understand the meaning of the word home. But seeing his mother's sincere smile, the child thought that this was really a good and safe place to live. However, one day something terrible happened in their lives when a disgusting and cruel man appeared. More precisely, a real monster in human form invaded their peaceful and modest life. This terrible man allowed himself to raise his hand against his defenseless mother, causing physical and mental pain. The girl remembered those terrible screams, "Shut your mouth and give me all your hard-earned money." The mother then desperately defended herself and said that the money was intended for her daughter's education, but the villain threatened. The stepfather shouted at the child that he was a disgusting creature who would achieve nothing in his life. Bai Bing remembered with pain that she did not understand why her mother did not leave this terrible man. Mom's constant concessions only fueled the madness in this disgusting man even more and more strongly, making him more aggressive. The situation continued until the dirty claws of this monster reached even the littlest Bai Bing. Even when the girl grew up and became a teenager, she remembered how she sat then, pressed in a dark corner out of fear. On her 14th birthday, young Bai Bing made a radical decision that could completely change her mother's life. On that fateful evening, this nasty fat man simply slept on old pipes in his dirty room. The door to his stinking room was slightly ajar, creating the perfect opportunity to sneak in unnoticed. Bai Bing, being a determined teenager, carefully opened the creaky old door, trying not to wake the sleeping tyrant. The girl then entered the dark room with only one obsessive thought, holding a sharp knife tightly in her trembling hands. The teenager said to herself, looking at this disgusting man, that she would definitely kill him for all the suffering. Young Bai Bing stood over the sleeping tyrant, and a feeling of all-consuming hatred simply filled her small heart. Swinging a sharp blade over her opponent's head, the girl whispered that now all the torment would finally end. The sharp tip of the knife was rapidly approaching the head of this hated man, ready to finish off the tyrant. But at a critical moment, the mother suddenly appeared, and the frightened girl asked, "Mom, why is she stopping him?" The woman with tears in her eyes said that, "Please forgive her, dear daughter, but this absolutely cannot be done." The mother explained that she knew about her daughter's hatred for this man, but she should not ruin the future because of revenge. The woman admitted that she had saved money for her daughter, so she should leave here and never return. The girl, when she heard these unexpected words, was in complete shock at what her own mother had done. The woman said with tears that her daughter was still very young. She had her whole life ahead of her. There was no point in becoming a murderer. The mother apologized to her daughter, saying, "I'm sorry for ruining your normal childhood and youth." The woman asked for forgiveness for not giving her daughter the happy life that all teenagers dream of. Later, Bai Bing realized that her mother was telling the truth. She didn't understand then why her mother didn't want to leave. At that moment, the nasty man suddenly woke up, grabbed the girl and aggressively asked what they were discussing here without him. The tyrant saw the envelope with money and immediately began to demand that the woman immediately give him all her savings. However, the desperate teenage girl suddenly took and bit this disgusting man on the arm with as much force as she could. The enraged tyrant shouted at the child, "How dare she do such a thing? Doesn't she know what will happen to her now for such insolence?" Then, the frightened daughter desperately screamed to her mother, "Mom, please, let's get out of here as quickly as possible before it's too late." A terrible monster in human form threateningly declared that today no one would leave here alive, and that everyone would be punished for disobedience. The desperate girl then screamed for the scoundrel not to come near, otherwise he would kill himself, and put a sharp knife to her throat. This terrible man angrily asked the teenager how she dared to threaten him, a grown and strong man. The mother then screamed in panic at her daughter to leave as quickly as possible, without looking back. There was nothing else to do but jump out of the window. It was the only place where one could avoid reprisals. After everything she had experienced, Bai Bing realized everything too late. But today, she would definitely take her mother away from this terrible place. The girl came closer and closer to these disgusting slums, full of painful memories from childhood and youth. When she got to the apartment, she discovered that her mother's door had been completely broken down and was hanging by one hinge. In front of the girl's mother stood a clearly dangerous crowd of some armed bandits, who threateningly surrounded the defenseless woman. The criminals demanded that her husband owed them a large sum of money and what he would do if he didn't return it today. The frightened woman desperately tried to explain that the bandits were completely mistaken, since she did not have any husband at all. However, the criminals did not listen to excuses, and the leader ordered his subordinates to bring the debtor here for investigation and settlement. The thugs brought in a tied-up monster, which was badly beaten and was in a deplorable state from the beatings. The woman looked at this once formidable man in horror, but she did not feel sorry for him at all after all the torment. This pathetic bald man begged the woman for help, so that she would save him from the inevitable reprisals of his creditors. As soon as he uttered these words, he immediately received a powerful blow to the ribs with a stick from one of the bandits. The woman firmly stated that she had no connection with this man for a long time and would not pay back his debts. The desperate man screamed, "Why did he support the woman all these difficult years? Would she really leave him to die?" The gang leader said irritably that he didn't come here to listen to these sentimental family dramas. If the money was not on the table in 10 minutes, the criminal promised that the two of them would not leave here alive. This pathetic man was screaming in panic that the woman had money. He wasn't lying, because his daughter had become a big shot. The gang leader, when he heard this unexpected news, realized that this was very interesting and profitable information for him. Therefore, the criminal ordered his men to search the entire apartment as quickly and thoroughly as possible. At this critical moment, the head of the finance department entered the room and loudly addressed those present. The mother was very surprised and delighted when she unexpectedly saw her grown-up and beautiful daughter. The girl resolutely grabbed her mother by the hand and categorically declared that they were leaving here immediately and forever. Bai Bing sternly addressed the bandits, saying, "Listen carefully. We don't know this freak. Demand money from him. And if the criminals want some problems with an influential corporation, then the girl will give them more than enough trouble." The leader noted with respect that such a worthy and strong daughter was born into the family of a worthless gambler. The gang leader coldly stated that for 500,000 yuan, he would not touch them and would simply pretend that he had heard nothing about the debts. However, the proud daughter resolutely replied that he would not receive a penny from her. She did not care about the opinions of the people around her. Unexpectedly, after her bold and defiant words, a sharp dagger flew towards the girl with incredible speed. The blade flew right past Bai Bing's head and with a ringing sound pierced the wall that was right behind her. The enraged man threatened the girl that if he didn't get his hard-earned money, no one would leave here alive. Therefore, the leader dismissively added that this girl was nothing special, so the impudent beauty just needed to be tied up tighter. The bandits with lustful glances noticed that she was really nothing special, but how beautiful she was when she was defenseless and scared. Bai Bing instinctively grabbed an old broom that was lying nearby on the floor of the dirty and neglected apartment. One of the criminals mockingly asked why the beauty was resisting, how she even imagined it in reality. The bandit obscenely suggested to the girl to try to show her anger. It would be very funny and generous for entertainment. After these insulting words, the girl, without even thinking, simply took and hit the scoundrel with all her might with a heavy broom. The stricken bandit immediately fell heavily onto the dirty floor and received a large bleeding abrasion on his head. Bai Bing was surprised to think where she got such incredible strength from. Was it really the after effects of Fang Hong's acupuncture? The slain bandit literally immediately began foaming at the mouth. Truly amazing and frightening things were happening. The girl began to desperately swing this heavy broom to the right and left, shouting at the criminals not to come near her. However, suddenly she received a powerful and painful blow to the stomach from another bandit who had crept up from the side. Bai Bing felt incredibly hurt by the unexpected impact. She did not expect such a vile and insidious blow at all. The girl was literally tied up and thrown onto a dirty floor under electricity, so she could not do anything. The leader began filming the beating on his phone and maliciously noted that the beauty shouldn't have behaved so brazenly. The mother finally decided to protect her only daughter and desperately screamed at the bandits not to touch the child. The woman ran towards the leader with her bare hands and shouted that she would now show him what an enraged mother was capable of. However, when the man saw the attacking woman, he only sneered contemptuously at the old woman's pathetic attempt at resistance. The criminal brutally hit the girl's mother with his fist and cynically declared that it was time for the old woman to die of old age. The leader hit the defenseless woman with his heavy fist so hard that blood gushed from her nose. The former cohabitant, a cowardly monster in human form, watched this brutal beating with horror. While the tied man had free time, he carefully untangled his ropes and began to quietly run towards the exit. As the fugitive approached the front door, he realized with horror that there was definitely someone there and waiting. The coward saw a strange bluish light that began to pulse and become brighter in the dark corridor, after which a foot in expensive shoes suddenly appeared in front of his frightened face, blocking his path to escape. It was Fang Hong who appeared out of nowhere and disdainfully remarked that he had immediately offended this coward. The miserable monster fell heavily right at the feet of the criminals on the dirty floor, leaving itself no chance of salvation. These dangerous bandits froze in place and looked at what was happening in amazement, not understanding who this mysterious stranger was. The young master glanced around the room with indifference and prepared to deal with each of the criminals with cold determination. Fang Hong, who suddenly appeared in this gloomy place, resolutely demanded that the bandits immediately release the defenseless girl. Bai Bing was extremely surprised and alarmed by the fact that the young master had somehow appeared here. One of these impudent scoundrels contemptuously remarked that the pathetic guy had come heroically to save his dear girl from reprisal. The criminals mockingly told the young man that they respected his courage, but since he had come here, he would not leave so easily. The young master decided not to tolerate this any longer and made a sharp, lightning-fast dash forward towards the nearest enemy. Fang Hong jumped so high that he simply hit this guy right in the insolent face with his strong knee. The blow was so powerful and crushing that the bandit instantly lost the ability to see and navigate in space. The comrade of this slain bandit looked on in amazement, trying to understand what had just happened before his eyes. While the criminal was pondering what he had seen, he suddenly saw a fist in front of his face, which was approaching very quickly. The young master punched the scoundrel with such force that he immediately flew back to the opposite wall of the room. The guy coldly told those present that he had not come here to chat with criminals about trifles. The gang leader noticed that the kid was watching what he was saying, moving quickly, and this really impressed the observers. However, a couple of spectacular tricks won't save the guy from reprisal, so let the leader teach him how to do it right. The criminal had 3 sharp daggers in his hands, which he quickly released, and the deadly blades rushed towards their target. Fang Hong calmly faced the enemy's attack, showing complete calm and confidence in his incredible abilities. The young master caught these daggers with astonishing ease, some of them with his fingers and some even with his teeth. The leader looked at this incredible spectacle and thought in shock what had just happened before his eyes. The guy calmly noted that he would take a good dagger for himself if there was anything else interesting. There was no need to be shy. The enraged leader shouted that the young man was underestimating him and would now show what a true professional was capable of, after which the criminal stated that the guy forced him to act, did not want to attack with full force, but now awakened the demon. The leader's subordinates, watching the unfolding battle, said with alarm that their elder brother had become seriously angry. The leader threateningly promised to show everyone present what real cruelty and professional murder were. The bandit boasted that he had already killed 5 people, and if all the power came out, even he himself would not be able to control it. The young master mockingly remarked that the enemy was talking like a real killer, right? He had driven him into a corner. So act. When the leader heard such insolence, he furiously promised to tear the impudent fellow into small pieces for the insults. The criminal explained that his specialty is not throwing daggers, but rather deadly close combat. The bandit proudly declared that he was nicknamed the Deadly Cheetah, so now the guy will get what he deserves. Fang Hong turned to face the opponent who had spoken, and the young master's expression became very serious and focused. The leader was told over the phone that the reward was 200,000 yuan, so he would deal with this kitten himself. The criminal boasted that he was a deadly cheetah who possessed equal strength and incredible speed in combat. The self-confident leader boasted that he could split a stone block with one blow, so those who blocked his way would only meet death. Therefore, the enraged criminal threateningly suggested to everyone present to watch and remember what real merciless cruelty is. The young master watched what was happening with great attention and seriousness, trying to concentrate as much as possible on the upcoming fight with a dangerous opponent. The gang leader saw the concentrated expression on the guy's face and could not understand what the catcher's secret was. Suddenly, the young man simply took and struck the braggart with his strong fist right in his insolent and smug face. The stricken bandit immediately flew to the opposite side of the room, blood gushing from his broken nose and cut lips. The leader's subordinates screamed in horror at their older brother. "Oh my God, what did that damn guy do to you?" The vaunted cheetah kitten simply fell to the floor like a rubber ball, losing all its former menacing and frightening appearance. The young master literally crushed the braggart with just one precise blow. And yet so many loud and threatening words had been spoken. The remaining frightened bandits looked at this incredible spectacle and did not even know what to do in this situation. The beaten leader somehow managed to get up from the dirty floor, staggering and holding his broken face with his bloody hands. The criminal shouted in rage that the guy was a real freak. How dare he hit him? Now he definitely can't expect mercy from revenge. The enraged bandit took out his battered mobile phone and asked to wait a little while he called for serious reinforcements. Fang Hong calmly replied that it was great. The young master was not busy with this important matter right now, so he could wait. At this tense moment, an expensive white car with tinted windows was racing along the city road at high speed. Behind the wheel sat a serious man of impressive build, who took the phone and said that he was listening carefully to the message. The muscular, huge man, having heard the alarming information from his subordinate, became very angry and clenched his fists in rage. An angry driver abruptly stopped his expensive car in the middle of a busy road because he really didn't like something about the message. An ordinary taxi driver nearby asked through the window with interest what was going on, why they had suddenly stopped in the middle of the road. This menacing man politely apologized for blocking the way of a random person. "I am really very ashamed for disturbing you." After which the enraged thug explained that he had misunderstood something, admitted his guilt, but the driver had become his problem. The muscular man simply swung his huge stone fist at this unfortunate and innocent driver. Not only did the blow hit the car, he simply turned the car into a pile of scrap metal with one powerful movement of his hand, after which, with one of his crushing fists, he smashed the entire car so badly that only fragments remained. This intimidating man's name was Iron Tiger, and he grumbled sullenly into the phone that he understood everything and would be there soon. The gang leader said with a triumphant smile that the legendary Iron Tiger would soon arrive, so there was no need to expect mercy. Fang Hong calmly thought about what he needed to do in such a difficult situation to successfully complete it. The young master once again decisively punched this vaunted cheetah right in the already broken and swollen face. The guy mockingly noted that while they were waiting for reinforcements, the leader could bring him something tasty to eat. This toothless bandit became even more angry from the ridicule and rudely sent the impudent guy in a certain direction. The beaten criminal laughed maliciously and threateningly promised to pray that he would leave here alive today. Bai Bing asked with concern and confusion why the young master had come to such a dangerous place. The guy sincerely answered this question, that of course he came only to save the girl dear to him. Fang Hong added that he could not allow a beauty to go alone to such a criminal and dangerous area of the city. The surprised girl asked why he was following her, it turns out. But the guy began to explain that he had to do it. Suddenly, a terrifying Iron Tiger appeared at the threshold of the room, looking like real death in the flesh. The muscular man made a truly frightening impression with his size and menacing appearance on everyone present in the room. The beaten cheetah, who saw the long-awaited reinforcements, said with relief that finally his older brother had come to the rescue. Pointing a trembling finger at the guy, the bandit complained that he had interfered with an important matter and also beat them all with clubs. Fang Hong was genuinely surprised by the incredible size of this guy when he saw the big guy. He was even slightly shocked. Cheetah, offended, explained to the elder that the enemy was simply showing off and did not care about any of them. Suddenly, Iron Tiger's huge, powerful hand grabbed the head of this complaining bandit with incredible force. The brute slammed his subordinate to the ground and contemptuously remarked that he was simply a real pathetic nobody among people. Iron Tiger slammed the cheetah into the hard ground so hard that only his legs were visible sticking out of the hole. After dealing with his subordinate, Iron Tiger politely apologized to the girl for scaring the guy's dear girlfriend. Turning to the young master, the thug said seriously that he needed to clarify something with the young man about an important matter. The muscular man grabbed Fang Hong by his clothes and easily lifted him into the air. Demonstrating incredible physical strength, Iron Tiger menacingly explained that he had not been repaid a large debt, and that people had also been attacked, which made him very angry. So the brute promised not to hold back any longer and began to threateningly clench his huge stone fist for a blow. With his powerful fist, Iron Tiger tried to hit the guy right in the vulnerable stomach with all his might. Fang Hong was surprised that the enemy would launch such an attack, and the young master's eyes showed genuine amazement. Although the young man managed to jump away from the fatal blow in time, the impact was indeed very powerful and dangerous. The boss, who watched this unequal fight with horror, was very worried about the fate of her dear boyfriend. Iron Tiger boasted that he once knocked out an enraged bull with one blow, so he fears the guy will spend his life in the hospital. The young master calmly replied that he didn't like to lie in bed for long. He had a lot of urgent matters to attend to, so the wish would not come true. This formidable opponent was in complete shock from the fact that the fragile guy was able to dodge his crushing blow. Fang Hong thought that the enemy really had a lot of strength. But in any case, he would cope with the task. Iron Tiger literally opened his mouth in surprise, as the guy was acting brazenly and talking to him boldly. The subordinates, seeing what was happening, said in amazement, "Wow, this kid was able to stand up to such a powerful blow." Iron Tiger was just beginning to be amused by this. The big guy laughed and noted that this was really very interesting for him. The muscular fighter explained that the number of people who can survive his blow can be easily counted on the fingers of one hand. If the guy joins their influential gang, then Iron Tiger will definitely forgive absolutely all of the family's debts. The bandits were in complete shock because they thought that the older brother personally invited this guy. It's just amazing. Of course, the young master categorically refused such a dubious offer, saying that he was not interested in cooperation. The subordinates thought that they didn't want to look at this, but now the enraged older brother would simply smear the impudent fellow across the walls. Of course, anger began to overwhelm Iron Tiger. His entire muscular torso began to shake from restrained rage. The thug's comrades had never seen their leader so incredibly angry and furious because of his impudent refusal. However, then unexpectedly the anger was replaced by other emotions, and real tears appeared in the eyes of the formidable Iron Tiger. Everyone present was completely perplexed by the fact that the formidable Iron Tiger was crying because of all this disgrace that was happening. Even the young master and the boss looked at this incredible spectacle with their mouths wide open in amazement. The brute thought about what it was like to receive a categorical refusal. In fact, it was a very unpleasant and painful feeling. Iron Tiger tearfully reproached the guy for not letting him take the money, for beating up the guys, and now he was refusing the generous offer. The young master firmly repeated that yes, he categorically refused and would never accept such dubious cooperation with bandits. The enraged opponent said that it depended on the guy himself, but in any case, he would take the young man with him by force today. Iron Tiger made a powerful leap forward and again tried to deal a crushing blow to the daring young opponent. Fang Hong dodged this critical time, taking a very quick and agile step to the side of the strike's trajectory. Iron Tiger, with all his accumulated anger, mockingly asked the guy why he was so slow in responding. The brute hit the young man again in the vulnerable area of the stomach and solar plexus, putting all his considerable strength into it. The guy landed hard on the hard ground, but immediately assumed a fighting stance, preparing to continue the fight. Iron Tiger noted with surprise that this was his second serious blow, and saw that his opponent had withstood the impact. With a slight smile on his bloody face, the boy calmly admitted that yes, it did hurt a little. The young master simply gathered all his inner strength and confidently stood up again in front of his opponents. All the defeated opponents shouted to each other in shock to see how he got up again after such a blow. Iron Tiger respectfully remarked that it was amazing how unfortunate it was that the boy had refused to join the gang. The young master confidently declared that even if he hit him 100 times, he would still get up again. The opponent only laughed and promised that if the young man could withstand 100 blows, he would admit his complete defeat. Of course, the guy took up this proposal and said that he was catching the thug on his word of honor in front of witnesses. The Iron Tiger clenched his legendary fist and prepared to deliver another crushing blow to his daring opponent. Fang Hong suddenly stuck out one of his fingers and stopped the enemy's powerful attack with this simple movement of his hand. The young man actually held such a huge destructive power with just one finger, demonstrating incredible skill. The subordinates thought in amazement, how could it be possible to stop the Iron Tiger's strike with just one finger? The thug, in complete shock, asked what the guy had done with his hand and why he couldn't use it now. The young master calmly explained that the opponent's strike was his talent, and the young man's talent lay in Chinese medicine. Therefore, Fang Hong knows much more information about the enemy's body than the owner of this muscular body himself. Now the brute feels that he is becoming weaker and more helpless with every passing second of the fight. The guy advised the enemy to now start begging for his mercy, since the situation had changed dramatically. Iron Tiger panicked and asked what exactly the young master had done with his legendary and invincible fist. The brute thought with horror that he could not feel his iron fist at all, which he had been so proud of all his life. With this weapon, he won all possible fights in the city. There was a lot of blood of defeated enemies on it. So the angry Iron Tiger asked again in despair what exactly the guy had done with his legendary iron fist. Fang Hong calmly replied to the big guy that everything that happened was actually too simple for an ordinary person to understand. The young master explained that he had precisely hit a specific vulnerable point on the opponent's hand, using his knowledge of acupuncture. Therefore, for some time the thug will not be able to move these powerful arms freely. Why is he suddenly dramatizing the situation so much? The broken man explained with pain in his voice that the boy would not understand. His fists were his last virtue in life. Wang Hu asked the young man to simply kill him, since without strength he would definitely become a nobody. The young master apologized, but this time he also categorically refused to kill the defeated and defenseless enemy. Iron Tiger respectfully noted that he liked the guy more and more, even though he lost. It was interesting to see how strong he was. So when the big guy recovers from his injuries and returns, he suggested that they meet again in a fair fight one-on-one. With a sincere smile on his face, the guy replied that he would be very happy to accept this challenge to a duel. Iron Fist introduced himself and said that they had agreed. His name was Wang Hu, and he would remember this worthy opponent. The guy also gave his real name and added that they now know each other as respected fighters. Iron Tiger turned with difficulty to his loyal subordinates and asked them to help him get up from the ground. Fang Hong asked if there really were any debts, addressing the girl about her troubles with creditors. The boss bitterly explained that it was not she who owed the money, but this bastard who had entered their lives. This disgusting monster didn't have any money of his own, so he came to them to borrow money. How pathetic he is. Bai Bing firmly stated that she was no longer afraid to talk about her difficult past now that she had grown up. The mother tried to stop her daughter and pleadingly said that it was not worth it, that there was no need to tell anything to strangers. Bai Bing turned to her mother, saying that she finally understood why she didn't leave together back then, so she would protect her from today on. The mother, when she heard these touching words from her beloved daughter, her eyes simply filled with tears of gratitude and relief. The daughter confessed to Fang Hong that it all started when she was a very small and defenseless girl. The girl told the guy the whole story in detail and added that she hoped that after this he would not despise her. When the young master heard this whole horrible story of the family, a deep furrow of anger appeared between his eyebrows. Fang Hong became very angry and furiously promised that he would simply kill this bastard with his own hands now. Iron Tiger suddenly intervened and calmly told his brother that everything was fine. Let him handle this matter. The brute explained that this was more their specialty than the guy's, since he was a doctor and healer. Wang Hu sincerely apologized to everyone and admitted that he was sorry for everything that happened. It was only his personal fault. All the bandits were touched by his behavior and said that the older brother was a real man and knew how to behave in a situation. Wang Hu said that they were now leaving here forever, so his little brother hoped he would not forget the promise he made about meeting. The young master turned decisively to the departing bandits and asked them to leave this pathetic guy with him, since he needed to sort something out with the scoundrel. Iron Fist nodded in understanding and generously allowed them to deal with this human trash. wishing them luck until they meet again. Fang Hong confirmed with cold determination that of course this is exactly what he would do in this critical situation with the offender. The boss, with gratitude and some bewilderment, asked why, when she had troubles, the guy was always there like a guardian angel. The girl's mother also noted with sincere gratitude that if it weren't for the young master, she didn't even know what they would have done. Therefore, the woman carefully asked if the young man had a girlfriend. Perhaps he liked his daughter. Then she would be calm. These two young people, when they heard such straightforward words from their mother, were completely shocked by the unexpected proposal. At this time, the police had already arrived in this troubled area in response to an emergency call about a mass brawl and riots. Chief Gun commanded his subordinates to remove everyone who was there and take them to the station for questioning. The police officers led the beaten cheetah bandit out of the destroyed apartment and strictly warned him to avoid tricks and resistance. Fang Hong recognized the familiar boss and admitted with surprise that he didn't even expect to see him here in person at the scene of the incident. The influential man respectfully remarked that the guy had really done a good job and wondered if he would like to join their department. The young master politely apologized, but explained that he preferred to be a free bird, but would contact him if necessary. The young man also reminded the director that in any case he should not forget about the promised monetary reward for help. The director asked curiously if the guy really lived here. He didn't think that a corporation employee would live in such conditions. The girl and the guy quickly replied that no, of course not. It was just that a close friend had gotten into serious trouble and they had to help. Suddenly, the young master's mobile phone rang, and he wondered in surprise why Uncle Chen was calling him. When Fan Hong picked up the phone, the worried man said that his daughter was in trouble and he couldn't help himself, so he was asking. The guy immediately assured his worried relative that he could completely rely on him in this matter and would definitely help. Immediately after the alarming conversation ended, the young master ran at top speed to the scene of the incident. As he ran, the young man thought that if he had known the area better, he would have arrived much earlier. The corporation's director thoughtfully noted that in any case, if something serious happens, one must be prepared for the unexpected. The head of the department very joyfully and encouragingly suggested to her dear mother that they get ready and go home together. However, turning back, the girl was surprised not to notice her mother nearby and wondered where she had disappeared to. It turned out that my mother was sitting in the corner, shaking and hiding from imaginary threats. Experiencing psychological trauma, the frightened woman begged her daughter not to think about touching her. She was afraid of more violence. The girl tenderly hugged her dear old lady and reassured her that everything was fine. Let's go home. Bai Bing swore to her mother that she would never allow her to suffer cruelty and humiliation again in her life. The boss decisively declared that they would begin to forget everything bad that happened in the past and build a new life. Gun turned to the young master with curiosity and asked why his friend was not coming out, what she was waiting for there. The guy tactfully asked to be quiet and not to disturb the women now. They needed time to come to their senses. The police chief suggested that they talk to the injured women at another, more appropriate time. But now he had to go on business. The guy sadly thought that he could cure any physical illness. But when it came to mental wounds, he didn't know how to help. The next morning arrived, and a calm atmosphere reigned in the young master's small apartment after the stormy events. Fang Hong slept soundly in his bed, as the previous days had been quite eventful with dangerous adventures and fights. When the young man woke up from the sun's rays, some unfamiliar bald old man was lying right next to him on his bed. The strange guest philosophically remarked that wine and meat pass through the belly, but the spirit remains in the middle. So, my friend, how are you? As it turned out, it was the senior monk from the monastery, and the saint was glad that the boy recognized him immediately. The monk explained to the young master with a smile that entering the apartment was not at all difficult for an experienced person. Fang Hong noticed with bewilderment that he had no wine or meat here, much less girls, so the place was not suitable. However, the saint replied with a sly smile that the boy was clearly lying to him and trying to deceive the wise elder. The surprised young man sincerely asked the guest what he meant by these mysterious words, to which this spiritually enlightened man replied that he himself clearly saw the absence of wine and meat in the home. But as for the beautiful girls, the monk is not completely blind and notices something in the young man's apartment. The saint added with a wise smile that the boy was still too young to understand the true pleasures of life. The monk philosophically noted that girls are like good wine. With age, they only become better and more attractive. A man gets a particularly pleasant feeling when a beautiful woman sits at the head of his bed in his room. Fan Hong noted with annoyance that it was a pity that the abbot was not here now. If he had been present, He would have brought the drunkard to his senses with one blow. So the guy reproachfully asked the older man since when he was interested in girls at all, and whether he was tired of being in the clouds. The monk waved his hand and said that it was useless to discuss such issues with the young man. So let's move on to important matters. The senior monk reported that the nasty Taoist teacher had some important words that he asked him to be sure to convey to his student. The wind moves, the flag moves, but does your heart move? The blade moves, the sword moves, but does it move itself? After delivering the message, the saint seriously asked again whether the young master had accurately grasped the deep meaning of these words. When the boy heard these mysterious words of the teacher, he realized that the situation was not as simple as he initially thought. Fang Hong nodded in understanding and replied that it was good. In that case, he fully understood the wise elder's message. The monk noted with satisfaction that everything was excellent. He conveyed the words of the old teacher. Now everything was in the safe hands of the young master. Jumping out of the open window of the apartment, the saint added mischievously that he would now go look for beautiful girls for fun. The guy was genuinely surprised at how the senior monk simply took it and disappeared into the morning clouds. Suddenly, unexpectedly, some sharp dagger began to move rapidly with incredible speed towards the young master. A huge, heavy sword flew right in front of the guy and with a ringing sound sank deep into the wooden floor of the apartment. An invisible voice said that this sword can open the heavens. Believe it or not, I give it to you. When the guy saw the gift, he thought with irritation, why show off like that? And went and scratched the floor in the apartment. Fang Hong carefully took out this sharp, heavy blade from the floor and gripped the handle very tightly in his hands. The young master swung the magic blade, testing the balance of the weapon, and was already preparing to train with the new sword. It was an insanely powerful weapon that left deep cuts even in the air with just one swing of the blade. The young master immediately had all the window panes in his apartment cracked and shattered due to this incredible impact. Fang Hong was shocked and thought with admiration that this was indeed a cool and powerful sword. At that moment, during a physical education lesson at school, the students were running a relay race, competing in speed and agility. The girls ran the distance. One of the participants was among the very first and showed excellent results. The schoolgirls happily hugged each other as they finally managed to win the competition. Fang Hong, who was watching from the window, thought how nice it was to see the girls' sincere joy. While the young man sat and dreamily looked at the schoolyard, someone suddenly approached him from behind. The young master raised his gaze and wondered with curiosity who was in his apartment. It turned out that this was the granddaughter of Dean Zhou Yukai, who unexpectedly came to visit him on important business. Because a strong wind blew, the guy accidentally saw the girl's underwear under her school skirt. The embarrassed schoolgirl immediately began to indignantly shout that he was a devil and a pervert. Why was he spying on her? Fang Hong immediately jumped up from his seat and made a high jump to get further away from the angry girl. The young man seriously asked his guest what she wanted to say or why she came to his house at all. The schoolgirl explained that, in fact, her grandfather personally invited the young master to a family dinner at their home. When the guy heard this unexpected invitation, he was genuinely surprised that they suddenly decided to invite him. After which, Fang Hong cautiously asked what his grandfather was planning, whether he was really going to ask to become his disciple again. The girl shrugged her shoulders and replied that she didn't know the plans, but she had done her job, and her grandfather had said to definitely come. Fang Hong thought in bewilderment that he had done absolutely nothing wrong. So why such a sudden urgency in the invitation? At this moment, the luxurious mansion of Dean Zhou was filled with an atmosphere of anticipation of an important guest. In a traditional Chinese pavilion, an elderly scholar sat and slowly sipped aromatic tea from a porcelain cup. There were several other respectable old men with the dean who said that they had heard about the offer to the young man to become a student. The colleagues good-naturedly noted that they had been friends for so many years and hoped the dean understood that it was for the sake of a joke and entertainment. The old men asked to tell everything as it happened, because they wanted to understand who exactly the dean wanted to introduce to them. The mustachioed professor asked curiously if he really wanted to introduce the one who had brazenly refused him. Zhou Yukai confidently replied that this amazing guy would come here himself now, and everyone would see him with their own eyes. At this time, the dean's granddaughter and the young master arrived at the mansion by taxi for the appointed meeting. Fang Hong immediately noticed and appreciated how luxurious and impressive the house on the family's property was. The girl hurried the guest, saying that it was enough to look at everything. Let's just go, since the grandfather was already waiting for their arrival. When they approached the traditional Chinese pavilion, the schoolgirl announced that she had brought the one her grandfather wanted to see. As the boy approached the gazebo, His expression was quite calm. He noticed that the dean was not sitting alone. The old man's comrades, when they saw the boy's confident gaze, were even a little frightened by his inner strength and dignity. The old men immediately turned to their friend with bewilderment at what he wanted to present. But was the candidate not too young? The mustachioed friend wisely noted that, having lived such a long life, one cannot judge a person's abilities only by age. The mustachioed old man philosophically noted that one should take a closer look at this young man with expressive features, who was able to win the favor of the strict dean. The granddaughter politely greeted her grandfather's old friends and said warmly that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The old men gallantly noted that the girl's speech was becoming more and more pleasant. Turning to Kexen, they asked if she had a boyfriend to meet. The girl responded to this proposal wearily, saying that her grandfather's friends were up to their old tricks again, and she sighed heavily from their persistence. Suddenly, they heard a woman run out into the street and scream desperately that trouble, something terrible had happened. The out-of-breath woman begged everyone present to get up from their seats as quickly as possible and immediately go into the house in case of an alarm. The worried Dean Zhou anxiously asked his dear wife what exactly had happened in their peaceful home. The dean's wife, in a panic, could only utter two short words. Tung Tung, the name of their little grandson. The granddaughter also became very tense when she heard this name. She repeated these alarming words after her grandmother with horror. Fang Hong thought with annoyance. What kind of misfortune was this? Why did he constantly find himself in some kind of critical situations? In the backyard, a small child lay on the ground with a huge, disgusting insect biting its teeth into his tender leg. It was a terrifying, poisonous centipede that bit the boy's leg with its razor-sharp jaws. The baby screamed from the unbearable pain he was experiencing and could not even move from the pain shock and horror. The girl, when she saw her beloved younger brother in such a state, was completely horrified and paralyzed with fear. Zhou Yukai exclaimed in panic, "Oh my god, look everyone! It's a huge poisonous centipede attacking his grandson." His old friend with the gray mustache decisively commanded everyone present to immediately retreat back for safety. The elderly doctor explained with concern that this was the most poisonous species of centipede that existed in nature. This little defenseless boy was lying on the ground, and the only thing he could do was scream in pain. The dean's wife implored her husband to come up with something as soon as possible to save her grandson. The dean replied in confusion that he was trying to think, but their presence was driving the centipede even more crazy. The desperate grandfather turned to his learned friends with a plea to help save his dear grandson. The older men responded with regret that, although they were doctors, this was not their specialty, and that they might make things worse. Fang Hong turned decisively to everyone present and loudly commanded everyone to immediately shut up and not interfere. Kexen shouted the guy's name in fear and anxiously asked what he was going to do about the situation. However, the young master, like a true professional, confidently took his silver acupuncture needle out of his pocket. Everyone present was in shock, wondering if it would make things worse, since the guy was young and probably didn't know anything. This centipede was a terrifying creature, insanely poisonous and aggressive, which kicked desperately at the child's leg. The young master, with incredible concentration, took and accurately threw the needles, directing them as precisely as possible to vital points. Fang Hong masterfully pierced the body of this terrible insect with 3 sharp needles at once into its vulnerable spots. Thus, the young man defeated this terrible poisonous creature with astonishing ease, neutralizing the threat to the child. Everyone present was very impressed by the effectiveness of the needles, asking each other what this amazing method of treatment was. After defeating the centipede, the young master carefully approached the little boy to carefully examine his condition. Fang Hong took out a magical jade stone from his pocket, which had the ability to neutralize any poison. Of course, everyone present immediately understood what this mysterious guy was going to do to save the poisoned child. The young man carefully inserted this magical healing stone into the little boy's mouth for a quick effect on the body, after which, with his experienced fingers in the air, the young master began to direct streams of healing energy to the victim. Fang Hong concentrated on the procedure with maximum concentration and accurately pressed all the necessary acupuncture points to neutralize the poison. Despite the treatment, the little boy was still in severe pain and continued to cry. But this was a natural healing process. Suddenly, dark blood mixed with centipede venom began to flow profusely from his bite wound, which was a good sign. The boy could barely breathe from the shock he had suffered and looked weakly at what was happening around him, gradually regaining consciousness. The guy noted with relief that he had made the decision just in time. It was good that he had taken this saving stone with him. The dean's granddaughter, looking at the incredible thing that was happening, wondered in amazement what this mysterious guy had just done before her eyes. The dean's comrades were completely perplexed and asked each other whether they had seen what he had done. It was simply impossible. The young master confidently informed those present that the boy's life was no longer in danger, but he needed to be taken to the hospital. The worried grandmother asked again with hope in her voice if everything was really okay with this dear child, and if the danger had passed. The elderly woman indignantly shouted at the doctors, asking what kind of specialists they were. A disgrace to the profession, they couldn't help their grandson. Two adult male doctors began to justify themselves to the angry family, explaining that this was really not their area of expertise. After everyone had finally calmed down and the situation had returned to normal, it was time for lunch. Fang Hong noticed with gusto that there were so many delicious things on the table. He was already quite hungry. These two respected male guests took a close look at the guy and immediately wanted to lure him to work for them. But most of all, the elderly scientists were interested in that mysterious black stone. Their hands seemed to reach straight towards it. Holding the jewel in his hands, the guy asked with a grin if they would like to take a closer look at it. Please? Fang Hong casually threw the stone directly onto the table and generously told them to pick it up and carefully examine the artifact. The learned men were shocked, realizing that this was the legendary snake stone, a very rare and valuable ancient mineral. The dean himself reverently admitted that he had not personally seen it before, but had heard about its existence many times. The curious granddaughter asked her grandfather with interest what kind of amazing and mysterious stone this was. Zhou Yukai explained that this is a stone of big snakes. It can both poison victims and cure them from poison. Whether it is true that this ancient stone can influence different areas of life is still a mystery. All those present unanimously agreed that this was a real priceless treasure, worthy of a museum. Scientists approached the guy and asked if he could give them this stone for a couple of days for scientific research. Two elderly men began to argue among themselves, claiming that it should actually be my stone, no, mine. The guy responded to their argument with indifference, saying that he could give the artifact to any of them. It didn't matter to him at all to whom. However, two old men unanimously objected to the young man that this would definitely not work. Justice was needed. Fang Hong suggested that if that was the case, they would have to use one proven method, and everything would be absolutely fair for both parties. This pair of elderly scientists immediately and enthusiastically agreed, without even hearing the detailed terms of the raffle. The young man simply began a very ordinary children's counting rhyme, pointing his finger at each one in turn. The dean's granddaughter was perplexed as to how such cool and respected masters could agree to a children's counting rhyme. When the boy, as a result of the counting rhyme, landed on one of his elderly friends, the latter immediately beamed with a satisfied smile. The winner of the raffle apologized to his old friend and philosophically said, "Well, forgive me, old man." The satisfied old man turned to the young man and said that he liked this method, that the younger generation was really different, and offered to teach. The girl, when she heard this unexpected proposal, was surprised to think that he would teach. It was incredible. However, not only the girl but also his longtime friend was clearly unhappy with such a hasty job offer. The mustachioed scientist enthusiastically declared that he also wanted to invite the young man to his place. He had a beautiful granddaughter, and would she like to meet him? The dean sternly reprimanded his colleague, telling him to sort out the situation, since he saw Kexen nearby. Why interfere in someone else's love affairs? The girl, having heard such conversations about herself, indignantly stated that, in fact, she and the guy were not dating and were not in a relationship. Fang Hong thought with a little annoyance that he just wanted to eat in peace. So what should he do now with his amazing popularity? The rector persistently repeated the offer to become a teacher at their prestigious university, asking the young master's opinion about this prospect. The young man honestly admitted that he did not quite understand why he was offered such a responsible position at the educational institution. Mr. Zhou apologized for the conversation being somewhat aimless, but there is important information to understand the situation. The dean explained that he had not had time to give details earlier, so he would introduce his colleagues properly now. The first man turned out to be the rector of a prestigious medical university, who was a full half-step higher in academic status than the dean himself. The mustachioed colleague is the chief physician of the university hospital, and simultaneously holds the position of leading lecturer in the specialty. Zhu emphasized that ordinary people cannot even meet with these influential people, but the guy received two offers at once. However, the young master politely replied that as soon as he saw them, he immediately understood that they were unusual people. But freedom was more important to him. Kexon, hearing the rector's own refusal of the proposal, thought that he was making such fateful decisions too hastily. The rector added with a sly smile that if a guy doesn't have a girlfriend, he can drop by the university. He definitely won't be deprived of female attention. Fang Hong, upon hearing about the female students, immediately asked with interest when he could start working as a teacher. Kexon thought to herself, what a simpleton he was. When he heard about the girls, he instantly changed his mind about refusing. At this time, various students gathered in the university's advanced training office, discussing upcoming changes in the educational process. The students were animatedly discussing among themselves what they had heard about today's new teacher. This would already be the third in a short time. One student was outraged by the irresponsibility of the management, why the university could not find a worthy young and talented teacher for their course. Another student remarked wistfully that he thought it would be better if their teacher was a cold, long-legged beauty. At that moment, an important conversation was taking place in the rector's spacious office, where the leader announced that something serious needed to be discussed. Fang Hong politely replied that he was listening carefully to the respected rector Jiang and was ready to listen to all the details of the upcoming work. The rector honestly admitted to the young man that he had entrusted him with far from the best and calmest group at the university. The head of the department complained that these students were a real headache for the administration and had already led to the dismissal of several experienced teachers. The surprised guy asked directly if the rector really wanted to use him to solve this problematic situation with difficult students. The rector diplomatically replied that, after all, young people understand each other much better than older teachers. The young master confidently stated that he didn't know how to deal with the others, but he knew how to quickly put hooligans in their place using proven methods. Fang Hong added with a mysterious smile that it was no wonder that some people called him a devil in human form because of his strictness. As the young teacher began to approach the designated audience, he wondered if he had made the right risky decision about his job. In the university corridor, the young master was stopped by insanely beautiful students, on whom he immediately laid his interested gaze. Fang Hong was pleased to realize that there really were real beauties studying here, just as the university rector had promised. The young man approached one of the most attractive girls and politely asked if he could ask her a question. A madly beautiful girl with angelic tenderness and a melodic voice answered that, yes, of course, that's what happened. The guy looked at this perfect girl and thought that she was absolutely perfect in everything. Lips, legs, figure. The student resembled a ripe strawberry. It was simply a real paradise for the eyes of the young teacher who came to work. The worried girl repeated the question of what had happened, whether everything was okay with the unfamiliar young man in the corridor. Suddenly, someone's heavy hand lay powerfully on the guy's shoulder, interrupting his pleasant acquaintance with the beauty. Some black guy aggressively asked who this stranger was, who was staring at his girlfriend without permission. The black student's henchmen noticed that they hadn't seen him before. He was probably new and didn't know the local customs yet. The girl, hearing such statements, indignantly responded that, in fact, he was nobody to him, so he shouldn't talk such nonsense. The self-confident guy threateningly warned the beauty that she shouldn't refuse him. Believe me, she shouldn't take such a dangerous risk. This beautiful girl was very scared by the aggressive behavior. The fragile and young student was trembling with fear. The beauty turned to face her pursuer and thought with horror what a disgusting monster he really was. The angry guy roughly grabbed the girl's tender hand and began to squeeze it very hard, causing pain. The frightened student screamed and desperately asked the aggressor what he wanted from her at the university. The bully raised his free hand to strike and angrily asked how she dared to insolently refuse him. However, suddenly someone else grabbed the impudent man's hand, preventing him from hitting the defenseless girl in the corridor. Fang Hong sternly asked the aggressor whether he wanted to hit the girl or what he was planning to do here. The black student cheekily replied that the guy decided to play the hero, but it was his girlfriend, none of his business. The bully's subordinates noticed that the enemy was new and asked their older brother if he would handle it himself, or if they should teach the impudent fellow a lesson. The huge leader confidently declared that he would completely handle the situation himself, and threateningly clenched his massive fist. The aggressor hit the guy in the face with a huge fist, but he didn't even seem to flinch from the powerful impact. The hooligan looked at what was happening in complete shock and wondered why this strange guy had not moved. Fang Hong mockingly noted that his opponent's attack was too soft and weak for his build. The young master offered to show the aggressor what a real strong blow from a martial arts professional is like. The young man swung his fist at this scoundrel, who was treating a defenseless girl so disgustingly and cruelly. This blow was so powerful that it resembled a real hurricane wind that sweeps away all obstacles in its path. The guy didn't even seem to touch his opponent, but the blow was incredibly strong and destructive. Fang Hong asked with disdain. If the bully was such a weakling, then why did he show off so brazenly in such a situation? The young teacher politely asked the girl to tell him where the advanced training room was. The henchmen turned to their defeated leader and asked in horror how they dared to treat their brother so cruelly. However, the puzzled students then noticed a strange, disgusting stench coming from nowhere in the corridor. Of course, it was the gang leader, who, out of fear and terror, could not restrain himself and went to the toilet right in his pants in front of everyone. His henchmen looked at what was happening with disgust and thought in horror, "Oh my God, big brother, what is going on?" Zhao, with hatred in his eyes, said that he remembered this impudent guy and they would definitely deal with him like men. After the unpleasant incident, the girl kindly escorted the young master to the necessary office for advanced training at the university. Fang Hong sincerely thanked the beautiful student for her help and noted that she led him exactly to where he was looking. The girl, her eyes shining with gratitude, replied that she should thank the guy because he saved her from trouble. The student warned that the aggressive guy would not leave things as they were. He would take revenge and act willfully with his gang. The young master confidently assured the beauty that nothing terrible would happen. He would show the bully that he was still too weak. After that, Fang Hong resolutely walked into the classroom of these problematic students, preparing for the first lesson. The young man immediately noticed that there were too many people in the room for a group for improving the qualifications of a new teacher. Suddenly, one of the students raised her hand and happily called the guy by name, recognizing a familiar person. The young teacher was genuinely surprised by the fact that someone here knew him among completely unfamiliar students. The girl introduced herself as John Shuchi's roommate and reminded him that they had met in the dorm before. Li Wanner was the name of the student, and the guy immediately recognized her, happily saying that it was definitely her. The girl said with a smile that there was a free seat next to her, so the young man could sit down next to her. However, the guy politely apologized to his friend and said with regret that he already had a specific place. The surprised girl asked Fang Hong in bewilderment where exactly this mysterious place in the auditorium was. The boy confidently pointed to the teacher's desk at the front of the classroom and said that this was his place. The girl had not yet fully understood the situation, so she asked in bewilderment if this was not a place for a teacher. The young master confirmed the correctness of her guess, since he was the new teacher of this group. The stunned girl asked him in complete shock if she had understood correctly what he had just said about teaching. Fang Hong walked up to the podium and authoritatively demanded silence in the classroom, beginning his first lesson with discipline. All the students were perplexed, wondering why some young man had suddenly stood behind the teaching desk like the boss. Fang Hong reached out to the board and used his dexterous, thin fingers to pick up a piece of white chalk to write on. The young teacher began to write something on the board, making a very unpleasant creaking sound as the chalk squeaked across the surface. The students watching the action wondered with curiosity what this mysterious guy was going to do. The first thing the new teacher did was write his full name on the board in large hieroglyphs so that everyone could remember it. Fang Hong introduced himself that his name was made up of two parts, honesty and battle, and from today on he was their teacher. The students couldn't believe their ears. They weren't hearing things. This young guy would really be their new teacher. One of the more daring students sarcastically joked that if this was a teacher, then he would be the rector of the university. Another student added mockingly that his comrade had not yet woken up. It was time to come down to earth from his heavenly fantasies. Fang Hong looked at the cheerful students with a mysterious smile and calmly noted that this was already quite an interesting start. The students said among themselves, "Guys, this is just a real prank. He can't be a teacher." The impudent students declared that no one needed such show-off and ostentation. "So let him sit down." Fang Hong casually picked up the chalk he was holding in his hand, and with a precise movement, he simply threw it straight into the air. The throw was so accurate that the chalk hit the third eye of the most daring and impudent guy in the group. The blow was so powerful and unexpected that the student's head was thrown back incredibly hard from the impact of the simple chalk. The neighbor of the injured student, looking at the incredible incident, could not believe his eyes and wondered how this was even possible. The new teacher sternly addressed the impudent students and asked what this blatant bad manners and rudeness in the classroom was all about. The indignant student indignantly asked why the future teacher was using physical force on students. Fang Hong asked the defender with interest who she was and why she stood up for her rowdy classmate. It turned out that it was the girl Gutong. She was the group leader, and she resolutely declared that it was enough to do whatever she wanted. With a mysterious smile, the guy, when he heard such claims, philosophically noted that he does everything he considers necessary. The young teacher added regretfully that it was a shame that he had come across such a slow-witted and problematic group. The angry headman indignantly asked him what he had just said and demanded that he try to repeat those words. The other students told the new teacher with hostility that he was not needed there at all, so he could just get out of here. However, the guy calmly answered the impudent students that they should just remain silent and listen carefully to everything that was happening. Gu Tong warned threateningly that in his place, she would have long ago hid in some corner, because she did not understand the consequences. The young master suddenly noticed the girl's problem skin and pigment spots, offering to help with this if she didn't mind. However, the girl perceived this medical information only as impudent nitpicking and a personal insult from a stranger. Fang Hong calmly stated that he liked to back up his words with concrete actions, so he would start with her. The teacher grabbed the girl by the shoulder, and she screamed at him to let go. What was he even going to do with her? The young master, with a smile on his face, answered the frightened student that he had already told her about his intentions to help. Fang Hong carefully placed the girl on the lectern and explained that now she would see what would happen to the body. Gu Tong began to be seriously afraid of what was happening and desperately screamed to call the rector immediately. What kind of nightmare was going on? The teacher reassuringly advised the girl to simply not move, and then everything would be fine. The young master placed his two experienced fingers on the right points to provide professional assistance to the frightened girl. Fang Hong precisely acted on the acupuncture point, which is located in the abdominal area, to improve the condition. After the first impact, the teacher used his fingers to deliver precise blows to other important points several more times. However, the girl still lay frightened on the lectern. She could not completely relax from fear. Unexpectedly, after the procedure, Gu Tong's eyes began to shed tears, but they were tears of relief. The student thought about the pleasant and warm feeling that was taking over her, as if she were being tenderly embraced by a loving mother. This healing warmth gradually spread throughout the girl's body, and it became incredibly pleasant and comfortable. The other students were in complete shock, wondering why their always strict class monitor had suddenly started crying in the classroom. Gu Tong gratefully admitted that she felt such a pleasant feeling, and now she felt much better than before. The girl sincerely apologized to the teacher and shamefully admitted that she had been a bad and ill-mannered person. The young teacher wisely answered the headman that for him there was only one type of people, his patients. At this moment, the thugs from Zhao's gang reported to the leader that they saw that impudent guy entering the office. The enraged leader promised his henchmen that today he would definitely make the enemy pay dearly for the humiliation. The gang leader turned to his loyal comrades and asked if there were any objections to revenge. The henchmen unanimously responded that of course there were no objections. They were obliged to give the offender a beating that very day. Fang Hong turned to the silent students and asked in a friendly manner if anyone else wanted to test his medical skills. The teacher added that in any case he would be happy to conduct a completely free medical examination for those who wish. Suddenly, unfamiliar, suspicious individuals began to peer into the advanced training room through the large glass window. One of the gang's scouts reported to the others that everything was clear and the teacher was not at his workplace at the moment. Chief Zhao decisively commanded his henchmen that in this case the planned revenge operation could begin. Suddenly, someone stopped one of the bandits by the sleeve and asked him to wait just 1 second before entering. The irritated leader turned sharply to his comrade who had stopped him and aggressively asked him what he suddenly needed. A cautious assistant explained to the leader that this expensive door could not be broken down, since it cost at least 3,000 yuan, and with their modest financial capabilities, he fears the gang will simply not be able to compensate the university for the material damage. Therefore, the bandit insistently asked the leader to say whatever he wanted. But he had to be much more careful with the door. The enraged leader remarked with annoyance to his comrade that he had chosen the most inopportune time for such caution. However, Zhao agreed with the logic and decided that, okay, they would deal with this idiot and then go fight. Suddenly, this dangerous group, which keeps the whole school in constant fear, quietly entered the classroom. The frightened students thought with horror that it was Zhao's gang. Why did they suddenly come here? The students whispered among themselves that these were the 5 most dangerous bullies, notorious throughout the school. The gang is led by Zhao, a terrible and cruel man, and his loyal pair of ruthless subordinates. They were nicknamed pigs, because these scoundrels' favorite pastime was to mock defenseless and weak people. Recently, the 5 brutally beat up the captain of the sports club just because he looked at them the wrong way. Since then, no one dares to approach them. It is not even known who is unlucky here, who they are threatening. The bandits approached the young teacher and threateningly stated that they had come to the office specifically for him. Fang Hong curiously asked the leader why he suddenly decided to appear here again. Zhao promised with hatred that today he would make the impudent teacher beg for mercy on his knees. The young master mockingly replied that the last time was not enough for the enemy and decided to change his pants for a new batch. Fang Hong added that Zhao had a deficiency of energy in his kidneys, or in simple terms, an excess of unhealthy desires. The students who heard this medical analysis were in complete shock that the teacher was able to diagnose so accurately. The chieftain's subordinates noted with concern to their elder brother that his face really didn't look very healthy right now. An angry Zhao only shouted at his comrades to quickly grab this impudent teacher. The gang leader admitted that the enemy was right about the diagnosis, but that this was no problem at all for him. In truth, I come from a poor rural area where education and culture were truly unattainable luxuries. Zhao moved from a remote village to a big modern city that he could only dream of before. The boy was ashamed of his origins, so he was constantly haunted by contempt and ridicule from the city residents. In all their arrogant eyes, the country boy was the most useless and pitiful non-entity among men. Zhao thought it was so humiliating until he entered this prestigious university. The local girls liked the village boy quite a bit, so he was able to really feel respected here. The leader resolutely declared that from this moment on he would not allow anyone to trample his human dignity into the dirt. Fang Hong looked at the leader carefully and professionally noticed that he had cracked lips covered in sores, indicating that his body was seriously malnourished. The impudent leader, having heard such an accurate diagnosis from an unfamiliar teacher, was in complete shock from the unexpected medical insight. Zhao saw with horror how all his loyal subordinates suddenly reached out to their teacher for help, forgetting about loyalty. The bandits told their older brother with admiration that this guy was really smart. He understood their problems with just one look. The angry leader reminded his henchmen that they had not come here for a medical examination, but for revenge. The teacher calmly offered everyone who wanted treatment according to ancient recipes, and all problems would disappear as if by magic. However, the traitorous subordinates continued to completely ignore the orders of their leader, being interested only in treatment. Zhao began to desperately shout at his comrades and say that that was it. They had now finally angered him with their behavior. The enraged leader began to fly at the guy with a clenched fist and threateningly declared that now his teacher would die. Fang Hong calmly asked why the enemy was suddenly yelling, and even his comrades agreed with this opinion. Zhao didn't understand what had happened to his subordinates, why they suddenly began to treat him so disdainfully. The leader again felt like a lonely outcast, mocked by everyone, just like he did in his childhood in his native village. The guy thought with bitterness that he had treated his comrades so well, but they simply went and betrayed him in a difficult moment. So, an angry Zhao grabbed his former subordinates by the faces and ordered them to get the hell out of there immediately. The leader roughly pushed the traitors aside in order to get as close as possible to the hated young teacher for reprisal. Zhao slammed his fist down on the lectern, showing his anger and readiness for decisive action. The teacher calmly noted to the aggressor that there was actually a line of patience here, and he knew perfectly well what was bothering him. All the students in the class started laughing when they heard that even the formidable leader was seriously worried about something. Turning to the laughing audience, an enraged Zhao began to threaten the students to shut up immediately and stop laughing. The guy calmly explained to the leader that if something seriously bothers your health, then you definitely need to get treatment in a timely manner. The dark-skinned leader responded aggressively that it was enough to pull the wool over our eyes and let's see what the vaunted teacher was capable of. Fang Hong coldly advised his opponent to calm down and listen carefully if he decided to yell and create unnecessary trouble. The young master added with a threat in his voice that he would find hundreds of methods to make the impudent man beg for a quick death. When the leader saw the seriousness and determination of the guy, he involuntarily became very frightened by this cold threat. Zhao simply fell to his knees in great horror from the deadly energy emanating from the teacher. The surprised students did not understand why the formidable gang leader suddenly knelt down in front of the teacher. The frightened leader himself wondered in horror whether this vision had seemed to him or was really reality. It seemed as if Zhao saw real death itself with a sharp scythe standing right behind the teacher's back. The leader felt the real chilling spirit of death that emanated from the teacher while he was pronouncing these terrible words. The frightened guy saw how the young master began to slowly approach him and threateningly stretch his hands. In complete horror, Zhao began to beg the teacher to please not come too close to him. The leader's eyes expressed only one feeling: a mad animal fear of inevitable reprisal from the teacher. So the guy grabbed the frightened opponent by the head while he was in a state of insane and paralyzing fear. The young teacher ordered the leader to immediately fall to the floor and not ask any more unnecessary stupid questions. Since the black bandit himself did not want to do it voluntarily, the teacher kindly helped him with the task. Fang Hong took out and tightly grasped his sharp needle in his hands. Everyone wondered what the mysterious young master would do. Following the principles of ancient Chinese medicine, the teacher professionally felt all the necessary acupuncture points on the patient's body. The young master performed this procedure so precisely all over the leader's back that the result was quite expected. Fang Hong explained to those present that he would now prick the points on the opponent's lower back and ask them to watch the process carefully. With the help of his experienced and sensitive fingers, the young master accurately determined the necessary places to influence the patient's body. Suddenly, unexpectedly, this guy realized that some amazingly strange feeling was taking over his body, and it was becoming so pleasant for him. However, the teacher warned the leader in advance that it would hurt a little, so he needed to be patient and endure. Using a sharp needle, Fang Hong made another precise injection into a specific acupuncture point on the patient's back. Thanks to this effect, the whole body was simply filled with energy, as if it were in outer space among the stars. When this guy opened his eyes after the procedure, he saw something absolutely amazing and incredible in front of him. Zhao felt as if he was in a beautiful field, densely planted with colorful, fragrant flowers. In the middle of this flower field, real majestic mountains suddenly appeared, their peaks reaching into the sky, and next to it stood a huge, powerful stone which radiated incredible strength and the ancient wisdom of the ages. The guy realized that in this amazing way, his true inner strength and physical capabilities had increased significantly. All the students were in complete shock from the incredible miracle that the mysterious teacher was performing. The students had never seen such a fantastic spectacle before. It truly amazed the imagination of everyone present. Because now, this once weak guy has become insanely strong and tough, like an impregnable mountain cliff. Zhao asked in bewilderment why the teacher did all this, since the leader wanted to beat him severely. The young master wisely replied that for him, all people were patients, and the opponent would still lose. Fang Hong added philosophically that saving human lives and health is a truly noble feat. Now it felt as if death was no longer standing behind the guy, and the young teacher himself was a real guardian angel. This guy solemnly promised that from today on, no one would touch the teacher and would always protect him. The teacher sternly warned that Zhao was not strong enough, and if he offended someone, he would not even be able to raise his hand. Of course, this dark-skinned guy obediently agreed and promised that he would do everything as the wise teacher said. The leader asked his loyal friends to help him get up, since after the procedure he was completely unable to move independently. The henchmen immediately began to carry out their elder brother's order, assuring him that they would not let him fall to the floor. The students who watched this incredible performance were in complete shock and could not believe their eyes. One of the bravest students raised his hand and enthusiastically said that he also wanted to learn this art. Fang Hong mysteriously remarked that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Do they want to know more secrets of the human body? The class was filled with loud, enthusiastic cries from the students that they definitely wanted to study with such a master. After the end of the class, the group leader approached the guy and admitted that she didn't think he was so cool. The teacher modestly replied to the grateful student that it was not so difficult for an experienced person. The girl said with admiration that okay, she had jumped to conclusions and would look forward to the next lesson. As he said goodbye, the boy assured the headman that there was no need to worry. The next lesson would be even more impressive and exciting. Suddenly, the young master's mobile phone rang melodically, interrupting a pleasant conversation with students after a successful lesson. It was Shuchi, the vice president of the corporation, who called, and Fang Hong was puzzled as to why she suddenly decided to disturb him at such a time. Picking up the phone, the young master politely asked the influential girl how the respected lady was doing in general and what had happened. The guy enthusiastically shared the news that she wouldn't believe. He became a teacher at the university, and now the first lesson has just ended. Shuchi quickly hung up, but if something really serious had happened, she would have probably said so right away over the phone. The young teacher had already left the university premises. All the students were saying goodbye to him while he waited outside. The students were animatedly discussing among themselves that this new teacher was very nice, and also so young and attractive. Suddenly, a very fast sports car pulled up sharply, raising dust right in front of the surprised university students. Fang Hong walked towards the stylish car curiously after it parked neatly at the entrance. The doors of the elegant yellow car opened smoothly, revealing a luxurious interior and the driver's seat behind the wheel. The vice president of the corporation was sitting there, and she hurriedly told the guy to quickly get into the car without delay. The guy admitted with admiration that he had never seen such a beautiful car model in real life before. However, the girl impatiently replied that now was not the time for admiration. She needed to get into the car as soon as possible. After the guy quickly jumped into the car, the sports car quickly began to move forward at high speed. The driver performed a real police U-turn with screeching tires, demonstrating her driving skills on the road. Fang Hong was pinned to the glass inside the car by the sudden maneuver. He didn't even have time to properly fasten his seatbelt. Two students on the street noticed with envy that the cool couple had left. It seemed they didn't even have a chance to get a teacher. At that moment, the puzzled guy asked the girl behind the wheel what had happened and where she was going in such a hurry. Shuchi handed him her expensive smartphone and excitedly told him to try and take a closer look at the news himself. On the screen was the alarming news that 9 adults and 30 newborns were in critical condition. Yesterday afternoon, patients began to experience vomiting, nausea, and other symptoms of a mysterious and dangerous disease. Newborns are increasingly showing signs of heart failure, and the babies are literally on the brink of death. At this time, there is no reliable information from the hospital to say for sure whether these cases are related. When the guy carefully studied this alarming news, he immediately asked the girl to take him to the hospital urgently. She seriously advised the young master to fasten his seatbelt and hold on as best he could during the trip. Director John was in the corporation at the time and was indignant that the media wanted to raise panic and were talking nonsense. The manager immediately asked if the head of the department was helping, since he had called an emergency meeting on this matter the previous evening. The director ordered that all leading specialists in the office be notified and that all of this be organized as quickly and efficiently as possible. Jan Maoji informed his subordinates that he had sent a very talented person to them who would definitely be able to help in the situation. Therefore, the manager asked to wait for the assistant to arrive, assuring him that he was truly a good specialist in his field. At this critical moment, an emergency meeting of all the authoritative specialists was taking place in a private hospital to discuss the mysterious epidemic. The head doctor seriously asked his colleagues whether they had really decided to help and save the lives of all 20 injured patients. The subordinates respectfully addressed the leader and assured him that Mr. Zhao, saving sick patients is literally their sacred professional duty. The head doctor emphasized that time is catastrophically short. Every second counts, so let each specialist express his opinion. One of the leading experts regretfully admitted that the team cannot develop an effective treatment without final test results. In adult patients, critically high temperatures do not subside, and in infants, dangerous psychological inhibition of reactions is observed. The doctor added with concern that after using standard medications, the symptoms did not disappear, but rather seemed to intensify even more. Suddenly, the corporation's vice president and the young bodyguard accompanying her entered the conference room. The guy with a friendly smile on his face politely apologized to those gathered for being a little late for an important meeting. Jan Muji was genuinely happy to see the young master, but he wondered to himself what he was doing here. One of the irritated specialists indignantly asked who had allowed outsiders to enter, since an important closed meeting was taking place. The head doctor sternly asked the girl what it was and why she had come to a meeting with a stranger. However, as soon as the doctors saw the influential girl, their attitude and tone of communication changed dramatically for the better. Shuchi confidently explained to those present that she brought this talented guy to the doctors for help in a critical situation. With obvious disbelief, the experts asked again whether this young man really was the talent the director had spoken of. The girl confirmed her father's words and assured the doctors that the director was definitely not mistaken in his assessment of her abilities. The outraged doctors asked the lady what this meant. Did she really think that they had become useless for anything? One of the offended specialists stated that in that case he would not participate in this, since it was simply nonsense. A real medical sabotage began, as other colleagues also began to refuse to participate further in the meeting. The head doctor noted with bewilderment that this guy didn't look even 20 years old, so why was the director praising him so much? The young master calmly explained that he had not come here to quarrel with his colleagues, but to save all the people. The skeptical doctor replied that it didn't matter why he came. He was afraid. The young man didn't even have a certificate of a practicing doctor. Fang Hong asked if his esteemed colleagues had heard of such an ancient healing technique as Zhuan Needle. When the head doctor heard about this legendary technique, he literally opened his mouth in surprise and shock. The specialist looked closely at this determined guy, and only one question was spinning in his head. How did he know? The first question that arose in the doctor's mind was, what this mysterious guy was going to do for treatment. The young master asked the girl to help him carefully remove his t-shirt, please, so that he could perform the procedure. After which, Fang Hong took out from his bag a special bandage with silver needles for traditional Chinese treatment. The first thing he needed to begin the complex procedure was a regular alcohol lamp to sterilize the instruments. These authoritative specialists who were sitting in the conference room were completely shocked that the guy was carrying medical needles with him. Using an alcohol lamp, the young master carefully lit a bright fire in a special burner for sterilizing instruments. Fang Hong brought his sharp needle directly to the flame, directing the metal as precisely as possible to ensure even heating. There was only one emotion on the young man's face: absolute confidence that he knew his business 100%. From his hand with this red-hot needle, a mysterious bluish fire and mysterious smoke of ancient magic began to emanate. The young master took the correct stance and prepared to apply this miraculous Zuan Yiggle technique in practice. Fang Hong accurately threw the prepared needle straight onto the wooden surface of the massive demonstration table. One of the men, who had been practicing medicine for a long time, immediately felt something strange and was surprised to notice that the needle was cold. The doctor was puzzled, because the needle should have been heated by the lamp. So why was its temperature so low to the touch? Another expert explained that the needle was first heated with steam and then cooled instantly, which is a masterpiece. Fang Hong noted with satisfaction that at least someone understood the subtleties, so time was of the essence and action was needed. The young master firmly stated that if there were no objections, then the treatment could begin. The meeting was officially over. The guy determinedly announced to the assembled doctors that it was now time to start saving patients from the mysterious disease. In the luxurious home of the influential Xiao family, his breathless son came running to his father with alarming news about what was happening. When the young heir entered his father's spacious office, he immediately began to shout excitedly about what had happened. The father, Mr. Xiao, was already standing, waiting for important news from his son about the developments in the city. The excited young man urgently reported to the head of the family that things were going very badly and the situation was critical. Senior Xiao, thoughtfully going about his business, was apprehensively expecting to hear just such alarming news from the heir. The son readily declared to his father that he was ready to fully bear the deserved punishment from the family for the failure that had occurred. Mr. Xiao wisely replied to the heir that since he was becoming a shareholder, he should be mentally prepared for such risks. The head of the family added that it is good to have a plan of action, but one should never rush. They used all means. The young heir asked with concern that the opponents were not so easy to deal with. What to do next? The man with a mysterious smile on his face philosophically noted that sometimes the right answer comes by itself. There is no need to wait. The son looked at his father's cold face in horror, trying to understand his intentions when he noticed that Fang Hong was capable. However, it is a pity that the young master did not want to work for their family, so the only thing left to do is to eliminate him. Fang Hong suddenly found himself lying naked and tightly bound in some unfamiliar dark room. The young man could not understand why he could not move at all. What had happened to his body? When the young master looked left and right, he realized that his hands were simply shackled in heavy metal chains. Above him, Fang Hong saw a huge iron ball hanging menacingly right above his defenseless body. These two massive balls held his arms with huge metal chains so that he could not even move his limbs. The young master was perplexed, not understanding what had happened to him and where this trap had come from. Above his head, the young man also saw a huge metal ball, which weighed a lot and posed a mortal threat. This heavy projectile flew towards him with all the speed that such a deadly construction could develop. The young master was in great shock as he saw his inevitable death from the crushing trap before him. Suddenly, Fang Hong woke up abruptly and realized that everything that had happened was nothing more than a terrible nightmare that he had dreamed in his sleep. However, the young master could not forget this frightening dream because the sensations were so realistic, as if everything was really happening. Shuchi asked the guy with concern if he had finally woken up, because she had waited a long time for him to regain consciousness after the treatment. The guy felt severe pain throughout his body, as if his body had been torn into small pieces from the inside. The young master anxiously asked the girl how things were with the patients, whether everything was in order with their condition. The vice president happily reported that all patients were gradually returning to normal, and no new cases of the mysterious disease had been recorded. True, Fang Hong himself suddenly fainted deeply after the procedure, so everyone present was very afraid for his life. The young master reassuringly told the girl that he was completely fine. He had just spent too much internal energy. The young man thought to himself that he didn't even remember exactly how many acupuncture needles he had used, but it was probably over 1,000. Fang Hong thought anxiously. He was afraid that even his energy flow might be completely damaged from the overexertion. The vice president of the corporation gratefully noted that the guy had helped them a lot in a critical situation, so she wanted to thank him properly. Shuchi asked the young master to lie down on the bed more comfortably, and she would do something nice for him to restore his strength. Fang Hong sheepishly replied to the beauty that there was no need to worry. He had not yet fully recovered, maybe next time. The girl playfully shut the guy's mouth with her finger and told him not to even think about objecting, because he really did a lot. The vice president stood carefully next to the bed and gently placed her hands on the tired young master's shoulders. Shuchi started giving him a relaxing massage and asked how it felt. She was doing pretty well, wasn't she? The guy even fell into a sweet sleep during the procedure due to the pleasant sensations and did not have time to answer the girl's question. The beauty thought with a smile. How come he fell asleep again? Didn't have time to enjoy the massage? Well, let him have a good rest and gain strength. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat entered the room and said that he wanted to urgently discuss something with the girl. The doctor added that he did not know the details, but the matter was clearly extremely urgent and did not tolerate any delay or postponement. The doctor reassured the vice president not to worry. He would definitely look after the sleeping guy in her absence. The man in the robe insistently repeated to the girl that she should not even think about anything bad. He would definitely take care of the patient. When Shuchi left, the pseudo-doctor remained at the bed with a strange syringe in his hands. This clearly did not bode well. Fang Hong slept peacefully and sweetly on the hospital bed, not even suspecting anything about the impending mortal danger. The intruder, who entered, noticed with a satisfied grin that the guy was fast asleep. What easy money would that be for the murder? The killer explained to himself that the poison would act gradually over several minutes, rendering the victim helpless, and then death would occur. Therefore, the mercenary maliciously wished that the next time the young master would be reborn, not as a human, but as someone else. The syringe with the poisonous liquid was getting closer and closer to the hand of the sleeping and defenseless guy. However, it turned out that the young master was not asleep at all. He instantly took the deadly weapon with 2 fingers and stopped it. The pseudo-doctor was in complete shock and bewilderment, wondering how this could have happened with his perfect plan. Fang Hong coldly replied to the stranger that it was too early for him to die, so the evil wish would definitely never come true. Fang Hong remarked with disdain that, besides, such an amateurish injection would definitely never kill. It was too primitive. The young master instantly grabbed the syringe with poison in his hands and snatched the deadly weapon from his unlucky opponent. The guy pointed the needle threateningly at the killer and said that he would show the scoundrel how to properly give a lethal injection. This unknown mercenary realized with horror that the guy was too fast and experienced for an ordinary person without training. So the killer realized that there was no way he could dodge this swift blow with a syringe filled with poison. Everything that was happening developed too quickly for the average person to perceive. Lightning-fast movements followed one another. The young master took and pierced the opponent's glasses, the sharp needle almost reaching the very eye of the hired killer. The guy coldly demanded that he tell him who he was working for, otherwise he would definitely end up right there. The killer responded with dignity that he was a hired killer, and professionals have principles not to give away the customer. The young master approvingly noted that he was a good fellow, acting according to principles, and now he could die peacefully with honor. Fang Hong began to press the syringe harder and harder towards his stubborn opponent, bringing the tip closer to his vital organs. However, the mercenary used an acrobatic feat to jump backwards on his hands and dodge the deadly attack. The killer defiantly told the young master that if he wanted to kill him, it would not be as easy as he might imagine. The guy noted with interest that his opponent was quite fast and agile, so he was even starting to enjoy the fight. The mercenary admitted that he was a professional killer, and if he couldn't outwit him with cunning, then he would have to fight honestly. Fang Hong warned that the injection into the throat had already been made. He hoped that the enemy had an antidote with him. It was better not to twitch. At first, this hired killer did not even understand what was being discussed and looked around in bewilderment. When the killer looked at where exactly the syringe was attached, he discovered it in a very intimate part of his body. The killer, in a panic, did not understand how this could have happened at all. When the guy managed to pull off such a trick, the mercenary asked the young master in horror how he managed to do this. What kind of nightmare and what kind of witchcraft was this? Without wasting a second, the killer tried to get that damn syringe out of his body as quickly as possible. The killer looked at his body and thought that this was simply impossible. Where was the saving antidote to the poison? It turned out that the master was already holding the bottle in his hands and sarcastically asked if this was what the enemy was looking for. The mercenary, in complete horror, asked the guy when he had managed to stealthily take the vital medicine. The young master asked with satisfaction that the killer would now tell him who exactly ordered this assassination. The frightened killer began to make excuses, saying that it was all a misunderstanding, that he had simply mixed everything up and had the wrong address. Fang Hong mockingly remarked that if he hadn't repelled the attack, the killer would have already gone to get paid for the job. The mercenary thought that the first rule of the profession was not to reveal the identity of the customer, but the poison would soon begin to act. Therefore, the killer confessed that it was Mr. Xiaodun. Let him deal with him, and just let him go. Fang Hong mockingly remarked that just a moment ago, you were so stubborn about your principles, but now look at yourself. The young master ordered the killer to return to the customer and be sure to convey something important to him on behalf of the victim. The guy told me to tell Mr. Xiao that Fang Hong was starting to act, and let him take it as he wanted. The hired killer looked at that cold gaze and understood what it felt like when an experienced hunter caught his helpless victim. The killer desperately tried to escape, thinking that he simply did not want to stay here any longer, no matter the money. The frightened man literally ran out of the hospital office and unexpectedly met Shuchi returning there with documents. The girl immediately asked the running doctor in surprise where he was going, what was happening, and why he was running away so quickly. The vice president returned to the guy and asked in bewilderment why he was suddenly not sleeping and what had happened to the doctor. Fang Hong replied indifferently that it was nothing special, just another henchman who was sent to attempt on his life. The girl was in complete shock when she heard about the assassination attempt and anxiously asked if the guy was okay and if he had been hurt. The young master calmly assured the beauty that he was not at all afraid of such killers, so everything was absolutely fine. The guy added that Xiao Yixai completely underestimates his real strength and capabilities in a fight with professionals. The girl said with indignation that it was their family, and she didn't even expect such meanness from influential people. Shuchi noted with disgust that this family was simply disgusting. They couldn't stand competitors and resorted to such methods. The vice president firmly stated that she would not leave this matter alone, so let him wait and definitely take revenge for the assassination attempt. The guy carefully grabbed the angry girl by the hand and gently stopped her from taking rash actions of revenge. The vice president felt very awkward from this touch, as she did not expect such an intimate gesture from the guy. Fang Hong seriously asked the beauty to leave this dirty work to him. He would personally deal with everything as needed. Shuchi asked in surprise if the young master really wanted to pay off this influential family for the assassination attempt, to which the young man confidently replied to the girl that he alone would definitely be enough to solve all the problems with the enemies. The young master asked the vice president, slightly offended, if she really didn't trust him at all in this matter. Fang Hong noted with satisfaction that this was great. In that case, he would just go about his business. The guy needed to go home and have a good rest, because he was too tired today and needed to restore his spent strength. The young master promised that today, this family would understand that it was better not to approach the tiger without a reason. When the guy left the hospital, the girl's mobile phone in her purse suddenly started ringing melodically. Shuchi picked up the device to look at the screen to see who decided to disturb her at such a time. The father called and told his daughter that he would soon be at the hospital for an important conversation with management. The girl anxiously told her parent that he would not believe her, but this talented guy had already gone home. The vice president added that the Xiao family had begun to actively act against the corporation, their goal being to eliminate Fang Hong. The director, when he heard this alarming news while driving in the car, seriously replied that it was good. He understood everything. Jan Muji asked his secretary to cancel all meetings and negotiations in the office today. The secretary immediately asked with concern if something serious had happened, and if he could do anything, let him say so. The director wisely answered the assistant that nothing could really be hidden from her watchful eyes, but that he could not cope with this problem. The smiling employee thoughtfully advised the manager not to dump all the problems on his shoulders. It was harmful to his health. The secretary tried to cheer up the director, saying that he needed to smile, since he looked very tired and exhausted. The girl suggested that maybe in that case the manager could come visit her and relax a little. However, the director had such a serious expression on his face that he looked at the secretary without any positive emotions. This attractive girl's name is Chu. She is his personal secretary, a very young and beautiful employee of the corporation with an impeccable reputation. The director really has deep feelings for this girl that cannot be described in simple words, so he agrees to the proposal. Suddenly, his mobile phone rings during these romantic thoughts, interrupting his pleasant thoughts about his secretary. It was Fang Hong who called and decided to dial the number, which surprised the director quite a bit at such a late hour. The young master turned to the elder, asking him about the assassination attempt that had taken place, and whether everything was in order with him. The guy was sitting on the roof of a city bus, riding home and calmly talking on the phone with the director of the corporation. So Fang Hong asked, "Yes, everything is fine, but the leader is now completely alone, right?" The director replied that yes, he was completely alone, although his faithful secretary Chu was sitting next to him in the car. Fang Hong reported important information. "I wonder who else knows about his stay in the hospital. There is clearly a spy among the specialists." Here the director seemed to begin to understand something, and asked the young master to wait 1 second to think. Jangping got out of the car for a second, thinking that this was impossible. He had known everyone personally for a long time. However, here the manager thought about the fact that, wait, maybe there is one suspicious person among his relatives. There is one person who may actually be the most vile rat and traitor in their circle. The director realizes with horror that it is quite possible that his trusted secretary is a spy for the enemy. Fang Hong asked on the phone whether the director trusted this person or not, what he thought about this. The director himself did not know what to say in response. And at this critical moment, someone approached him. Jangping immediately sensed the presence of someone behind him, turning around at the sound of footsteps on the asphalt. It was his secretary who thoughtfully said that it was cold outside and brought him a warm jacket. The young man on the phone said that he had a cunning plan, but he needed to know exactly who to trust. The director unexpectedly responded that he did not agree to put everything on the line and risk the life of his only daughter. The young master philosophically replied that in order to get something, you have to sacrifice something. The director knows this better. This time, the leader is obliged to attack first. They simply have no other way out of the situation. At home, Jangping was also sitting in a chair, resting after his hard and stressful day at work. Someone with wet feet creeps up on him from the bathroom, leaving footprints on the floor. It was his secretary Chu, who had just taken a hot shower and looked very seductive. The girl sat down on the bed next to the director and asked why he was so sad and thoughtful today. Chu asked the manager with concern what she could do to make him happy and lift his spirits after the difficulties. The director wearily replied to the secretary that he was too tired today, so he asked to cancel all upcoming business meetings. The surprised girl asked her boss again whether he really should cancel them all without exception, even the important ones. Jangping replied that he wanted to go somewhere to relax with his beloved daughter on the weekend. The secretary suggested to the director that if he wanted to relax, he would easily find a good place for vacation. Mr. Zhang turned to the girl and said that he was now going to take a shower to freshen up after the day. Chu asked with a playful smile if the director might need her help there for some business, to which the director ambiguously answered the beauty that yes, without her he definitely would not be able to cope with some tasks. The secretary obediently began to take slow steps towards the bathroom, since she had received exactly this ambiguous order from the director. It was deep night, and the corporation's director was sleeping peacefully in his bed after intimate contact with his secretary. Secretary Chu suddenly quietly asked the sleeping director if he was okay, but there was no answer. The girl carefully checked whether the boss was really fast asleep, after which she quietly got out of bed, trying not to wake him. Chu quietly walked out onto the apartment balcony and picked up her mobile phone to check something important in her messages. The secretary saw a new message on the screen and wrote a response that the director would be in the city park this Saturday at 10. The girl thought for a long time and doubted whether she should send this treacherous message to her secret employers or not. In the end, Chu sent the message because she simply had no other way out of the situation. As it turned out later, the director was not sleeping at all, but was carefully watching the behavior of his secretary through his half-open eyelids. The next day, Director Jangping came to visit his beloved daughter to spend the planned weekend together. The manager smiled and told Shuchi that it was great and that he would spend a pleasant time with her in the park today. Secretary Chu was by their side the entire time, closely observing the developments in the family. For some reason, one could see genuine anger on the traitor's face. She didn't like the way things were going at all. They began to discuss what car they would take to the park, deciding to go in the director's car to feel more at ease. Jangping warned all passengers to be sure to fasten their seatbelts as he drives very fast and aggressively. The director's red car pulled away abruptly, pressing the gas so hard that the tires screeched on the asphalt. The car really raced very fast through the city streets. The director demonstrated masterful driving at high speed. Suddenly, the manager slammed on the brakes, so his daughter asked her father in fear why he did it. The director replied that he had heard suspicious crackling sounds and thought that the engine might break loose. Shuchi asked her father to drive at least a little more carefully so as not to get into an accident on the road. The girl added that they needed to continue driving and let's have a quiet time together in the park. Suddenly, another car with tinted windows appeared next to their red car, raising suspicions. There was a suspicious man wearing dark glasses sitting in that vehicle, who seemed to be closely watching their family. The stranger radioed important information to his boss that the targets had already left the house. Shuchi curiously asked her father why he suddenly didn't invite Fang Hong to come with him. The father diplomatically replied to his daughter that the young master was very tired after treating patients and needed a good rest. The family safely arrived at the very city park that they had been talking about for so long in their weekend plans. Secretary Chu knew that it was strange that the two of them hadn't spoken a word during the entire journey to their destination. It was only when they parked and got out of the car that something unexpected surprised and frightened the girl. Shuchi saw there a group of armed bandits with machine guns, who arrived in several black business-class cars. The director's red car braked very sharply at the sight of the ambush, and all the passengers leaned forward from the jolt. The secretary, in complete horror and with a pleading voice, told the director that she was sorry, but she had been forced to commit treason. Chu added pleadingly that if the manager did everything as the attackers asked, then no one would touch the family. The traitor got out of the car and walked towards the armed bandits, ready to fulfill her part of the dirty deal. Raising her hands in surrender, the secretary loudly announced to the criminals that she had brought them hostages, as agreed. The bandit leader, with a satisfied grin, answered the traitor that they had been waiting a long time for her arrival. "My dear, but now let them leave the rest to them." The criminals turned to the frightened girl with contempt and coldly remarked that they felt very sorry for her, but she was just an empty shell for them. The secretary, frightened, asked the armed bandits what they were talking about, not understanding what was happening around them. Taking out a pistol and pointing it at the girl, the leader angrily remarked that in his opinion it was perfectly clear what was being discussed. Therefore, this dangerous man decisively commanded his subordinates that everyone should open fire on all targets indiscriminately. All armed subordinates took out their automatic weapons and began methodically aiming in the direction of the director's red car. In this peaceful city park, a real hot shootout began on one side, breaking the morning silence. Fang Hong was already at the scene, just standing behind a thick tree and carefully watching everything that was happening. The young master quietly informed the director through an earpiece that this was definitely a trap. His secretary had betrayed him and handed him over to the enemy. Hearing this confirmation of his suspicions, the angry director simply hit the tree trunk with his fist in anger. Shuchi, in that tense moment, anxiously asked her father what they were doing here in danger. Fang Hong replied through the connection that he didn't even know who exactly she might be working for. That would have to be asked of the traitor herself. The leader of the criminals ordered his subordinates to take and carefully check what was in the director's red car. The bandits moved cautiously towards this car in the hope of seeing valuable hostages there to carry out the task. The wounded secretary, who was hit by several bullets, painfully called the attackers a bunch of pathetic and stupid idiots. One of the bandits asked the lady in surprise how she was still alive after all these injuries. This cruel bandit coldly advised the traitor to keep her mouth shut, since now she must definitely die. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the leader with his subordinates and shouted something desperately, attracting attention. The leader, with a slightly frightened look, turned sharply to his subordinate and aggressively asked what had happened there. The henchman anxiously reported to their boss that there was absolutely no one inside the red car. The leader, in complete shock and bewilderment, asked his men how it could be that there was no one there. It turned out that the cunning secretary had somehow fooled them all, and the plan had failed from the very beginning of the operation. There were only 2 paper human figures on the car seats to simulate presence. The enraged leader approached the wounded girl, roughly grabbed her by the hair, and began to cruelly threaten her with violence. The criminal angrily asked the traitor where they were, putting a cold pistol to her temple. Fang Hong turned around abruptly and noticed that there were 2 more armed guards next to him. Fang Hong, being very serious, slowly began to approach these dangerous criminals for negotiations. The gang leader looked at the stranger and asked his partner with suspicion who he was. The young master calmly replied to the bandits that he had actually come to calmly discuss certain conditions with them. The leader aggressively asked the guy again, "Damn it! What other conditions did he want to discuss with them in such a situation?" The young master responded with surprise that it was actually strange that criminals had not yet heard of him in criminal circles. One of his subordinates suddenly realized that the guy was the famous young master about whom legends are told. Fang Hong noted with satisfaction to the bandits that this way they would have immediately caught him and recognized him without wasting time. The leader began to laugh maliciously and say that he didn't even expect that he would be so incredibly lucky with his prey today. The criminal added that this was the very person his boss was after, so they had nothing to discuss peacefully. The leader commanded his armed subordinates to kill the young master and then receive a generous reward from the leadership. At this critical moment, the young master decisively intervened in the dialogue and asked the bandits to wait with the execution. The surprised subordinates asked their leader in bewilderment what was happening and why they should listen to the guy. Fang Hong patiently repeated to the criminals what he had already said. He came to discuss the terms. They must tell him who hired them. The young master added that if the bandits did this, he would think about whether to spare their lives or not. When the leader heard such impudent conditions from one person against an entire gang, he was completely shocked by such insolence. The subordinates also began to whisper quietly among themselves, not understanding whether this was a joke that they had just heard. The main blonde took out his weapon and decisively declared that now the right to speak was not in the guy's hands. He would dictate the rules. The criminal added threateningly that he would take the life of the young master, which was worth nothing to the gang here. The enraged leader again ordered his armed subordinates to immediately kill the impudent guy without further ado. The bandits raised their automatic weapons and prepared to fire to deal the young master a fatal blow. However, the criminals noticed how quickly this young master moved. How could they hit him with a weapon? One of the experienced bandits warned his comrades to be careful. He heard that the guy had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Fang Hong actually moved very quickly between the trees, like a real ghost, confusing the criminals. One of the confused bandits turned sharply and shouted to the others that the damn guy was there. But when the others turned in the indicated direction, there was absolutely no one there. They realized that the enemy was fast. The guy really drove the criminals crazy by suddenly appearing behind their backs again, like a ninja. The bandits turned around sharply again, hoping to finally catch the elusive guy in the sights of their guns. The young master suddenly found himself high up on one of the branches of a large tree, watching his opponents from above. The criminals happily thought they had caught their target, but it turned out to be just a scarecrow made of leaves and branches. Fang Hong mockingly remarked to the bandits that while they were having fun here, in that case he would go to their boss. The wounded secretary was lying near the car at that moment and angrily promised that she would not leave him alone even after death. The bandit indifferently answered the traitor that he had heard this banal phrase 100 times already. The debtor pays, and he earns money. The criminal added that he was tired of playing cat and mouse and wanted to stop playing these childish games. Suddenly, the leader realized that there was someone behind him. He was very surprised by this unexpected presence. It was Fang Hong, who suddenly appeared on the roof of the director's red car like a ghost. The first thing the bandit did was instinctively take out his service weapon, preparing to shoot at an unexpected target. The criminal pulled out his pistol and asked the guy in bewilderment how he had managed to get there unnoticed. The guy mockingly replied to the leader that he shouldn't be surprised. His guys turned out to be rather weak opponents. The bandit was indignant that this was not so. He was simply inattentive to the surroundings at the moment. The young master carefully noticed that the criminal had recently been having breathing problems and a wet cough. The leader asked the guy in surprise how he knew about this, since he had never told anyone. Fang Hong calmly replied that the criminal had not yet realized that the young master was a natural-born doctor. The young man offered a deal that he had effective medicine. Would the bandit agree to a fair exchange? The suspicious criminal aggressively asked the guy whether he thought he was some kind of naive fool or something. The enraged criminal fired his pistol at the guy and threateningly stated that the young master would definitely die from the bullet. The leader hit the car with a very strong blow, causing the glass to shatter into sharp pieces in all directions. However, the bandit saw something in front of him that surprised him greatly and even frightened him at that moment. Fang Hong deftly dodged the fatal blow and swung his leg so that he would kill the impudent criminal. The young master jumped as high as he could, so the gang leader didn't even have time to move from surprise. A powerful kick lands on the bandit's face, distorted with anger, and all of his facial features are deformed by the impact. The defeated criminal lies on the hard ground with his mouth open and can do nothing about the pain. The young master indifferently noted to the leader that, in that case, the problem would have to be solved according to a bad scenario for the gang. Fang Hong saw the injured female secretary lying on the ground, fighting for her life after receiving injuries. Chu turned to the guy and tiredly asked him to just kill her, since she didn't have long to live anyway. However, the guy, being a doctor by vocation, does not want to give up. He puts up 2 fingers and prepares to provide assistance. The young master precisely presses on vital acupuncture points, which are located in the solar plexus area. Fang Hong told the victim that he had stopped the bleeding and therefore thought she would be able to reach the hospital alive. The girl asked the young master in surprise why he had helped her in such a critical situation. The guy explained that everything was simple, because she was a doctor. If she really wanted to kill the director, she would have taken the opportunity. And so the traitor specifically waited for today for some reason. Let her tell what happened in the past. The secretary replied with regret that she was sorry, but she could not tell the truth and simply wanted to die from her wounds. You took the gun in her trembling hands and resolutely put the cold weapon to her head. Suddenly, unexpectedly, bitter tears appeared on the desperate girl's face, rolling down her cheeks from hopelessness. The gun was snatched from the secretary's hands in literally 1 second, preventing her from committing suicide. The young master sternly told the girl that she would not die right in front of his nose and that she would not underestimate him. Chu stubbornly told the guy that she wouldn't say anything in any case, no matter how much he asked her to tell the truth. Fang Hong was puzzled and noticed that it was strange because the owner wanted to kill her, but she still protected him. The young master added that if the secretary had problems with her head, then he simply would not be able to cure that. The secretary obediently replied that her life belonged only to Mr. Xiao, and he could take it away whenever he wanted. As it turned out, the head of the Xiao family had previously somehow saved the life of this unfortunate girl in a critical situation. Chu realized that she had let it slip and given out unnecessary information that she should not have disclosed to strangers. The guy noted with satisfaction that he knew it was the work of this vile and insidious family. Fan Hong explained to the girl that the owner was not kind. He was simply using her, pulled her out of one abyss, and threw her into another. Therefore, the young master promised to make her experience the same thing that the master made her experience, to visit a real abyss. At this moment in the hotel, the director of the corporation, Zhan Muji, was talking on the phone that he realized that he had been cruelly deceived. The worried director asked Fang Hong over the phone in confusion what he should do to protect his family in such a critical situation. The young master resolutely replied that of course he needed to pay a return visit to the head of the Xiao family. Let him tell him the exact address of this lair. Suddenly, the unexpectedly wounded secretary, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, weakly declared that she wanted to go with them to meet the owner. The surprised young master asked the bleeding girl in bewilderment whether she was seriously planning to do so in such a state, to which Chu bitterly replied that she wanted Mr. Xiao to finally realize that she was not such a useless and worthless girl. The guy worriedly objected to the secretary that there was no need to worry about it. If he didn't go to the hospital immediately, even the Celestials wouldn't be able to help. After some time, they approached a luxurious crystal palace, where serious and well-armed guards stood at the entrance. An expensive black car with tinted windows also pulled up to this impressive building, attracting the attention of the security guards. A young master emerged from the car, but in a completely different appearance, in an elegant business suit, which was completely unlike him. Fang Hong walked confidently and purposefully towards the main entrance of the building to talk to those armed guys on duty. One of the vigilant guards sternly stopped the stranger and aggressively asked where he was going without permission. The guy calmly answered the guard that he had come to see Director Xiao in order to discuss a very important deal with him. The suspicious security guard asked the visitor with distrust what kind of deal they were talking about in this case. However, after some thought, the guard finally agreed and politely asked the stranger to simply follow him inside the building. Without any serious problems, they entered the luxurious building unhindered and were already approaching the modern high-speed elevator. The young foreman and the security guard waited patiently for the elevator to descend from the upper floor so they could go up to the management. When the heavy elevator doors finally opened, 3 more muscular, pumped-up guards with stern faces emerged. The guard accompanying him was surprised to see so many people meeting this mysterious guy. What kind of special person is he? Fang Hong looked very calm and even funny, like never before in his life, but this was a deceptive impression. However, his eyes were filled with the most genuine cold hatred. Even the pupils were not visible in this dark abyss. The elevator doors slowly closed, and this would probably be the biggest fatal mistake of these overconfident guards. In the building's security center, the guard on duty watched closely what was happening through surveillance camera monitors. So far, nothing particularly interesting was happening. He simply watched his colleagues in the building go about their daily business with boredom. Suddenly, the duty officer saw how the look of this young master in an elegant suit had changed dramatically and radically. The security guard immediately became interested in what was happening and anxiously thought about what would happen in the elevator. The guard grabbed his radio and excitedly asked his colleagues what was going on there, asking for a report on the situation. However, the only thing that was transmitted to him in response to his request was just strange interference and crackling. When the elevator doors finally opened on the right floor, the same calm young master in a suit was standing there. Fang Hong easily beat all of these professional guards who accompanied him and politely thanked them for accompanying him. At this time, Zhao Yikai was calmly telling his subordinate in his office to prepare all the materials for the upcoming meeting. Suddenly, this influential gentleman's mobile phone rang, interrupting his business preparations for an important meeting. An agitated subordinate urgently reported alarming information to his boss that a dangerous guy had broken in and beaten up all the guards. Zhao Yikai, in complete shock, asked his subordinate what exactly he had just reported, demanding that he immediately repeat the alarming message. However, the loyal assistant simply hung up the phone, which became a real horror for the influential director of the corporation. The gentleman thought, okay, there's nothing left to do but call Mad Dog to solve the serious security problems that have arisen. At this critical moment, the Mad Dog cruelly dealt with his numerous subordinates right in the boxing ring. All the opponents flew into a pile on top of each other backwards, like real worthless trash after a fight. The boxer, while in the ring, simply dealt with all his opponents very easily, demonstrating his professional skills. The man contemptuously remarked that these were the most ordinary losers who were unworthy of his precious attention and time. Then the thug heard his mobile phone ring, which was lying quietly on a wooden chair next to the ring. The boxer was extremely unhappy with this unexpected call, as he was being distracted from his favorite bloody and cruel business. They told him over the phone that they were ready to give him $5 million for the murder of one specific person in the very near future. The Mad Dog turned to the director and said that there was one condition. If the victim could hold out for 10 seconds, the price would increase tenfold. Because at the moment he doesn't want to waste his precious time on some completely meaningless trifles and nonsense, the director responded to this proposal that money was not an issue for him. He knew it. Just kill this annoying guy. The Mad Dog with the burning crazy eyes of a predator answered the director that in that case he was definitely in this business. Fang Hong methodically eliminates all the armed subordinates one by one with his powerful fists of a true martial artist. The guy walked into a spacious office and was very surprised by what he unexpectedly saw before his eyes. There just happened to be a luxurious director's room, where there were several more professional armed guards for protection. The bodyguards desperately shouted at their director to leave immediately. They would detain this dangerous scoundrel at any cost. But the director calmly replied to his security that there was no need to panic, since serious reinforcements would soon be here. Fang Hong mockingly asked the director if they had really managed to find a truly worthy fighter in such a short time. Zhao Yikai honestly admitted that he had seriously underestimated the young master. He was the first one to reach his personal office. The foreman politely replied to the director that he thanked him for his sincere praise, but that he only had pathetic weaklings working there. The director curiously asked the guy why he had come to his office at all and what he wanted from him. The young man angrily replied to the director that yes, they needed to have a serious talk about the debts that he had to repay immediately. The director, with genuine surprise, asked the guy again what debts they had in general, what the young master was talking about. The guy coldly replied to the director that it was on his personal orders that Zhan Muji's patron was attacked in the hospital. Zhao Yikai calmly confirmed the accusation that everything was true. As long as he was alive, he would not be at peace for a single minute. The guy coldly replied to the self-confident director that he would never be able to get to him, not for anything in the world. Suddenly, a Mad Dog appeared in the spacious room, a huge man with the muscular figure of a professional fighter. This dangerous boxer turned to the director, who just thought that he had come here just in time for work. The brute added contentedly that he saw the very guy with whom he definitely needed to properly deal. The gentleman answered the hired killer with satisfaction that here he was standing right in front of his nose. He could calmly begin work, and then, in the director's spacious room, a real deathly silence descended, as if before a thunderstorm or a storm. The Mad Dog asked in bewilderment if the director was really playing a joke on him, and if he needed to fight this ordinary boy. The boxer turned to the boy with a sneer, saying that at least he had done his homework at home, but this was clearly not the place for him to play children's games. Fang Hong begins to carefully assess his large opponent, realizing that he is facing an impudent professional boxer. The guy swings his fist to attack, but surprisingly the opponent manages to deftly dodge this powerful blow. The boxer scornfully remarked that the guy was too hot-tempered, but believe me, he was too slow for such a master. The young master immediately noted to himself that the enemy was indeed quite fast, and the brute had good reactions. The mad dog swung his massive fist, declaring that his older brother would now show the boy what a real punch was. And then the thug hit the guy straight in the stomach, lifting him high into the air from the force of the professional blow. The blow was incredibly strong. The guy was thrown quite far. It's hard to believe that it's possible to survive such a powerful attack. The young master simply flies backwards at great speed, since the boxer's blow was simply inadequately strong. The young man hits the panoramic windows of the director's office, and all the glass shatters into small, sharp pieces. And after that, the guy hits the concrete wall of the office, leaving deep cracks there from the impact. The mad dog indifferently remarked to the director that it was a waste of time and that he did not need to repeat the conditions again. Mr. Xiao noted with surprise that so many of his mercenaries could not deal with the guy, and the boxer in one go. The director added that, as expected from a true professional, the thug really is the best master of his craft. Fang Hong suddenly answered the bandits. "Listen, I see that the boxer really is no slouch in a fight, a good punch." Both the director and the mad dog were in complete shock that the guy was still alive after that. But that's how it should be. He is a young master who can easily cope with such difficulties. The guy turned to the mad dog with a grin, saying that he was even a little disappointed with his professional blow. The mad dog, looking at the young master, wondered what kind of look this was. It felt like he had more strength than he did. This bandit looked at his opponent and thought that the guy took his blow and could get up. It's just impossible. Therefore, the boxer admitted that forgive him for underestimating him. Such a strong guy was the first one who was able to get up after the blow. The master calmly replied to the thug that he had apparently seen too few truly strong opponents. The boxer told the boy that he wasn't even thinking about giving up. "Let him take a good look at himself, little boy." The brute was so tired of this confrontation that he simply threw off his sports cape for a serious fight. The mad dog began to shout that he would show all his strength and began to run very quickly towards the young master. The boxer swings his massive fists left and right, threatening that the guy will definitely get what he deserves. But the guy dodged all of the enemy's blows with incredible ease, and they didn't even hit him once. Fang Hong suddenly notices that his mobile phone in his pocket is ringing melodically right in the middle of a heated fight with his opponent. The guy calmly picks up the phone and thinks with slight irritation about who dared to disturb him at such an inopportune moment. At this critical moment, the opponent becomes even more angry, furiously saying that the young master is thus underestimating him even more. The enraged boxer swings his massive fist straight at the guy to deliver a crushing, fatal blow. While the young master is talking calmly, the head of the department asks with concern in her voice what happened to the guy. Fang Hong dodges all the blows with incredible ease and continues to casually talk to the girl on the phone. The guy reproachfully noted to the beauty that no, he doesn't call her. She only calls him when she needs something. The young master explains to his interlocutor that there is a bit of noise in the background because a mad dog is barking loudly. Don't pay attention. The enraged thug goes crazy from humiliation and shouts at the guy that that's it. Now he will definitely die at his hands. But the young master calmly tells the girl on the phone not to worry. Everything will be fine with me. The martial artist masterfully stopped an attacking opponent with just his index finger, like a doctor feeling a pulse. Fang Hong politely told his interlocutor that he would call her back later, since this dog was already getting on his nerves with its barking. The guy's eyes now showed genuine anger because he was not allowed to talk normally and calmly. The mad dog is confused as to who this mysterious guy is and where he got such an incredibly strong opponent from. Once again, when the big guy swung for a punch, the guy simply stopped his massive fist with 2 fingers. The young master, like a real doctor, simply went and unmistakably found the necessary pain point in the enemy's body. The boxer immediately felt some strange and unusual feeling, as if a severe pain had begun to engulf him throughout his body. It felt like he had been hit by a very heavy truck at full speed, breaking every bone in his body. The thug is shocked and wonders where this guy got such incredible strength from. How can he be better than a professional fighter? All the remaining opponents who were watching the fight in the room were in complete shock that the guy was able to defeat a world-class killer. The guy coldly addresses the head of the Zhao family with a threat in his voice that now it is the director's turn to answer. This frightened chief in a panic shouts to his guards to stop this dangerous and invincible guy immediately at any cost. While the guards distracted the young master, the director decided that the best way to escape would be to quickly escape from here. Xiao Yikai quickly tries to enter the secret code of the steel door to enter the safe room for shelter. The director, in a panic, constantly looks back over his shoulder, hoping that this scary guy hasn't caught up with him yet. But suddenly there appears a young master with crazy burning eyes who asks if he really thinks he can escape. Xiao Yikai desperately tells the guy that there is no personal enmity or hatred between them. Why is he suddenly needed? Fang Hong coldly tells the director that he is not telling the truth because there is hatred between them. His son ordered the murder of the master. The director, horrified, asks what the guy wants to do. He can give anything, just don't touch his only son. The guy coldly told the director that everything was very simple. He was not at all interested in any material offers or deals. The young master added harshly that he only needed their lives for what they had done, so they would start with the director himself. At this point, Xiao Yikai was relieved to see the heavy steel doors of the emergency exit finally slowly open behind him. The director thought that this was finally a chance to escape death and began to run very quickly towards the exit. The gentleman is pleased with the fact that the doors quickly began to close automatically, and he thus got away from the dangerous guy. Fang Hong, of course, has no intention of letting this scoundrel escape, so he resolutely presses the emergency release button, after which the young master lifted the heavy steel doors of this room with one hand without much effort in order to calmly enter. With great anger on his face, the boy threateningly tells the director that he warned him that he would not be able to escape. The leader, horrified, thinks to himself that he wonders who this guy really is. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Behind the guys, the director notices a real monster, like a demon, and he himself says that he doesn't know any last words. Xiao Yikai is completely taken aback by what is happening and lies helplessly on the cold floor, unable to do anything. The director bitterly admitted that he did not think that he would die at the hands of some bodyguard. He seriously underestimated the young master. The guy philosophically answered the gentleman that it is indeed human nature to make mistakes. But he must know that such mistakes are never forgiven. Therefore, the young master suggested to the director that he should stand for a while and think carefully about the best way to do this. After thinking about it, Fang Hong said that he had come up with a great idea. He could let the enemy experience the hell that he himself had created. In complete horror, the director thinks to himself, "What is going on? Is the guy really a demon?" But the guy warned that it would be very painful, and it really is. The boss thinks that it's all an illusion, but the pain is so real. The young master noted to the director with a grin that these were just flowers for the warm-up. Even more torment awaited him further on. Xiao Yikai panics and starts saying, "Okay, wait." In that case, he will give the guy all the information he needs. The director justifies himself by saying that all his actions were only on the orders of other influential people. He is just a controlled pawn. He was forced. When the guy heard this, he asked with distrust, "Was he forced to? Did he really think that the young master would believe him?" Xiao Yikai swears to the guy that this is a mysterious person who wanted to deal with the director. He doesn't even know his name. The only thing the director knows is that the mysterious man is called the Black Spirit. But where he is completely unclear. The gentleman added that he had heard that he lived on a distant mountain, but he was not at all sure of this information. Here, when the guy thought a little about what he heard, he realized that it was quite possible that they were talking about the master's senior student. Xiao Yikai began to desperately say that he didn't know where the Black Spirit was. Honestly, he wasn't lying. He didn't say anything. Fang Hong asked suspiciously. If the director did everything according to his orders, how did they even communicate with each other back then? To this, the gentleman replied to the young master that they had one special and secret way of negotiating with the customer. At first, Fang Hong did not understand at all what kind of special way of communication could be discussed in this context. As it turned out, this special method was quite ancient. They used pigeon mail for secret communication with the customer. It's really hard to believe in this day and age, but yes, because it was the only reliable option they had left. The young master understands that the mysterious Black Spirit has been sitting in the mountains for too long and has only allowed the use of this archaic method of communication. At this point, Mr. Xiao's personal mobile phone suddenly began to ring melodically, interrupting an important conversation with the guy. The director answers the phone and tells the courier that it's okay. He'll come down to the entrance now and pick up the package. Xiao Yikai tells the young master that he has come just in time because a brand new order from the customer has arrived. So the director shows the guy the parcel and suggests that here is their delivery. Now you can fully verify this with your own eyes. When the parcel was opened, unexpectedly there was the most ordinary fried chicken inside, which looked rather strange and suspicious. The gentleman explained that this is called pigeon post. Over time, they slightly modified the classic method of delivering messages in order to clearly demonstrate to the young master The director began to carefully cut the carcass of the fried chicken with a sharp knife, after which Xiao Yikai took out a small folded piece of paper, saying that this is where the new secret mission would be written. The guy responded to the director with interest, saying that it was good to open the message and he would carefully look at what was assigned there. The note said that there would be an auction at the estate at 8 o'clock tonight, so the director should bring a flower and a precious herb. Xiao Yikai honestly admitted to the guy that he had absolutely no idea why the mysterious master from the mountain suddenly needed her right now. Therefore, the young master decisively answered the director that in that case there was nothing left to do. He would definitely go with him. But the gentleman objected with doubt that the guy was of course very strong, but he was an ordinary person. Would he be able to defeat such an opponent? Now it's time for the auction. And as always, muscular and pumped-up bodyguards are standing at the main entrance to ensure control. When the guy and the gentleman started approaching the building, they noticed that there were quite a lot of people there. The event was clearly popular. The bodyguards immediately began to stop them at the entrance, strictly demanding that they first present an official invitation letter to the event. The gentleman starts to get angry at the security, indignantly saying, "What kind of invitation letter? Do they know who he is?" The guards politely answer the director that, "Excuse me, sir, but no one can be allowed in without a special invitation. Such are the strict rules of the establishment." The head of the family irritably suggests that the price of one letter is 100,000. They only need 2 passes to the auction. Xiao Yikai confidently adds that there are no problems in this world that cannot be successfully solved with money. But the security guards still stubbornly answer the director that, "Sorry, but invitation letters to this event are not for sale at all." Of course, the gentleman was extremely unhappy with this answer and began to raise the proposed price, first to 200, then to 500,000. The bodyguards again politely tell the disappointed director that, "Sorry, if they don't have invitations, then just leave here calmly." Xiao Yikai starts to get very angry at the stubborn guards and threateningly says that he will now call the right people and they will sort this all out. Fang Hong calmly advises the angry director that it is better to abandon this hopeless undertaking. "Friend, there is no point in wasting your nerves." When the head of the family began to inquire where they were heading, the master said to just follow him without asking any unnecessary questions. The rich man cannot believe it and asks again if Fang Hong is really going to climb over the high fortress wall now. The guy replies that they will enter through the back door, as the wise men say. There are never any hopeless situations. The comrades understand that the wall is too high, so the gentleman is afraid that they will not be able to climb to such a height. But the young master, of course, reassures the rich man that he doesn't have to worry about this. The guy has one way. Mr. Wong asks in shock what other miraculous method could there be in such a hopeless situation. The man hopes that this method will at least be safe for an ordinary person without special training for extreme sports. Fang Hong explains that he knows the points that can release a person's maximum strength, so getting over the wall is not difficult. Mr. Xiao, when he heard this explanation, could not believe his own ears. His eyes lit up with curiosity and hope. The guy answers the rich man that in any case, they will now find out to what extent this ancient method works in practice. With his dexterous fingers, the master very quickly presses on the man's back at the necessary acupuncture points for activation. The gentleman immediately felt a light, pleasant feeling, which had previously been completely unfamiliar and imperceptible to the rich man. Actual energy began to pulse through Wong's body, his clothes torn from the suddenly growing size of his muscles. The man understands that he has never experienced such incredible sensations before. So much strength has appeared in his body. Therefore, without any hesitation, the rich man decides to try to jump over this high and powerful fortress wall. The man pushes his foot off the wall with such force that cracks begin to appear from the powerful blow. He makes the highest jump possible, and with incredible ease the rich man manages to reach the top of the high fence. But when Wong climbed up, the man saw a strange sticky web right in front of his eyes. The rich man fell into a real trap of a giant spider and now cannot move freely in these threads. It is surprising even for a young master who looks and thinks how one could so carelessly fall into a trap. Armed bodyguards with automatic weapons immediately appeared, noticing the ongoing breach of the perimeter. The guards heard some suspicious sound and started saying that if there was anyone here, they should come out immediately. The leader of this gang of bodyguards sternly tells his subordinates to be more careful. No one can be allowed to get inside. Even a fly should not fly by unnoticed. Everything is so serious and critical for the safety of the facility now. After everything that happened, Xiao Yikai shouts that this is outrageous. What kind of magical, incredible antics are happening? The director starts to get angry and threateningly says that he will now call the right people and the authorities will sort this all out. Fang Hong calmly tells the angry man that it's better to give up this hopeless undertaking, dear friend. Suddenly, some strange, suspicious bandits appear and aggressively declare that they are actually going to kill them all now. The strangers angrily address the director and the guy, saying that they probably know perfectly well what will happen at today's auction. To which the gentleman arrogantly replies to the strangers that the goods there are of the highest quality, and that ordinary people simply cannot afford such things. The young master listens attentively and understands how secret and closed from prying eyes this event is. The guy curiously asks the people who approach them what exactly they were doing in this dense forest. They respond with offense that they are masters of medicine. They could not imagine that they would not be allowed in there. Thus, they deeply insulted. These upset masters say to each other, "Okay, in that case, let's leave here. Nothing will work out anyway." The young master resolutely stopped the people leaving, loudly telling them to wait just for 1 second. Don't rush. The medicine masters immediately turned around with interest and asked the guy what happened. "Brother, why did you suddenly stop them?" Fan Hong told the strangers to wait while he went to get something, and after that they decided to try to get through again. This time, the young master already had in his hands some mysterious metal case, which he had not had before. The bodyguards immediately became angry with the stubborn visitors, irritably saying that they did not understand the first time that they would not be allowed in. But the guy calmly answers the guards that this time he came to sell something. He has valuable goods. The young master approached the bodyguards and opened his mysterious case in such a way that they were very surprised by what they saw inside. The guards are shocked and think to themselves, "Oh my god, this is really a very rare and expensive phenomenon in nature. There lay that same legendary stone that could cure the most serious diseases and ailments of humanity." Even experienced masters of medicine look at the artifact with bewilderment. What is so mysterious? They have never seen anything like it before. But the bodyguards suspiciously ask the guy what this is all about. Does he really want to bribe them with some simple stone? The guards add that they don't have time to play with him. High-ranking people are waiting here, so let him just get lost. These offended doctors indignantly say how the security even talks to them. They will remember this impudence of the bodyguards in any case. The security guards threateningly respond to the medicine masters that they don't care if you don't leave immediately. Then they won't be responsible for themselves. The bodyguard starts running aggressively at the guy and shouts that he asked for trouble himself, so now it will be bad. The bodyguards begin calling for reinforcements on the radio to the main entrance, reporting troublemakers on the premises of the complex. The first thing the guards did was grab their powerful stun guns to quickly and effectively deal with all the uninvited guests. The devices spark very brightly and look quite scary and threatening to any violator of public order. The bodyguards again ask the guy if they have thought carefully about whether they really want to get into serious trouble. The young master indifferently answers the guards that there is absolutely nothing to talk about with them, in which case call the main one. It's amazing how it turned out that one of the bodyguards was the main security guard, which is really hard to believe. Xiao Yikai himself did not understand anything of what was happening here, and perplexed, said to the guy, "Wait, explain the situation." This head guard contemptuously replies to the director that he is not showing off in front of his friend when he begs for mercy. The gentleman indignantly replies to the guard that he is a fool. Don't even think about judging people by their external status, who they are anyway. Suddenly, some influential man appears, accompanied by a beautiful lady. The man looks extremely prestigious. The director immediately understood whose familiar voice it was, as if a powerful electric current had suddenly struck him right in the heart. This huge, pumped-up man came a little closer to his guards. He's ready to crush anyone with his gaze like a boa constrictor. This is Zhong Lao, one of the 5 rich men of the city. This is the most unusual auction. The feeling was very disturbing and ominous. The head of security is happy about what is happening, saying that the director immediately chickened out, and he immediately said that they are nobody in comparison. One of the richest people in the city curiously asks the security guard who these strangers are and what they are doing here. The guy, a young master, immediately hesitated and became confused when he heard this unexpected question from an influential person. And after that, Fang Hong thought about something completely different. Why was this mysterious girl looking at him so strangely? The guy tries to remember, realizes that her beautiful face seems familiar, but he can't remember her name. The guard approaches the rich man and reports that the strangers have come only to disrupt the auction. Zhong Lao replies that it is brave, but they know that for those who are here, causing trouble is far from the best solution. Everyone present was very surprised by these unexpected words from the influential rich man and his mild reaction, after which one of the masters of medicine just fell to his knees, saying that he was asking for forgiveness and wanted to buy the ingredients. The doctor adds that he does this only for the sake of his sick patients, so please let them inside for the event. This rich man philosophically says that there are so many sick people in the vast world, so doctors will not be able to cure all the patients. Zhang Lao politely apologizes, saying, "Sorry, but in this case there is absolutely nothing he can do to help the medicine masters." Fang Hong philosophically remarked to the rich man that the proverb says that saving one person is the greatest feat, and no one asks them to buy anything, they spend their own money. The head of this closed auction angrily calls the guy a fool and asks how he even dares to talk to His Highness in such a tone. The enraged organizer reached for his powerful stun gun to give this impudent and insolent man a good electric shock, but the guy, a young master, instantly grabs the guard by the hand and squeezes it so tightly that he cannot move his fingers. Fang Hong, with an ironic smile on his face, calmly tells the leader that he is sure that he really wants to fight him, but it is not worth it. The rich man suddenly intervenes in the conflict and curiously asks the guy what he said his name was. Repeat it again, after which the young master clearly repeats to the influential man that his name is Fang Hong, hoping that he did not misheard at all. Here the rich uncle was in complete shock from hearing the name and began to slowly approach the surprised guy with wide-open eyes, after which Zhang Lao walked close to the young master and grabbed his hand tightly, as if he had met an old family friend. The rich man, with sincere emotions, tells the guy that he won't believe it, my dear, but he is more grateful to him than ever in his life. Even the guy himself did not understand at all what had happened and why, because he was definitely seeing this influential man for the first time. All the other people present also opened their mouths wide in surprise at this unexpected turn of events between the strangers. Here the rich man excitedly asks again if the guy remembers what happened in the hospital when he saved the life of his little grandson. The guy immediately thought deeply about the words and said that he was talking about that critical situation with sick children. It's true. Zhang Lao tells the young master with admiration that he has saved so many people and is really different from others. He has a kind heart. Bogush adds that he always wanted to find time to find the guy, so now he asks if he has any problems. Mr. Xiao thought to himself with concern that this guy was somehow connected to the rich man. It would be unpleasant if he caused trouble for them. The young master honestly admits to the influential person that yes, he just learned about these problems. It is imperative to save people from diseases. Mr. Xiao also intervenes in the conversation and reminds that these people do not have an official invitation, and the rich man knows the strict rules very well. Zhang Lao began to speak indignantly. How could such a great person not have an invitation? This was clearly an organizational error. The rich man approached the mysterious girl who had accompanied him all evening and asked her to immediately correct this unpleasant situation by any means necessary, after which the main organizer of the auction did not even have time to object or say anything in his defense against the accusations. This young, fragile lady suddenly hit the organizer with her small but very strong fist, right in the jaw with great force. The girl dealt several more powerful and precise blows to the enemy, so that he was completely unable to do anything to defend himself. The leader's entire face was insanely dented from the blows. Scarlet blood was flowing from his mouth, and his eyes were swollen from severe bruises. After these painful blows, the organizer thinks to himself with horror how cruel and dangerous this fragile-looking girl is, after which the beauty, with a flirtatious smile, coquettishly asks everyone present if they are satisfied with the result of her decisive actions to restore order. Fang Hong continued to look at the mysterious beauty even more closely, wondering where he could have seen this charming blonde. The guy tries his best to remember even the smallest detail, and understands that he must have seen this girl somewhere before. So after this incident, the rich man Zhang Lao politely tells the guests that they can please come inside for the event. Finally, after all these exhausting nerves and conflicts, they safely enter the territory of the closed auction for the chosen ones. Zhang Lao kindly tells the guy that he will take care of other important matters, and the young master can call him at any time. So they decided to move further to their reserved places in order to take the most convenient positions for observation. Then suddenly another arrogant man appears in front of them, a young blonde man with an arrogant expression on his face and an expensive suit. The stranger brazenly addresses the young master, demanding that he step aside and not even think about interfering with his plans. Lu Bufan, the eldest son of an influential family, is a very arrogant and selfish guy who is completely focused on achieving his goals at any cost. Fang Hong couldn't stand such impudence, so he literally took a high leap to elegantly jump over this eldest son. Mr. Xiao never expected that the young master would behave so provocatively and aggressively in a public place. The eldest son, with a clear boot imprint on his aristocratic face, indignantly shouts at the boy to stop immediately. The young master turns indifferently to the angry blonde and asks if he has any problems and why he is calling him. Here, Lu Bufan angrily shouts that the guy dared to step on his face. Does he even know who he is? Fang Hong indifferently answers the arrogant blonde that he's sorry, but he's not at all interested in who he is or what he represents. Lu, the eldest son of the family, furiously orders his bodyguards to immediately take and brutally kill this impudent guy for insulting him. Mr. Xiao thought to himself anxiously, "What kind of young master is this? He is a real expert in creating serious problems." These menacing and muscular guards began to slowly approach the guy, all pumped up and ready to fight. This young rich man thinks with glee that the guy provoked them in vain. Now he definitely won't be able to deal with them alone. The impudent rich man angrily declares that since the guy stepped on his face, now he wants one of his legs. The young master mockingly answers the blonde that there is already a whole line waiting for his feet, so he will have to wait patiently. So the enraged Lu immediately orders his loyal guys to quickly grab this impudent guy. The director, who had been closely observing this conflict, worriedly asks the young master to remember why they came here in the first place. Lu suddenly wonders if this mysterious master is probably a famous humanoid, and whether it is even possible to take back his threatening words. So suddenly he stops his battle-ready bodyguards and tells them to wait a little before attacking. Fang Hong didn't understand at all what had suddenly changed in the situation. Why the opponent's mood had changed so abruptly. A truly tense silence fell between the opponents. Everyone was silent and carefully watching the developments around them. This rich man slowly approaches the young master, and emotions of excitement already appear on his face. He says that he was just joking. Lu nervously adds that who hasn't heard them, if the guy wants to step on him again, then let him step on him. The bodyguards did not understand at all what was happening because for the first time they saw their arrogant boss so unexpectedly modest. The young master calmly explains to the rich man that he came here only because he wants to buy one specific rare thing. Immediately, this helpful rich man tells the guy in a friendly manner, "Brother, tell him how you can help him. What exactly he wants to buy." Fang Hong honestly tells his new acquaintance that he is interested in purchasing one red medicinal plant for an important matter. Lu regretfully tells the young master that he is afraid that it will be completely impossible to obtain in the near future. Unfortunately, the rich man explains that it is a very popular healing herb and has long been reserved by influential people, but it can help with something else. But the guy categorically answers the blonde that no, since he and the director came here exclusively for this plant, after which, this curious young man also noticed Mr. Xiao standing next to him and his business-like appearance. Lu asks the director in a friendly manner if he is the one from the famous corporation and how things have been going in business lately. The director, with a tense, nervous smile on his face, politely answers the rich man that things are going quite well so far. "Thank you for your interest." Looking at the young, mysterious master, Lu wonders to himself, who is this guy? He can bend everyone to his will. Now the long-awaited auction is solemnly beginning. The host with a microphone announces to those gathered that it is time to officially begin the event. Mr. Xiao is very worried inside and anxiously thinks that he can't believe that this is really already starting. The host strictly tells all participants that if they want to get something, they must pay the named price. These are immutable rules. The woman adds that every person here is a true expert in their field, so she doesn't need to talk anymore about the value of the product. The host, with a mysterious smile, announces to the assembled rich people that this time their traditional game is becoming even more interesting and exciting. Fang Hong rolls his eyes in irritation and says to himself that there is also some kind of game that he is not interested in at all. Lu the rich man curiously asks the young master if this is the first time he has participated in such a closed auction for the elite, after which the blonde admits to the guy that he knows some insider information about this event, but it is impossible to describe it briefly. The rich man explains that in fact this special event is created exclusively for the entertainment of rich people, so it is impossible to tell briefly. The guy asks Lu with bewilderment and surprise how it is that he can't even briefly describe the entertainment. The young master adds that, in that case, what do they mean by this mysterious entertainment then? Explain in more detail. This rich son with a sly smile answers the guy that he will now see everything with his own eyes. He does not want to spoil it. The host, His eyes glowing with anticipation, solemnly announces to all the assembled guests the start of the first lot at the auction. Assistants in black suits begin to slowly walk out onto the illuminated stage to carry out this mysterious first item of the auction. The most terrible and shocking thing is that it turned out to be not an object at all, but a living girl in heavy metal chains. When Fang Hong saw this picture, he exclaimed in horror, shocked and saying that this was a living woman, not a commodity. This rich guy indifferently answers the young master that the plant he needs is located in the body of this girl. The guy heard this explanation and in complete horror, asks the rich man what he just said. Repeat it again. The host announces to the assembled buyers that the starting price is 200,000, and whoever will offer an even larger amount. The young master simply cannot believe it and, in shock, asks those around him what kind of madness is going on here. Lu explains to the shocked boy that this inhumane show is created specifically to satisfy the most evil and perverted desires of rich people. Therefore, the young master resolutely turns to the owner of the corporation, saying that they will immediately take this unfortunate girl away from here. Mr. Xiao answers the guy with concern, reminding him that they are not here to save this stranger. Fang Hong sternly tells the director that he still wants to complete his important task, so he should proceed according to plan. Xiao Yikai reluctantly raises his trembling hand, realizing that he has absolutely no other choice in this situation. The presenter, with a satisfied smile on his painted face, happily says that it's very good. There are already the first willing buyers. The other rich people at this creepy auction watch the spectacle with sadistic smiles. Mr. Xiao noticed that absolutely no one present wanted to bargain with him, and this greatly embarrassed and alarmed him. Fang Hong also noticed this and suspiciously told the director that the atmosphere here was somehow completely wrong. Lu Bufan calmly explains to the puzzled guests that everything is clear. The guests are just patiently waiting for the real bloody show to begin. The young master, with horror in his voice, asks the rich man again what other sadistic show he has in mind. Explain. Indeed, no one else from the audience began to bargain with the director, so the girl was finally sold to him. The presenter, his eyes glowing with anticipation, turns to the customer and asks if the gentleman is ready for the show. The gentleman who bought this unfortunate girl did not understand anything and asked in confusion what he should be prepared for. Then another girl slowly comes out onto the illuminated stage and carries out some strange shiny object in her hands. It turns out that the assistant brings out a very good sharp knife with a long blade, intended for special purposes in the performance. After the appearance of this tool, the essence of what is happening becomes more and more clear. What kind of show we are talking about. This poor thing, who had just been bought by the director, was simply taken and given a deep bloody cut on her tender cheek. The host, with a sadistic smile, asks the gentleman buyer if he is ready to start their traditional bloody show today. Xiao Yikai realized at this critical moment that this was all really leading to a real cold-blooded murder. This pervert in the audience is shouting that if he adds 10,000, he will be able to give the organizers absolutely whatever they want. Fang Hong turns to the director with concern, asking what he is waiting for. Isn't he usually more decisive in his actions? The gentleman seriously answers the guy that he is not joking at all, since the life of an innocent person is at stake now. Lu Bufan turns to the puzzled guests, saying, "Hey, you two, listen to him carefully. He will tell you everything in detail." The rich man explains that the victims agree to this voluntarily, even if they end up having to give up their precious lives. The guy, hearing this explanation, asks in horror how anyone in their right mind could voluntarily do something like this. Lu tells the young master that the victims receive a generous monetary reward for this, an amount they could never earn. The unfortunate suffer hellish physical pain just to satisfy the sadistic desires of this bestial rich public. Lu bitterly tells those present that this is so cruel that it really hurts even his hardened heart. Fang Hong suspiciously asks the rich man again, if this hurts him so much emotionally, then why is he suddenly here and participating? After these words, the young master decisively declares to those present that okay, in that case, he will simply go and act according to his own plan. The guy confidently raises his hand high up and loudly tells the host that they are now actually on the same team as the organizers. Fang Hong calmly walked up onto the brightly lit stage, picked up a sharp knife, and noticed with admiration that the instrument was indeed very good. The young master turns to the host with a sly smile, saying that there is no need to rush. The audience needs stimulation. He is going to play a little. The presenter notes with admiration in his voice that it seems that this mysterious young man really knows his business very well. The guy began to carefully analyze the girl's condition, noticing that she had an empty look, which meant she was under heavy anesthesia. The host impatiently announces to the young master that he has only 20 seconds. Otherwise, the auction will be cancelled without a refund. But Fang Hong only sharply told this annoying bastard to shut up and not disturb him, so that he could concentrate on his work now. The guy mentally imagines in his head what he is doing with this girl, but he sees the procedure completely differently, as a real healing light. The young master thinks to himself, okay, now he needs to take a closer look and understand what the problem is. Fang Hong carefully opened the edge of her t-shirt to carefully examine the condition of her stomach and find traces of surgical intervention. The guy understands that there are no stitches or scars, which means it looks like a real master of traditional medicine really worked here. The impatient crowd begins to get indignant, loudly asking what the young master is waiting for. Let's hurry up. This boy is just joking with them. The presenter had already begun her final dramatic countdown, starting at 10 seconds and relentlessly continuing to put pressure on the performer. Mr. Xiao thinks to himself with hope that this mysterious young man has excellent medical skills, so everything will work out. This young doctor says with contempt to himself that this is just a bunch of degenerates who think that sadism is entertainment. In his hands behind his back, Fang Hong secretly holds a thin silver acupuncture needle and will now begin that very treatment. The guy behind his back slowly takes out his hand, which holds this needle, to demonstrate his skill to everyone present. Here he is skillfully twirling this shiny needle between his fingers, like a true master of traditional Chinese medicine. The presenter looks at what is happening with growing bewilderment, not understanding what is happening at all and what she should expect from the guy. Suddenly, the woman's expression begins to change dramatically, as if her mind is simply melting from some kind of influence. The presenter's eyes become insanely red and bloodshot, which looks like pure horror to all the spectators present. Here her body simply begins to convulse. White foam comes out of her mouth. The woman cannot control anything. These impudent rich viewers are panicking and asking each other what happened to the presenter, why she is behaving strangely. It's as if something demonic has entered this presenter. She makes an incredibly high jump forward, like a real predatory beast. The woman seemed to have lost weight dramatically in just a couple of seconds, and a huge amount of white foam continued to flow from her mouth. The distraught host runs up to one of the spectators and simply bites his neck with her teeth, like a real bloodthirsty beast. Frightened people desperately try to escape, cannot believe what they see, shout that this woman is completely crazy. Lu Bufan, completely bewildered by the madness that is happening, tries to somehow clarify this terrible picture of events for himself. Fang Hong resolutely appears next to the rich man and says that it is enough to dream of miracles. They need to leave here immediately. The owner of the corporation worriedly tells the guy not to think about anything else. This is all the work of this mysterious master. The guy himself calmly explains to those present that this is just a plan to temporarily make the presenter go wild. But he is afraid the effect will not last long. This rich boy, with admiration in his voice, tells the young master that it was true. It was simply amazing and incredible. The young doctor asks Lu with a grin if he really wants to try the same trick. But the rich man, of course, quickly refuses. So they decided to walk around the building unnoticed to get what they came for. So they move carefully along the dark corridor. At the very end of the long corridor, they suddenly saw two muscular thugs in white suits, completely bald and threatening. Lu quietly tells his companions that there is a guard at the door, he will distract them, and leave the rest to the young master. Fang Hong was generally very pleased with this simple and effective plan, so he agreed that it was great, no problem. The rich man decided with his foot that the best way to distract himself would be to deliberately kick his new friend for the show. Lu did this so unexpectedly that Fang Hong didn't even expect it at all and couldn't think of any trick. The guy makes a dramatic appearance in the hallway, losing his balance from such a sudden blow to the back, creating the appearance of a conflict between friends. One of the vigilant guards immediately noticed some suspicious sounds and movement in their observation sector. This cunning young man, pretending to be a victim, hesitantly tries to approach the guards and awkwardly says a friendly greeting to them. These massive hunks sternly warn Lu that he knows perfectly well that he should not be in this forbidden place. This smart guy, looking innocent, simply tells the guards that all he wants is to get to the toilet. At this critical moment, Fang Hong suddenly and silently crept up behind those massive guys, right behind their broad backs. The young master lightly touched the guards with his fingers at certain points, and they immediately simply fell limply to the floor. So the guy quietly asks his accomplice if he hears any voices or sounds ahead in the room. Having received an affirmative answer from the rich man, Fang Hong understands that, okay, there is no point in wasting time. So he resolutely moves forward along the corridor. Here the expression on the young doctor's face changed dramatically. Something extremely unpleasant surprised him behind the closed door of the room. Here he sees a man who is operating on someone on the table, and he indignantly says that it is rude. Don't they know how to knock? This room looks incredibly creepy. There are a huge number of different human body parts floating in glass jars with liquid. Lu was clearly completely unprepared for this nightmare. He opens his mouth wide and thinks in horror what this is. This stranger, who is performing magic over someone's body on the operating table, says contentedly that it is working out great, simply superbly. The senior master proudly declares to those present that this is the most perfect work of art in the entire world known to him. Fang Hong decided to ask the strange surgeon directly what he had done. That was so special that he was bursting with this unhealthy pride. This crazy surgeon slowly turns to the uninvited guests and ominously says that they too came just in time. The crazy doctor curiously asks those who entered if there is anyone else here who could seriously interfere with their work. The young master indignantly tells the pervert that what he is doing now is a crime. Why take the lives of innocent people? This crazy guy asks Fang Hong in bewilderment, how is it possible that he is seriously accusing him of something right now? Fang Hong, with cold fury in his voice, tells the madman that he will make him pay for everything he has done, for all his sins. This crazy enemy doctor replies contemptuously that there is no need to pay. The guys have nothing to do here at all. Let them leave while he gives them a chance. Here the guy decisively turns to his comrades and asks them to go outside. Just close the door, not let the enemy escape. All those present immediately, of course, began to precisely follow the clear instructions of their young leader without unnecessary questions or doubts. This crazy brother doctor tells the young master with a grin that it looks like he came here specifically to disrupt his plans. Fan Hong coldly replies to the madman that, you know, it's his own fault that the guy even came here. When the enemy saw the shiny silver needle in the guy's hands, he asked in surprise if this was the same legendary needle, to which the young master contemptuously replies to the enemy that he does not even deserve the touch of his precious silver needles for healing. But Fang Hong has no choice but to use this tool to finally defeat the mad enemy. Of course, the madman doesn't like this at all. He theatrically rolls his crazy eyes and starts laughing loudly and hysterically. But then suddenly the enemy starts moving very quickly around the room, like a real deadly tornado, collecting dark energy. When the mad doctor felt that he had collected enough destructive energy, he said with satisfaction that, great, now the fight can begin. While the enemy was in this trance-like state of concentration, the guy managed to get closer to him and simply hit him with a powerful fist. Fang Hong did it so skillfully and accurately that the opponent immediately flew very far, crashing into the wall. Here the enemy tells the young master with surprise that, we'll see. Everything is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Fang Hong indifferently answers the madman that whether he really thinks so, the guy just doesn't have time to pose for him. The madman furiously replies that the young master had a chance to leave peacefully, but he apparently chose the road to hell. So now the guy will definitely die in his experienced hands. The crazy doctor will gladly fulfill his deadly wish. The enemy viciously promises not to worry. He will make the young master go to the next world as soon as possible. He hopes he will like it. Brandishing sharp surgical instruments, the madman rushes forward at his opponent and shouts that he must die immediately. But of course, the young master easily copes with the attack and powerfully hits the crazy doctor in the stomach with his knee. The crazy doctor immediately becomes very ill. Scarlet blood comes from his mouth, and his eyes literally bulge from pain. The madman cannot withstand another such powerful blow and falls helplessly onto the cold stone floor of the room. Fang Hong resolutely reaches out with his strong hand to grab this disgusting bastard and continue to punish him for his crimes. The young master grabs the defeated opponent's leg with all his might in order to easily lift him into the air. Here the guy does it without much effort, grabs the enemy by the leg and starts quickly spinning him like a toy, after which Fang Hong takes and forcefully throws his powerless opponent to the opposite end of the spacious operating room. Here the crazy doctor hits his back hard against the wall. He clenches his teeth in pain until they grind. The madman begins to bleed and foam whitely from the mouth, as the internal damage is too severe for the body. Lu, watching the fight from the sidelines, was in complete shock and says that everything happened so quickly, he didn't have time to understand anything. Fang Hong rightly points out that the opponent is actually quite skilled with a knife in combat, but he acted like a coward. But time is running out now, so the young master understands that they must move forward as quickly as possible towards the goal. Then suddenly those same massive bodyguards that the guy knocked out in the corridor run into the operating room. The guards excitedly report that they have serious problems. Something terrible has happened, which is hard for a reasonable person to believe. The alarmed bodyguards quickly walked down the long corridors of the building. Approaching the main hall where the bloody auction was taking place, the guards decided to politely knock on the door of their influential boss to report the incident in the operating room. But when the first one knocked, the only thing he saw on the threshold of the room was fresh blood, which was slowly flowing out. The bodyguard thinks to himself in horror, "Oh my God, where did this blood come from? What kind of unimaginable horror happened here?" Quickly, this frightened bodyguard decided to take up a sharp weapon, a combat dagger, so that he would have something to defend himself with from danger. The guard decided to carefully open the heavy doors and mentally prepare himself for the worst that could happen. With one of his frightened eyes, the man decided to take a closer look at what was going on behind the door of the auction room. The bodyguard saw a real bloody horror. In the room where the auction was held, all the rich guests were lying completely dead. The guard sees one single surviving girl with fresh blood on her beautiful face. This is the same mysterious blonde. The man was very scared and immediately realized that he would probably become the next helpless victim of this dangerous killer girl. This fragile-looking girl with a cold smile tells the bodyguard that there is a new guest. Why is he so worried? The bald man simply fell to his knees. He understands that apparently for him today is the very last day in life. The guard sees that indeed all the rich people in the hall are absolutely dead. He is horrified and cannot believe it. Here in the corridor, you can clearly hear someone asking him where he is suddenly running so panicked. This blonde girl mockingly tells the bodyguard that it is very disrespectful of him to run away from the lady, so the beauty demonstrates her supernatural strength and literally punches a huge hole in the man's chest with one movement of her hand. The girl smiles contentedly and says with satisfaction that it was really very easy, even too easy for her. Here, she easily defeated this professional security guard and also began to slowly drag his body behind her. The ruthless beauty also dealt with the gentleman who is the influential owner of this bloody underground auction for the rich. The girl, with a cynical smile, tells the lifeless corpse that thanks for the warm hospitality, so let her take his hand as a keepsake. So the killer decided to sneak further along the dark corridors of the building to find what she came here for at night. The blonde cold-bloodedly tore off the dead man's hand to use his unique fingerprints for access. The beauty did all this not in vain, but solely in order to freely enter the secret room with treasures. The killer girl has gone through all this bloody path in order to finally get that secret ingredient that everyone desperately wants. The blonde is completely satisfied with herself and her actions, realizing that this is a priceless treasure for which everyone is ready to kill. Fang Hong, who walked out into the long corridor, was surprised to realize that there were no more guards. Even they had disappeared somewhere. But the young master indifferently says that, okay, now the missing guard should interest him the least. Mr. Xiao pleads with his companions. Guys, please help him. Bring this precious plant for an important matter. That's when they carefully approached the steel doors. Everyone realized that they needed secret passwords that no one knew. The young master resolutely tells his comrades that they will remain here in safety, and he himself will bring the necessary plant. Everyone present anxiously asks the guy if he is sure he can handle this dangerous task alone. Xiao Yikai suspiciously asks Lu Bufang. He has one important question. How did he even know about this? The boy carelessly answers the director that everything is as simple as possible. He knows because he has enough money for information. But the gentleman did not like this superficial answer of the rich man at all. It seemed suspicious and strange to him. At this critical moment, Fang Hong decides to simply not engage in sorting out relationships and incomprehensible squabbles between the companions. The young master has a detailed map of this complex place, and he knows perfectly well where this flower is located. The guy goes straight along the intended route, following the directions and carefully exploring all these confusing corridors of the building. When Fang Hong saw the bright red light ahead, he thought that this was most likely the place he was looking for. The young master felt the sharp metallic smell of blood, which literally burned his eyes and made it difficult to breathe in the corridor. The guy understands that he needs to hurry very much, because he can't even imagine what terrible thing could happen there. As Fang Hong approached the room, he saw even stranger bloody marks on the walls, similar to a battlefield. The young master decided not to waste time on ceremony, so he simply took and kicked down the heavy door with his powerful foot. Inside the secret room, he suddenly saw that same mysterious blonde, who was already holding something valuable in her hands. This killer girl tells the guy with feigned surprise that, oh, she sees the fun never ends today. Fang Hong coldly answers the beauty that he remembers her very well. She is Master Qin, the young man says with confidence. The girl curiously asks the guy what such a talented young master is doing here, and whether she can find out about it. Fang Hong directly asks the blonde if she is also here solely because of this rare medicinal plant. Chin tells the young master with a sly smile that he sees that their goals really do coincide in a surprising way in this situation. The girl, with false regret, tells the young master that she's sorry, but apparently she should apologize, since she took it for herself first. The young master mockingly answers the blonde that this is funny. He doesn't think so at all and doesn't agree with such logic. Master Chin tells the boy with interest that he sees how much he wants to get the plant. It's funny. He's the first one to let her escape. Fang Hong coldly answers the beauty that he is afraid that this time such luck will definitely never happen again for her. Qin shows that he is holding some kind of round ball in his graceful hands and tells the guy, "Listen, goodbye handsome forever." The killer girl throws this mysterious ball with all her might onto the hard floor of the room. It flies down at great speed, after which a powerful explosion occurs in the room. Sharp shards of glass fly in different directions throughout the room. The huge window was completely shattered by this explosion. All this was her cunning pre-planned escape plan. This cunning girl simply goes and deftly jumps out of the broken window with the precious treasure that she brazenly took for herself. Chin tells herself with satisfaction that everything is ready now. It was even relatively easy and simple for her. But then suddenly the blonde heard some suspicious sound behind her, which scared her a lot in flight. This stubborn guy just grabbed the girl by the hand, and now they are flying down from a great height together. The young master triumphantly tells the beauty that he never thought that she would get rid of him forever so quickly. Kwan turns to him with indignation and says that he cannot believe that he has not yet given up and continues to pursue. The girl confidently tells the guy that, "Believe me, there is no way he will be able to take away her honestly obtained trophies in battle." With a wide smile on his face, the young master slyly answers the blonde that it is true. We will see who is right in the end. Here, Fang Hong begins to simply tickle the girl on her sensitive ribs, which greatly distracts her from the flight. After which, the guy simply deftly rips off part of her elegant clothes from her stomach, exposing the skin for the impact. As Chin rapidly flies down, she begins to be bound by some strange and unknown mystical force. It was because of this impact that she simply involuntarily dropped this valuable box, and the guy immediately began to reach for it. The girl understands that things are really bad, since the young master is much closer to the box than she is. So the enraged Chin turns to the guy and says with fury that he is just a vile freak without any conscience. Fang Hong confidently answers the beauty that believe me. This time, she will not be able to escape from just retribution. Master Chin tells the young man with admiration that he is apparently a very cool guy. It was a good thing they met. The guy with cold determination answers the girl that now she is really doomed to lose this fight. The blonde admits to him that he is indeed strong, but he shouldn't be overly self-confident and arrogant in this case. Qin threatens the guy that he advises him not to pry any further. He still won't be able to stop their organization. Fang Hong indifferently answers the girl that if he does not agree to such conditions, then he is not at all interested in her words. The young master has a clearly developed plan, which he will strictly adhere to. He knows what he should get in the end. Here the guy's gaze suddenly sharpens and focuses. He clearly hears some loud suspicious sound next to them. There was a very strong explosion next to them, so much so that Fang Hong's hair began to flutter in the opposite direction from the shockwave. A very strange needle with some mysterious substance inside was fired in their direction. It began to smoke suspiciously in the air. It turns out that it was fired by some professional sniper from his powerful crossbow, who was watching all this closely from the side. The shooter has the guy in his sights and is looking at him through the scope of his weapon. The sniper aims right at the head of the young master in order to kill the dangerous target outright with one shot. Fang Hong, of course, immediately noticed this hidden opponent, so he immediately began to deftly dodge the fatal blows. After which the guy takes his masterful fighting stance and, according to all ancient traditions, begins to prepare for a serious fight. A sniper, who is on a high roof of a building, watches what is happening and is very surprised by what he sees, because the arrow he fired flew back out of the weapon and flew towards him at great speed. This confused opponent is shocked and asks himself if this guy is even human. How can he do such things? The shooter tells himself in horror that this mysterious guy is just a real madman with whom it is better not to mess. The sniper stands on the edge of the roof, after which he realized that there was nothing left to do but quickly run away from there. Fang Hong looks at the fleeing enemy with his mouth open, saying, "Don't even think about escaping from him so easily." The young master turns his gaze in the opposite direction, hearing some strange, suspicious sound behind him. The guy realized that he had simply let this cunning girl escape again without keeping a proper eye on her. But fortunately, The precious plant is still where he left it, illuminated by the moonlight. So Fang Hong returns to his two loyal friends, with whom he came here for an important mission. When they see him alive and well, the first question they ask is, "Oh my God, what happened to the rest of the people?" The guy answers his comrades with a heavy heart that they won't believe it. But absolutely all the participants in the auction are now dead. The young master explains that this mysterious assassin girl cold-bloodedly killed all the people in the main room, even the most influential ones. Lu, when he heard this shocking information, immediately fell back against the wall. He was in complete shock from what he heard. The rich man thinks to himself, "Oh my God, how come everyone is dead?" He is shaking with fear and horror. Lu sincerely thanks the guy for stopping him in time because otherwise he would also be among the dead. Mr. Xiao turns to the young master with concern and asks why this woman came here with a group of assassins. When the director heard that question, he didn't understand anything about what was happening, what kind of group it was, what kind of mysterious woman it was. Fang Hong named this dangerous girl Qin and did not explain anything else about her identity to his comrades. The director immediately understood everything and said that this was the famous female killer, but he did not know why she appeared here. The young master wearily tells his companions that, okay, let's give this difficult case to real professionals for investigation. Now, in the luxurious Xiao residence, they came to the owner and took out that very plant. It looks really amazing, like dill, but it glows strongly. Everyone present looks at the artifact with admiration, saying, "Oh my God, is this really it? It looks so unusual and magical." Fang Hong proudly tells his comrades that yes, they actually know that this is nature's rarest and most priceless healing tool. Mr. Xiao curiously asks the boy what he plans to do with his life after this. The young master, with a determined expression on his face, replies that if the director does not object, he should stay here for a short time for important matters. Xiao Yikai says with some hesitation that there is one more important thing, but he doesn't know whether to talk about it. The director carefully asks the guy that since he said that this Wu Chang is his older brother, what happened between them. Fang Hong shares a painful story, saying that his older brother's dream had always been to descend from the mountain into the human world. The young master sadly recalls that it is interesting what they experienced in those distant and happy times. The boy remembers these sacred vows that they will never fail their mentors, must pass on the recipes to benefit the world. Then Fang Hong remembers how the senior master, when he left on a journey, turned to him and told him to wait until he returned. Wu Chang then gently stroked the younger man's head and looked straight into his eyes with such kindness and care. The young master painfully admits that he does not know what could have happened to his older brother, why he changed so dramatically. It turns out that Wu Chang simply rebelled against the teachers and went against all possible sacred rules and traditions of the mountain. But the boy tells the director in despair that he cannot believe that his older brother is such a person. It is simply unthinkable. During these painful memories, the young master's mobile phone suddenly rang melodically, interrupting the conversation. When Fang Hong saw who was calling, he couldn't believe his eyes, thinking that it was quite strange and suspicious. The guy went into his phone and saw that he had a lot of missed messages from Vice President Shuchi. The young master wondered what kind of spam this was. Why call and write to the girl so many times about such trifles? Fan Hong decided to call the beauty back. So with a good-natured smile, he asks her what serious thing happened. Shuchi starts shouting loudly right into the phone, excitedly asking where he was all this time without communication. The guy calmly answers the girl that everything is absolutely fine with him, and she doesn't have to worry or be concerned about him at all. Here, the young master explains that don't worry, he is now in Mr. Xiao's safe house, and everything is fine. The girl anxiously asks the guy what he should do next, but is told to simply not leave the house. Shuchi is quite upset by this ban, as she really wants to spend time with the young master and see him. Then suddenly the master's son bursts into the room through the door, asking his father heatedly if everything is all right with him. The young man excitedly says that he heard that some madman came to their house and caused trouble with his father. When Fan Hong saw this impudent guy, he thought with irritation, "Oh my God, why did he suddenly appear here at all?" The director's son, when he unexpectedly saw the young master in the house, was very scared and wondered what he was doing there. Father Xiao Yikai understands that it is quite difficult to explain this entire unbelievable situation to his only son in detail, but after that, he suddenly hits his son and sternly says that from today on, he considers Fang Hong only as his brother. Fang Hong was shocked that his father would do this to his own son. It was quite strange and cruel for him. Therefore, the young master stops the master and says that it is enough for him to beat his own child for a stranger. The son begins to cry bitterly and painfully asks his father why he is treating him so cruelly because he is his own. Therefore, running away from the room, this unfortunate young man angrily says that his father hit him because of a stranger, and he hates him for it. Xiao Yikai thought to himself with great difficulty that he was doing all this for his son, for his own good. Couldn't he understand? The director's son threatens the young master not to joke with him. As long as he cooperates, he won't do anything. So the angry young man turns to his father and asks, what will happen next to their family? The exhausted Mr. Xiao wearily answers his son that the only thing he can do in this situation is to patiently wait for developments. The guy gently tells the director that he is the elder, and he understands that the young master is still here and will help the family. Here comes the long-awaited delivery. The delivery man politely tells the gentleman that his parcel arrived exactly on time as ordered. This message is completely clear to everyone present. This is a new task from the mysterious customer of the Black Spirit. If before there were fried chickens in the parcels, now there are all sorts of sweets and cookies in them for disguise. The gentleman seriously tells the young master that, look, he has realized something else important about this mysterious delivery. On this small piece of paper that was found by the director, it is written that the meeting is tomorrow evening at a certain place. There was also a clear indication of the location of the Thunder Warehouse, so the young master needed to prepare well and go there. The note also said that it was better to take these threatening words quite seriously, without jokes. Mr. Xiao immediately told the guy that he wouldn't even think about anything else, only about this meeting. So Fang Hong came home and began to diligently rummage through all his drawers, looking for what he needed. When the necessary item appeared in the hands of the young master, he realized that this was exactly what he had been looking for so long. The guy found what he needed and thought, great, I should check if everything is okay. Fang Hong took out the very same sacred sword that the mysterious monk messenger from Mount Wudang had brought to him for an important mission. Then he suddenly gets a call from the police department, which is surprising. He thinks it's strange. Should they have contacted him so early? The head of the department tells him that he found something very interesting during the investigation of the murder case. Chief Gong reports that the assassins were sent by a mysterious man, whose exact location he unfortunately does not yet know. But the officer found out the code name of the person who ordered the crimes. And this mysterious name sounds like Wu Chang, which shocks the guy. The guy, when he heard this familiar name, could not believe the words he heard, asking again if this was really the correct information. The boss curiously asks the young master if he knows this man, and if there is a key to the solution, let him tell. The young master cautiously answers the officer that he might learn something useful tomorrow evening, and that he should wait for his important call. Here, Fang Hong is again sitting in his quiet room, trying to put together all the pieces of this mysterious puzzle. The guy can't understand how this could have ended up happening to his older brother in training. Now the right time had come for Mr. Xiao to come, as had been agreed between them earlier. As the director carefully opens the heavy doors of this abandoned warehouse, he looks around with distrust, looking for danger. Xiao Yikai walked inside the dark room and loudly asked if there was anyone here who could answer him. The director tells the young master with relief that he looks like there really is no one here to meet. Fang Hong resolutely tells the master to stop chatting and let him take a closer look at everything for himself. This gentleman obediently answers the guy that, of course, as long as he needs time, let him carefully review everything around him. If you look closely at this huge warehouse, you will see that there are just some huge wooden boxes standing everywhere. Then suddenly, from the darkness, a familiar voice was heard asking if they had really come to the meeting. The company director turns sharply to understand where exactly this mysterious and slightly familiar sound is coming from. Xiao Yikai sees a man in a dark robe, but his face and body as a whole are completely invisible in the shadows. Fang Hong had already prepared his traditional silver acupuncture needles in advance, preparing for a possible fight with the enemy. The gentleman reaches for his leather bag and says that he brought something as agreed, so he will show it to you right now. The stranger mockingly tells the director that he wants to see his face, so he hides in vain behind the young man's back. The mysterious man asks what the gentleman is suddenly afraid of, unexpectedly appearing behind the young master. Fang Hong certainly didn't expect this from the enemy, but he doesn't want to show his fear and confusion to the enemy. The guy decides to use his needle skills and throws one of them straight towards the stranger. This thin silver needle flies straight into the face of this mysterious stranger at great speed. But a miracle happened. The needle was stopped very easily, and the opponent says that the young master is too slow for him. Fang Hong manages to quickly jump back from his dangerous opponent to avoid being hit by a counterattack. The guy tells his enemy in surprise that the first person who caught his needle, what kind of person is he anyway? This mysterious man asks with a grin who he is, and whether the young master hasn't even recognized his voice over the years. The company director, in a panic, tells the guy that his brother, what should he do? He suddenly stopped moving and went silent. Someone tells the gentleman on the phone that he looks like a pathetic clown, so he should just wait for further information. This disgusting person just walks away, and the guy, taken aback, asks what that was all about. This man in a dark robe calmly tells the young master that everything is simple. Let him follow him. Mr. Xiao, while in the warehouse, tells his companion that he needs to be careful when going down the stairs. But this strange clone does not answer him in response, but simply remains silent, like a silent doll. The gentleman wonders with bewilderment, wondering if this is really a clone of a real person. Who are all these mysterious people? It was when the young master walked away from the director with this stranger that the tattoos on his arms became visible, after which the mysterious man threw off his dark hood and his scarred face became visible. This man turns to the guy and says bitterly that they really haven't seen each other for a long time. Younger brother. As it turned out, young master Fang Hong immediately recognized this man with scars on his face. It was his third brother in training. This older friend sadly tells the boy that he hasn't seen him for several long years. He has grown up so much. He misses those days. Fang Hong turns to him with excitement and asks him to please tell him what really happened to their older brother. The third brother begins to sadly tell the young master that it all began when they first approached the foot of the sacred mountain Wudong. The brothers came then strictly according to the instructions of the wise master, but the world turned out to be so familiar, and yet so distant for them. Since the elder brother received knowledge of traditional medicine from his mentor, he saved many people from illnesses and became a great doctor for a time. They also all experienced previously unseen pleasures, such as power over people and huge amounts of money for treating rich patients. Then the brothers reached the real pinnacle of life in society, but all this happened solely because of the secret recipes from the mountain. But in one terrible moment, all their well-being simply collapsed and broke into small pieces because of one mistake. One time it happened that they suffered a crushing failure in treating a very influential person, and he died. Their older brother was most worried about the losses. He did not want to accept this failure and dreamed of getting everything back. Therefore, in order to achieve this goal, the elder began to kill innocent people for experiments. Many people died at his hands. Then, the younger brothers grabbed their weapons and wanted to stop him, since this was already complete madness and a bloody massacre. But their combined strength against their elder brother was too small. He turned out to be much stronger and more dangerous than expected. So the third brother painfully tells the boy that in the end, he was the only one who managed to escape alive. The older brother learned that Shuchi was the only survivor of the massacre and knew a secret recipe that he really needed. That's why Wu Chang is so desperate to get his hands on this girl. He continues to carry out his crazy plan. Fang Hong immediately anxiously asked the third brother what kind of plan he was talking about, what the elder brother had in mind. The third brother said that Wu Chang wanted to use the ancient recipe and take absolutely everything that belonged to this girl and her family. The people who betrayed and abandoned him in his time of need will pay a high price for it. He wants to destroy the entire city. The third brother seriously tells the boy that he knows he came down from the mountain on the orders of the master to stop the elder. They must work together. At this late moment, an unsuspecting Vice President Shuchi is simply lying peacefully on her comfortable bed in the bedroom. Then, unexpectedly, while the girl was sleeping soundly and having pleasant dreams, some mysterious stranger silently entered her room. This dangerous man carefully approached the bed, carefully examining the sleeping beauty and planning his actions. The stranger, with wild eyes, pulled out his sharp dagger from his belt and stared at the blade, preparing to kill. The killer swung his deadly weapon sharply, aiming the blow straight towards this defenseless sleeping girl, while Shuchi was simply sleeping soundly in her bed and didn't even suspect anything so terrible in her dreams. After which the bloody knife, which is completely covered in the victim's fresh blood, falls with a dull thud onto the wooden floor of the bedroom. This mad killer smiles sinisterly and laughs hysterically as fresh blood gushes out from the numerous wounds on his body. Suddenly, the killer's body begins to be bitten by many green, beautiful snakes that appeared out of nowhere around him. This was completely not according to the stranger's plan. He was in a panic and did not understand what was happening to him and where the reptiles came from. When the confused killer looked down at the floor, he saw a huge cluster of these dangerous poisonous snakes at his feet. The man is in real horror because he does not understand at all where they could even come from in theory. The killer looks at the bedroom floor, and the only thing he sees in front of him is a huge number of glowing red snake eyes. Reptiles are drawn to him through his veins, crawling over his face and neck, and he screams desperately at the top of his lungs in pain and horror. After being bitten numerous times by snakes, he is bleeding and foaming whitely from his mouth due to severe poisoning. Shuchi cautiously entered her room and then did not understand at all what was happening in her own bedroom. The girl is perplexed as to who this strange guy is and how he managed to get in here past all the security at the house. Uncle Chen is relieved to tell his niece that fortunately Fang Hong was able to predict this. But this place is no longer safe. The girl is surprised by what is happening and thinks that the uncle is saying why this guy lost consciousness at all, what the young master did to him. The man mysteriously answers Shuchi that Fang Hong has a lot of different tricks. He just doesn't know what kind of enemy he'll face. At this critical moment, the young master is in a dark parking lot with his third elder brother in training. Fang Hong curiously asks his comrade what his elder brother's plan of action against them all is. The scarred man tells the guy that he knows he only agreed to come down from the mountain for the sake of the master, so he wants him to kill him. When the young master heard this proposal, he immediately tensed up, thinking what kind of complete nonsense this was. His brother persistently asks Fang Hong again and seriously says whether he agrees to commit such a terrible crime. Fang Hong resolutely replies that there must be a good reason for the master's order. Does the brother really want to go against the teacher? His older friend coldly answers the guy that he understands that he is not going to cooperate with him in this important matter. The young master firmly answers the third brother that he understood him correctly, that this is exactly what he meant. Brother scornfully tells Fang Hong that he can't do otherwise. The descent from the mountain seems to have blinded his mind and soul. The guy with dignity answers his older friend that he's sorry, but his eyes are not so easily blinded by material goods. His angry brother threateningly tells the young master that he is clearly seeking his own premature death with his actions. The third brother ominously suggests to Fang Hong that he should not then accuse him of any further intentions and actions against him. The enraged opponent slowly strips off his all-black robe from his muscular and scarred body, after which, being insanely pumped up and intimidating, he says that if he is not mistaken, the master has taught him a lot, so we will test his abilities. Fang Hong calmly tells his former brother that sometimes it's not good to be so overconfident in your abilities against a comrade. Here, the opponent aggressively answers the young master that now is not the time for him to philosophize and reflect on such things. The third brother takes out his two sharp daggers and confidently says that, believe me, the guy won't be able to hold out against him for even 10 seconds. The opponent assumes a professional fighting stance, with his arms and legs slightly wider than shoulder width apart for better balance and stability. The brother tells the young master with a cold smile that all this is sad, but he should not be afraid. He will definitely remember him. The enemy begins to quickly run into the attack. In one hand, he begins to threateningly swing his deadly dagger to intimidate. The third brother runs as fast as he can towards the guy with the incredible speed of an experienced killer, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Fang Hong resolutely answers his opponent that we'll see who remembers whom, since he also actually has a sword. The young master adds that this sacred sword is not just a child's toy, but a real ancient treasure from the mountain. Here, two deadly weapons touched each other in a brutal fight, producing a deafeningly loud metallic sound. The brother says in surprise that, wow, this treasure was able to completely block his famous dragon swords. The opponent admits to the guy that he sees that he is not such a weak fighter as he initially thought about the young doctor. The third brother confidently continues that he specializes in martial arts. 30% of strength is enough to defeat the guy. The enemy takes a decisive, powerful step forward with such force that the solid ground completely breaks and cracks under his feet. The young master anxiously thinks that the opponent is very strong. He can really strengthen all his muscles with internal energy. After which the enraged opponent decides to swing his muscular leg very quickly to deliver a crushing blow. The third brother accurately strikes the young master's vital point of the solar plexus, aiming for the vulnerable spot. Fang Hong actually felt the unbearable pain from this professional strike that pierced through his entire body. It was so excruciatingly painful that the guy was simply thrown far back, his whole face constricted from unbearable pain. But the experienced opponent does not decide to wait for the enemy to recover. He makes another quick jump forward to catch up with the guy. The third brother leaps high into the air, menacingly swinging his dragon swords in each experienced hand at once, after which the enemy presses the defeated guy to the hard ground with his foot and is already preparing to plunge his sharp daggers into the body. Fang Hong had never felt so bad in his life. Scarlet blood was coming out of his mouth. He was just lying there helplessly. His brother triumphantly says that it's a finish in just 10 seconds. He's an expert in killing. How can a doctor be an opponent? The young doctor weakly replies to his opponent that he said he would kill without pain, but he hit him, and it was excruciatingly painful. Here, the enemy mockingly says that the guy decided to joke and threaten. Although he is about to die, don't worry, you won't feel pain. Fang Hong struggles to get up and honestly tells his opponent that it is really hard for him to get back on his feet. His brother replies contemptuously that he seems completely unaware of the critical situation he is now in. But the young doctor weakly objects. This dangerous, scarred fighter coldly tells his defeated opponent that he must understand that the agony will be very short. Just a moment. The third brother ominously continues to tell the young master that he will use his best killing technique to finally kill him. The enemy firmly plants his muscular leg on the hard ground, preparing to make a decisive leap forward for the final attack. The opponent clenches his teeth in tension and quickly flies forward very quickly towards his defeated opponent. The young doctor, while carefully observing this movement, thinks that such a fast martial artist is really amazingly strong. Here, the enemy takes both his sharp daggers and strikes deep blows to the guy's hands, so that he starts to bleed. The opponent respectfully replies to Fang Hong that he didn't think that he, such a clever fighter, really deserved to be the master's favorite. At this critical moment, Fang Hong only thinks about his torn clothes because they were damaged, and they were his favorite ones. His angry older friend tells the guy that he talks too much and that they are actually in a mortal fight right now. Fang Hong strained his sharp eyes and saw the opponent's glittering sword threateningly approaching his neck to strike. The young doctor tells his opponent with admiration that, surprisingly, he is even able to perform complex combat combinations in an attack. His self-confident opponent triumphantly tells the young master that, "Believe me, this is definitely the end of his life." The young doctor thinks to himself that such a smooth movement without unnecessary fuss is really very good and professional. Here is this scarred opponent looking closely at the young student, expecting to see him die from his blow. The third brother sees how the guy just stood up again with incredible ease, saying that he is not so easy to kill. Fang Hong proudly tells the enemy that he will remind him of his name. His name is Fang Hong, so he won't be scared by that. The young master begins to shout loudly at the enemy that he should try to attack him again if he considers himself strong. Here, the guy himself decides to deliver a powerful counterattack. He quickly prepares his silver needles and accurately launches them at the enemy. The third brother looks at this attack with surprised eyes and wonders in confusion what he can expect from this unexpected attack. The enemy decides that the best solution at this critical moment is to reflect these needles with his dragon weapon. It was quite difficult to accomplish, but the young doctor simply appeared unexpectedly behind his broad back like a ghost. Fang Hong swings his strong leg and mockingly tells the enemy to try to catch him in a fair fight. The guy pushed his opponent with such force that, amazingly, this experienced wrestler simply fell to the ground and lay there motionless. The young doctor speaks to himself contentedly, proudly thinking to himself what a good fighter and master he really is. Since it was all very simple, he cleverly used his ghostly copy to deceive the enemy. That was the whole trick. The defeated enemy asks the guy in bewilderment and pain how he was able to carry out such a complex and effective attack. The young master apologetically tells his enemy that he didn't just want him to kill him, he is still too young to die. Fang Hong gripped his legendary weapon even tighter and said meaningfully that there was still something important. The guy explains to his opponent that he simply carefully studied his unique skill and fencing style during their duel. The third brother, shocked, asks how the young master learned his swordsmanship. How can one learn everything in one fight? The young master, smiling and modestly, answers his older comrade that perhaps he is simply a natural-born genius in martial arts as well. Here, the third brother smiles ominously and confidently tells the young master that he does not think that he will be able to defeat him just because he managed to attack. The enemy begins to tremble from tension right before the guy's eyes and threateningly says that then and now he will show his true strength. Suddenly, his muscular body becomes several times larger. All muscles, even the smallest ones, appear, creating a frightening appearance of a professional fighter. The young master, looking closely at this transformation, says in amazement, "Oh my god, this is an instant increase in muscle mass." Fang Hong thought to himself, "Okay then, let him see who would win in this decisive battle between them." The guy thinks it's interesting to compare your pumped-up muscles against his fast sword, but he thinks the outcome is very predictable. So the young fighter grabbed his legendary weapon tightly with both hands and flew straight towards this huge opponent. The third brother scornfully tells the attacker that sword fighting is not his main specialty at all. He is strong in something else. Fang Hong indifferently tells the enemy that he can talk as much as he wants. He is not interested in it at all at this moment in the fight. The cocky martial artist simply tells the guy that he's not worried because hand-to-hand combat is his favorite form of fighting. Fang Hong, approaching the massive enemy, focuses on the precision of his attack and prepares to use his secret weapon against the enemy. The young master once again skillfully releases his traditional Chinese acupuncture needles, aiming at the enemy's most vulnerable points. Miraculously, the silver needles hit the enemy right in the third eye area with incredible ease, paralyzing his consciousness. The guy triumphantly tells his defeated opponent that he is now welcome to his own territory, where different rules apply. When the confused enemy opened his eyes, he realized with horror that he was in a completely different mystical world of illusions. All of this was created solely by the power of the young master's mind, as it was simply a skillful illusion woven from pure energy. In front of him in this frightening illusion, the third brother sees a huge green sword that is filled with pure destructive energy. This giant sword, like a real space meteorite, crashes into the ground with a roar, creating powerful explosions around. This martial artist is already beginning to be very afraid of the nightmare he sees, although before this he was much more positive. Fang Hong, being a huge giant in the illusion he created, menacingly says that there is no talk of martial arts. This time the enemy will die. The frightened enemy desperately screams that this is just a hallucination, a common illusion. Everything that is happening is completely unreal. But the young master with a cold smile says that if this is an illusion, then he should not cry when his bones are completely broken. With his huge palm, Fang Hong slams the ground so hard that the entire surface cracks and collapses under his opponent's feet. His helpless opponent lies on the destroyed ground and understands how much pain he is in. He realizes that all his bones are broken. Fang Hong threateningly tells the defeated enemy that he has 1,000 different ways to kill him, whether he is ready to face death. Here the third brother, overcoming the pain, answers the guy that he really thinks that he is afraid of him even a little bit. The young master, with a sadistic smile, tells his opponent that there is no need to rush, since his torture in this case is not even over. Fang Hong ominously suggests to the enemy that how about just taking his tortured body and turning it into a real bloody sauce. The enemy still tries to remain more or less conscious and stubbornly says that this is just an illusion. He is not afraid of pain at all. Fang Hong, who heard this statement, with a disdainful expression on his face, said that it was a pity that he was not afraid because terrible torment awaited him. After which the young master philosophically tells the enemy that, okay, in that case he is ready to meet him as an ally. The guy adds that the enemy is lucky because he has not yet used all his destructive power against him in this fight. The enemy responds with interest that it is curious. But it looks like Fang Hong will have to entrust him with one very important and dangerous task. The young master curiously asks the third brother why he has finally been able to truly understand his true strength. Fang Hong wisely says that, as the saying goes, the enemy of your enemy becomes your friend. And it is still shameful to kill an older comrade. So the third brother asks in bewilderment if the boy really wants to join him, although he just categorically refused. The guy resolutely says that he will accept the enemy's conditions, but only accept his offer, but only on one important condition. Here the martial arts master begins to carefully tell the young doctor that he needs to somehow delicately tell him about something important. The third brother talks about a secret recipe, to which the young master resolutely replies that he simply has no other reasonable way out. The third brother thinks to himself that this guy must be recognized as really very strong. No wonder the master loved him so much. So Lu Shu tells Fang Hong that, okay, in that case, it will be a strong alliance. How can he possibly refuse it? This guy with scars tells the young master that now that he is officially on the team, he can just call him Lu Shu. Fang Hong and Lu Shu safely return to Mr. Xiao Yikai in that abandoned warehouse for an important conversation. The gentleman says with surprise that the man in the robe suddenly turned into a paperman. This seems more and more mysterious. The young doctor calmly tells the director that there is no need to be nervous. This is one of their tricks, and he is now their senior ally. The young master warns the master that, by the way, this man had attacked him before, so it was better to be careful with him. The martial artist wisely tells his companions that it is better not to stay here for long and to chat somewhere safe. Lu Shu adds with concern that he thinks that his elder brother will definitely want to do something suspicious against them in the near future. At this time, a black executive limousine moves very quickly along the busy streets of the city, heading to an important meeting. Sitting in the luxury car, Mr. Xiao says that, in other words, their older brother wants to stop everyone, so he always pretends. The director asks his companions in bewilderment why Wu Chang is pretending and hiding in front of them. Lu Shi answers him in detail that in order to hide, the elder does not know that he is still alive. They can use his people for reconnaissance. Fang Hong tells his new ally with interest that he is not worried. He is not so bold now, and asks what else he knows about their senior. Lu Shi answers his companions in detail that now the elder brother is actively collecting rare medicinal ingredients to create pills, but has not yet received the most important component. In addition, the martial arts master warns Fang Hong that he has already exposed himself to the enemies, and is afraid that the next time the guy will definitely be attacked. Therefore, this experienced ally offers his comrades that they will go with him to a special place. Perhaps this will help them in the fight? The mansion they arrived at immediately caught Fang Hong's interest, and he immediately asked his companions what kind of place this was. His senior comrade mysteriously tells the young master that now he himself will understand what kind of important and influential place this is. Opening the massive door of the mansion, Lu Shi rings the intercom and tells the guards that he has something very important for the owners. The video cameras installed around the perimeter of the building immediately began to turn and carefully examine all the arriving guests. Security systems began to carefully scan these unfamiliar guys who came to the house without prior arrangement. After a short check, the guards can be clearly heard from the intercoms politely saying that everything is fine, please enter the mansion. There, guests are greeted by a respectable, middle-aged, bald man with round glasses and a serious expression on his face. The butler apologetically tells the visitors that he is afraid Mr. Wong will not be able to see them for some time. Fang Hong curiously asks the servant if this is really the famous Mr. Wong he has heard about. The girl, who lies pale on the bed in the next room, says weakly that her father is very ill and she is worried. The beauty, in front of everyone present, says with pain that her father simply cannot. She does not want to lose him forever. The man resolutely tells his daughter that there is no point in talking nonsense. He will definitely live. He solemnly promises her this. The butler enters the spacious room and reports to Mr. Wong that all the best doctors in the city have already gathered here. This bald man, upon hearing the servant's report, says that he has no time to worry about anything else now. Therefore, the father insistently tells the butler that he needs to quickly take care of his only daughter as best as possible. The doctors, who had already gathered in the living room of the mansion, worriedly asked what kind of illness had finally struck the girl. Fang Hong was surprised to hear from his companions that there were so many people gathered here. Could they really all be qualified doctors? His older friend cautiously answers the guy that it is surprising, but the girl was completely healthy yesterday, so why did she suddenly fall ill? One of the doctors present arrogantly tells the young master to get out of the way, as many doctors can handle this themselves. The butler politely tells the doctors that all the people here are recognized leaders in the medical profession, and therefore hopes for understanding. The servant adds that now that all the luminaries are here, let us begin serious treatment of their little miss as soon as possible. All these experienced specialists, when they heard about the young doctor, thought that he was really promising, but too self-confident. The arrogant doctor contemptuously tells his assembled colleagues that it is nice to meet them, but that they should try to stay out of the way. Dr. Miao arrogantly declares to all the doctors present that this is his battlefield, so he will sort it out completely on his own. Fang Hong, who carefully observes this arrogant behavior, wonders if this person is really a real doctor. Once again, loud shouts are heard throughout the entire corridor of the mansion about important people needing to be let through. Everyone step aside immediately. Some doctors began to aggressively quarrel among themselves, indignantly saying that they should not be underestimated. They are not stupid specialists. At this tense moment, this young, sick girl is simply picked up and carefully carried out into the spacious corridor of the mansion. Everyone present can clearly see how much pain and hard it is for her. She cannot say anything because of the torment. The young man, looking closely at the suffering woman, thinks that seeing rich people in such a critical condition is really a rarity. This unfortunate girl looks exactly as if she was simply poisoned with some kind of powerful poison. Her worried father, Mr. Wong, arrived, his powerful face showing very serious concern for his daughter's condition. All the doctors, when they saw the famous Mr. Wong in person, said in admiration, "Oh my God, this is the first time they've seen him so close." To drown out the loud, enthusiastic words of those gathered, the influential man decisively claps his hands, after which his loyal subordinates also obediently brought some strange and mysterious thing covered with a blanket into the room. The servants solemnly remove the thick cover from this mysterious object under the watchful eyes of all those present. It turned out that there was simply a huge pile of paper money there, which amazed the imagination of all the assembled doctors. All the doctors who gathered there for treatment are amazed and think, "Oh my God, what a lot of money they are offering." Here, the father of this sick girl solemnly announces that whoever cures his daughter will receive absolutely all this money. Of course, all the specialists who gathered there were in complete shock at the size of the reward for treating a mysterious disease. Dr. Miao, that self-confident upstart, arrogantly tells the assembled group that it looks like poisoning, and that this is already his specialty. Fang Hong carefully approached this suffering sick girl and gently asked if she felt anything special. Mr. Wong's daughter weakly replies that it hurts, as if her whole body is being bitten by countless ants. Please help. Those present decided to take a closer look at her body, and indeed saw that all her hands were in a terrible state. When the young master himself looked closely at the symptoms, he immediately realized that this was definitely the work of poisoners. But then suddenly, some arrogant man approaches the young master and roughly places his hand on his shoulder. This is the upstart doctor who aggressively asks what the guy is doing here, and then go ahead and get out of his way. The guy calmly answers the arrogant doctor that he is also a doctor. Don't even think about interfering with his treatment. Miao contemptuously tells the young man that his son, that doctor, does he really think he will believe that? This fat man arrogantly answers the guy that he should step aside in any case. You are completely unable to do this. With a serious expression on his face, the young master politely tells those present to please bring him a basin of clean water. His senior comrade, when he heard this clear order, obediently agreed and said that now everything would be ready. All the other experienced specialists look at each other in surprise, asking who this mysterious child is. No one has ever seen him. Dr. Miao himself looks at the guy indignantly and shouts how he dares to ignore him at all. No one dares to communicate like that. The upstart doctor threateningly tells the young master that he will never forgive such disrespect, and from now on his medical career is over forever. Miao arrogantly tells the young master to just get out of his way now, and then kneel down and beg him later. Fang Hong, hearing these insulting words, sharply told the arrogant doctor to go to hell. The guy wouldn't listen to all this nonsense. This self-confident doctor turns to Mr. Wong and indignantly says that he will really listen to this impudent child who invited him here. Mr. Wong suspiciously asks the assembled group if these are really some kind of fake doctors. He finds it hard to believe. Miao threatens everyone present that whoever gets in his way will surely die by his hand. Here, the senior comrade came with a basin of clean water, telling the young master that everything was ready as he asked. This concerned father anxiously asks the boy what he is even going to do with his only sick daughter. Fang Hong confidently tells Mr. Wong that he is actually a doctor and can cure his daughter thanks to an ancient Chinese tradition. The fat doctor says contemptuously that Chinese medicine, he knows many doctors of this direction. Why has he never heard of the guy? The young doctor honestly tells the assembled specialists that, in fact, he is still only a student at a traditional medical school. Miao starts laughing loudly and mockingly says that he is just a student. Do they really think that he is worthy of curing a girl? The fat man adds that the guy is overly self-confident and brave. He is sure that nothing will work out with the treatment. Mr. Wong sternly tells the young master that before he gets completely angry, it is better to move away from his daughter. But the older man stands up for Fang Hong and says, "Not to worry. There are plenty of doctors here if something goes wrong." Miao irritably tells the young master and his companion to quickly get out of here. Fang Hong simply completely ignores this arrogant man's aggressive words and continues to calmly go about his business. Wong himself decisively tells his servants to go ahead and immediately remove this annoying child. As the guards head towards the guy, the young doctor suddenly calmly tells everyone that, okay, fine, he gets it. At this tense moment, this fat upstart doctor puts on sterile gloves and says that he will now show you how to treat. Miao asks his assistants to bring his professional first aid kit so that he can demonstrate his masterclass to everyone present. His subordinates report that, "Sir, all the necessary ingredients and medicines as he requested are ready for use." His assistants ask the fat doctor what specific medicine he needs to begin treating the sick girl. This cocky doctor tells his assistants to wait. He must first examine the patient thoroughly before prescribing treatment. Miao bends over the suffering girl. Everyone can clearly see how painful and terribly unpleasant it is for her to be touched. All the experienced specialists present are perplexed as to what exactly he is doing with the patient. Here this doctor, looking closely at the symptoms and sniffing the smell, begins to seriously suspect something. The fat man understands that he knows all the signs perfectly well. He has determined what kind of disease has struck the girl. Meow took out his big syringe and confidently said that just one injection and everything would definitely be fine. The doctor took the girl's hand, which was completely covered in strange spots, as if from numerous ant bites. Fang Hong suddenly stopped the doctor's hand abruptly, firmly grabbing his wrist to prevent the injection. This outraged doctor shouts at the guy. What is he doing? Does he really want to kill the sick girl with his intervention? But the young master resolutely answers the fat man that he will only make things worse if he gives this dangerous injection to the patient. Meow confidently answers the young master that he means that he knows this poison very well and cannot be mistaken in the diagnosis. All the other experienced doctors who are watching this scene closely are puzzled as to what this mysterious child is doing. The young master seriously tells the assembled people that this doctor obviously wants to kill the girl, but not quickly. He injected thunder vine poison. Fang Hong explains to the experts present that they must understand that this poison will lead to her slow, painful death. That's all. So the young guy resolutely turns to this terrible man and categorically says that he is simply getting out of here. Meow starts to get very nervous, staring at the guy and shouting indignantly at how dare he accuse him. The fat doctor points his finger at the young master and says that it was he who poisoned her. Let's see if he can cure her. This impudent doctor defiantly told the guy that if he succeeded in saving the girl, he would stop being a doctor. But if the young master fails to cure her, then Meow will simply take his life. The fat man adds that the boy is overly self-confident and will definitely fail to treat the poisoning. At this critical moment, Mr. Wong's daughter simply writhes in pain, her body literally being killed by the effect of the poison. Fang Hong carefully approaches the suffering girl with his thin silver needles to precisely target the right points. After the needles were inserted, it seemed as if the patient immediately found it much easier to breathe and move for a second. After which the guy calmly tells this self-confident doctor that his actions are based on more than just self-confidence. The young master places two of his fingers in a special way, and bright blue healing energy begins to emanate from them. His older friend is in complete shock and thinks to himself, how can this guy really have such advanced techniques at such a young age? At this point, Fang Hong begins to methodically apply his fingers to various vital points on the girl's body. The patient is still in quite serious condition. She is breathing intermittently, clearly struggling with great difficulty for every breath. To help her regain her breath, the young master helps her to rise a little, carefully holding her fragile shoulders. After which the guy turns to his older friend and asks him to please hold the girl's hands. The martial arts master, hearing a clear task from his younger comrade, immediately agrees and says that of course he will help. Lu Shu asks worriedly if everything is going according to plan. But the girl doesn't seem to be getting any better. Dr. Meow mockingly asks the young master what he is suddenly doing. What kind of nightmare is happening? Fang Hong takes his special needle in his hands and once again concentrates on preparing to use it for further treatment. The enraged doctor scornfully tells the boy that he is crazy to think that this world is martial arts from movies. The guy, continuing the treatment, replies that he is talking about madness, and poisoning an innocent girl is real madness. The young master adds that the only thing he wants now is to achieve the goal of saving her innocent life. So Fang Hong carefully applies his healing needles to her back. Her entire back is covered in horrible blue bruises. The girl simply screams in unbearable horror from the incredible pain that she experiences throughout her young body from the effects of the poison. The guy calmly addresses those present once again and clearly says that first place a basin of clean water in front of the suffering girl. The young master himself carefully lowers her head, burning with heat, into this cool basin to ease her suffering. Everyone present is perplexed, wondering what this mysterious child is doing. Does he really want to drown her in the water? Suddenly, some disgusting little worms and larvae begin to appear and simply crawl out of the girl's mouth. The father, seeing this horrific picture first, is shocked and wonders what is happening to his daughter. The young doctor patiently explains to the shocked Mr. Wong that these are just ordinary worms, but after special treatment they become deadly poisonous. A basin of water contains a variety of horrible insects and parasites that were removed from the girl's body. The guy soothingly tells the worried father that he no longer needs to worry about his daughter's life. He has an effective recipe. Mr. Wong anxiously asks the young doctor again if everything will be all right with his only daughter in this case. The young doctor confidently tells the influential man that there is no need to worry. This ancient medicine will completely cure his daughter. Meow, this terrible fat doctor, says in amazement that he sees this for the first time. He has never observed such amazing treatment techniques. After which, despite the fact that he is so self-confident and impudent, the fat man unexpectedly apologizes and says that he will forgive him. After apologizing, the guy modestly tells the arrogant doctor that it is simply his professional duty as a healer, that's all. The girl's father himself is in complete shock from having just witnessed such a high level of skill before his own eyes. So the guy politely turns to this ashamed doctor and reminds him that he remembers that he promised to leave the medical profession. Miao indignantly responded to the young master, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. They had a serious professional competition. The young master philosophically tells the fat man that treating a disease is not a competition, and he does not deserve to be called a doctor at all. The girl's father angrily tells Miao how dare he talk like that about his daughter's savior and doesn't want to see him anymore. This annoying doctor desperately tells Mr. Wong that the young master is to blame for everything. He just wants to take the money, but it is clear that the girl's father does not even want to listen to this. The only thing he tells the fat man is to shut up. Here, Miao begins to get even more angry and threateningly tells the guy that he is just a freak who dared to ruin his future. This enraged fat doctor, in a fit of rage, decides to attack the young master to take revenge for the humiliation. Fang Hong immediately turned around and cast a careful glance behind him to see what was going on. Of course, the young master easily and simply takes and powerfully hits this aggressor with his foot, saying, "Why make noise?" The defeated Miao immediately begins to drool in huge quantities from his mouth, and he writhes in pain on the floor. The guy tells the fallen doctor with dignity that he has forgotten the main goal of medicine, to help people, that's all. The girl's father tells the young master with admiration that he did not expect that he was actually such a brave and talented healer. Mr. Wong, with sincere remorse, tells the young master that he did not expect him to be so skilled in ancient Chinese medicine. Forgive me for being stupid. The martial artist politely tells the influential man that he has absolutely nothing to apologize for. Everyone understands his concern for his daughter. Wong suspiciously tells the doctors that if they know what poison it is and how to cure it, then they know who poisoned his daughter. The young doctor cautiously replies to Mr. Wong that if his guess is correct, it must most likely be Wu Chan's dangerous men. The girl's father becomes truly furious and angrily says that he knew it was him and will never forgive him for this. The boy curiously asks the angry man what he did to him that made Wu Chang decide to take such cruel revenge. Mr. Wong bitterly tells the young master that he simply refused to do any criminal business with this man. Fang Hong tells the rich man that, listen, they actually came to him specifically about this dangerous topic. The elderly man wearily tells the guests that he is already old and just wants to spend his last days quietly with his family. Here, the subordinates come into the living room with food and drinks, telling the owner that his dinner is now completely ready to be served. This subordinate smiles in a somewhat sly and suspicious manner, which looks a little strange for an ordinary servant in the house. Mr. Wong asks the servant in surprise what he is doing here. The food should actually be taken to his recovering daughter's room. This subordinate apologetically tells the owner that a small, unfortunate mistake has occurred and forgive him for his inattention. Fang Hong suddenly reached into the pocket of this suspicious subordinate to confirm his bad suspicions. Of course, this servant was completely surprised by such impudence and wondered what kind of action this was on the part of the guest. But the guy calmly tells everyone present that everything is simple. He sees right through people and takes a grenade out of his pocket. Mr. Wong, who saw this explosive, is horrified and thinks that this traitor wanted to kill him right in the house. To this, the young master seriously replies to the shocked owner that it looks like the servant simply wanted to blow up everyone present here. The servant understands that things are really bad and desperately says how they can even think about such a thing. It's a misunderstanding. Here, someone's strong hand quickly reaches out to this lying servant so quickly that it causes horror in those around. This is Lu Xu, who menacingly tells the traitor that he thinks they are really blind and now quickly tell me who sent them. The spy continues to lie and says that he really doesn't know anything. He's only here to deliver food. Of course, Mr. Wong cannot believe the lies of this impudent swindler and traitor in his own home. The enraged owner grabs the spy and threateningly says that this is why he wanted to kill him. Isn't he afraid of death? Mr. Wong begins to squeeze the traitor's throat with all his might and press him to the hard ground, demanding the truth. Here the servant simply rolls his eyes from lack of air. He doesn't even know what to do in such a situation. The bald gentleman angrily tells the spy that it is time for him to finally meet death for treason and assassination attempt. Fang Hong intervenes decisively and tells the angry owner to hurry up and wait for the execution. The girl's father did not understand why he should suddenly stop and spare this dangerous traitor in his house, patiently explaining to the angry owner The guy says that there is absolutely no point in killing this man. Just take a close look at his condition. Fang Hong carefully reaches his hand towards the suspicious servant's head, or rather, towards the back of his head, to conduct a thorough diagnosis. The young master uses his thin silver needle and carefully pricks it into a certain vital point on the head. The guy explains to the shocked witnesses that this man is controlled by someone from the outside. He heard about this dark technique from a wise master. The young doctor adds with growing alarm that their opponents are capable of causing much more harm than he imagined in his nightmares. The worried man seriously asks the young master what he is going to do in such a dangerous situation for everyone's protection. Lu Shu firmly tells the influential lord that at this moment there is only one reasonable way to survive: to join the fight. Hearing this risky proposal, Mr. Wong asks him doubtfully if he really thinks he can defeat such an enemy. The guy honestly answers the rich man that he can't say for sure about the prospects. But how will he know the possibilities if he doesn't try? A completely different, gloomy atmosphere reigns in the dark corridor of the underground bunker, where two loyal subordinates stand waiting. These bald guards immediately realized from the sounds of footsteps that their master had finally arrived at the secret place to report. Without further questions, the bodyguards immediately let the mysterious visitor into the spacious office of their influential boss for a meeting. The bald, menacing man says with relief to the person who entered that the master is finally here. They have been waiting for him to receive the report. The boss tells his subordinate with satisfaction that he thinks this must be good news about the successful completion of the elimination operation. He asks the performer impatiently with a predatory smile, "I wonder," because he hopes that Mr. Wong is now dead as planned. With a monosyllabic, disappointing word, the master answers his impatient boss that no, the rich man is still alive and well, unfortunately. The angry head of the organization indignantly asks his subordinate how this is even possible, who seriously prevented them from completing the task. The foreman begins to tell his boss in detail that everything did not go according to the previously thought-out plan. But there is one important exception. The performer adds with a menacing voice that those people who stand in his way of achieving his goal must simply die. Once again, Fang Hong curiously asks Mr. Wong what exactly this mysterious enemy wants to do with him. The gentleman answers the young doctor in detail that he was sent some prescriptions in advance and asked to make some pills, but the purpose is unknown. The guy tells the rich man with understanding that it is precisely because of this dangerous knowledge that the enemy wants to get rid of him forever. The bald man thoughtfully answers the guest that he thinks it's all because he accidentally saw this secret recipe and remembered it. Wong recalls that it contained many rare ingredients. Although he has worked in the pharmaceutical industry for many years and has never encountered anything like it, the rich man only remembers some strange green plant in the composition, but he can't remember anything else from the recipe. Hearing this description, Lu Shu says with satisfaction that fortunately they have already stolen this rare Chinese flower. The guy also asks his companions with concern, wondering where Mr. Xiao is now, whether he has gotten into trouble. It was at this critical moment that Mr. Xiao was sitting in his car on a deserted road, all alone. The director asks himself in despair why he is never so lucky in life with important matters. At this tense moment, someone puts a cold gun to his temple. Threateningly saying something, you whisper to yourself. An unfamiliar girl calmly tells her interlocutor on her mobile phone that everything is fine. The hostage is in her hands. Mr. Xiao, on the verge of death from a bullet, hears his own mobile phone ringing in his jacket pocket. The director hopefully asks this dangerous girl with a gun if he can answer the incoming call. Xiao Yikai carefully tells the caller that he is currently at home and resting. Let's talk tomorrow when we have time. The guy immediately understood everything and decisively told the director to pass the phone to the person who was next to you in the car. The girl said coldly to the young master, letting him know that everything they had done was a complete waste of time. The stranger added mockingly that he was too self-confident. So think what you want, but take her little friendly hint. In a voice similar to a man, this girl tells the guy that at best he will live for 2 days at most. After these threatening words, their completely unpleasant dialogue ended, and the connection was completely cut off on the other side. It turned out, as it turned out later, that Mr. Xiao had simply been kidnapped, although he was right before their eyes. Fang Hong explains to his comrades that everything is simple. They were distracted by that fake servant, so the enemies did not give them a second of respite. His companions tell him that they cannot just sit idly by, they definitely need to start taking active action. Hearing these words about the need for action, Fang Hong thought about the next strategy to save the director from the kidnappers, so he asks his comrades how the enemies even knew about the exact location of Vice President Shuchi for the attack. It turns out that the girl is constantly being subjected to some strange surveillance by unknown people in order to collect information. The senior comrade answers that this is not entirely true, but there is one person with a very special and dangerous ability. The guy became interested in this information and asked who this mysterious person was with what unique ability. Lu Shi answers him that he is a super professional hacker, one of the best in the city at breaking into security systems. The senior comrade claims that this person can do absolutely anything if he has access to the internet and a computer. The brother tells the young master that he bought detailed information about the girl from the hacker, what she does, where she goes. When the young master heard this, he said that he had several million. Would this be enough to pay? The comrade replies that it doesn't matter at all where the guy got this money from. The most important thing is that he really has it. His older brother says that the money is available. So all that remains is to contact this professional hacker. At this time, in another part of the city, this insanely talented specialist is sitting at his powerful computer. He types very quickly on his professional keyboard, his fingers flying at incredible speed over the keys. He is obviously trying to get some top-secret information as quickly as possible for his next client from the criminal world. The hacker looks closely at his numerous monitors, trying to find what he needs among the terabytes of data. Finally, he apparently found the girl for whom there is an order from influential people in the city. The specialist is proud of himself and thinks with satisfaction that now he can see what and how is happening with the object of observation. Suddenly, at that moment, his secure mobile phone rang, interrupting his concentrated work on the computer. The hacker picked up the phone and they said into the phone, "Yes, hello." He's listening carefully, get to the point. He asked the caller if there is a good job offer and if he wants him to continue the investigation. With a business-like expression on his face, the specialist says that the cost of his services is very high. How much is the client willing to pay for the information? Lu Shi firmly told the hacker over the phone that he was willing to pay absolutely any amount for accurate information about the location. The specialist named $1 million for the location of a person, adding that he could not give any guarantees of a successful result. When the proposed amount increased by another 100,000, the hacker finally agreed to a deal with potential clients. Clients must arrive at the designated place at the designated time. The information search specialist said in a business-like manner. Fang Hong bitterly admitted to his comrade that he had spent his own money, but the latter did not even feel guilty. "Come to my meeting one by one," the cautious hacker asked to ensure maximum security for all parties. The martial artist had no problem agreeing to the proposed terms of a confidential meeting with the mysterious informant. He couldn't stay here any longer, he told his comrades, explaining the need to find a safe place to hide from the enemy. One good idea came to Lu Shi's mind that could be perfect for them as a temporary shelter. A secret cave in the dense forest was one of the safest places to hide from pursuers. Shuchi asked her uncle what exactly the missing Fang Hong wanted to hear from them during this meeting. At that moment, the guy himself appeared, joyfully greeting everyone and saying that they were finally all able to meet. The girl was overcome with insane joy at the sight of the young master, because they had not seen each other for a very long time. The guy missed her and asked him to come closer to see how much she had grown and become prettier during their separation. A laugh entered the girl's voice as she noted that this guy never changed his character. The uncle expressed bewilderment, asking the young master why he had called them all to this remote place. Lu Shi politely greeted the respected Mr. Chen, expressing his joy at the long-awaited acquaintance with him. The man was surprised when he heard his full name from the stranger, not understanding how he knew it. The martial artist introduced himself by name, explaining that they had met once before in the past under different circumstances. The uncle honestly admitted that despite his attempts to remember something, he could not remember this man at all. The martial artist suggested that they talk inside the cave, considering it a safer place to talk. Moving towards the entrance to the cave, the young doctor was surprised that this place turned out to be much larger than expected. A suspicious man watched them closely from the bushes as they entered the shelter. The guarantee of their safety from enemy pursuit was this secret place, the comrades explained to each other. The man's anxiety made him ask why he couldn't remember this mysterious guy. Fang Hong explained everything simply to Uncle Chen, his older brother who tried to kill the vice president. The uncle was indignant when he heard this shocking information, and he asked who the boy had brought to them. The young master calmly replied that his brother had to commit this crime only for the sake of great revenge. Lu Shi addressed the assembled people with a request to listen to him to the end and not to jump to hasty conclusions. The martial artist's entire muscular body visibly tensed as he prepared to demonstrate something important. He used his internal energy to greatly increase the size of all his muscles, showing the true strength of a warrior. Veins began to appear on the surface of the skin. The master's entire body shook from incredible internal strength and energy. Everyone present was amazed at how Lu Shu could have such majestic and powerful strength. The master approached the massive stone gates of the cave and, without any visible effort, began to lift the heavy slabs with his bare hands. With both hands, Lu Shu lifted the heavy stone blocks very easily and simply, as if they were made of light cardboard. Everyone looked at this in complete shock, realizing that truly amazing and incredible magical things were happening. The comrades went inside and continued moving through this majestic cave, illuminated by ancient torches on the stone walls. The guy explained to his companions that he usually hid from enemies here or trained hard in complete solitude. Lu Shu turned to his younger brother and said that he would keep his promise not to let the plant fall into his hands. The young doctor confidently answered his senior comrade that you don't even have to worry about that. Fang Hong is a real professional. Suddenly, Lu Shu felt a strong vibration in his pockets, which meant that an important call or urgent message had arrived. It turned out that someone had called the master on his secure mobile phone at this critical moment in the dangerous mission. The hacker said on the phone that he had spent a lot of time monitoring faces and carefully comparing photographs in databases. Finally found the right one, the specialist added. But just in case, he will send a clear photo for final confirmation. Hearing this encouraging news, the martial artist said that it was fine, and he would patiently wait for the important photo from the informant. Lu Shu turned to his younger comrade and said that the guy had fresh information and that the specialist was working quickly. To this, Fang Hong resolutely replied that in that case, it was time to show off his true deadly combat skills. Shuchi, hearing these alarming words, worriedly asked what the young master was going to do. At least once tell me your thoughts in detail. The guy explained to the girl that he was actually going to destroy the main source of all their current deadly problems and troubles. The girl clearly did not expect such a dangerous turn of events, that the guy was ready to take such a risk and sacrifice his own life. The young doctor assured those present that he trusted his comrades, and therefore asked them to stay here until the team returned from the mission. Finally, the girl turned to the guy with a sincere request to be extremely careful in the upcoming, extremely dangerous mission. Fang Hong answered the beauty well, in that case, don't worry about the guy, and showed an encouraging thumbs up. Only the two brothers moved through the dark passages of the cave, their steps echoing off the stone walls in the silence. The doctor approached the martial artist and asked if he had noticed that they were being followed strangely all the time. Fang Hong answered his comrade in the affirmative, adding that now they would finally see this would-be spy. A gray-haired boy appeared from behind a rocky ledge, his figure slowly emerging from the dark shadows of the cave. The spy took a decisive step forward, no longer hiding the fact that he had been following the brothers for a long time. A third-stage killer appeared before them, his ancient aura exuding mortal danger and threat. The stranger asked angrily where his walking targets were, whom he had been tracking for so long. The enemy declared that time was short and took out 2 real bombs, preparing for a decisive attack on the brothers. As the killer ignited the explosives, he made a distinctive sound, demonstrating his readiness for a devastating attack. Throwing bombs forward, the madman announced that it was time to blow up everything in this damned cave. The maniac only laughed with anticipation, since all the explosions brought him incredible sadistic pleasure. After dropping 2 bombs, the killer quickly hid behind a stone wall, expecting a deafening explosion and destruction. The villain did not understand what was happening, since his 2 explosives did not explode at the appointed time. The strange silence puzzled the enemy. He wondered why his plan had failed so unexpectedly. The killer really understood that something very strange was happening, and he did not like this situation at all. Looking at the ground, the villain saw that both bombs had been neatly cut through with a sharp blade. Fang Hong appeared from behind the enemy, noting that the assassin's abilities were clearly below average skill level. The young man apologized to his opponent for so brazenly ruining all his carefully thought-out plans. When the gray-haired guy turned around, he angrily asked what the hell was going on here. The killer's legs began to buckle in surprise, as he had not expected such a turn of events at all. The enemy still managed to take a step back, and he asked where this mysterious enemy came from. The villain asked the young doctor again if he had really stolen the precious plants and beaten their master. The killer named the guy and admitted that he did not expect to see such a young but strong warrior. The hired killer asked if the young man knew who he was, since he decided to appear on his territory. Lu Shu suddenly appeared behind the brazen enemy, using his stealth skills. The martial artist swung his arm to deliver a crushing blow against a dangerous opponent. The opponent simply jumped back on one hand, demonstrating his agility and quick reaction in battle. The villain was outraged by the bad manners of interrupting a person who was speaking, especially one of such status. With a smile on his face, the killer promised that, as punishment, he would send the impudent fellow straight to hell. The enemy magically attached explosives to the master's body using some secret technique. Lu Shu stated that acting in such a way was too mean and completely wrong towards the enemy. The madman only smiled wider and warned that a real powerful explosion was about to occur. This time the villain really wasn't joking. There was a huge orange explosion of incredible destructive power. The killer thought that this was great, as he had managed to get rid of one dangerous opponent. Turning to the doctor, the gray-haired guy angrily noted that now there was only one weak opponent left. The enemy began to approach the guy very quickly, who did not even move from his place waiting for the attack. Fang Hong said that since the opponent wanted to fight so much, let them fight one-on-one. This enemy guy was not embarrassed by the fact that he was younger, so he continued his offensive actions. The killer noticed something strange in front of his face and wondered what the hell was going on here. The villain saw a huge boulder appear out of nowhere, right in front of his nose in the air. It turned out that, of course, the older brother, a martial arts master, was still alive after the explosion. Lu Shu said with a stern look that it was too early to bury him. He was not so easy to kill. The young doctor, looking at his brother, said that he would leave the opponent to him, and if he lost, he would help him. Of course, this only angered the brother, and he sharply responded to his friend to shut up immediately. The hired killer was surprised that the enemy was not even wounded, calling it just an appetizer before the main course. The martial artist took the huge boulder in his powerful hands, preparing for a decisive attack. Lu Shu stated that if this was an appetizer, then let the enemy have the main course of the battle. The enemy looked warily and wondered if this boulder would really fly in his direction. And this really happened. A huge stone simply flew towards the frightened enemy. The killer thought he didn't want to do anything special and simply put his hand up for protection. After the blow, he was thrown back by the force of the stone that the master threw at that moment, after which this stone simply took and shattered into many small, sharp fragments. The opponent contemptuously stated that strength is not enough to be called a true master of martial arts. Then suddenly Lu Shu appeared after the explosion and was already very close to the impudent enemy. He hit the ground with his fist and everything there cracked and fell apart into little pieces. His eyes turned completely black and his face took on the terrifying and menacing appearance of a warrior. Fang Hong, who was watching this, noted that it was very powerful but still not enough. The young man was used to his opponents being incredibly fast, so for him it was like slow motion. The uncle, who was standing with the vice president, heard something explode in the depths of the mysterious cave. He said that, "Miss, he is afraid that it is really dangerous to be here at this moment in time." Uncle suddenly took out his blades and added that in that case he had ways to defend himself. Shuchi hadn't seen her uncle in such a fighting state for a long time and was extremely surprised by what was happening. The man reassured the girl that she shouldn't worry. He too could actually stand up for himself. So at this moment, the battle between the martial artist and the assassin continued with renewed vigor. His brother suggested that they just go and beat the shit out of this insolent guy together. But the elder brother proudly replied that he had not yet given it his all. So how could he allow the ant to win? When the boy heard this, he was surprised to see such unshakable self-confidence in his brother. But the assassin was still alive. He wanted to use one more trick, recognizing the enemy's strength. The killer continued to explain that the enemy's speed was low. He was not a close combat fighter, but the bombs were special. The villain emphasized that his bombs are far from just ordinary explosives, but something much more dangerous. He threw the same balls that the blonde master had already used in previous battles with enemies. Lu Shu declared that once again, these little fireworks from the enemy would not be able to do anything to him. Fang Hong admired his brother's strength. Now it was clear why the teacher spoke so flatteringly about his body. It's no surprise that the brother's body was not damaged. He apparently covered himself in fog to withstand the blast. The huge guy grabbed another boulder and threatened his opponent that he would definitely get what he deserved. At this point, the little balls were getting closer and closer to exploding and releasing their contents. The smoke began to spread more and more from the bursting balloons throughout the entire cave. Lu Shu didn't understand what was happening, why everything was suddenly covered in this strange, thick smoke. He suddenly began to feel worse, and he developed bruises under his eyes from the poisoning. The master realized that it was a gas bomb, and his body simply could not withstand the toxic fumes. The hired killer sarcastically asked if the enemy liked the smell of this deadly gas in the air. The villain explained that he was a murderer, and the one who called him a freak did not understand that this was military equipment. It is designed to take the lives of opponents, so he will take this life too. The guy confidently replied that the killer would definitely not be able to take his precious life. The enemy said that he was stubborn and would die anyway, and kicked the martial artist. Lu Shu, like a true master, tried to hold back the blow and not show any sign of weakness. When the enemy hit him, he himself cried out in pain that, "Damn, it really hurt." The killer was surprised that the body seemed to be made of stone. Why such an incredible hardness of the physique was felt. Fang Hong, who appeared behind him, noticed that it was now his turn to engage in mortal combat. His eyes lit up with fighting spirit. He asked if the opponent was ready to play with a real master. The enemy immediately realized that in front of him was the same legendary child that had been rumored. The guy first pushed the enemy so hard that he immediately lost his balance and coordination, after which the young master grabbed him by the shoulder, not giving him the opportunity to escape or counterattack. The young man wondered where the enemy suddenly wanted to run away from him, because he was his personal death. He saw how the enemy was starting to get scared and sarcastically asked what happened to the brave killer. The enemy thought that this child was strong, although he looked quite weak and completely harmless. He wondered where the young man could get such a powerful and terrifying fighting aura from. The young master said that he was sorry. The enemy could not even hit him, grabbing the opponent's hand. Holding the limb, Fang Hong noted that the pulse was completely uneven. It seemed like the killer was seriously ill. The enemy understood that things were bad. This guy reads his condition very easily and accurately. The offer of treatment came from the master. Since the enemy showed sincerity and deserved such mercy from the young man, with quick movements of his hands, Fang Hong began to sort through the points on his opponent's body, introducing his new healing technique. The impact on vital areas was achieved by pressing multiple points all over the body of the frightened hired killer. As Lu Shu watched this, he wondered how many amazing abilities this mysterious child was hiding. The enemy could barely stand on his feet after such a powerful impact on all the energy centers of the professional killer's body. The admission that the boy was an unusual child came from the enemy, with a hint of surprise in his voice. In response, the young doctor explained to the villain that all these actions were specifically intended for the hired killer. The statement that he had not wanted to kill the guy before, but had now changed his mind, came from an enraged madman. The addition of a possible injury, if he had not been prepared for such an unexpected turn of events, came from the killer. Taking off his cloak and showing the armor underneath the fabric, the villain confidently stated that the guy would not be able to penetrate this powerful protection. With a characteristic smile on his face, Fang Hong noted that in this case, he hoped for worthy resistance from the enemy. The threat to smash the insolent fellow into tiny pieces in this deadly fight came from the enraged opponent. The practice of grabbing bombs strapped to a belt for quick access in critical situations began with the assassin. Activating the explosives for a decisive attack against the young opponent was the villain's next move in this fight. One after another, the small balls began to fly quickly towards the young martial artist through the air. Unfazed by the danger, Fang Hong continued to advance towards the enemy despite the hail of flying explosives. In panic and horror, the hired killer tried to escape from the incredibly fast and extremely dangerous young warrior. The thought that this child was much faster than expected tormented the killer's mind like terrible nightmares. The remark about the wrong direction of flight came from the guy with obvious mockery of the confused enemy. The realization of the shame of a professional killer with many years of experience came to the villain too late for correction. The turn of his head showed the enemy that he had indeed been running in the completely wrong direction, away from the real enemy. The enemy was already in a fighting stance, carefully preparing to deliver one crushing, fatal blow to the young master. A sudden explosion of incredible destructive force thundered in the cave, shaking the stone walls to their very foundations. Watching what was happening, Fang Hong came to the conclusion that the young man had successfully completed this short but bright duel. The reminder that Lu Shu had been shouting about his strength and ability to cope on his own came from the boy. An admission of stupidity and a request for help in neutralizing the deadly poison in the body followed from the injured comrade. The confident statement that Fang Hong was a doctor and that his comrade had nothing to fear from poisoning reassured everyone present. Luckily, the poison had not yet fully taken effect, so the younger one took out a magic healing pill from his supplies. The forceful shoving of medicine into the older brother's mouth was accompanied by the order to simply suck the healing agent in his mouth. After this, with a characteristic smile, it was added that the main thing was not to swallow the precious healing treasure too quickly. The unexpected appearance of the enemy literally from the ashes was accompanied by words about how he almost died at the hands of the young master. In response to this, Fang Hong pointed out that since the assassin was still alive, then in that case, it was indeed a good result. The angry hitman replied to the guy that in this case the young man had really made the professional killer very angry. The statement that you forced him to use his trump card and that you can be proud of yourself sounded threatening from an evil opponent. This was followed by a warning that he could not guarantee what the consequences would be and simply wanted to warn the enemy in advance. An admiring exclamation that this was really interesting escaped the young doctor as he saw what was happening before his eyes. A large bundle of dynamite appeared in the enemy's hands, which the villain called his personal reaper of death for all enemies. The hired killer went so crazy with rage that the villain even began to foam at the mouth from rage. Watching this guy, Fang Hong became a little tense, but he knew that he could handle any threat from the enemy. After which, words were heard that the tongue was dry due to obvious dehydration of the body as a result of a long battle. The demolitionist became even more angry that they continued to analyze him instead of simply fighting to the death. Unwillingness to tolerate such treatment forced the villain to simply take and throw dynamite right in the direction of the young guy. The confident statement that this time everything would definitely be over and the enemy would die came from the enraged killer. The enemy thought to himself that only 1 minute was enough to leave the affected area and escape the explosion. Fang Hong suddenly grabbed the dynamite in his hands and began to quickly run after the frightened boy throughout the cave. Turning back, the villain shouted not to even think about running with explosives, asking what this madman was doing. The thought that the boy was too fast and could ruin everything tormented the mind of the fleeing hired killer. Approaching the enemy, the young master asked why he was talking to himself. What a strange person this villain was. As a result, the enemy was simply driven into a corner and apparently had nowhere to run from pursuit. The crazy question of whether he really wanted to kill the hired killer came from the enemy, who was scared to death. Fang Hong, holding the explosives in his hands, asked what it was. Was a professional killer really afraid of his own weapon? Here began the pleas to give the bomb back and to disperse on good terms without any unnecessary bloodshed in this fight. Screams and demands for that damn bomb to be handed over were being heard throughout the cave right now from the panicked assassin. Fang Hong held the explosives in his hands, and it was clearly visible that there was only 1 minute left until the explosion. The enemy there continued to shout that faster, faster, return this damn bomb back to its owner immediately. Of course, the young master had no choice but to simply return the explosives back to the enemy, who was scared to death. Throwing the dynamite straight into the enemy's hands was accompanied by a very strong push that sent the villain flying through the air. This was followed by words about how it was really dangerous and could have ended badly for everyone involved. Lucier asked his younger brother how he was able to defuse the bomb and deal with this critical situation so easily. After receiving a positive response, Fang Hong told his comrade that, in that case, he thanked his elder brother for his concern for safety. The realization that all this time he had simply been playing a childish game with this young opponent came to the hired killer too late. A blow so powerful flew straight at the enemy's cheek that the villain's entire face simply twisted into a painful grimace. The killer had never received such a strong slap in the face, even from a fist when the other mercenaries beat the loser for failed missions in the past. The blow was so powerful that the enemy's body hit the stone wall of the cave with great force, very painfully and harshly. After being tied up, the villain began to lament how inhumanely he was defeated by such young and inexperienced idiots. The statement that he would say absolutely nothing and that it would be easier to kill the prisoner immediately came from a stubborn hired killer. Fang Hong asked the prisoner how wide the mouth of this talkative professional killer was currently growing. The stubborn statement that they would definitely not receive any useful information from the captive was repeated by the tied-up villain again. The guy sat down with a smile and asked his opponent if he really thought that this was really true and a serious statement. When Fang Hong took out his needle in his hands, the opponent immediately became very tense in fear of the painful torture. After this, the enemy, of course, quickly surrendered, and now everyone got into the car to travel to the enemy's lair. During the trip, the prisoner literally told them that before the turn, they need to go right. There is an estate where the boss is hiding. The warning that there was no point in planning a battle, as there was no worthy opponent, came from a frightened assassin. Fang Hong responded by saying that we'll see. He was looking forward to the upcoming battle with this mysterious and powerful boss. Of course, the enemy was very tense from such an answer, wondering what the hell was going on with this crazy guy. Arriving at the destination revealed a huge castle, similar to a medieval fortress, and it was a real dark night outside. To ensure that no one heard them at all, the entire group moved as quietly and carefully as possible around the area around the castle. The hired killer explained that they understood that one definitely could not appear through the main entrance without a special invitation from the owner. In horror, the prisoner said that it would be better to just go back now and forget about this crazy idea. At that moment, a cool car arrived and slowly drove up to the main entrance of the castle under the cover of night. Hiding so that no one would hear their presence, martial artist Lu Shi quietly asked who it could be. A really cool sports car stopped at the entrance, from which someone should now exit onto the castle grounds. It turned out to be the same master who had started all this, a mysterious and powerful senior mentor named Wu Cheng. The chief master, wearing a business white suit, stood at the main entrance to the castle, waiting for someone or making important decisions. Fang Hong understood perfectly well that this was a senior mentor. But what was going on here, and why was the teacher in this place? Childhood memories flooded the young man as he ran through the dark forest in search of help from an adult. Cries for help were heard throughout the forest, but it seemed as if no one heard the boy among the trees and bushes. A huge monster, an evil bear with glowing red eyes and sharp claws on its paws, was running after the little child. This bear was growling madly with rage. Its huge fangs were very sharp and ready to tear its victim to pieces. As a little boy, Fang Hong didn't even have shoes. His feet were all scratched and cut from the sharp rocks. Suddenly, the child came across a thick branch, which prevented him from further escaping from the pursuing predator along the forest path. The guy just went and fell on the damp ground when he unsuccessfully caught on that damn branch during his desperate escape. Fang Hong's fall to the cold ground occurred at the most critical moment, when the huge monster was about to overtake the defenseless child. The bear's approach to the fallen boy was inevitable. The predator was already anticipating easy prey among the dark trees of the wild forest. The little boy was already mentally prepared to be eaten by this terrible monster, closing his eyes in anticipation of imminent death. Suddenly, someone took and with one precise blow, cut off the paw of this monster, saving the life of a defenseless child from certain death. The bear became even more angry from such sudden pain and began to growl furiously with rage throughout the dark forest around. Behind the enraged monster, a mysterious man suddenly appeared with a sharp sword in his hands, ready for a decisive fight. The animal turned around with a furious growl to see who had so brazenly prevented it from feasting on its little victim in the forest. But the predator didn't even have time to do anything before his massive head was cut off in one movement by the sharp blade of an unknown savior. Fang Hong was very scared by this whole bloody situation, not understanding what was going on around the little boy. Salvation came from Wu Cheng, who suddenly appeared at the right moment and protected the defenseless child from certain death. The elder brother, who later became a mentor and master, demonstrated his incredible strength and mastery of bladed weapons. The brother then extended his strong hand to the fallen boy, demonstrating his willingness to help in this critical situation in the middle of the forest. Thus, the elder helped the little boy to rise from the ground and stand on his feet after this terrible test of fate. The elder then worriedly asked the child if everything was okay, because it was dangerous to walk alone like that in the wild forest. The boy sadly replied to his savior that the little boy simply did not have a permanent home to live in. Wu Cheng carefully noticed all the bruises and abrasions on the hungry boy's thin body, understanding his difficult situation. Then, right in the forest, in honor of the victory over the predator, they lit a fire and roasted the meat of the killed bear. Fang Hong ate the hot meat with great relish, as he was very hungry after long days without proper food. The elder then told him to eat more slowly, calmly. No one will take this delicious meat away from you now. Fang Hong asked to be accepted as a student because he really wants to become a cool and strong martial artist like him. The boy literally bowed before the savior and begged him to give him a chance to become a worthy student of the great master. He honestly said that he himself could not do it, but perhaps his master would accept a talented boy into the school. Fang Hong couldn't believe his ears that there was a real possibility of becoming a disciple of a real martial artist. Then the elder suggested not to delay making a decision, but to immediately go to the mountains to the great mentor of all students. Fang Hong honestly admitted how tired he was from walking such a long distance along the mountain paths. Wu Cheng reminded the boy that he also wanted to become stronger and surpass all the other students in martial arts. The guy enthusiastically said that of course he wanted to become the strongest warrior among all the students of the martial arts school. Victory is ahead, the child declared with renewed strength, admitting that he is not yet tired of walking towards the cherished goal. They finally came to Wudong, a traditional palace high in the mountains where all the disciples of the great martial artist trained. Fang Hong exclaimed in admiration that this was a real wonderland where one could study the secret techniques of ancient warriors. The elder told the boy to follow him through the main gate of the palace to the place where new students of the school were received. They began to approach the strict guards who kept a close eye on all visitors to the sacred place of learning. All the guards bowed respectfully before the senior student, showing deep respect for his high status in the school. But then, one of the security guards took a closer look and saw something suspicious in the appearance of the new visitor to the palace. Fang Hong didn't understand at all why all the guards were looking at the little boy so intently and suspiciously. The guards politely asked the senior student who this child was and what he was doing here in a sacred place. He explained to the guards that he had met a boy at the foot of the mountain. The child turned out to be an orphan without parents or shelter. The guards regretfully informed the elder that they were afraid and could not let the stranger into the territory of the sacred palace. Fang Hong was completely shocked and asked the adults why he couldn't get into the martial arts school. Wuchang demanded that the guards tell him directly and honestly what exactly was preventing them from accepting the talented boy. They explained that the ancestors had strictly ordered that no more new students be accepted into the ancient martial arts school. The elder angrily said that he knew about the promise he had made to the boy and did not intend to break his word of honor to the child. The guards responded with apprehension that the elder was afraid and could not allow the sacred traditions and orders of the ancestors to be violated. Wuchang began to get angry and threateningly asked if the guards really wanted to test the sharpness of his sword in a fair fight. They quickly replied that no, of course not. The older one was too nervous and there was no point in letting the situation reach a conflict. Thus, everyone was finally allowed inside the sacred palace, despite the initial objections of the strict guards at the gate. The other servants were horrified and told the elder what had happened. They could not go against the orders of their respected ancestors. Fang Hong felt very uncomfortable with everyone's condemnation. The boy felt like an unwelcome guest in this sacred place. All the students indignantly said, "Big brother, how can you violate the ancient traditions and rules of the school like that?" Then suddenly, a gray-bearded old man appears, who slowly walks out onto the high balcony in front of the people gathered below. Wuchang respectfully addressed the sage and said that the ancestor wants to report something very important to you. Fang Hong was quietly told that he would now be introduced to the ancestors themselves, the founders of the martial arts school. The ancestor thought carefully about what was wrong with this strange child, whose body was emitting some kind of unusual inner light. The boy politely introduced himself as Fang Hong, and his older brother heroically saved him from a vicious bear in the forest. The ancestor began to sternly say that the sacred temple traditionally does not accept ordinary laymen for training in martial arts. Another respectable man appeared nearby, agreeing that the ancestor was right, because there were unbreakable rules and traditions. The sage asked whether the senior disciple thought he had the right not to take the sacred decrees of the ancestors seriously. A truly awkward silence ensued as everyone present waited for the wise ancestor's reaction to the situation. The ancestor suddenly reached out to the boy and simply took him, grabbing him by the clothes with his strong, old hands. The old man lifted the boy up so high that the little child was very frightened of what was happening to him. Fang Hong began to scream about what they were doing to the child, begging to let him go back to solid ground. But the wise old man calmly said that this was a special gift for the boy, which would help him in the future. The ancestor took his 2 fingers and gently touched the child's vital solar plexus point, after which, suddenly, something black and thick just flew out of the boy's mouth onto the stone floor. The senior student asked worriedly what the master was doing with a defenseless child. Why such strange actions? The other disciples in that temple were extremely surprised by the unexpected behavior of the venerable ancestor and wise mentor. The little boy simply fell to his knees from weakness and became very ill after the procedure. Everyone realized that the black substance was blood, which meant that the guy had been seriously poisoned for a long time. The ancestor turned to the boy and said that he was lucky, baby. The sage removed the deadly poison from the blood. Then the young man gratefully replied that he thanked you, great master, for saving the life of a simple boy. The old man sternly said that this temple does not accept disciples, so come down from the mountain as quickly as possible. When Wuchang heard this, he objected that the ancestor himself knew that this little one was smart and had potential. The wise old man reminded that the senior student seemed to have forgotten why this unbreakable rule of the school was created. Everyone quickly grabbed the senior student and began to say that it was enough to contradict the respected ancestor and break traditions. The ancestor said, "Wait, fate itself brought the boy here, and it is definitely not worth resisting the higher will. Since the child is still young, if he goes down the mountain alone, he may be attacked by wild animals." Therefore, everyone present was in shock, asking, "What ancestor? What are you even talking about at this moment?" But turning to his disciples, the old man ordered everyone to go about their direct business and not interfere. All the students were extremely unhappy with the decision, wondering what was so special about this ordinary boy. Fang Hong only bowed and sincerely thanked the great master for saving his life and for the mercy he had shown. At this point, the senior student was simply hung on the wall, tied by the hands with strong ropes for punishment. Fang Hong came running with food and said that he was a savior, and brought you some food to restore your strength. The elder strictly said that he would not allow anyone to come to him. Isn't the boy afraid of severe punishment for violation? The little boy honestly said that he was not afraid, but the older one replied that he didn't even know what to say to such a brave child. As a little boy, the boy was truly fearless, not realizing the seriousness of what was happening around him in the temple. Fang Hong, looking at his senior mentor now, recalled all those dear moments from his childhood in the temple. Now that A Wucheng is essentially on the side of the real evil, the situation has changed dramatically. The young master says that he needs to understand what the enemies are going to do. He needs to see it with his own eyes. The young man watches two men who are talking about how it looks like their time has finally come. The young master continues to quietly observe the suspicious activities of the villains in the castle from behind cover. The hired killer demolitionist says with interest that it looks like something really grand and important is planned for this evening. Fang Hong asks this demolition man to lead them inside the castle through secret passages known to the prisoner. But the villains set a condition that the heroes must promise to do him one important favor in exchange for help. The demand that they keep silent about his defeat for the rest of their lives came from a humiliated hired killer. In principle, everyone agreed to this fair condition, so the prisoner said that in that case you could follow him. The villain explained that there is no safety behind high walls if they have unnoticeable holes for penetration. Lu Shu, a martial arts master, expressed confidence that they would definitely be able to pass through here unnoticed by the guards. The prisoner assured that he knows this place like the back of his hand, so there is no need to worry about the safety of entry. But the young master decided to demonstrate his skill and easily climbed the high stone wall of the castle. The hired killer looks at this in complete shock, wondering how such a thing is even possible for a person. Indeed, the young doctor managed to jump onto a high wall with incredible ease without any equipment. Everyone present was amazed at how he managed to jump so high without a run-up or special training. The young man told his comrades that, look, there is a hole down here, actually quite small for an adult to pass through. But for their purposes, it is essentially no longer needed, since it can be done in a simpler way. When they climbed the wall, they saw that there were girls down there on the shore of the castle's artificial beach. There was practically no security there, as the young girls were simply relaxing and having fun by the water. The hired killer looks and openly admires the beautiful bodies of the young girls in light summer dresses below. The three of them sat down in the thick bushes and began to discuss that they now needed to think through their next plan of action in detail. The demolition man turned to the young master and said that the rest depended on him. Whether he could distract the girls, Fang Hong suddenly shouted loudly to the girls, come out from there!" drawing their attention to the bushes. The prisoner immediately ran quickly to the call of the girls, who were talking with interest among themselves below. The killer hears the question about someone hiding in the bushes. Why are you sitting there instead of open communication? These girls in bright bathing suits ask the guy sitting in the bushes what he's doing there. One of the girls even noticed that next to this old acquaintance there was another unfamiliar person. The hired killer quickly explained that these were his friends. Didn't he say that they would also be participating in today's entertainment? The girl smiles sweetly and says that her brother is so attentive, since everyone is now simply dying of boredom in the castle. One of the girls immediately approached Fang Hong, wondering why her younger brother was such a cute and handsome guy. The young man immediately became tense because these girls were looking so intently and with interest at the disguised hero. The young master replied that yes, just call him brother. He knows that there will be a party in the evening and will definitely come. The girl with green hair coquettishly asked what the guys had prepared for them as a special gift. The hired killer cleverly replied that it was supposed to be a surprise. Isn't that what is usually done for beautiful girls? Suddenly, some big guy with a scar on his face appears and menacingly asks where everyone has been all night. The prisoner turns around in complete shock, not expecting to see this dangerous man at the most inopportune moment of the operation. This muscular brute suspiciously asks who all these strangers are and what they are doing here. Fang Hong and Lu Shu already had masks on their faces. It was unclear when they had managed to put them on for camouflage. The demolitionist asked in surprise where they got these masks for such a quick and high-quality disguise of identity. Here the girls entered into a conversation, asking their brother why he couldn't take them for a walk. This evening was so boring. The guy reasonably responded to this by asking where all the other inhabitants of the castle were and where she wanted to go for a walk. The girl explained that some important business conversation was taking place in the house, so access was closed, and suggested taking a walk in the park. Fang Hong, wearing a mask, was already listening carefully to every word of the conversation, trying to get useful information. The young man made his way inside the building, noticing 2 armed guards at the entrance to the main door of the castle. Inside sit influential business people, leisurely sipping aromatic tea and conducting important negotiations about something serious. He Wucheng says that this is of course all very bad, and he himself perfectly understands the seriousness of the current situation. Another businessman is interested in this traditional herb and asks to take a closer look at the valuable plant. The senior mentor says that this man should then be brought upstairs for further important negotiations. Here came several guys with a wooden box and a leather bag in their hands, carrying something very valuable. Among those accompanying him was Mr. Xiao, whom everyone had been looking for all over the city for so long. He Wucheng sees how the prisoner is very worried and nervous, realizing the danger of his situation in captivity. At this moment, some impudent guy from above puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and offers to go have a drink together. The thug also turns to the 2 remaining guys, suggesting that they also join the company. But then, when the muscular guy turned around, he was unpleasantly surprised by something. Noticing something suspicious, the bully says that it is better to leave these friends and go together, since they don't need strangers at all. The muscular guard began to suspect something, realizing that these 2 looked somehow strange and suspicious. The hired killer himself thinks, "Damn, I hope the guys don't get caught and don't give away the entire operation with their behavior." But this big guy thinks that okay. He hopes they will have a great time too, and it's time for him and the girl to go. Fang Hong and Lu Shu were still secretly watching from their hiding place at this critical moment. At the entrance to the main room of the castle, they noticed 2 armed guards standing vigilantly at their post. The heroes understand that they need to act decisively, so they quickly think out a detailed plan for getting inside. One of the heroes took 3 small stones in his dexterous hands, preparing to throw them accurately at the guards at the entrance, after which he simply threw these round little stones with incredible accuracy towards the standing bodyguards. The young man hit these bodyguards in the faces so precisely that they instantly lost consciousness from the blows. The way into the main room of the castle was, in principle, opened very easily thanks to the accuracy of the young master. Therefore, this pair of heroes also began to carefully move forward through the cleared passage towards the goal. Mr. Xiao says in despair how helpless he feels. This child is really too strong to resist. He Wucheng threateningly asks the prisoner if he is afraid of dying now at the hands of an angry senior mentor. The villain adds that such trash simply cannot be a useful subordinate in his great plans of conquest. The mentor grabs the master by the throat and says, "Rest in peace, puppy," and now he will strangle him with his own hands. He Wucheng declares that he doesn't need the prisoner now, he doesn't make him laugh, and he can't help him in any way anymore. It becomes harder and harder for the master to breathe. The prisoner can no longer do anything about the suffocation. As a loud voice was heard here, it decisively ordered enough. Stop this cruel act immediately. It was Fang Hong who suddenly appeared in the room, breaking the window to make a dramatic and swift entry. Lu Shi, his senior comrade, says, "Well, here we go. Stop being so impulsive in your actions." But the young doctor is not interested in this at all. The young man begins to shout at the top of his voice for him to release the prisoner. Of course, the senior mentor does not want to listen to this at all, continuing to methodically strangle the defenseless gentleman. Here the young master noticed with surprise that this really was his older brother and mentor. He Wucheng didn't even initially recognize his junior disciple, asking again if he knew this stranger. The mentor asked if someone had really come to save this completely useless old man. Here the guy decided to reveal all his cards, slowly removing the camouflage mask from his face for identification. Lu Shi, watching this dramatic moment, thinks how impulsive and careless this child is. The elder immediately recognized the student, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The younger one had matured so much during their separation, but the young doctor didn't even want to listen to this. The young man was angry and disappointed with his mentor's behavior. The elder tells the younger that it seems like it was in vain that he saved him from death in the forest if he is now interfering with his plans. The guy didn't like that this scoundrel took and put his hand on the shoulder of his former student. Therefore, Fang Hong simply brushed his senior's hand off his shoulder, showing his disapproval of being touched. He Wucheng was surprised by such a bold gesture, and the mentor felt unpleasant from such disrespect. Fang Hong asks with pain why the mentor wants to do this, Why he needs all these atrocities at all? Here the older one begins to explain that the younger one will not understand, since he is still too young to understand the complexities. But since the student has already come here, the mentor has no choice but to deal with the annoying boy. To which the younger one decisively replies that he plans to do exactly the same thing with his former teacher. At this tense moment, the elder puts his hand behind his back, his veins already swelling with rage and readiness for battle. The concentration of energy in the palm of the hand occurred in the senior mentor, who thought that this would already be an easy victory over the student. The intention to strike his junior disciple with concentrated energy was clearly visible in the angry master's movements. But the guy manages to jump back in time thanks to his quick reaction, thereby saving himself from a fatal blow. The first attack is immediately followed by another powerful kick from the enraged senior mentor. The leg moves closer and closer to the target, and then Wu Chang hits the young doctor. With his powerful leg, the elder simply took and threw the younger one back several meters along the stone floor. This strike was indeed very powerful, demonstrating the true power of an experienced martial artist. Fang Hong realizes that he doesn't want to give in to his opponent, so he quickly tries to return to his fighting stance to continue. The young man jumps into the air and, as always, uses his honed skills of throwing sharp needles at the enemy. These small, sharp objects begin to fly quickly towards the senior mentor with incredible accuracy. The needles come closer and closer, almost touching Wu Chang's face at the critical moment of the attack. Wu Chang basically turns away so that those sharp needles don't hit his face, after which, with one hand, the mentor deftly catches all these needles between his fingers, demonstrating incredible skill. The elder one turns to the younger one and says that his movements are very fast, but this does not mean anything. Fang Hong hears some peculiar compliments from his master, but he understands that this will not help him at all. The senior mentor tells the junior that he really thinks he can defeat the experienced master. With such abilities, the student will be able to earn a good name in this brutal world of martial arts. It is not worth going against the mentor, since the junior will not succeed in this fight anyway. Wu Chang continues to say that he doesn't forget that if it weren't for his help, the student would already be dead. The younger one sarcastically says that he hopes the older one is not going to beg him for mercy now. Indeed, the elder says with a sigh. Please don't make me kill you with my own hands. But the younger one is not interested in this at all. Fang Hong's face is completely serious and determined to continue the fight. This reaction greatly surprised the older brother, who did not expect such stubbornness from his student. The young master firmly states that he has now fully made his final decision to continue the battle. Wu Chang is extremely unhappy with what is happening now between the mentor and his former favorite student. The elder says with annoyance that, okay, it looks like the student really decided to choose his own death. The young master calmly replies that he still has many important things to do later. It would be a pity to die here. The elder did not understand what the younger was talking about. What kind of things could be more important than life? But the guy still mysteriously answers that yes, he will then tell about his plans if he survives the fight. Lu Shi also wonders what this guy is even planning to do. He can never be understood. Fang Hong simply turns towards the exit and says that, in that case, it's just goodbye to everyone present. Wu Chang indignantly asks if the younger one really wants to just leave, thinking that this is a public toilet, come in and leave. To which the young doctor replies with a grin that the elder one really wants to say that this is not true. Indeed, Fang Hong just jumped down from the high window, landing easily on the hard ground below the castle. His older friend, a martial arts master, asks in bewilderment what kind of person the guy is with such strange behavior. The young master simply starts running away very quickly, without explaining his unexpected actions to his comrade at all. Fang Hong runs and asks his older brother why he is so unhappy with what is happening. Lu Shi replies that he is dissatisfied with the madness that the younger one is now simply doing without any sense. All the carefully thought-out plans go down the drain due to the impulsive behavior of a young comrade. When he heard the reproaches, Fang Hong said that his comrade's plans are always bad, so let's do it our way now. Here's a talisman of stealth for you now, you shouldn't be noticed. I'll stay here to distract the elder, go get the plant. Wu Chang came down and said that the boy moves quite quickly, but there is one big but. Does the younger one really think that he can escape from the inevitable death that fate has prepared for him? Literally, the senior mentor jumped on top of the young master, using all the power of his trained body. Grabbing the student by the head, Wu Chang menacingly asks, "Stop. Where is this impudent fellow suddenly going to run away from the teacher?" Literally, the elder landed his younger disciple face down, pressing him deep into the hard ground. It's quite painful to land face down on a rocky surface under the weight of a grown man. After which, the mentor just took and dragged the younger one along the asphalt a few more meters forward in a humiliating position. Literally, the elder took and humiliated his former favorite junior student in such a cruel manner in front of everyone. Hei Wuchang says that it seems that he and the student haven't finished their conversation yet, where he is going to run off to. After which, something extremely amazing happens that amazes even an experienced martial artist. A paperman appears in the mentor's hands, and the elder realizes that he had been fighting a skilled clone the whole time. The two gentlemen who were inside the room simply disappeared into thin air during the commotion. Hei Wuchang returned to the captives after everything that happened outside to check what happened to the important hostages. Seeing what happened to the guards and the prisoners, the senior mentor began to guess about a cunning plan. At this moment, the team of the young master and the experienced fighter took and successfully freed Mr. Xiao from captivity. The heroes brought the rescued man and said that they would take him with them. The sooner they leave, the better. We will meet at the cave. Fang Hong warns that the senior mentor is catching up with them, so he will handle this himself, and his comrade must go further. The elder brother objects that Hei Wuchang has dealt with all the brothers. How can the younger brother want to deal with him alone? This is madness. To which the young man replies that he has a special way. Don't waste your time and just get out of here. The martial arts master was shocked by such arbitrariness and reckless bravery of his younger comrade. Hei Wuchang, the insanely angry senior mentor, is indeed running very actively on the trail of the fugitives now. The master's feet literally push off from leaves and tree branches. Using advanced movement techniques, the mentor says that no one has ever successfully escaped from him before, and will not allow this now. The elder, in love with the chase, is determined to get his impudent younger student at any cost. Landing on solid ground was accompanied by stones flying in different directions from the powerful blow of the master's legs. In front of him, the angry mentor finally saw his impudent junior student, who could no longer hide from pursuit. Fang Hong angrily tells the elder what he sees, but he still decides to catch up and not deviate from his plans. Hei Wuchang mockingly answers the student that he probably can't run any further. He's just tired from the long chase. I wanted to let the younger one go in peace, but it seems he's not going to repent. So don't blame the mentor for cruelty. Today the elder will return the younger back to the very abyss of oblivion, and the student must know this well in advance. The younger one boldly answers that he is afraid. It will not be so easy for the self-confident older mentor. Hei Wuchang says that it seems like the student still doesn't know how big the difference between their powers is in reality. The elder decided to teach a lesson and immediately jumped up from his place to launch a swift attack on the enemy. Running up to the younger one, the mentor got into a fighting stance and prepared to deliver a crushing, fatal blow. Hei Wuchang tells the student that now everything is over. The junior himself asked for this cruel reprisal. Fang Hong managed to jump back to safety and admiringly tells the elder that this is the master's real speed, after which the mentor replies that he sees the clone again. Does he really think that he will fall for the trick a second time? Fang Hong explains to the enemy that this is actually an improved version of the technique, so there is no need to be surprised by the result. The elder asks with interest how the student improved his cloning technique, where such skill came from, after which the mentor takes out a small, strangely shaped golden leaf from the inner pockets of his clothes. By folding his fingers in a special way, Hei Wuchang begins to emit from them a bright yellow energy of incredible power. In the hands of the elder is this golden leaflet, which looks like a real golden ticket or talisman. Literally before the eyes of the astonished viewer, the leaf begins to slowly burn, turning into small particles of ash. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a fiery copy of Fang Hong himself appears, created by the magical energy of the mentor. The guy watches as his own copy simply burns to ashes, realizing that he should have given it more time. The elder continues his magical actions, trying to concentrate maximum energy on his fingertips, after which Hei Wuchang suddenly opens his eyes and stares intently towards the enemy's shelter. The mentor tells the younger one that he can now clearly see where the real student is hiding among the illusions. The younger one doesn't understand how the older one was able to find him among all the created copies and diversionary maneuvers, realizing that a rather difficult battle lies ahead, especially if the battle takes place at close range from the enemy. The young doctor tries to quickly run forward to increase the distance and gain a tactical advantage in the fight, but the elder clearly does not want to give the student any chance at all for salvation or successful retreat. Hei Wuchang tells the younger that he will show how big the gap between their powers really is in a real fight. The mentor still stands with this golden talisman, with one hand extended to the side to enhance the magical effect. after which the elder threw this magic leaf into the air, which began to glow with a bright golden light. Energy begins to envelop the younger student's body from all sides, leaving no room for escape or defense. A veritable hurricane of bright yellow energy appeared around the frightened Fang Hong, threatening to swallow him up completely. Fang Hong panicked and wondered what the hell was going on with the energy here. He Wuchang looks at the guy and triumphantly says that he caught him. Now the younger one will definitely be in his cocoon. Fang Hong begins to be drawn more and more into the energy cocoon. The guy simply cannot move inside the trap. The young man fell to the ground and said, "The elder, does he really now agree that he is worthy of being among the students?" He Wuchang coldly replies that for the sake of his dead brothers and sisters, he will spare the younger one, but he will lose his heart and memories. The mentor explains that now the student will continue to live in this world as a real brainless bug without memory. With such skill, no one has ever defeated the senior, so goodbye, junior. The mentor really feels sorry for what is happening. He Wuchang took the sharp needle in his hand and slowly pulled it towards his junior disciple's head, after which, suddenly, some thin blue threads appear, moving very quickly through the air. Energy ropes begin to envelop the senior mentor's hand, and he drops his sharp needle to the ground. These strange ropes appeared out of nowhere, as if they were coming straight out of the surrounding trees and bushes. The senior mentor has absolutely no idea what is happening around him at this critical moment in the fight. Fang Hong says that this is not the end. Bugs like him can still do something against a strong opponent. The elder begins to tell the younger that there is no point in resisting the inevitable. It is just a pointless waste of precious time. So He Wuchang forcefully tears off these annoying ropes, using his internal energy to free himself. At this critical moment, the younger one, being trapped in a cocoon, tries to escape as quickly and as far as possible. Fang Hong understands that, in theory, no matter what, this should delay the elder for some precious time. He Wuchang raises his fingers and orders the younger to return to him immediately to complete the ritual. Literally, some invisible force begins to pull the guy back to the angry mentor against his will. The young man cannot resist this influence in any way. The energy is incredibly strong and inevitable. The elder is still using his magical power, a bright yellow light coming out from his tense fingers. The guy realizes that he simply has no choice but to perform one very risky trick. Fang Hong closes his eyes and prepares to do something extremely dangerous for his own life, after which the young man simply takes it, and the energy cocoon around his body begins to slowly disappear. He Wuchang is shocked and says that this is a condensation of energy. The younger one is pushing out the power from the inside. It's simply impossible. Fang Hong replies that he simply hasn't practiced for a long time, and today he's doing a little worse than usual. Now the boy looks at his senior mentor, already completely freed from all energetic shackles, after which the younger one remembers that he has one special pill, saved for critical situations. The young man takes this healing tablet and quickly puts it in his mouth for immediate effect on the body. Fang Hong begins to chew the medicine thoroughly, so that small crumbs fall out of his mouth onto the ground. After this, the younger one decisively says that he will now be as serious as possible in the upcoming fight with his mentor. The young man slowly closes his two fingers, and a bright blue energy of incredible power begins to emerge. Fang Hong takes the sharp needle in his hands, preparing for the final attack against his former teacher. Very quickly, the needle, enveloped in blue energy, flies rapidly towards the surprised senior mentor. He Wuchang tries to use his vision to predict where this dangerous weapon will end up. The mentor was sure that the attack would not affect him. But then something completely unexpected for the master happened. The elder is completely perplexed and does not understand what is happening to his body. Being in a state of shock,